Martial Peak Chapter 4556 to Chapter 4604. The air was quiet, and a million-kilometer area around the territory gate was like a forbidden zone that nobody dared to approach. Even those who were in a hurry were unwilling to get too close. Everyone knew that this was the entrance to the Black Territory, and they also knew how ruthless a woman Luan Baifeng was. If they were to bump into her along the way, then they just might be captured and brought to the Black Prison to become her slaves. Yang Kai remained alone, quietly waiting. The bait had been cast, but he could not be sure of whether the fish would take it or not. He had only agreed with Xianxia that if Luan Baifeng were to leave the Black Prison from another territory gate, he would find a way to inform him about it. That would also give Yang Kai time to adjust his plans. 5 days had passed since Xianxia returned to the Black Territory, but there was still no movement at the territory gate. On the 6th day, however, the heavens seemingly heard Yang Kai's pleas and a ship suddenly sailed out of the territory gate. Yang Kai, who was watching for any movements from afar, saw the ship as soon as it appeared. What was certain was that, indeed, it was one of Black Prison's ships. However, he did not make his move immediately because he could not guarantee that Luan Baifeng was aboard. Concealing his aura and figure, he continued to watch closely. At a certain moment, a brilliant light suddenly shot out from the ship. Naturally, it was the signal that he had agreed on with Xianxia. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and his body flashed, lunging towards the boat at the speed of lightning. In the uppermost cabin of the ship, Luan Baifeng was sitting on her chair, twirling her finger around her hair with a contemplative look on her face. She had no idea why, but she had been feeling restless since leaving the Black Territory, as if something bad was about to happen. This feeling made her extremely alert. It was at that moment that a clear energy fluctuation rippled out from a certain part of the ship. She quickly turned her head to the window and, from the corner of her eye, caught a stream of light erupting and illuminating a large space. Luan Baifeng's face paled. Spreading out her divine sense, she quickly detected a person leaving the ship and heading out at high speed. Xianxia. Murderous intent blazed in Luan Baifeng's eyes as she shouted his name through gritted teeth. Even though she had no idea why Xianxia would betray her, the blinding secret technique from before was obviously some sort of code agreed upon by Xianxia and some other party. Before she even had any time to think about the situation, Luan Baifeng quickly felt a familiar aura rapidly approaching her and a voice boomed, "Luan Baifeng, suffer death." Yang Kai. Luan Baifeng was startled by the voice and turned her head towards the direction where the aura was coming from. She had encountered Yang Kai twice before, so naturally, she was familiar with his aura. There, in her vision, she saw Yang Kai rapidly approaching just as she had expected. Luan Baifeng's first thought that it must be some sort of trap, and that Voidland's army was ambushing her. She could possibly be surrounded at any moment and killed, however, from what she could detect, there was no army, only Yang Kai alone in this place. Brat who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. You court death. Luan Baifeng began to move as she screamed, leaping through the window as she formed a set of hand seals and pushed her world force before throwing out a palm at the approaching enemy. Even though she did not understand why Yang Kai would come to ambush her by himself, she did not want to miss such a golden opportunity. If she was able to capture Yang Kai, then she would be able to offer him up as a great gift to Zuoquan Hui. Then, once the battle against Voidland was over, her words would hold much more power, allowing her to get more slaves from Voidland. Even though she did not use her full strength, it was still not something that an ordinary open heaven realm master would be able to withstand, not even for one in the 6th order. She had advanced to the 6th order open heaven realm many centuries ago, so the heritage that she accumulated was extremely rich. Faced with this palm, Yang Kai simply met it with a sneer as he shouted, "The one who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth is you." World force erupted and their auras clashed as the two figures rapidly approached each other. Luan Baifeng's face changed, and her eyes went wide. Xianxia was right, this brat is really in the 6th order. The moment their world forces collided, Luan Baifeng was able to sense this clearly. The world force possessed by her opponent was definitely not something that a 5th order open heaven realm cultivator would be able to bring out. Yang Kai was definitely a 6th order open heaven realm master, and not an ordinary one at that. Luan Baifeng had never felt this sort of oppression from any other 6th order master before. When her own world force was faced with her opponent's power, it was smashed apart like it was dry weeds or rotten wood. It was her total defeat. Jolting in realization of the situation, Luan Baifeng no longer dared to hold back. With her small universe's illusory phantom flickering behind her, she immediately went all out. However, she was still unable to block her opponent's attack. Yang Kai's palm practically crushed and flattened all the obstacles in front of him. Breaking through the force of Luan Baifeng's palm, he quickly cut their distance of 1,000 kilometers to zero. In the next instant, the large palm enveloped in world force struck Luan Baifeng's towering chest. Her ribs sank down from the force as a look of horror and shock emerged on Luan Baifeng's face. Fresh blood spurted out of her mouth, and her aura deflated significantly. They were both in the sixth order open heaven realm, but she could not even withstand a single palm from Yang Kai and was severely wounded with just one hit. However, this woman had presided over the Black Prison for so many years, so she naturally had some real ability. The moment she sensed she was at a disadvantage, she immediately used the force of the recoil to put distance between her and Yang Kai. At the same time, her wrist turned and revealed an array plate, launching it straight in Yang Kai's direction. She shouted, "Open!" The array plate activated, and the killing array that was engraved into it spread out in a flash, enveloping hundreds of kilometers in an instant. A violent power erupted from it, transforming into countless attacks that changed the area within the radius into a slaughtering field. Luan Baifeng did not pause, however. Although her array plate was powerful, judging from the strike that Yang Kai displayed earlier, she knew it would be impossible to stop him with just that. Her array plate would delay him for a couple dozen breaths at the most. Still, that was enough time. She had barely left the Black Territory, so with a few dozen breaths, she could still return. As long as she could cross the territory gate, with the help of the countless natural arrays present within, she could exert a strength that was far beyond her own. Forget Yang Kai being a sixth-order master, even if he was in the seventh order, once he was inside her territory, he should not even dream of leaving unscathed. Having suffered such a huge loss out of nowhere, the hatred gathered in Luan Baifeng's heart had already reached the heavens, so even while she was escaping, she was already thinking of how she was going to take revenge on Yang Kai for this. However, only 100 kilometers away from Black Territory's territory gate, Luan Baifeng suddenly stopped and stood in awe, staring at the figure that blocked her path. Yang Kai stood with a spear in hand that was pointing forward as he grinned widely. "Since I already know about your attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, how could I not be prepared to deal with you?" "How did you?" Luan Baifeng was in disbelief. "You think you were able to trap me in that killing array? The Tao of Space is too profound for a woman like you to comprehend." Yang Kai snickered. "You want to return to the Black Territory? That's not an option." Luan Baifeng ground her teeth. At the same time as when her body drifted backwards, she summoned 3 more array plates into her hands. However, before she could even toss out the 3 array plates, Yang Kai had disappeared from in front of her. A great sense of crisis loomed over her. Luan Baifeng raised her hand and was about to ignore everything else to throw down the array plates when she felt a sting in her wrist. Her vision became a blur, and Yang Kai was already in front of her, his broad chest practically pressing against hers as his hot breath blew on her face. "I have a great use for you alive, so don't force me to kill you." Luan Baifeng looked down to see that her hand that was holding the array plates had been pierced through by a spear and was covered in blood. A cold feeling flooded her from her head down to her toes as Luan Baifeng froze in place. Her eyes quivered, and her mind was a chaotic mess. How could someone who was merely in the sixth order open heaven realm possibly be this strong? She did not even have the ability to fight back in front of this man. It could almost be said that her life or death was in the palm of his hand. Raising her head, Luan Baifeng stared at Yang Kai, who was right in front of her, gritting her teeth and asking, "What are you going to do?" Yang Kai grinned. "I told you, I need you alive, so don't be so nervous. If you obediently cooperate with me, then naturally, there will be no harm to your life." Luan Baifeng blinked. "You want to cooperate with me? A wise person will submit to the circumstances." Yang Kai nodded. Then, he took out the loyalty list and said with an amiable expression, Come, leave your name and your blood essence here." Luan Baifeng glanced at the loyalty list, and her pretty face sank. "Loyalty list? This thing is in your possession?" It's good that you know it, that saves me the effort of having to explain, Yang Kai smiled. Luan Beifeng sneered, if I leave my name on the loyalty list, then won't I be under your control forever, never to have freedom again? Indeed. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I'd rather die. Yang Kai looked indifferently at her, you only have one chance, so choose well. If you pick the right answer, then you get to live. Otherwise, you die. Luan Beifeng turned her head away and snorted, taking up the stance of a woman who was prepared for death. Yang Kai nodded, for a woman to have such a backbone. There are many men who cannot compare to you. That is worth admiring. In that case, let me send you on your way. At the end of his sentence, Yang Kai brought his hand down on Luan Beifeng's head, and Golden Crow's true fire burst from his palm, instantly turning her into a ball of fire. Miserable screams filled the air as Luan Beifeng's entire body was enveloped by the pitch-black Golden Crow's true fire. Of course, there was no way for her to die in a short time thanks to her strong vitality, however, her cultivation, which was only in the sixth order open heaven realm, was not enough for her to extinguish the Golden Crow's true fire. In the face of doom, she was cursed to endure indescribable torment and suffering. You're really going to kill me? Luan Beifeng asked as she screamed in agony. After all, Yang Kai told her earlier that he had a use for her alive, yet now he was actually trying to kill her in the blink of an eye. His mood changed faster than one could flip pages in a book. Yang Kai remained silent as he watched her indifferently with a cold look in his eyes, as if he were seeing her off from this plane of existence. Luan Beifeng panicked. Death was a terrifying thought, and though she knew that Yang Kai was merely trying to force her hand with this method, she was still frightened by his ruthlessness and determination. If this were to continue, then she might really die. Please spare me, I'll do as you ask. Luan Beifeng shouted. When Yang Kai raised his hand and grabbed at her again, the blaze of the Golden Crow's true fire that enveloped Luan Beifeng's body seemed to have a life of its own and quickly returned to his palm. You should have said so earlier, then you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. A short while later, Yang Kai received the loyalty list back from Luan Beifeng's hands with great satisfaction. There, on the final page, was Luan Beifeng's name written in 3 large, bright red characters. From the time that Chen Tianfei volunteered to put himself on the loyalty list at the very beginning until now, all 9 pages had been used up. On each page was blood essence used to write the name of each person. Chen Tianfei, He He, Yun Xinghua, Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, Zhou Hui Gu, Xian Peng, Luan Beifeng. Unless one of them died, a new blank page would not appear in the loyalty list. And out of the 9, as many as 5 pages were taken up by 6th order open heaven realm masters, which helped Yang Kai on many occasions. Without the loyalty list, Yang Kai would not have had the confidence to bring the 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain out from the shadowless cave heaven. Without the loyalty list, there was no way he could safely cooperate with Hui Gu, much less subdue Luan Beifeng on this day. The loyalty list was a mysterious artifact with great binding force refined by a high-rank open heaven realm master that had been nicknamed Loyalty Demon many years ago. The list was made using the flesh and bone of the divine spirit, Xianxia. However, the power of the loyalty list depended on who was using it. Even though Chen Tianfei also held the loyalty list back then, he was only in the 4th order open heaven realm, so the loyalty list was of little use in his hands. However, things were different when it was passed on to Yang Kai's possession. So, that's how it is. No wonder Xian Peng had the guts to betray me. Luan Beifeng glanced at the loyalty list with a grim look on her face. She saw Xian Peng's name on the loyalty list just now, which dispelled all her doubts from before. It was only natural that Xian Peng would obey Yang Kai's orders since he was under the loyalty list suppression. Yang Kai chuckled, don't look so reluctant. It'll be much better for you to join me than to stay holed up in the black prison. There's a big world out there, so if you're free, you should go out and have a look. Luan Beifeng coldly snorted, the winner is the king, the loser is the villain. Anything you say is right. Yang Kai then took a glance around and commented, these subordinates of yours don't look very loyal. Luan Beifeng was livid. She had not come out alone today, she had brought some other subordinates with her, but when she was fighting Yang Kai, none of them came forward to help her. Of course, part of it was because Yang Kai had moved so quickly that they did not even have the time to react, but if they were truly loyal to her, then they would naturally have come to save her by now. In fact, they had only been watching from afar on the ship without any intention of coming closer. They had even taken a stance where they might leave at any moment. "What are you all staring at?" Scram. Luan Baifeng's stomach was full of grievances. A dozen open heaven realm masters of different orders rushed into the ship in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Luan Baifeng turned to look at Yang Kai. "Are you satisfied now? My name is already on your loyalty list. Now, whatever orders you have for me, just voice them. There's no hurry. What's more important is to heal your injuries first. I can't bear to see a beautiful woman like you burned like this either." While saying this, Yang Kai used his towering evergreen divine manifestation. Wondrous green branches dropped down, enveloping Luan Baifeng with rich vitality. Earlier, under the golden crow's true fire, Luan Baifeng had tried her best to resist, but she was still burnt all over, with her exposed skin covered in appalling blisters. They looked terribly painful, but Luan Baifeng did not say a word about it, which showed how strong her endurance was. Now, with the surge of vitality from the towering evergreen, Luan Baifeng's surface injuries healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. While resisting the tingling sensation caused by the technique, Luan Baifeng turned her face away. "Do not expect this queen to thank you for such a small favor." She had a calm expression on her face, but inwardly, she was quite shocked. Her burns came from the golden crow's true fire, yet the wood element divine manifestation that Yang Kai used was actually able to produce such visible restorative capabilities. Just what order wood element power did he condense when he was advancing to the open heaven realm? Yang Kai was unperturbed. "Now that you have submitted to me, I will naturally treat you well, so I do not expect any thanks from you, either." Luan Baifeng frowned and shut her eyes, enjoying the rich vitality that was healing her wounds. A moment later, she suddenly spoke. "Xianpeng was instructed by you to draw me out, so how much of what he said is true, and how much of it is false?" "What he told you is basically the truth." Yang Kai responded with indifference. Luan Baifeng's eyes widened in surprise. "So, it's true that Zhuo Quanhui was injured?" "Indeed." Luan Baifeng's brows furrowed in thought for a moment before she nodded lightly. "You must have been the one to injure him. Your abilities are a little better than what I expected." Even after fighting Yang Kai personally, Luan Baifeng still could not understand how someone in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm could be so strong. Zhuo Quanhui was careless and underestimated his opponent, which allowed me to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, how difficult do you think it is to wound a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master? Your Void Land and Zhuo Quanhui have already tossed aside all semblance of civility, yet you choose to run all the way here instead of staying back and watching after your sect. I may be in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, too, but not even 10 of me can match up against Zhuo Quanhui. If you were expecting to use me as a countermeasure to deal with Zhuo Quanhui, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Unless... Did you come here just to take revenge? After all, I did give you trouble twice in the past." Yang Kai laughed. "Void Land is as strong as iron. Even without me there, there's nothing Zhuo Quanhui can do to it. I didn't come here for you this time. Rather than that, it's the Black Prison that I'm interested in. There are plenty of supplies in the Black Prison, and I happen to be in need of cultivation materials." Luan Baifeng clenched her teeth and snarled, "Shameless." Yang Kai chuckled and took back his towering evergreen. "Think what you'd like. Now, let's go. Bring me into the Black Prison." Luan Baifeng glared viciously at Yang Kai before turning around reluctantly. "Follow me." After the pair returned to the ship, Xianpeng ran back as well. He seemed very embarrassed to see Luan Baifeng again, but she did not even spare him a glance. This woman knew, too, that the reason why her ship would have capsized on calm seas this time was partly to do with Xianpeng, but Yang Kai was the main culprit. Even if she wanted to kill Xianpeng for revenge, Yang Kai would not allow it, so there was no point in doing something useless. On board the ship, the other dozen Open Heaven realm masters were all looking at Yang Kai in awe. They saw with their own eyes how powerless Luan Baifeng had been when she was forced to submit to Yang Kai, so they had an inkling about just how powerful this man was. The boat was not too far away from the Black Prison, so it only took a few moments to return. After passing through the territory gate, they soon arrived in the Black Territory. A dim light enveloped the entire sky. Standing on the deck, Yang Kai looked up and saw there, far away, was a great sun that was giving off light. However, unlike an ordinary sun star, this one gave off the impression of a dying old man. There were even black spots forming on its surface from time to time. Yang Kai had refined the Golden Crow's true fire and had the divine manifestation. Golden Crow casts the sun, which was why he was constantly haunted by an indescribable feeling ever since stepping into the Black Territory. He could clearly feel that the Black Territory's sun was about to die. It was not that he had not experienced the death of a sun star before. Back then, when he was escaping Seven Wonders Land, he witnessed with his own eyes as a sun star went out, and it was there that he obtained the Golden Crow's carcass, which in turn allowed him to refine the Golden Crow's true fire. Only, he never expected to see such a similar scene again after so many years. Perhaps, hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of years later, the Black Territory's sun star would also burn out. There was only this one sun star in the entire Black Territory as far as the eye could see, so once this sun star was extinguished, the entire Black Territory would be plunged into cold darkness. The dying great sun enveloped the entirety of the Black Territory in an air of solemnity. This Black Territory does not seem very large, Yang Kai noted his observations after looking around. Luan Baifeng subconsciously twirled her hair with her finger as she commented casually, the Black Territory wasn't large to begin with. Compared to the other great territories, you can even say that it's pitifully small. There's even only one sun star. What other great territory have you seen that's like this? Yang Kai nodded lightly, you're right, I've never seen one like this before. Luan Baifeng continued, legends say that the Black Territory used to be similar to other great territories. It was large and vast, but for some reason, it slowly shrank to the size it is now. Perhaps, once the final sun star goes out, the entire Black Territory will cease to exist. However, it's thanks to this that the Black Territory was left untouched. Otherwise, how do you think that I, a woman, would be able to occupy such a piece of land? The environment here is harsh, so those under the open heaven realm are simply unable to survive. Only those above the open heaven realm can live here. If it were really any kind of prosperous place, then it would long have been taken over by other great forces. Yang Kai deeply agreed with her sentiments. Looking up, he saw the large and small celestial bodies floating silently in the void. The smaller ones were maybe a few dozen kilometers in diameter, while the larger ones may even be compared to the star boundary. However, the ones that could be seen were all filled with pits and cracks. Some were even split into pieces. Those pits and cracks were clearly traces left behind by cultivators. These are. Yang Kai frowned. Luan Baifeng explained, all the objects in the Black Territory are technically or stars that give birth to black stones. What you see are the mined outer stars, and these are only from the outermost region. Yang Kai understood and was just about to ask her more questions when Luan Baifeng waved her hand, do not disturb me right now. We have already arrived at the area covered by the natural arrays. If you want to die together, then speak freely, otherwise, keep your mouth shut and don't poke around with your divine sense. There are many peculiarities in this place. Yang Kai rubbed his nose embarrassedly and kept silent. When he looked around, he saw that all of the open heaven realm masters on the ship all had stiff looks on their faces, as if something very bad was about to happen. All eyes were fixed on Luan Baifeng, and at this moment, the woman had a grave look on her face as she kept forming new hand seals while guiding the ship through the void. A few moments later, Yang Kai clearly sensed a terrifying power lurking around them. This power felt like it was sleeping, yet could be woken up with the slightest disturbance, bringing about a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering disaster. Since he had received Luan Baifeng's reminder earlier, Yang Kai did not dare to probe his surroundings either. He was stunned that the Black Territory actually turned out to be this ferocious, and he had no idea how Luan Baifeng was able to survive in a place like this. The Black Prison was a dangerous place where countless natural arrays were hidden, but this was only what things were like in the outermost region. If one went deeper, then the dangers would only increase. However, under Luan Baifeng's guidance, the ship navigated through the void unharmed, passing one array after another, but not in a straight line. Sometimes, Yang Kai felt as if they had gone one large circle, and sometimes, felt they were even spinning in place for a long time. There did not seem to be any standard pattern to it. In the end, they were met with no dangers on their journey. This must have been a well-traveled route for Luan Baifeng, which was why she knew where all the risks were and was able to avoid them perfectly. About a day later, a ruined spirit province suddenly came into view. Obviously, this spirit province was also a fragment of an or star. It was not very large, much smaller than Void Land, but from a distance, traces of man-made structures could be seen. On the spirit province stood a series of connected palaces. The ship landed in front of the palaces, where a maidservant in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm came out to greet them. The woman was surprised and asked, "Why has Madame returned so quickly?" Luan Baifeng's face was dark, but she did not even say a word since she herself was too embarrassed to tell her that she had been ambushed on the trip and even subordinated by someone else using the loyalty list. The maidservant could obviously sense that something was not right with the situation. She glanced curiously at the unfamiliar young Kai, but she was smart enough not to ask anything else. "Get out of here, all of you. Go do your work. If anyone dares let a single word slip about what happened today, I'll make sure they'll suffer a fate worse than death." Luan Baifeng bellowed at her subordinates. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts, quickly disappearing without a trace. "You are also excused." Luan Baifeng waved off the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm woman, who simply bowed to her and retreated back into the main hall. Soon, Luan Baifeng and Yang Kai were the only ones left. She glanced at him before turning around and leaving in a certain direction. While looking around curiously, Yang Kai followed behind her. After walking for a while, he could no longer hold his curiosity back. The environment in the Black Territory is indeed harsh, but there are also rumors that if one stays here long enough, their world force will continuously leak out, eventually leading to their small universe's collapse and a complete loss of cultivation. "How come I'm not feeling anything?" Luan Baifeng responded without even turning back. "Of course you can't feel it here. This is only the outermost region. If that damned effect were to happen even here, how would I be able to live here? Once you go deeper into the Black Territory, you'll naturally be able to experience it." Stopping her feet, she turned around and said in an inciting manner, "Do you want to go and try it right now? The deeper you go, the more obvious the feeling becomes." Yang Kai grinned, "Even if I decide to go, I'll definitely drag you along with me." Luan Baifeng's face darkened. After a cold snort, she turned back around and continued leading the way. A short while later, the two of them arrived before an exceptionally well-built palace that was enveloped in clear traces of layers upon layers of barriers. Luan Baifeng took out a jade token and poured her power into it before swaying in front of the entrance of the palace. A light shot out from the token and, following that, the doors of the palace opened with a click. After leading Yang Kai into the palace, Luan Baifeng did the same thing and opened 3 more doors in succession, each one heavier than the last, traces of arrays activating each time. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in awe. "Your skills in the Tao of Spirit arrays are truly spectacular." To this day, the most accomplished master in the Tao of Spirit arrays that he had encountered was undoubtedly Grandmaster Wu Liang, who had arranged the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array, but when comparing the two, Luan Baifeng was superior. During the siege of the 100 Sects Alliance on Void Land back then, Luan Baifeng had attempted to crack the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array after unraveling its mysteries. Even though the 100 Sects Alliance suffered heavy losses in the end, resulting in the death of Kong Feng, it was not as a result of Luan Baifeng's inability to break the Grand Array, but rather their unpreparedness against their enemy. Void Land's heritage was simply too strong. The fact that Luan Baifeng was able to work out some of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array's mysteries in such a short amount of time was a testament to her mastery of the Tao of Spirit arrays. As the two of them were talking, they arrived at another grand hall, inside of which was white jade shelf after white jade shelf with no end in sight. On the shelves were an assortment of oddly shaped containers of different materials, many of which were made of rare jades and ores themselves. "What is this place?" Yang Kai asked, raising a brow. Luan Baifeng coldly snorted, "Why ask when you already know? Don't you need a lot of cultivation resources? They're all here." Even though he already had his guesses, Yang Kai still smiled happily when he heard what Luan Baifeng said. "So, this is your treasury? Very good." Divine sense surging, it enveloped the entire grand hall in an instant, taking in everything. Despite his mental preparations, Yang Kai was still shocked by Luan Baifeng's wealth. The cultivation materials placed here numbered at least 10,000. this was a terrifying number. Even though Void Land could still pull out such a humongous amount of cultivation materials, that was only natural because they had a whole star city which saw merchants from all corners of the 3,000 worlds patronizing them every day, bringing huge amounts of resources with them. For a lone woman like Luan Baifeng to have amassed such a fortune was simply terrifying. However, since she occupied a treasure trove like the Black Prison, it was only natural for her to have accumulated such wealth after all the years she spent here. What is the order of the supplies here? And what about the quantity? Yang Kai asked with glowing eyes. Luan Baifeng did not like the look on his face. After all, it was hard to feel good about seeing one's treasures being snatched away by someone else all of a sudden. Still, she turned away and muttered, those below the fourth order are unqualified to be stored here. The materials placed here are all either in the fourth order or above. On the left are the fourth order materials, roughly 8,000 pieces in total. The center shelves are for fifth order materials, about 2,000 of them. On the right are the sixth order materials. There are almost 200 pieces, but I haven't counted them recently. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in awe. You're probably the richest woman in all the 3,000 worlds. Firstly, without even mentioning materials in the fourth and fifth order, she actually had around 200 pieces of sixth order materials. It had to be known that each piece would cost at least 15 million open heaven pills each. 200 pieces would be worth at least 3 billion. That much money, belonging to a single person. How could anyone in the 3,000 worlds compare with that? While speaking, Yang Kai's body had instantly moved towards the area where the sixth order materials were placed and he began looking through them with interest. Suddenly, he turned his head towards the last white jade shelf and asked, is this a sixth order material, too? Only a single container was placed on the final white jade shelf, which made it seem conspicuous. Luan Baifeng's face twitched. She was practically gnashing her teeth as she forced each word out, that's a seventh order treasure. Yang Kai raised a brow and said with glowing eyes, before coming here, I heard that the Black Prison's black stones could even produce materials in the seventh and eighth order. So it is true? Luan Baifeng affirmed, of course it's true, however, the number is extremely low. After all these years of occupying the Black Prison, I've only ever encountered a single piece. Yang Kai nodded, since there is one, that means there will be more. Sure enough, the Black Prison is really a treasure trove. With that said, he picked up the container that was holding the seventh order material and opened it up to take a look, discovering that it was a seventh order metal element material. Nodding lightly, he casually tossed it into his small universe. Even though seventh order materials were extremely precious and rare, it was not as if he had never seen them before. In fact, most of the materials that he condensed belonged to the seventh order or even above that to begin with. His biggest goal on this trip was to find the sixth order yin and yang element materials, which was what Void Land needed the most right now. Turning his gaze to the more than 200 pieces of sixth order materials, Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and began examining them one by one. There were so many here, so surely some of them would be what he was looking for. When she saw what Yang Kai was doing, Luan Baifeng turned her face away in anger and scorn. Once he began going through the sixth order materials though, the expectation and joy on Yang Kai's began to die away. By the time he searched through all of the sixth order materials, Yang Kai's brow was deeply furrowed. There were no problems with the sixth order materials themselves as each piece was so pure that it was completely befitting the cultivating needs of any open heaven realm master. Only, there were hardly any which were of the yin and yang element, the ones he truly needed. He was able to find one sixth order yin element material, but that was it. Besides that, there were also only 2 yang element materials. Out of the 200 pieces of sixth order materials, only 3 of them fit his needs. Even though he knew that the yin and yang element materials were scarcer than those of the 5 elements, this ratio was still extremely unsatisfactory. Turning his head to look at Luan Baifeng, Yang Kai saw that she was currently gnashing her teeth at him. If not for the restrictions placed on her by the loyalty list, then she would likely have pounced on him to drink his blood and eat his flesh. Nobody would be in a good mood after seeing the wealth that they had been accumulating for so many years taken away by someone else in the blink of an eye. What are you looking at? Luan Baifeng grumbled. Yang Kai blinked his eyes before he suddenly grinned, that's not right. What's not right? Luan Baifeng frowned. You've been occupying the black prison for so many years, so surely this can't be everything you've gathered so far? Luan Baifeng coldly snorted, is this still not enough? How much do you think I have? No, it doesn't add up. Yang Kai shook his head, yes, 6th order yin and yang element materials have always been difficult to find, but there's no way that there's only 3 meager pieces. You must have hidden the rest elsewhere. With his eyes fixed on Luan Baifeng's space ring, he reached his hand out, show me your space ring. Luan Baifeng was furious, Yang Kai, don't go too far. Hand it over. Yang Kai looked sternly at her. Luan Baifeng gritted her teeth and her chest heaved for a while before she removed her space ring and threw it at Yang Kai, as if to take her anger out on him this way. Yang Kai grabbed it and searched it using his divine sense. After a while, he tossed the space ring back to her. There were quite a lot of good things stored in Luan Baifeng's ring, and their value could even be described as shocking, but he did not find what he needed. Satisfied now? Luan Baifeng coldly snorted. Yang Kai looked at her in disbelief, wondering whether he had made a mistake. After a moment of silence, he began, the loyalty list can ensure one's loyalty. Those who have written their names down on the list cannot resist the holder's demands, but I have never used this ability on anyone. That is because I believe that since they have come under me, they should at least have a basic level of trustworthiness. Luan Baifeng, let me ask you one last time. Other than in your treasury here, are you hiding any materials elsewhere? Think about your answer before you speak. Don't force me to use the loyalty list. For eyes met, and Luan Baifeng was furious as she snarled, the greedy will not meet a good end. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, as expected, you're hiding more. He nodded lightly, even cunning rabbits have 3 nests. It's normal for you to have hidden some elsewhere. This woman left most of the resources here to act as a treasury on the surface, but she had secretly hidden the truly valuable things elsewhere so that even if someone did catch sight of this treasury, they may not think more of it. However, now that Yang Kai was even bringing out the loyalty list, Luan Baifeng would not be able to hide it even if she tried. World force surging, the illusory phantom of a small universe expanded, instantly enveloping the treasury. By the time the illusory phantom disappeared, everything in the treasury had been absorbed into Yang Kai's small universe. Luan Baifeng looked at this scene with astonishment before furrowing her brows. For an instant, she could feel a profound aura coming from inside of Yang Kai's small universe just now. What was more? The small universe of a 6th order open heaven realm master should still be ethereal and intangible, so how could it contain so many items? But before she even had the time to think about it, she saw Yang Kai grinning at her. What are you being so upset about? Our fates are tied now. If anything happens to me, then you won't be safe either. Would it not be good for you too if you handed these things over to me so that I can grow stronger as fast as possible? Luan Baifeng was livid, but she kept silent. Come on, lead the way. Yang Kai patted her shoulder excitedly. Whether Luan Baifeng was willing or not, she was unable to refuse Yang Kai's request now that things had already come to this. So, she had no choice but to lead him to the place where she hid her treasures. To Yang Kai's surprise, her private treasury was not located in this shattered spirit province, but somewhere else. 2 figures flew out together, heading deeper into the black prison. After flying for 4 whole hours and passing dozens of natural arrays, the 2 of them finally appeared at a certain place. Luan Baifeng stood still, and Yang Kai followed suit. Looking up, there seemed to be nothing before them. He could not even find anything suspicious nearby. This is the place? Yang Kai asked. Luan Baifeng was still angry and did not feel like responding to him, but she raised her hand and tossed out array flags one by one in all directions. Following her actions, Yang Kai could clearly feel some energy ebbing and flowing around them, echoing Luan Baifeng's movements. A few moments later, Yang Kai looked in amazement at a tiny spirit province fragment just a dozen kilometers ahead gradually materializing and revealing itself. This spirit province fragment was only a couple kilometers across, which was pitifully small. It also seemed completely empty without the slightest hint of any vitality. However, this was the best place for one to hide one's treasures. If not for Luan Baifeng's actions, then Yang Kai would never have been able to sense that a shattered spirit province was actually hidden here. The Tao of spirit arrays is truly a profound thing. Did you hide this place using an illusion array? Yang Kai asked in awe. Luan Baifeng continued her movements and grumbled, "This illusion array existed here all along. I have merely deciphered it and used it for myself. Even that is amazing." After a short while, the spirit province fragment was fully revealed. Without even calling out to him, Luan Baifeng directly closed in on it in a flash. Seeing this, Yang Kai followed her. Looking around, there seemed to be nothing special in this spirit province, but Luan Baifeng walked in front of a stone wall and began working on opening another array. Soon, the stone wall slid open, revealing a dark cave. "Everything is inside. Go and get it yourself if you want it." Luan Baifeng cut through Yang Kai with a sharp gaze. Yang Kai laughed, "Many thanks." He had no worry that Luan Baifeng would trick him here. It was simply impossible for her to do anything that may harm him under the influence of the loyalty list, so he walked into the cave with ease. An incense stick's time later, Yang Kai reappeared with a satisfied look on his face. "Let's return." After a pause, he looked at Luan Baifeng. "You don't have any other private treasuries left, do you?" Luan Baifeng had to take a deep breath to suppress the blood welling up in her chest. Shutting her eyes, she responded in exasperation, "None. I was just asking." Yang Kai chuckled. Then, they went back to where they came from. Another 4 hours went by, and they were back at the original Shattered Spirit Province. After asking Luan Baifeng for a room and telling her not to disturb him without good cause, Yang Kai went inside and checked his harvest for this trip. He had not inspected what Luan Baifeng had stowed away in her private treasury yet, but since she had hidden it elsewhere, it must be things of great value. Obviously, 6th-order yin and yang element materials had to be part of it. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged in the room with the goods hauled back from the cave placed around him. There were only several dozen items, which was not many compared to the main treasury, and just like the ones he saw before, all the materials had been stored in separate containers. Yang Kai casually picked up a jade box that was the size of a palm and opened it. A pure searing power came rushing out. As he felt the rich power fluctuating, he rejoiced. This was clearly a 7th-order fire element material which looked like a fire spirit crystal. Obviously, however, it was much more valuable than an ordinary fire spirit crystal. The very first material had given Yang Kai a small surprise, which made him even more eager to check out the others. After picking up another item, he was a little disappointed. It was merely a 6th-order water element material, so he just casually tossed it into his small universe. He picked up another one, and this time, it was exactly what Yang Kai was looking for, a 6th-order yin element material. There were only several dozen items, so it did not take much time to go through all of them. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Yang Kai had already gone through everything. Everything here was clearly what Luan Baifeng had prepared for her own personal use. There were a total of 9 complete sets of 6th-order materials, which was valuable enough to buy a small city. Any 6th-order open heaven realm master would be able to refine these directly after picking them up to enhance the heritage of their small universe. Besides that, there were also as many as 5 7th-order materials. Even though there were no yin and yang element materials among them, they were worth an astronomical amount by themselves. As he expected, it was right of him to have chosen to come to the Black Prison. After offering a high bounty for the materials at the Star City for such a long time, he was only able to gather enough materials for 3 people to advance into the 6th Order directly. However, just Luan Baifeng's 2 treasuries contained enough to supply 10 cultivators. With this, the resources they needed to advance 13 people from Void Land into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm had been settled, which was enough to solve their most urgent problem. However, since he came to the Black Prison, Yang Kai naturally would not be satisfied to just go back. There was little he had to worry about in Void Land right now. Quan Hui's injury would take a long time to recover, so there was no way that he would come back to cause more trouble for a while. As such, Yang Kai still had some time to spend doing other things. If he could get more 6th Order yin and yang element materials, then that would naturally be for the best. Even if he were not able to get them, he had to find a way to get them. For that reason, he was very interested in the black stones. After putting all his loot away, Yang Kai walked out of the room to find the physically and mentally exhausted Luan Baifeng. Blackstone? Luan Baifeng was lying lazily on a chair while the 5th Order maid was crouching in front of her, gently massaging her calves. Xianxia sat uninhibitedly by the side and nodded, yes. I heard that all of these materials have been mined from those black stones. I want to see what those black stones are like. Luan Baifeng knew that there was no use arguing with him, so she could only ask the girl in front of him, has the latest batch of black stones arrived? The woman responded softly, they were brought back 3 days ago, and they are breaking the stones now. If madam needs them, I can have some of them brought over now. Luan Baifeng was about to nod when Xianxia raised his hand, no need, I'll go and take a look by myself. Luan Baifeng frowned when she heard this, but she still stood up and nodded, come, I'll take you there. After following her for a short while, the two of them arrived at an open square where a dozen open heaven realm masters were busy, world force fluctuating from their bodies. Xianxia looked over and saw that each of them had dark stones of different sizes in front of them. The small ones were only about the size of a palm, but the large ones were as large as a water vat. Not far away from them was a pile of similar-looking stones. So, these are the black stones? Xianxia asked. Luan Baifeng nodded, N. While the two of them were speaking, the open heaven realm masters who were hard at work had clearly noticed Luan Baifeng's arrival, so they all stopped what they were doing and greeted respectfully, Madam Warden. Luan Baifeng waved her hand, signaling for them to continue, and they did. Xianxia watched for a while and said in astonishment, the black stones are dissolving? The open heaven realm masters were all controlling the world force inside of their bodies to wrap around the black stones in front of them. As time passed, the black stones gradually became smaller, but nothing seemed to break off or flow away from them. It was as if the dissolved parts of the black stone had just disappeared into thin air. Black stones are bizarre things. Only the world force of those in the open heaven realm is able to dissolve them. As for why that is, I have never been able to figure out, Luan Baifeng explained, what's more, these black stones may contain cultivational resources inside of them, or they may contain nothing at all. While speaking, she pointed to one of the open heaven realm masters who were working at the side, and Xianxia looked over at him. He saw that despite the fact that the black stone disappeared without a trace in his hands, nothing seemed to be left behind. The man shook his head in disappointment before picking up another piece of black stone and continuing the process. These or slaves will mine black stones from the ore stars before bringing them back here to extract resources contained inside of them. That is what the process is, basically. Every last piece of material found in the black prison has not been easy to come by. While saying this, she glared at Xianxia, and now it's been given to you for nothing. Acting as if he did not hear her, Xianxia frowned, is there no way to determine which pieces of black stone contain materials, and which don't? He watched them for a moment and found that it took a lot of effort for the open heaven realm masters to dissolve the black stones. If it could be ascertained beforehand which pieces of black stone contained resources, then it would save a lot of time and effort. Hearing him say this, Luan Baifeng grabbed a washbasin-sized black stone and tossed it to Xianxia, you can try it yourself, but I have no way of verifying it. Xianxia accepted the black stone from her and weighed it in his hand, discovering that it was not as light as he expected it to be. After squeezing it with some force, no marks or traces seemed to have been left on the piece of black stone. He was considered to be very strong now, so even if it was not crushed, any piece of raw ore would still crack open if squeezed in his hands. However, this black stone was obviously very different in makeup, and was also extremely resilient. Divine sense surging, Xianxia tried to investigate the insides of the black stone, but it actually repelled his divine sense completely, so it was impossible to find out whether something was hidden inside or not. Xianxia was surprised. Currently, he was in the 6th order open heaven realm, so his divine sense was extremely strong, yet it was still rejected by the black stone. Just what is this thing? After contemplating for a moment, Xianxia activated his demon eye of annihilation, and his left eye immediately turned into a gold vertical slit. Looking at it now, he could see something different. Inside of the black stone he was holding was the fluctuation of a vague and indistinct pale yellow energy. Seeing this made Xianxia's heart stir. The demon eye of annihilation worked. Even though he had no way of seeing clearly into the black stone, he could be sure that something was inside of this piece, and it was likely an earth element material. As for what order it was, he had no way of ascertaining that. He would have to dissolve the black stone to find out. The demon eye of annihilation had the ability to see through all illusions, and alongside the black purgatory eye, they made up myriad demons heaven's core divine abilities. These were extremely profound eye techniques, and even in myriad demons heaven, only the most elite disciples were qualified to cultivate them. Yang Kai had obtained his demon eye of annihilation when he was still very weak, and he never knew these secrets either before meeting Tijing. However, since it was one of myriad demons heaven's two core divine abilities, the demon eye of annihilation naturally had its own profound traits. Even though his divine sense was unable to penetrate the black stone and assess the situation within, the demon eye of annihilation could break through some of its barriers and penetrate straight into its essence. However, Yang Kai's cultivation of the demon eye of annihilation was not very high, so he could only vaguely see what was inside. If it were truly someone from myriad demons heaven who cultivated these secret techniques, then they would obviously be able to have a clearer look inside. His movements did not escape Luan Baifeng's eyes, who was looking at him with some surprise. You cultivate an eye secret technique, too. What's wrong with that? Yang Kai withdrew his demon eye of annihilation and turned to look at her. Luan Baifeng shook her head. It's nothing. Were you able to see anything? No, Yang Kai responded casually. Even though Luan Baifeng could tell that he possessed an eye secret technique, she naturally might not be able to recognize it as a myriad demons heaven's secret technique, so Yang Kai would not try and explain it to her. However, in order to prove whether or not his ability was right, Yang Kai urged his world force to his palm, enveloping the black stone in it. Rapidly, it shrank in size. With his sixth order open heaven realm cultivation, especially his world force, which was much richer than an ordinary sixth order open heaven realm master, Yang Kai was able to dissolve the black stone at a ridiculously fast rate. The wash basin-sized black stone in his palm completely disappeared before a stick of incense could even fully burn out, and a piece of yellow crystal gradually emerged from it. Luan Baifeng looked on in surprise at it and muttered, "Fourth order earth element. You are quite lucky indeed." Yang Kai casually played with the earth-colored crystal in his hand and said, "What is the probability that a piece of black stone would contain cultivation materials?" "Very small," Luan Baifeng responded. "If you're lucky, then it's about 30%, otherwise, it may not even be 1%. 30% is too low." Yang Kai shook his head. Out of 10 pieces of black stone, at least 7 would be empty. How much time and energy would that waste? That's why I told you that none of the resources here came easy. Did you think this place was really so full of treasures that you could just bend over and find a piece? Luan Baifeng snorted, but then she frowned. What are you even looking for? You have already taken away the stash that I have been gathering for so many years. Is that still not enough for you? Yang Kai shook his head. It's not enough. I still need more sixth order yin and yang element materials. Luan Baifeng frowned. If you were using it for your own cultivation, then you could just refine using fifth order materials. Even though it will be a little slower, fifth order materials are not as hard to find. Why restrict yourself to only the sixth order? She obviously thought that Yang Kai was seeking out so many sixth order cultivational materials for his own use. Yang Kai laughed. Naturally, I can use fifth order materials for my own cultivation, but what if someone needs to advance into the sixth order open heaven realm? Luan Baifeng was taken aback for a moment, then her eyes widened. How is that possible? How could your void land have so many people advancing directly into the sixth order? It had to be known that any cultivator that could break through directly to the sixth order open heaven realm had hopes of reaching the eighth order open heaven realm one day, so their numbers are extremely limited. Even in the cave heavens and paradises, such disciples only appeared once every 1,000 years or so. Yang Kai had already plundered plenty of sixth order yin and yang element materials from her, which was enough to meet the advancement needs of 10 whole people, so how could he still be needing more? Yang Kai did not bother to explain it since it was useless to say anything. Now that Luan Baifeng had come under his banner, she would naturally understand that he was not just boasting once she saw Void Land's heritage for herself. Don't just stand there, help them out. Get these black stones dissolved and see whether you can find what I'm looking for, Yang Kai called out to her. Even though there were a dozen open heaven realm masters currently working to dissolve the black stones, they were not very efficient. Dissolving these black stones was something that happened faster the higher one's cultivation was, and it was likely related to the potency of one's world force. Luan Baifeng looked at him in disbelief, obviously still shocked by what he just said. There probably won't be any sixth-order materials in these black stones. No need to bother. Huh? Yang Kai turned his head to look at her. Why do you say that? Brushing her hair back behind her ear, Luan Baifeng answered, I've been in the black territory for so many years, so I still have some amount of experience. There are countless ore stars in the black territory, and the deeper the ore star, the greater the chance of it producing higher-order materials. The ones we collected here are mainly mined from the ore stars near the outer region, so one would be lucky to even find a fifth-order material. If you don't believe me, you can check them yourself. Yang Kai had noticed it as well. Out of the resources that Luan Baifeng's subordinates found from the black stones here, it was true that the highest one only reached the fifth order, and the amount was very small. He could not help but frown. Then, where did you find the ones in the sixth order, and even in the seventh order? Luan Baifeng explained, naturally, they came from the deeper ore stars. Previously I had several sixth order ore slaves among my subordinates, and those things were mined by them. Unfortunately, no one is able to go into the deeper ore stars since they've passed away, so we are naturally unable to get to them. Yang Kai understood. Is that why you were so eager to intervene when Heavenly Sword Union was stirring trouble in my void land? Luan Baifeng remained silent. Yang Kai stroked his chin, so to say, in order to obtain sixth-order materials, there is no other choice but to go deeper into the black territory to mine them. You could say that. Yang Kai nodded. In that case, let's go. What? Luan Baifeng looked at him in shock, seemingly doubting her ears. What are you thinking of doing? We are going to go to the ore stars where the sixth-order materials are produced to mine out the black stones. While speaking, Yang Kai reached for Luan Baifeng, grabbing her by the shoulders, then turning around and flying off. Luan Baifeng was agitated and anxious as she shouted, Let me go, I'm not going there. Yang Kai broke out into a fit of laughter. Since you are under my command now, that's not up to you to decide. You bastard. The dozen open heaven realm masters who were hard at work watched dumbfounded as their usually terrifying and overbearing warden was carried away by Yang Kai like a little chick, cursing all the way and disappearing in the blink of an eye. As if they had seen a ghost, cold sweat ran down their foreheads. In the void, Yang Kai enveloped his world force around Luan Baifeng, who was clearly uncooperative, her expression as cold as ice. Do you really need to make a face as if you just lost your parents? We're just going on a mining trip, not to have you killed. Yang Kai laughed. Luan Baifeng answered coldly, Naturally, it is because you do not understand the dangers deep inside of the black territory. Even after managing this place for so many years, I still dare not say that I know the black territory like the back of my hand. There are countless natural arrays in this place. Once triggered, neither you nor I would be able to escape easily. Yang Kai nodded. That is why I will have to depend on you on this journey. I'm not very proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays, but if I die here, you will not get away either. Luan Baifeng gritted her teeth. I have never met a man as shameless as you before. Inwardly she was drowning in regret. If she had known this would happen, then she would not have told Yang Kai that sixth-order materials could only be found in the deeper ore stars. She had moved a rock only to smash her own foot. However, although Luan Baifeng's words were harsh and unpleasant, she was still quite sensible and flexible, otherwise, she would not have surrendered so easily. She knew that she could not resist, so after throwing a small tantrum, she cooperated obediently. She knew herself that if she were to slack off here, then with Yang Kai running all around the black territory triggering the arrays, something bad would happen sooner or later, then she herself would have to suffer for it. After a half-day's journey, Luan Baifeng suddenly spoke. The area we have arrived at will start to get more dangerous. Do not leave my side no matter the cost, otherwise, if you were caught up in a powerful array, even I would not be able to save you. Got it? Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Then, Luan Baifeng suddenly rubbed her eyelids with her fingers. Looking over, Yang Kai saw that her eyes were suddenly glowing with a purple light, exuding a demonic charm. Yang Kai raised his brow. It was not until now that he finally learned that this woman actually cultivated an eye-secret technique, too. That was the reason why she said what she did when she saw him use the demon eye of annihilation. She must have noticed Yang Kai's gaze because Luan Baifeng explained, I was born with this eye-secret technique, I did not cultivate it. It doesn't have any offensive or defensive abilities, but it seems to have a natural advantage in deciphering arrays. Yang Kai was enlightened, so that is how you became so proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays? Luan Baifeng's secret technique had a natural advantage when it came to cracking arrays, and having lived in this black prison for so many years, observing and emulating the many natural arrays in this place, even someone unlearned in the Tao of Spirit arrays would be able to grow into a master in time. Luan Baifeng coldly snorted, "How else do you think a poor little girl can survive in the 3,000 worlds alone?" A little girl? Yang Kai could not stop himself from laughing. Luan Baifeng glared menacingly at him. Luan Baifeng had been active in the Black Territory for many years, and though she could not say that she knew this place like her own backyard, she was still much more familiar with it than Yang Kai. Under her guidance, their journey progressed without incident. While following the woman, Yang Kai also brought out his demon eye of annihilation, so he could keep an eye on the situation around them. Sure enough, the demon eye of annihilation was amazing. Yang Kai could obviously see traces of some arrays around them, but since he was not proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays, he could only see them, unlike Luan Baifeng who could not only see them but could also see the appropriate method in cracking them. Several times, Luan Baifeng clearly led him into a natural array, but mysteriously, they did not trigger. After moving forward a while longer, a mysterious aura appeared in the void. Under the guidance of that aura, Yang Kai could feel the world force inside of his small universe leaking out. Yang Kai made an exclamation of surprise and quickly shut his small universe, but it was to no avail as world force continued spilling out from his body. It's useless. Clearly, Luan Baifeng noticed his actions. The first danger of the Black Prison is the arrays you can find everywhere, but the second is this strange aura. Once enveloped by this aura, no matter what order the Open Heaven Realm Master is in, they can't stop their world force from flowing out of their bodies. Right now, we are only at the edge of where we come in contact with this aura. The deeper we go, the stronger the aura becomes, and the faster our world force leaks out. I would advise you to start replenishing yourself now, otherwise, the further we go, the more difficult it will be. Saying so, she grabbed a handful of Open Heaven pills and stuffed them into her mouth, swallowing them down and silently refining them. Yang Kai nodded lightly, but he did not take her words too seriously. Right now, even though the world force inside of his body was leaking, it was at a very low rate, so he could ignore it for now. What was more, he also wanted to know what was going on with this aura, and why such changes would happen in his body because of it. He calmed his mind and tried to search for an answer, but came up empty. However, he was reminded of his experience in the shadowless cave heaven. There was a formless astral wind that he encountered there, the essence of which was a powerful divine ability that swept across the entire shadowless cave heaven. Occasionally, it blew through the shadowless cave heaven and entered the small universes of Open Heaven Realm Masters inside, wreaking havoc with their world force and shaving it away. Unlike the strange aura found in the Black Prison, the formless astral wind could be regarded as a gush of a foreign power that entered one small universe and ground down some of the small universe's heritage. The situation here in the Black Prison was that the heritage of one small universe would constantly leak away. In the shadowless cave heaven, Yang Kai relied on his towering evergreen to resist the formless astral wind, but he had no idea whether this would element divine manifestation would have any effect on the situation in the Black Prison. With this in mind, Yang Kai immediately released his towering evergreen, and a vibrant green light emerged, brimming with rich vitality. The ancient tree appeared and its branches hung low, wrapping around both Luan Baifeng and himself. As soon as this secret technique was used, the strange aura that had been surrounding them in the void was kept at bay, and the leakage of world force from their small universes also stopped. It worked. Yang Kai was overjoyed. As he expected, the wood element power that he condensed from the essence of the immortal tree was truly extraordinary. Not only could it stop the encroachment of the formless astral wind, but it was also able to keep out the strange aura that filled the void. However, when he thought about it, the immortal tree was a supreme treasure of an exceptionally high order, so it was not strange for it to have such amazing effects. Now, a big problem of theirs was solved. What did you do? Luan Baifeng looked at Yang Kai, eyes wide in shock. She could clearly feel the change in herself during that instant. The world force which had been slowly pouring out of her body suddenly stopped escaping. She could not even feel the strange aura anymore, isn't this divine manifestation supposed to only heal? Previously, Xianxia had also used the towering evergreen to heal her injuries after she had been burned by his golden crow's true fire. Now, it seemed like this divine manifestation may not be as simple as just a mere healing method. For years, she had been trying to find a solution to the strange aura that was omnipresent in the Black Prison, yet she never found a single clue. She did not expect that she would be able to find such a miracle in Xianxia on this day. Not only can it heal injuries, it can also be used defensively. Xianxia gave a simple explanation. Luan Baifeng looked at him with bright eyes. How long can you hold this divine manifestation for? Does it consume a lot of energy? Xianxia chuckled. If it's only to cover the two of us, then it does not consume much energy. I should be able to keep it going for a long time. Right now, as he was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, his heritage was also mighty. Being limited to just a small area, the towering evergreen did not consume too much of his strength to maintain, to the point it could even be called negligible. What was more, he had countless open heaven pills inside of his space ring, so it was not like he was unable to replenish what he was consuming. Luan Baifeng looked at him with complicated eyes. The problem that had been bothering her for hundreds of years was finally resolved today, so naturally, it would not be right to say that she was not ecstatic. Only, once she remembered the current situation she was in, as well as her status, that joy dimmed considerably. After all, even if she could mine the ore stars deeper within the Black Territory now, whatever she could find would still belong to someone else and have nothing to do with her. Her mood suddenly plummeted, and she stayed quiet during their journey, simply using her secret technique to check for the spirit arrays that surrounded them, continuously leading Xianxia forward. Half a day later, Luan Baifeng said, another hour more and we will be reaching the no man's land. My subordinated ore slaves were unable to stay there for long, so it has been many years since anyone has gone to mine the ore stars there. Xianxia nodded. Is that where all the 6th Order and 7th Order materials were mined? Most of them are. Of course, a few pieces were found in the outer region. Even though the ore stars on the outside are a little lacking in terms of their output, finding 6th Order materials is not impossible, just very rare. Xianxia turned to look at her. I heard that the ore slaves under your subordination are either captives or prisoners of war. In that case, they must not be loyal to you, so how can you ensure that they will not pocket any of the resources they find? Luan Baifeng was frank. World force must be consumed in order to mine the ore stars. Subsequently, just going deep inside the Black Prison would mean that their world force is constantly being depleted, so where would they have the spare world force to dissolve black stones once they got there? What's more, even if they did secretly dissolve some black stone, they are still not guaranteed to find anything. Since that's the case, it's better for them to exchange for open heaven pills for me using the black stone that they've mined. If they're lucky enough and mine enough black stone, it's completely possible for them to exchange enough open heaven pills for their own use. It did make sense. The black stones may not necessarily contain anything, and the ore slaves would have to spend a lot of effort dissolving even one piece while there was a high chance of getting nothing in return. For the ore slaves that live here in the Black Prison, every last thread of world force was extremely precious to them. As for running away, there was little hope of that happening. The Black Territory was surrounded by natural arrays. If they were to accidentally trigger one of them, then the chances of surviving were slim to none. Even compared to the Shattered Heaven, this Black Prison was no less dangerous. While they spoke, Luan Baifeng looked up ahead and declared, "We're here. That ore star ahead is the deepest one that my ore slaves have been able to mine so far. No one has ever reached deeper before." Looking over, Xianxia saw a dark ore star floating in the void. This ore star was truly not small, even bigger than the star boundary itself. Like all the ore stars in the Black Territory, it was filled with cracks and pits without any vitality. Luan Baifeng led Xianxia to a certain spot on the ore star, and at first glance, he was able to see the traces left behind from a previous mining expedition. Obviously the work of the 6th Order or slaves that were here long ago. However, even 6th Order Open Heaven Masters could not survive long in this environment. In the months and years they spent mining, their world force never ceased escaping their bodies, weakening the heritage of their small universes. In the end, their small universe collapsed, leading to their deaths. What are you planning to do now? You're not planning to mine blackstone here, are you? Luan Baifeng looked askance at Xianxia. Yang Kai laughed. Do you have any other good ideas? If not, then get to work. Don't tell me that you don't know how to mine after living here in the black prison all these years. Luan Baifeng was furious. You ran all the way here just so you can mine blackstone yourself? Are you stupid? Even if you did manage to gain anything out of this, it's hard to guarantee you'll be able to get your sixth-order yin-yang element materials. Yang Kai stroked his chin and thought, what you say makes sense, but there's one part where you're wrong. Where? Luan Baifeng frowned. You'll be the one mining black stone, not me. Yang Kai wagged his finger in front of her eyes. Luan Baifeng blinked and gawked. Then what are you going to do? Yang Kai said matter-of-factly, supervise. Luan Baifeng's lungs were about to explode from anger. Keep dreaming. You may kill me, but I won't allow you to humiliate me. Hurry up and get to it. You know you can't go against my orders, so why make a fool of yourself? Luan Baifeng glared viciously at him with eyes that seemed like she wanted to eat him alive. It was clear that she was not willing to compromise on this issue. However, when Yang Kai took out the loyalty list and gave the order, she had to mine regardless of how reluctant she was. While exerting her divine abilities without restraint, sending debris flying everywhere, she cursed through her teeth, feeling extremely aggrieved. There were a number of ways to mine black stone on an ore star, and Yang Kai quickly understood after watching for a while. Since the black stone itself can block the probing of one's divine sense, it was easy to see where they were just by spreading out one's divine sense. Wherever the divine sense was being blocked, that was where the black stone was located. Then, using secret techniques, as long as one controlled their strength, they could simply blast apart the surrounding rock to obtain black stone. Luan Baifeng was a powerful sixth-order open heaven realm master, so she was naturally efficient at mining black stone. Even though Yang Kai said he was going to supervise, he wasn't being serious. After observing and studying what Luan Baifeng was doing for a while, he also began mining. Only then did Luan Baifeng's anger subside slightly. Now, with their united strength, it took only a short 3 days for them to mine 100 pieces of black stone. According to Luan Baifeng, her slaves would be lucky to get 5 or 6 pieces of black stone in a single day in a place like this. Usually, they would only come away with a couple of pieces per trip, or even less. Out of 100 pieces, at most 30% would contain anything, while most of the black stone was empty, so Yang Kai just tossed them aside. In the end, Yang Kai harvested 27 materials of different orders. You can see inside the black stone? Luan Baifeng looked in shock at Yang Kai. The two of them had mined over 100 pieces of black stone after working for 3 days, most of which Yang Kai tossed after just a glance. In the end, only 27 pieces were left behind, and all of them contained cultivational materials without exception. That only proved one thing. This is impossible. Still refusing to believe her eyes, Luan Baifeng grabbed a piece of black stone that Yang Kai had thrown aside. This piece of black stone was only the size of a palm, not very large. Circulating her world force around it, it took only a few moments to dissolve the black stone, but there was nothing inside. Are you truly able to see into the black stones? With the facts now placed before her eyes, Luan Baifeng had no other choice but to believe it. What exactly is that technique that you're using? Yang Kai did not answer. He only frowned. Even though he had obtained 27 pieces of cultivation materials, Luan Baifeng was right. The order of the materials produced on the deeper or stars were slightly higher than on the outside as 3 pieces that were in the 5th order. It was unfortunate that they were unable to find any 6th order materials, much less any 6th order yin or yang element materials. Luan Baifeng, on the other hand, cheered up unexpectedly. If you truly can see into the black stones, then it will save a lot of time, and the rate of our output will be increased. However, Yang Kai shook his head. It's too slow. Luan Baifeng was surprised. You still think it's too slow? How fast do you want it to be? Yang Kai told her, you and I have been working here for 3 days, and this is all we got. It is simply not worth the effort. Luan Baifeng frowned. If you want to get materials of the 6th order yin and yang elements, then it will naturally depend on your luck. You don't expect this or star to be full of the materials you need, do you? Naturally, I never thought so. Yang Kai shook his head with a frown. This is just different from what I expected. Luan Baifeng pondered for a moment. Then, she pointed into a certain distance. Perhaps you can bring your search to an even deeper or star. The one we are standing on now is the farthest my subordinated or slaves have ever reached. We never went deeper, but there is no saying that the materials found in the black stones that are found in the or stars even deeper won't be of higher order. Xianxia looked in the direction where she pointed, only to see the void littered with countless or stars of all different sizes. After some thought, he shook his head. No need. The mining speed with only the two of us is too slow. Who knows when we will be able to find the things I need. This won't do, that won't do. Luan Baifeng was inexplicably angry. Then why don't you go back and bring my or slaves here to mine? With your divine manifestation protecting them, they won't die in a short amount of time no matter how low their cultivation is. It should be enough to do something, at the very least. Xianxia shook his head. Luan Baifeng's suggestion was even less feasible. He could probably shelter a couple dozen more without any trouble. However, it would be impossible for him to shelter all of her or slaves. It would consume too much energy if he had to maintain his divine manifestation for a long time. What was more, it was impossible for him to stay here forever, sheltering the or slaves using towering evergreen. He had no idea what the situation in Void Land was right now, so he had to return as soon as possible. Right now, he had already obtained enough materials for 10 people. Including the 3 sets he had back at Void Land, they had enough resources to meet the needs for 13 people to advance into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Perhaps he could return for now before waiting slowly for the Black Prison to mine more resources. If he was lucky, then he might be able to find more of the materials that he needed. However, that thought only entered his mind for a moment before he dismissed it. Luan Baifeng had already told him that her personal collection of resources were basically mined from this or star that they were standing on long ago. The rate of any 6th order materials appearing in the outer or stars was simply too low. Xianxia sighed, feeling that his way of thinking was too naive. As he was about to leave, Xianxia suddenly stopped and turned to look into the void. Luan Baifeng looked over in confusion and saw Xianxia frowning at first. Then, his expression changed. Seemingly having thought of something, his spirit was lifted. You. Luan Baifeng eyed him warily. Xianxia grinned, of course. Bringing the Ur slaves over is too troublesome, and there's no way I can shelter them forever, however. We can bring in or star back instead. Luan Baifeng was dumbfounded by his whimsical idea and she narrowed her eyes at him and asked for confirmation, bring in or star back. Xianxia was inspired though and explained excitedly, this strange aura does not exist in the outer region of the Black Prison. At least, not the place where you usually live. If we can bring out an or star from the depths, then it can be mined without fear, and we would not have to worry about our world force leaking out. You must be crazy. Luan Baifeng stared at Xianxia as if she were looking at a fool. Why don't you take one back and show me, then? How would we know that it's impossible if we don't try? Xianxia rolled up his sleeves and observed the situation ahead. I noticed it when we arrived here, but there are both big and small or stars in the Black Territory. Naturally, there's no need for us to even consider bringing back the larger ones, especially since we might not even be able to move them. However, if we could find one the size of which is just right, we could bring it back. Wait, you're not joking? Luan Baifeng was convinced that Xianxia was serious now, and she was dumbfounded by that. Who's joking with you? While saying that, Xianxia circulated his world force and wrapped it around Luan Baifeng, heading deeper into the void. Since he was determined to bring back an or star, then naturally, the deeper it came from, the better. That was because the boon was richer and the order of the materials was higher the deeper the or star was. All along their journey, Luan Baifeng maintained a dumbfounded expression. She could hardly keep up with Xianxia's whimsical way of thought. After countless years of living in the Black Prison, she had never once considered bringing an or star from the depths of the Black Prison back to the outer periphery, not because she had never thought of this idea, but because it was impossible. Even with her strength in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, it was difficult to stay in these depths for long, not to mention the fact that the or stars were generally humongous. Who could carry them away? But not only did Xianxia have that idea, he was even prepared to give it a try. On the way, Xianxia was constantly muttering, this one's too big, we probably won't be able to take it back, but this one's too small. It will not last long even if we bring it back. It's simply not worth it. Why isn't there one that's neither too big nor too small? Annoyed by his constant babbling, Luan Baifeng rolled her eyes. It was not known how long they flew through the Black Territory's depths, but Yang Kai was unable to find a suitable target. Then, at a certain point, a strange aura suddenly penetrated. Towering evergreen's defensive barrier, instantly enveloping the two of them. Both Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng grunted in unison. They could feel the world force inside of their small universe flow out of them like a broken floodgate. Luan Baifeng's face changed dramatically. Yang Kai was also shocked at the sudden change and quickly stopped in his tracks before retreating backward for 1,000 kilometers. Still horrified at their encounter, both of them exchanged glances. Luan Baifeng was first to break the silence as she asked hesitantly, "What just happened?" Yang Kai shook his head, indicating that he did not know. However, when he checked, 10% of the heritage of his small universe had been drained away in that brief moment. Even though he had no idea how Luan Baifeng was faring, she must have suffered much more than he did, because even her face had gone slightly pale at this moment. Her aura was unstable, and it was obvious that she had just lost a lot of strength. Is it that your divine manifestation is unable to stop the encroachment of that aura anymore? Luan Baifeng asked tentatively. Yang Kai quickly shook his head. If that were the case, then the world force in our small universes would still be flowing out right now. But just now. Just recalling what happened made Luan Baifeng shudder. The experience was simply too frightening. Under the envelopment of that aura, she could not help but get the illusion that she was powerless to resist and would be drained of all her strength within a few breaths. Yang Kai looked into the distance. There must be a critical point that if we pass, even my divine manifestation won't be able to defend against the Black Territory's power. He shook his head. We can't go any deeper than this. This is my limit. If we go any deeper, then both of us will die. He felt shocked inside. What exactly was the strange aura that was present in the Black Territory that even the divine manifestation he cultivated from the immortal tree's essence was unable to resist against it? It had to be known that his towering evergreen could even pass through the formless astral wind without issue, but could this aura actually be even more dangerous than the innate divine ability of the formless astral wind? You've been in charge of this place for so many years, how could you not know what is inside the Black Territory's depths? Yang Kai frowned. Luan Baifeng shook her head. Without you, it would be impossible even for me to reach this deep. It seems like there's a big secret hidden inside of this Black Territory. Yang Kai sighed. However, no matter what might be hidden up ahead, Yang Kai would naturally not step over the line again now that he knew where it was. It would not be too long to wait until his cultivation was higher to explore the secrets hidden deep inside of the Black Territory. You should recover your energy for now. I'll see if I can find a suitable star. I might need your help when that time comes, Yang Kai ordered. Luan Baifeng did not stand on ceremony and took out handfuls of open heaven pills, swallowing them as she began refining them in order to make up for what she lost just now. Even though Yang Kai also lost some energy, his heritage was much greater than Luan Baifeng's, so losing that much energy did not impede him from continuing his search. He traveled in all directions, constantly searching. However, he searched and searched, but still could not find a suitable star. All of them were either too large, making it too troublesome to take them away, or too small, making it not worth the effort to begin with. 2 days later, when Luan Baifeng opened her eyes again, her complexion was rosier. Obviously, she was able to recover some of her strength. Did you find anything? She looked at Yang Kai and asked. Even though she had been meditating in order to restore her energy this whole time, she was not completely oblivious to what was happening around her. She could sense all of Yang Kai's movements the past 2 days, and she could vaguely feel that Yang Kai had come to some sort of decision. Here, come and take a look with your eye secret technique. What sort of spirit array is that? Yang Kai pointed to a certain direction in the void. He could see that there were traces of an array using his demon eye of annihilation, but his proficiency in the Tao of spirit arrays was not high enough to determine what type of array it was. Luan Baifeng immediately activated her eye technique, and after studying it for a short moment, she said, "It should be an illusion array." An illusion array. Yang Kai frowned. Then, he brought her to another place and pointed to the void in the front. What about this one? Luan Baifeng observed it for a moment before responding, "This is a trapping array." Yang Kai shook his head and brought her to another place. This is a killing array, and I can't decipher it, we'd better stay away from it. If we get caught up in it, then it would be disastrous for both of us. A purple light flowed in Luan Baifeng's eyes as she observed the area in the distance. However, Yang Kai seemed cheerful to hear her answer, this is it. Saying so, he dragged Luan Baifeng along and flew off into the distance. What are you trying to do? Luan Baifeng could not resist the urge to ask. Previously, Yang Kai had the whimsical idea of bringing back an star with him, and now, he was looking for a specific spirit array for some reason. The way his thoughts jumped around was truly unpredictable. Yang Kai replied casually, most of the stars here are too large for the two of us to bring back alone, so we have to think of another way. As they were talking, the two of them arrived before an star. Luan Baifeng looked at the star and sneered, so your idea is to bring such a small one back? Fine. This one is small, but it will take about a month to mine. Maybe we can get something good out of it. Yang Kai did not speak and just took a deep breath. Even though air did not exist in this void, Yang Kai's chest still swelled up from his actions. A dragon roar suddenly reverberated in Luan Baifeng's mind, and dragon pressure spread out, which shocked her greatly. After that, a crackle could be heard and Luan Baifeng could not help but feel her vision lifting constantly. There, in plain view, she saw Yang Kai covered in a golden light, and in a very short amount of time, he transformed into a literal giant. He had dragon scales from head to toe, sharp dragon claws, and a swaying dragon tail. A dragon beard fluttered under his jaw, and there were even 2 dragon horns growing atop his forehead. A terrifying pressure pressed down on her chest like a giant mountain, making her tremble with unease. Luan Baifeng's vision could not help but freeze. Before this giant that stood several thousand meters tall, Luan Baifeng simply felt as little as an ant. Yang Kai looked down at her and leaned down slightly, extending a giant dragon claw to her and shouted majestically, "Climb up." Looking at the claw, which was countless times larger than her own body, caused Luan Baifeng to gulp regardless of her tough mental fortitude. Stiffly, she raised her feet and stepped onto Yang Kai's palm. Yang Kai straightened up again and gently placed Luan Baifeng on her shoulder before urging, "Stay close to me. Don't stray too far." Luan Baifeng immediately grabbed onto one of the raised dragon scales on Yang Kai's shoulder and nodded repeatedly, just like a naive but docile little girl. Without the shelter of Yang Kai's would element divine manifestation in these depths, it would not take long for the world force to be drained from her body entirely, so there was no need for Yang Kai to command her as she would stick close to him regardless. However, Yang Kai's actions gave her the vague awareness that he was going to be doing something big soon. And that was exactly what happened. Hot dragon breath blowing in and out of Yang Kai's nostrils, he shook his head faintly and stretched out his hand, summoning a spear into it. The azure dragon spear had also become incomparably large at this moment. With a light shake of the azure dragon spear, Yang Kai circulated his energy and thrust the spear out towards the small star. The void shook as dazzling spear light erupted out. Luan Baifeng even wondered whether the star would immediately shatter into pieces under this thrust. However, Yang Kai clearly did not mean to blow up the star before him. So, he thrust his spear with just enough force that when it was applied to the star, the latter shook violently and began moving forward. All the stars in the Black Territory were stationary relative to each other, yet Yang Kai's power had been so violent in that moment that it was enough to push forward an star of such a scale. However, the speed was not very fast. Yang Kai followed the star and thrust his spear forward again. Again and again he prodded the star with his spear, and the repeated blows made the small star go faster and faster. Luan Baifeng could clearly see that Yang Kai was not only pushing the star forward with his own strength, but also adjusting the direction of its advancement. Surprised, she looked up to see a massive star up ahead. It was obstructing Yang Kai's path, so if this went on, then the 2 stars would collide sooner or later. Luan Baifeng suddenly came to her senses. "Are you trying to break apart that big star using this smaller one?" After gaining an understanding of what he was trying to do, Luan Baifeng could not help but feel shocked by Yang Kai's crazy ideas. This was a method she had never thought of before. Of course, she did not have the means to even execute it either. It was not worthwhile to bring a small star back with them, and they could not move the larger stars. However, if the big or star can be broken into smaller pieces, then it might be just right for him. Under Yang Kai's successive pushes, the small or star was able to reach a certain speed. Suddenly, he collected his spear and stopped in place, looking ahead and shaking his head. The size difference between them is too great. The larger or star won't be broken by it. Luan Baifeng frowned. If you knew that, then why are you still wasting your effort? Yang Kai grinned, but he did not explain. As if to verify Yang Kai's words, the small or star soon collided with the surface of the large or star. There was no sound, but they could see a huge circle of dust rise up from where they collided as the small or star was shattered by the impact. A huge crater had also appeared on the surface of the larger star that was surrounded by cracks. Under the transmission of such a terrifying force, the larger star, which had been sitting still in the void, began moving forward at a considerable speed. It worked. Yang Kai's brows were raised in joy. What worked? Luan Baifeng did not understand. However, when she looked up again, her pupils suddenly shrank. The direction that it was going was exactly the large killing array that she identified before. So that's what you're trying to do. Luan Baifeng finally understood. Yang Kai's series of actions confused her, and it wasn't until now that she finally realized what he was trying to accomplish. She could not help but frown. Are you so sure that the killing array will work? Yang Kai shook his head. There's no way to be sure, but we have to try regardless. Naturally, it would be for the best if it worked, but otherwise, we can just bring back a small or star. It's better than nothing. Since he had already said so, Luan Baifeng had no choice but to listen. The larger star did not move nearly as fast as the small one. Despite the force transferred onto it from the collision earlier, it was still a very larger star, so it was naturally impossible for it to gain much speed from that. In the vastness of the void, it did not seem that far away from the killing array, but it still flew for several hours before slowly arriving at its destination. Luan Baifeng activated her secret technique with interest and began observing the situation. Regardless of Yang Kai's ultimate goal, she was very interested in the spirit arrays located deep within the Black Territory, and she wanted to know what sort of magnificent sight would erupt from it when something triggered it. Perhaps she could take this as an opportunity to explore the profound mysteries of the spirit arrays located in these depths. Yang Kai was also paying close attention. His goal was to bring back one of the stars here, but since he could not take back one that was too large, he had to find a way to make it smaller. In the end, whether his goal could be achieved or not, he was not very sure. He only hoped that the might of the killing array was not too much, but also not too weak either. Under the careful observation of the two, the larger star finally rushed straight into the killing array's range. Lights of all colors suddenly emerged in the clearly empty void. At the same time, both Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng could clearly feel a destructive aura releasing from inside of the killing array. It was as if a sleeping dragon was disturbed by an unexpected guest and awakened from its slumber in a rage. Silently, the larger star seemed to suffer an indescribable blast. Dust rose up from the surface as large swaths of the surface were shredded off. One after another, long cracks spanning millions of kilometers appeared out of thin air. The entire star shrank at a rate visible to the naked eye as every inch of its surface was attacked indiscriminately. As the star traveled deeper, the power of the killing array was stimulated further. The energy fluctuations coming from that place grew stronger and more terrifying by the moment. The star was becoming smaller and smaller, and in just a dozen breaths of time, it had shrunk by a large amount. Inside of the killing array, the barren mountains and lands separated from the star drifted about and were ground into dust under the destructive force. Luan Baifeng's face was slightly pale, and the purple light flowing in her eyes had also reached its brightest point. She muttered to herself, incredible. This power. It's simply unfathomable. Yang Kai also had a very solemn expression at this moment. Even though Luan Baifeng always stressed that the arrays present deep within the Black Territory was very strong, it wasn't until now that he understood just how much he underestimated them after seeing it with his own eyes. Such a terrifying killing array would kill even him in less than 10 breaths. Suddenly, a bright light blossomed. Just like a stunning sword wave, it cut through the star and disappeared in a flash, but what shocked Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng was the fact that the entire star had been split into two after the light passed through it. The star. was actually split apart. One side was clearly bigger than the other, but the cut was still almost clean. The larger part about 70% of the ore star while the smaller part made up the rest. The cut was so neat and smooth that it seemed as if it had been sliced with a knife. The killing array was still in full bloom, so the two halves of the ore star continued to shrink in size. It took a while before the explosive force of the grand array slowly subsided. The killing array has been exhausted. Luan Baifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai could sense it, too. Even though his demon eye of annihilation had no way of discerning what type a spirit array was, he could still detect some of its traces. The traces of the killing array that previously existed there had been extinguished, which undoubtedly meant that it had been destroyed. However, the price it paid was that the huge ore star was worn down and cut into two pieces. However, this was exactly what Yang Kai hoped to see, so everything was still going according to plan. Maintaining his half-dragon form, Yang Kai rushed to the larger half of the ore star and pressed the tip of his azure dragon spear to one of its sides, shouting, "Help me!" Luan Baifeng understood what he wanted to do and shifted over, raising her hand to press the end of the azure dragon spear to give Yang Kai a boost. The ore star had been split into two after it fell into the killing array's range. Yang Kai did not bother with the smaller half and allowed it to float about freely. Perhaps its fate was to end up in one of the other arrays, eventually being reduced to nothingness. The remaining piece was the larger one. After being cut and shaven down, it was less than half of the original size of the ore star, but it was just perfect for them to bring back. In his half-dragon form, Yang Kai possessed immense physical strength, but even with Luan Baifeng's added help, it still took them a lot of effort in order to change the ore star's direction of movement. After a few moments of continuous pushing, Yang Kai said, "It's almost there." While saying that, he landed on the ore star in a flash while bringing Luan Baifeng along, allowing the ore star to fly forward. He did not dare to speed up the pace that the ore star was moving at further. After all, there would be many arrays on their way back. He still had to adjust the direction at certain points, and if the ore star was moving too quick, then it would be too late to stop it if a dangerous array were to appear in front of them. Yang Kai took out some open heaven pills, swallowed them down, and refined them in order to restore his strength, all the while looking thoughtfully behind him. Luan Baifeng was also focused on recovering her strength. Even though she only exerted a little bit of energy from beginning to end, it still took a lot of effort in order to change the trajectory of the broken ore star. "What are you looking at?" Luan Baifeng followed Yang Kai's gaze and asked curiously. Though he bordered on what she would define as crazy, she held much admiration for Yang Kai after seeing what he was able to achieve. If everything went well, then it would take less than a month for them to bring this broken piece of ore star back to the outer periphery. Then, she could bring her or slaves over to mine the black stones in peace. However, Yang Kai was perhaps the only person who could achieve such a feat as for others. They may not be able to do it even if they were in the high-rank open heaven realm. Before meeting Yang Kai, she had never seen anyone that was able to stop the encroachment of the strange aura present in the black territory before. "Your attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays are not low. Were you able to discover anything from that killing array just now?" Yang Kai released his dragon transformation secret technique and returned to his original form. Luan Baifeng pondered for a moment before responding solemnly, "Did you see something?" "If I could see something, then why would I still have to ask you?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "However, I have the nagging feeling that the killing array was not as simple as it seemed. That light at the end looked very much like a sword wave." "A sword wave?" Luan Baifeng was stunned. She had an expression of uncertainty. "You're not trying to say that killing array was man-made, are you?" Yang Kai muttered thoughtfully, "If that truly was a sword wave, then I'm afraid it might be man-made." "Impossible." Luan Baifeng shook her head. "The might of that killing array is too terrifying. Who would be able to set such a terrifying spirit array? And, even if it were man-made, who would have the time to do something so meaningless? Don't forget, there are natural arrays present all throughout the Black Territory." "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. "There are so many arrays that if someone truly did arrange one here, it would be shocking indeed." After a pause, he added, "And also, you have been staying here for so many years, yet you have never understood what this strange aura that fills the Black Territory is, correct?" Luan Baifeng did not deny it. "I tried to study it at first, but I couldn't figure out any clues." Xianxia frowned. I heard before coming here that this black prison was a natural prison. Is that a rumor that spread after you took over this territory, or has that been around since the beginning? It has been called that since long ago. It has nothing to do with me being here. Luan Baifeng also frowned. What are you trying to say? Xianxia looked pensive. I'm not sure either, but since the saying that this black prison was a natural prison had been circulated since a long time ago, if this place truly was a prison, were any prisoners held here in the past? Then, could it be possible that those natural arrays that we saw are actually? Luan Baifeng shuddered. Don't say any more. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Xianxia chuckled. What are you worried about? We're just having a casual chat. Of course, these are all just speculation and do not mean anything. Luan Baifeng's face looked grim. If it truly was as you said, then what kind of prisoners are being held in the depths of the black prison that require so many layers of arrays to restrict them? How terrifying must their cultivation be? Xianxia stroked his chin and thought, that is true. If there truly existed someone so terrifying, then there was no way that they would be captured. Maybe I was just overthinking it. Luan Baifeng looked deeply at him and suddenly burst into a fit of anger. Are you trying to scare me? Xianxia snickered. You yourself have small guts and you're trying to blame others? Without waiting for Luan Baifeng to snap back at him, he ordered, enough chit-chat. Hurry up and watch the front. If we accidentally crash into an array, it would be too late to cry then. You're the one who's going to cry. Luan Baifeng was pissed. However, despite how she reacted, she still activated her secret technique and looked towards the void in front. Along the way, they encountered all sorts of arrays of all different types, but whether it be Xianxia or Luan Baifeng, they both had secret techniques that could detect their presence early on, so they were able to change the direction of the Ur star in advance. Though the journey ahead was fraught with trouble, they did not encounter any actual risk. A full month later, the two finally returned to the outer periphery of the Black Territory. The main reason it took so long was because they did not dare to speed up the Ur star too much in case there were any incidents that they were unable to deal with in time. It took a lot of effort for the two of them to stop the Ur star just 10,000 kilometers away from the main Shattered Spirit province, despite it already having lost half of its initial speed during their trip. As soon as the Ur star was in place, Luan Baifeng sent out a command. An incense stick of time later, Xianxia led a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters over. After landing on the broken Ur star fragment, all of them were shocked beyond words. They had been living here for countless years, so they knew well what the situation was like in the outer periphery. However, it had been many years since any unmined Ur star had existed in this outer region. All of them have been mined beyond recognition, and some had even shattered into dust. So, the sudden emergence of a craggy Ur star was naturally surprising. Warden, this is... Xianxia looked around curiously and confirmed that this Ur star that he was standing on was one that he had never seen before. This is the Ur star that Baifeng and I brought from the Black Territory's depths, Xianxia gave a casual explanation. Luan Baifeng immediately turned over to glare at him. Being called Baifeng did not sit right with her. Many of the Open Heaven Realm Masters' mouths hung open, all of them stunned as if they could not believe their ears. Xianxia did not explain much either. He just turned to Luan Baifeng and said, call over all your Ur slaves and tell them to begin mining. Luan Baifeng snorted in response, but she still passed down the order. A few moments later, many Open Heaven Realm Masters took off, clearly in preparation to bring the Ur slaves over. Looking over at her, Xianxia asked, how long do you think this Ur star will last? Luan Baifeng thought about the answer for a moment before answering, it should last for at least 2 or 3 years. The environment here is comfortable, and there is no need for the Ur slaves to worry about their world force leaking, so they will be able to dedicate more time and energy to mining. 2 to 3 years. That sounds about right. Xianxia nodded. Even though what he brought back was less than half of the original size of the Ur star, there should be a good amount of cultivation materials present within it. After all, this Ur star came from very deep within the Black Territory. It should not lack 6th order materials, and there was the possibility of finding materials of the 7th order or even 8th order. As long as they could fully mine this Ur star, it should be enough for Voidland's use for the time being. Once the day came when this Ur star was exhausted, there was no harm in running into the depths once more to bring back another in the same way. Now that he had Luan Baifeng serving him, the entirety of the Black Prison was his personal treasury. Other than him, no one had the right to put their hands on the resources found deep inside of the Black Prison. Since everything is settled, I will return to Void Land. I'll leave the rest to you to handle. Head to Void Land once every half year and hand me the mined materials, Yang Kai ordered. Luan Baifeng was surprised. Leaving already? Yang Kai smirked. Have you grown attached to me already? As if. Luan Baifeng spat, but then she simmered down a little. But isn't your Void Land in conflict with Suoquan Hui right now? It can't be easy dealing with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, right? Yang Kai nodded gravely, yes. The strength of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master is truly powerful. Recalling his fight with Suoquan Hui previously, he had to admit that there was a huge gap between himself and a master in the high-rank Open Heaven Realm. Last time, he was only able to injure Suoquan Hui with his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel because the latter was careless. If they were to fight again, and if Suoquan Hui was any more prepared than he was before, it would make it very difficult for Yang Kai to injure him again. Luan Baifeng quickly said, I'll go with you. I'm still a 6th Order Master, at the very least. I should be able to provide you with some help. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise, not expecting such an offer from her. However, he had no intention of bringing Luan Baifeng away from here. Void Land had 9 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so having one extra wouldn't make much difference. Right now, the matter of gathering resources in the Black Prison was his top priority, so he wanted Luan Baifeng to keep watch here. You're not that loyal, are you? Yang Kai grinned at her. Luan Baifeng snorted, what good would it do me if you were to die? That's why I have to keep an eye on you. It was easy to garner that she had been insincere just from this sentence alone. From her words and expression, Yang Kai instantly understood why she would take the initiative to offer her help. Perhaps the bold speculation that he made on their way back from the Black Prison's depths had scared her a bit, and now this woman didn't feel safe here, which was why she was in such a hurry to leave with him. To be honest, that speculation was just a casual thought Yang Kai had. Even he felt that the idea was ridiculous, but he did not expect Luan Baifeng to take it so seriously. If you leave, then what about? Yang Kai frowned. Luan Baifeng reminded, Xian Peng has already signed your loyalty list, so there is no need for you to worry if you keep him here to oversee the mining process. Later, I will teach him all the techniques required to enter and leave the Black Prison, and in case anything happens, he will report to you. She had already arranged everything so well, so Yang Kai could not refuse her. What's more, Luan Baifeng was a veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with excellent combat capabilities he could make use of if he brought her back. So, he eventually nodded, in that case, we shall act according to your suggestion. Immediately, Luan Baifeng called Xian Peng over and said a few words to him. She also handed him several jade tokens. Flying Smoke Territory was the great territory adjacent to Void Territory, so the two could be considered neighbors. There was a second-class great force located in Flying Smoke Territory that was not considered too strong, Flying Smoke Temple, and it was from them that Flying Smoke Territory's name came about. The Temple Master of Flying Smoke Temple was called Yu Xiaoshan, a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. When Seven Wonder Land occupied Void Territory, they had many conflicts with this Flying Smoke Territory. Such feuds between neighboring great territories were common in the 3000 worlds. Back then, Seven Wonders Land's foundation was severely damaged when Su Huang wrestled control of their grand array away from them. Even several of their protector venerables were killed. Chi Chiao Heavenly Monarch was also severely injured in that event. Naturally, Flying Smoke Temple was unwilling to miss this opportunity to attack. Yu Xiaoshan gathered all his troops to march against Seven Wonders Land before they could recover and slaughtered them. Yang Kai had just returned from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary at that time and was being hunted down by Scarlet Star's head manager Zhao Baichuan and his men. Nearing the end of his rope, Yang Kai remembered Seven Wonders Land, so he used the array jade given to him by Su Huang before the latter's death to sneak into the shopping district of Seven Wonders Land. Somehow, Zhao Baichuan and his men, who were in pursuit of Yang Kai, ended up conspiring with Yu Xiaoshan to attack Seven Wonders Land, killing all their Open Heaven Realm Masters and seizing control of their land. Yu Xiaoshan had his foundation in Flying Smoke Territory, so he naturally would not stay in Seven Wonders Territory for long, so he ended up returning with a large amount of loot. Zhao Baichuan and the others stayed in Seven Wonders Land, planning to use it as a base to revive Scarlet Star. Unfortunately for Zhao Baichuan, his beautiful dream was cut short when Yang Kai led his men out of the shadows to attack them, catching Scarlet Star's survivors off guard and unprepared. After that battle, most of Scarlet Star's members either died or escaped, leaving only Chen Tianfei behind, who had even offered up the loyalty list to keep his life. It was then that Yang Kai took over Seven Wonders Land and became its new ruler, later renaming it Void Land. Looking back on it now, Flying Smoke Temple and Yu Xiaoshan actually had a lot of merit in Yang Kai's successful takeover of Void Land. Only, Yu Xiaoshan had no idea what he had done at that time. Subsequently, Void Land emerged and rapidly grew in prestige. Yu Xiaoshan had also come to Void Land himself in order to meet Yang Kai and try to form connections with him. After all, they were neighbors, so it would make everything more convenient to have a good relationship. However, Yang Kai was mostly cultivating in retreat or outside, so Yu Xiaoshan failed to meet him even after visiting twice. When Heavenly Sword Union led the 100 Sects Alliance to attack Void Land, Flying Smoke Temple also participated, but during that fight, Yu Xiaoshan was beaten back until he was thoroughly traumatized. The result was needless to say. Kong Feng died during the battle, and the 100 Sects Alliance collapsed. Flying Smoke Temple also suffered heavy losses, with Yu Xiaoshan fleeing with heavy injuries. Flying Smoke Temple was one of the great forces who took the initiative to come to Yang Kai's door to apologize. They scraped together everything they could afford as an offering, and fortunately for them, Void Land had no intention of settling accounts. Everyone in Flying Smoke Temple lived nervously for several years before they finally began to breathe a bit easier. Yang Kai led Luan Baifeng all the way from the Black Territory back to his territory through the Flying Smoke Territory route. Currently, Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng were both concealing their auras and figures as they stood several thousands of kilometers away from the territory gate, watching over the situation there. This territory gate was the one connecting Flying Smoke Territory and Void Territory. In other words, they need only pass through this territory gate to arrive at Void Territory. However, there were several great ships just outside of the territory gate at this moment, but not passing through it. Yang Kai could clearly see that these great ships were trying to block off the territory gate. He saw a ship head over to pass the territory gate, but was stopped by the great ships forming the blockade. Both sides seemed to have gone through a simple discussion, then the ship had no choice but to turn back. Yang Kai frowned at this sight. He had the vague sense that this had to have something to do with Sui Quanhui. He had only left Void Territory for half a year and the situation had seemingly changed again. As for what exactly that change was, he could not say for now. A little less than half a year should be enough time for Sui Quanhui to recover. He had eaten a big loss last time, and even lost his 6th Order Open Heaven Realm disciple, Zhou Ti, at Yang Kai's hands. Now, he would definitely try to take revenge. Follow the ship and find out what exactly happened. Yang Kai could not go himself, so he had no choice but to order Luan Baifeng to head over. Luan Baifeng spat disdainfully, but she still flew out obediently. Yang Kai waited in place for more than 2 hours before seeing Luan Baifeng return. "What's the situation?" Yang Kai asked. Luan Baifeng said with a strange expression, "Those ships blocking off the territory gate are Heavenly Sword Union's ships. They say that nobody who wishes to enter Void Land is allowed to pass." Heavenly Sword Union? Yang Kai raised his brow. Why have those trash jumped out again? What are they blocking off the territory gate for? He was now burning with rage. When Heavenly Sword Union led the 100 Sects Alliance to attack Void Land, basically all of the great forces involved had come to apologize with gifts after he razed Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province to the ground. Only Heavenly Sword Union did not make any noise about the matter. Yang Kai was busy with Yin Yang Cave Heaven's Dao Theory Assembly previously, so he had wanted to wait until it ended before dealing with Heavenly Sword Union, only to be delayed by Sui Quanhui, who came over to give him trouble, ending up in him being caught in his current mess. Naturally, he had no time to care about a trivial Heavenly Sword Union. However, Yang Kai never expected that the latter would come to his doorstep to flaunt their presence before he could even do anything. Luan Baifeng looked at him with a deep gaze. "Do you know who the current Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union is?" Yang Kai could not help but frown when faced with her strange tone. "Who?" Quan Hui. Luan Baifeng muttered. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly understood, the enemy of an enemy is a friend, is it? Quan Hui rebelled from Thousand Cranes Paradise, and with his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, he is more than qualified to become the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union. Obviously, Heavenly Sword Union could want for nothing than to be under a master like him. That means those bastards are colluding. Luan Baifeng nodded. Now that Quan Hui is the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, the people of Heavenly Sword Union will naturally obey his orders. The reason they are blocking off this territory gate is so that they can stop any outsiders from entering Void territory in order to cut off the foundation of your Star City. Yang Kai coldly snorted, that man has wicked ideas, but what use is this? It's not like this territory gate is the only one to my Void territory. It's not as if his Heavenly Sword Union has blocked off all the territory gates, right? Luan Baifeng shook his head, there's no need to block off all of them. They only need to show their stance and spread the news. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned. Even though he was stronger than Luan Baifeng and had forced her to submit using the loyalty list, Yang Kai could not compare with her in terms of experience and vision in the 3,000 worlds. After all, she was a veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with many centuries of experience. Compared to Yang Kai, a fresh face in the outer universe, she would often have the ability to see farther. Luan Baifeng explained, Quan Hui is one of Thousand Cranes Paradise's inner elders. With his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, his name echoes loudly across the 3,000 worlds. On the other hand, your Void Land is nothing more than a rising star. Even though you do have some reputation, most of it is only based off of your Star City's specialty products. Tell me, if the two of you clash, who will the outsiders lean towards? Yang Kai frowned. Naturally it would be Quan Hui, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Luan Baifeng nodded, a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master can exert more power than just their own personal strength. There is also the terrifying connections and imposingness that they have built up over the years. If it were anyone else, how could Heavenly Sword Union give up the position of Union Master so easily? However, Quan Hui was able to obtain it at will, which shows the trust that Heavenly Sword Union has in him. Now that he has become the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union and has come to block the territory gate of Void territory, he's trying to tell the world at large that he intends to go to war with Void Land. How do you think people will react if they find out? How do you think the merchants in your Star City will react? Yang Kai's expression darkened. Luan Baifeng continued, Quan Hui is smart. This way, he can isolate your Void Land without sacrificing a single soldier, and your Void Land's resource supply will be cut off. Perhaps even your Star City will find it hard to maintain itself over time. You have so many people in Void Land and all of them need to cultivate, do they not? Without resources, how are they going to do that? No matter how many resources Void Land has accumulated, it will eventually run dry. Cunning old bastard. Yang Kai ground his teeth, he truly has a wicked mind. It's an open conspiracy. Luan Baifeng said bluntly, even if you know his intentions, there is nothing you can do to stop it, unless your reputation can overshadow his. That is why he does not need to block off all of Void territory's entrances. He just needs to make a show here, and the news will soon spread all throughout the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai coldly snorted, my Void Land is no soft persimmon either. If he wants to gnaw on my Void Land, then first let's see whether he has strong enough teeth for it. Luan Baifeng nodded repeatedly, I know your Void Land has 2 great divine spirits to watch over it, but that old man Bai Shi is not mobile, so he won't be able to do much in such a situation. The only one you can count on now is that Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. If she makes a move against Quan Hui, then your situation will naturally be solved. The corners of Yang Kai's brow twitched. Just thinking about Zhu Jiuyin filled his stomach with grievances. With her identity as his protector now voided, Zhu Jiuyin had become even more fickle than before. She would rather see him suffer than to care about him at all. If she had been willing to join the fight last time, then how could Quan Hui have escaped from Void Land? However, Yang Kai also knew what Zhu Jiuyin was worried about. It was not a matter as simple as whether she joined the fight or not. After all, Quan Hui was from Thousand Cranes Paradise. If she were to kill Quan Hui, then she would definitely have to worry that Thousand Cranes Paradise would come to settle accounts with her in the future. No matter how strong a divine spirit was, they were not invincible. Take the Eighth Order Masters of the major cave heavens and paradises, which one of them was any weaker compared to a mature divine spirit? Zhu Jiuyin had come from the grand ancient ruins boundary and had no foundation to speak of at all in the outside world. If she were truly to catch the Eye of Thousand Cranes paradise, then her days would not be easy. After a deep thought, Yang Kai asked, "How long has it been since Suoquan Hui became Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master?" "It should be several months now," Luan Baifeng answered. Several months. That was to say that Suoquan Hui left for Heavenly Sword Union to recuperate after being injured by him. It seemed that he had long intended to bring Heavenly Sword Union under him. It did make sense. Void Land did not possess any Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but they did have plenty in the Sixth Order. After Zhou Ti died, there was that Sixth Order female disciple and the three from the prison star among Suoquan Hui's subordinates on that level. Even though they were all strong, they were lacking in numbers, and it was necessary for him to rely on external forces. In which case, Heavenly Sword Union was undoubtedly the best choice. You worked with Kong Feng before. Do you have any idea how many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters there are in Heavenly Sword Union? Yang Kai asked. The biggest advantage that Void Land had right now was their superior numbers of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If even that advantage was nullified, the situation would become tricky. On the surface, only 4 appear to show themselves. Right now, 2 have died, so only 2 are supposedly left. However, Heavenly Sword Union has a long history, so it is hard to say exactly how many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters they are hiding in the shadows. Those Sixth Order Masters in hiding are old veterans who spend all their time cultivating in retreat, their goal to spy into the path of the Seventh Order. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Heavenly Sword Union was one of the top second-class great forces, so the number of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm members they have will definitely not be too small. After all, even Golden Rainbow Province had a hidden old ancestor. When Yang Kai attacked Golden Rainbow Province, Li Luo Shui had just broken through to the Seventh Order and almost made him eat a big loss. Compared to Golden Rainbow Province, Heavenly Sword Union had an even deeper and broader heritage, so it was not strange for them to be hiding some old monsters. It seemed Suoquan Hui's strength had greatly increased after receiving Heavenly Sword Union's full support. Even with more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, it was likely that Void Land would not have that much of an advantage anymore. Yang Kai pursed his lips, feeling a headache setting in. Sure enough, beating the snake to death to avoid future calamity comes along with endless consequences. Also, you must not forget. Suoquan Hui has his own connections, too. The people that Void Land has to fight in the future will not only be Heavenly Sword Union. There is most likely going to be more. Yang Kai nodded grimly. What are you planning to do? Luan Baifeng turned to look at him. Let me think about it. Yang Kai fell into deep thought. From the looks of this situation, Void Land and Heavenly Sword Union had yet to break out into an open conflict. When Suoquan Hui infiltrated Void territory to set up an ambush, firstly, he did not expect Void Land to be so strong, and secondly, it was because he had absolute confidence in his own strength. There was no way a Seventh Order Master would slip up trying to plot against one in the Sixth Order. However, Void Land's heritage gave him a huge surprise, and Yang Kai's abilities were also far beyond what he imagined possible. In the end, not only did he fail in his plot, he even lost a Sixth Order disciple and was wounded in the process. Now that he controlled Heavenly Sword Union, the power Suoquan Hui could mobilize was far greater than just the subordinates he brought before, yet he did not send any troops to Void Land. That was obviously because he was also concerned about the 2 divine spirits keeping watch over Void Land, but mainly, he was worried about Zhu Jiuyin. It seemed that Zhu Jiuyin still had some use even without having to lift a finger. At the very least, her presence was a deterrent that was enough to keep Suoquan Hui from acting rashly. Otherwise, there was no need for him to block off the territory gate. Suoquan Hui could have just led his men into Void territory like last time and started a war. Combined with what Luan Baifeng told him before, Yang Kai now vaguely understood what Suoquan Hui's plans were. He was truly prepared to swallow up Void Land. There are so many people in Void Land that even if all they did was sit idly and ate on their mountains, they would one day run out of resources. When that time came, they would be forced to go out by themselves, and that would be the best time for him to make a move. Considering all this, Xianxia was actually quite relieved. This was also what he wanted to see. The longer the fight dragged on, the greater the advantage would be for Void Land. Licking his lips, Xianxia looked up at Luan Baifeng. You were planning to help Suoquan Hui, weren't you? Luan Baifeng fidgeted. That's right. If I follow a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, then even if I can't taste the meat, I will at least get a share of the soup. Xianxia grinned. Then go. I believe that Suoquan Hui would also be happy to see you join him. Luan Baifeng blinked her eyes and answered in a daze. Are you asking me to be a spy? You don't dare? Xianxia raised a brow. Luan Baifeng scoffed. What's there for me to worry about? Everyone knows that there are grievances between me and your Void Land. It is only normal for me to hear the news and come to join him. Obviously, Suoquan Hui will not be suspicious of anything. Exactly. Xianxia nodded lightly. Luan Baifeng asked, if I do find out any important information, how am I supposed to report to you? There is no need to contact me in the near future. Suoquan Hui will most likely not be starting anything yet either. Once the real fight starts, there will be opportunities for us to communicate. Luan Baifeng nodded. Good. What about you? Xianxia turned towards the territory gate. Naturally, I'm returning to Void territory. Luan Baifeng followed his gaze and asked with some concern, are you planning to fight your way through? What if Suoquan Hui happens to be here? You are not his opponent. Why don't you take the long way around and return through another territory gate? Xianxia laughed. Suoquan Hui is a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Where would he have time to idle around here? Even if his injuries are healed, he must still be recuperating somewhere. Not to mention, even if he is here. Do you think I can't run if I can't beat him? Luan Baifeng stared blankly at him. If any other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master were to say that, she would definitely scoff at them. Despite there only being a difference of a single order, the 6th Order and the 7th Order Open Heaven Realms were worlds apart in terms of true strength. It would only require the raise of one's hand for a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to deal with someone in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, but if it was Xianxia, then be careful lest you let the ship capsize on calm seas. Xianxia nodded. You should find a place to hide for now. Wait until the dust settles before you go to Suoquan Hui so you don't rouse his suspicions. If Luan Baifeng tried to join up just after Xianxia got into a fight in Flying Smoke territory, Suoquan Hui would definitely investigate it. I know. Luan Baifeng nodded. You should watch out, too. If things take a turn for the worse, leave immediately. Xianxia left her with a few more instructions before disappearing in a flash. Luan Baifeng tried to follow his traces, and at first, was able to detect which direction Xianxia had gone, but it did not take long for her to lose track of him. She quietly withdrew 10,000 kilometers before all of a sudden, she felt a strong energy fluctuation burst out from behind her. When she turned around to look, a great battle had broken out near the territory gate. The ships floating in the void had all gone up in flames, illuminating the area as if it were daytime. Obviously, Xianxia's fight with those people had begun. Several figures were engaged in battle near the territory gate. One by one, divine abilities and secret techniques were unleashed, shaking the void and flipping the world. There were 5 people surrounding Xianxia, 4 of whom were old acquaintances. One of them was the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm female disciple under Suoquan Hui, as well as Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch, and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch. However, the last one was an elderly man Xianxia was unfamiliar with. Xianxia guessed that he must be one of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union. To fight 1 against 5 was a little strenuous, even for Xianxia. Other than the woman, whose heritage was a little shallower, the rest of his enemies were all veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and the world force that they were exuding from their bodies was extremely rich and imposing. Each one of their divine abilities also contained great power. If it were not for mastery of the Tao of Space and his Azure Dragon Spear's might, Xianxia would have long been defeated. There was still a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters under the 6th Order surrounding him in all directions, forming an impenetrable wall. Everyone was moving quickly, tightly surrounding the chaotic battlefield. It was hard for these weaker cultivators to keep their positions under the fallout from the battle, so it wasn't long before their vitality began roiling, shocking them greatly. If this was the aftershock of the battle, then how could they still survive if they were caught up in the real battle? Similarly shocked were Huang Quan and the others. Last time, when they followed Zhuo Quanhui to ambush Yang Kai, they had not fought the latter head-on. Even though they knew that he was highly skilled, they did not know the true extent of Yang Kai's strength. However, they were finally able to fully realize how powerful he was at this moment. His azure dragon spear stabbed forward and retreated as quickly and unpredictably as a ghost, and it was simply impossible for them to catch its traces. Even while uniting their strength, they were unable to gain a decisive advantage. What's more, they dripped with cold sweat each time they were faced with one of Yang Kai's counterattacks. Though on the surface, Yang Kai seemed like he was being suppressed and could do little to fight back, his every counterattack was wrapped in the aura of death, leaving the 5 people on their toes the whole fight. Huang Quan and the other 2 from the Prison Star, as well as the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Heavenly Sword Union, struggled to keep Yang Kai in check as they tried to extend their advantage and simply hold him in place. However, the 6th Order woman seemed to have gone crazy as she bombarded Yang Kai with attacks indiscriminately. Even her eyes were dyed crimson. The scene of her senior brother Zhou Ti's death had been haunting her for the past few months. With the killer in front of her, it was only natural that she would fly into a murderous rage, wanting nothing more than to rip Yang Kai's corpse into 10,000 pieces and avenge her senior brother's death. Her reckless behavior forced Huang Quan and the others to have to divert a large part of their energy in order to make up for the openings she left. They tried to give a few words of advice during the battle, but she simply was not listening to any of it. Huang Quan and the others were almost going mad at this situation. They all felt miserable, as if someone was dragging them down despite all their best efforts in working together. However, Huang Quan and the others did not dare allow her to get into any trouble, otherwise, they would have no way of explaining themselves to Zhuo Quanhui. Yang Kai, you killed my senior brother, and now I must take your life to avenge him. The woman gnashed her teeth and screamed at him after a failed strike, but her hands did not stop moving as she continued, releasing her world force recklessly. Yang Kai raised his spear to block her assault before replying with a barrage of thrusts, pushing against his 5 opponents all at once. Gaining some breathing room, he snickered and taunted, "Is your senior brother the one called Zhou Ti? Let me think about how he died. That's right, I burnt him to death with Golden Crow's true fire, and your honored master, Zhuo Quanhui, did nothing but watch. He should have been able to save him, but he didn't. Do you know why?" The woman's eyes became even redder, and there seemed to be tears welling up in them. She could not help but recall the scene of Zhou Ti's demise, and his pitiful screams and pleas for help were still echoing in her ears. Tears quickly blurred her vision, but her moves continued to grow in ferocity. "Don't listen to his nonsense, he's just trying to distract you," Huang Quan yelled. "It's because your pathetic honored master was trying to protect himself from further injury." Yang Kai was fighting one moment and retreating the next, laughing wantonly. If he saved Zhou Ti, then his injuries would become more serious. However, he could have done it if he wanted to. "I'm not a match for him after all. I'll kill you." The woman's world force was fluctuating violently, clearly showing her disturbed mood. She also separated from the rhythm of the other 4 and lunged straight at Yang Kai. A cold light flashed past Yang Kai's eyes, and the azure dragon spear was thrust out at an unpredictable angle. A black dot the size of a bean suddenly appeared at the tip of the spear. Space principles flared as he thrust out towards the woman. "Rupture! Watch out!" Huang Quan had been vigilantly guarding the woman the whole time, so he immediately unleashed a divine ability towards Yang Kai as soon as the woman made her move. Jin Gang and Song Yan both hastened to remedy the situation as well, while the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Heavenly Sword Union blasted out a divine ability towards Yang Kai, attempting to save the woman by forcing the enemy back. In a chaotic exchange of blows, the mighty powers of divine abilities exploded all around. Yang Kai's face had turned slightly pale and he retreated 100 kilometers back, suppressing the blood that was roiling up inside of his chest. Huang Quan and the others were guarding the 6th Order woman and confronting Yang Kai from a distance, but all of them were covered in cold sweat. If they had not rescued her at that moment, then Zhuo Quanhui's female disciple would have been severely injured if not dead. Cursing inside their hearts that sure enough, women were the source of all trouble, they still did not dare to loosen their guard. It was at that moment that a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from deep inside flying smoke territory. The aura was clearly very far away, yet it could clearly be felt by everyone here. The divine monarch has come. Huang Quan and the others were all overjoyed. They knew that Zhuo Quanhui, who was recuperating in retreat all this while, must have sensed the energy fluctuations from their battle and rushed over to support them. Yang Kai's face darkened. Looking up towards the source of that aura, he could vaguely see a huge illusory phantom closing in rapidly, and that phantom was a terrifying face that was large enough to cover half the void. He sighed. He had originally planned to take down another one of Zhuo Quanhui's generals even if he were to suffer an injury while doing so, but now it seemed like that was impossible. Zhuo Quanhui was coming, and he had to make his escape now. After glaring at Huang Quan and the others, Yang Kai turned around and left. "Stop him!" Huang Quan shouted as he already began rushing in Yang Kai's direction. As long as they could keep Yang Kai here, then when Zhuo Quanhui arrived, he would definitely be killed without a doubt. "Those who stand in my way must die." Yang Kai raised his spear and thrust it out. A spear aura blossomed, and screams of agony broke out among the many Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounding him. Those Open Heaven Realm Masters who were surrounding the fight were all under the Sixth Order, so how could they hope to block Yang Kai's path? A hole was opened up before him, leaving a dozen corpses drifting across the void while the rest of the group fled in all directions with frightened faces. By the time Huang Quan and the others rushed over, Yang Kai had already plunged straight into the territory gate and disappeared, leaving Huang Quan and the others with helpless looks on their faces. They did not have the guts to follow him into void territory. Who knew whether Yang Kai would suddenly turn his spear back against them if they traveled to the other side? If they went in under such circumstances, it would be no different than stepping through the gates of hell. After standing quietly in place for an incense stick, Zhuo Quanhui finally arrived. Sweeping a glance around the wreckage, he coldly snorted. Huang Quan and the others all hung their heads, not daring to speak. "Where did Yang Kai come from?" Zhuo Quanhui asked. They all looked at each other, but all of them shook their heads, not knowing the answer. They never thought that Yang Kai would show up in flying smoke territory either. If they had thought of this possibility, then they would have been more vigilant. Wastes. Zhuo Quanhui cursed angrily. Many of the Open Heaven Realm Masters did not dare to raise their heads after being scolded by Zhuo Quanhui. They had their complaints, but considering that Zhuo Quanhui's mood had been terrible recently, none of them dared to make a sound. Zhuo Quanhui had an angry fit by himself before he flicked his sleeve and left. Seeing that he did not insist on chasing Yang Kai into void territory, Huang Quan and the others breathed sighs of relief. Inside, they regretted that they ever joined Zhuo Quanhui in the first place, and now they had to suffer his temper just after being freed from the prison star. The gains simply did not make up for the losses. Inside void territory, Yang Kai stopped to observe the Star City from afar. The dock was as bustling as ever, however, while there were people lining up to enter the Star City in the past, this time, it was people in the Star City who were lining up to leave. Of course, there were still those who were entering the Star City, but the number was very small, which was extremely inconsistent with the previous situation at the Star City. Yang Kai had expected this, but he did not expect the situation to develop so quickly. It seemed that no ordinary great force dared to provoke Thousand Cranes Paradise or Zhuo Quanhui. When Yang Kai appeared at the void dock, Jin Yuan Lang, who was responsible for overseeing this area, immediately came over to greet him. With a worried expression, he cupped his fist. "Sect Master." Yang Kai nodded lightly in response. "Let's talk somewhere quiet." "Follow me, Sect Master." Jin Yuan Lang gestured with his hand and led Yang Kai into a quiet room. Before Yang Kai could speak, Jin Yuan Lang sputtered, "Sect Master, that Zhuo Quanhui has released news that he is now absolutely irreconcilable with our void land, and vows to raze our sect to the ground." When the merchants in the Star City heard the news, many of them began scrambling to leave. "I saw." Yang Kai nodded. "How long has it been since the message was released?" "How many have left?" Jin Yuan Lang thought for a moment. "The news came out more than a month ago, and now, 10% of the merchants have left Void Star City. I'm afraid that number will only grow. The governor has sent word that many businesses in the Star City are packing up to leave." We're not making it difficult for these merchants who are trying to leave, are we? Xianxia asked. Jin Yuanlan shook his head. Second manager said that we cannot force them to stay if they have the intention to leave. So, all of them have been allowed to pass freely. That is why they are only checked routinely at the dock and released without any trouble. Second manager did well, Xianxia praised. The people in the Star City were all from different great forces, both big and small, so it was only natural that they would fear a high-rank open heaven master like Suquan Hui. If Voidland tried to force them to stay, then it would only draw criticism and ire, so they might as well just let everyone leave on good terms. But Sect Master, if this goes on, then the foundation of the Star City will be shaken. The popularity that we have built up with so much effort will all go up into smoke. Xianxia waved his hand. It's not that serious. There will be businesses that won't leave. After a pause, he added, how many merchants do you think will stay? Jin Yuanlang shook his head. That is hard for me to say. I am only in charge of watching over the void dock. Sect Master should seek Governor Mo for such questions. Void Star City had a governor's office, where Mo Mei was assuming command. As they were talking, they heard Mo Mei's voice emerge. We should be able to keep about 30% of them, possibly less. Xianxia looked over and saw Mo Mei walking in, then bowing elegantly. Welcome back, Sect Master. Xianxia nodded and gestured towards a seat. Sit. Mo Mei took her seat and explained, my subordinates informed me that Sect Master appeared at the dock, so I came over to take a look. Has Sect Master's trip been fruitful? Xianxia left half a year ago without raising any noise, but the higher-ups of Voidland were still made aware of his movements, so they all knew that he had gone to the Black Prison to seek out Luan by phone. It was a decent harvest. Xianxia nodded and smiled. I brought back many good things from this trip. Mo Mei's eyes lit up and she giggled. Sure enough, nothing is impossible for Sect Master. It was just luck. Xianxia waved his hand casually. Let's talk about the Star City. How can you tell that 30% will stay? Speaking of business, Mo Mei's expression also turned serious. Of course, there are merchants in the Star City who are afraid of Suquan Hui and Thousand Cranes Paradise's resounding presence, and do not think highly of our void land. However, as merchants, there are still those with the instinct to pursue profit. That is why there will still be brave ones who will remain. We will have to see what happens. Besides, not all are afraid of Suquan Hui. There are a few who do not put him in their eyes, such as Yinyang Cave Heaven's Dao Temple and Azura Cave Heaven's Azura Arena. Xianxia nodded lightly. The ones behind these two businesses were both cave heavens, so there was indeed no need for them to fear a measly Suquan Hui. The rise of our Void Star City is due to the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, a spirit pill that only we can sell. There will always be people who will stay, so 30% is my estimate, though I can't be sure. Mo Mei smiled. Still, the Star City's popularity will take a plunge with so many merchants leaving, and before the conflict with Suquan Hui is resolved, it will be impossible for us to restore our previous prosperity. No matter. Even though this Star City is my Voidland's foundation, we have still accumulated a lot of supplies over the years. It should be enough for us to use for a short period of time. As long as we win this war, the Star City's popularity will be restored sooner or later. Sect Master is right. Mo Mei nodded. Second Manager had also gathered us to discuss this matter. With the resources that Voidland has accumulated up until now, there is no need for us to worry for the next few years. The next few years? Xianxia nodded lightly. He had brought enough materials for 10 people to break through to the Sixth Order during this trip. If the Great Emperors continued to do their best, then there was no reason for them not to be able to advance in the next few years. When that time came, Voidland would naturally gain the qualification to compete with Suquan Hui. Sect Master, I have an idea. Mo Mei looked at him. Speak. The merchants in the Star City have signed contracts valid for differing numbers of years to rent the shops in the Star City. Now that they have left of their own accord, the contracts are naturally null and void. This will suddenly create an influx of unoccupied shops and stalls. Xianxia nodded. That is inevitable. What is your suggestion? Mo Mei smiled. Naturally, I cannot solve the problem with the unoccupied shops, but for those who are willing to stay, can't we provide them with some concessions and benefits, such as reducing their rent and taxes? At least, we should let them know that our void land is not ungrateful. Xianxia pondered for a moment and agreed, that's a good idea. Also, if those who left ever want to return to the Star City, they will have to pay a higher rent and tax compared to the others. Emome was surprised, would that not backfire? Xianxia laughed, the Star City belongs to our void land. They can come if they want to, but if they don't then no one will force them. There's nothing wrong with this arrangement. Every step in a first-class Star City was paved with gold, and it was very difficult for a great force to rent shops in good locations. Void Star City had the qualifications to be called first class, and it had taken them several expansions to get to their current size. In the past, those merchants would fight desperately for the best locations. Now that Void Land was suffering external problems, those merchants were free to leave, but if they wished to return, then they would have to accommodate Void Land's mood. Emome smiled, you are the sect master, so your word is law. I will arrange for someone to take care of it. Xianxia nodded, go. Once Emome left, Xianxia turned back to Jin Yuanlang, for those who wish to leave, there is no need to denounce them. Just let them all go. Sooner or later, they will come crawling back. Jin Yuanlang cupped his fist, this subordinate will obey. The situation in the Star City was not stable right now, but there was also no need for Xianxia to pay too much attention to it. When an external threat makes its presence known, everyone has the innate instinct to protect themselves. Getting up and walking out, Xianxia looked up into the void. This fight had just begun. Void Land was surrounded in a grim atmosphere. Everyone was desperately cultivating so that they could play their part in the approaching Great War. For the disciples with lower cultivation, this was a battle that would determine Void Land's fate, and the fighting could break out at any moment. Their cultivation was not high, but they were willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of Void Land. Xianxia worked hard to bring them out of the star boundary and gave them the chance to see the vast and colorful world of the outer universe, giving them a place to reside and a peaceful environment to cultivate. Now, someone wanted to destroy that, nobody was willing to let it happen. Anyone who wished to do so would have to do it over their dead bodies. Surprisingly, a month went past, but everything remained peaceful. 2 months, then 3 months passed, but it was still the same. However, that was just what Void Land's disciples wanted, more time to cultivate, though the supplies that were being handed to them each time grew smaller and smaller. The Star City's population had taken a serious hit, and each day, large droves of merchants left. Now, Void Star City was no longer the bustling city it once was. Walking through the Star City, the traffic was sparse, and most businesses were shut down. In a matter of months, Void Star City had lost more than 70% of its initial tenants, which was higher than Emome's initial estimate. Its popularity plummeted and the merchants left, which meant that the Star City's income was significantly reduced, and the rate at which it could gather cultivation resources also slowed greatly. Even though the Star City had accumulated a good amount of wealth for Void Land, it would not last them for more than a few years at this rate. In order to plan for the future, Bianyu Qing, second manager of Void Land, had no choice but to ration cultivational resources. A large amount of supplies were given to those who were expected to advance into the open heaven realm within a short time, such as the great emperors and pseudo-great emperors, so it was only natural that disciples with lower cultivation were being allocated less now. The more than 10,000 materials that Xianxia brought back from the Black Prison entered Void Land's treasury, relieving their resource woes for the near future. Bianyu Qing was especially pleased and surprised at the 6th order yin and yang element materials he brought that were enough for 10 people's use. Including the 3 sets that Void Land had originally, they now had enough resources to help 13 cultivators advance directly into the 6th order open heaven realm, and it was foreseeable that more than a dozen 6th order open heaven realm masters would appear in Void Land soon. Not to mention the fact that the mining operation was still going on back at the Black Prison. The ore star that Xianxia spent a lot of effort bringing back from the Black Territory's depths would grant them plenty of resources in the coming 2 to 3 years. Void Land's material situation would be greatly improved once the ore slaves in the Black Prison had finished mining that half of the ore star. The fact that Zuoquanhui has remained quiet for months without any intention of attacking Void Land all but confirmed Xianxia's theory that the former intended to wage a protracted war against Void Land. This was exactly what Xianxia hoped to see. Void Land had only been around for a short time, and what it needed most was time. The disciples needed time to grow, and the great emperors also needed time to break through. For any other great force, they would definitely be forced into a very passive situation under such circumstances. Once their star city's population fell into a slump and without enough resources to support them, any great force would sooner or later run out of supplies even if they did nothing but wait idly. Then, they would have to find ways to go out and find resources to continue cultivating. This time could be as long as 5, 10, 20, or even 50 years. Zuoquan Hui could afford to wait. Open Heaven Realm Masters had extremely long lifespans, so even 100 years was just a snap of one's fingers, let alone to plot against a rising great force like Void Land. In Zuoquan Hui's estimation, it would take at most 5 years to cripple Void Land financially. Then, without resources to cultivate, Void Land's members would fall into disarray and be at his mercy. So, he need not block all the territory gates into Void territory. He only needed to put in an appearance and release the news to be able to cut off Void Land's resources and put them on pins and needles. Such a plan would work on any ordinary second-class great force. If Zuoquan Hui were to use this method against Heavenly Sword Union, it would not be able to hold up for long. Such was the influence wielded by a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. One man alone could stand against 10,000. However, Void Land was no ordinary second-class great force, and this was something that Zuoquan Hui did not anticipate. Inside his bedchamber, Xianxia sat cross-legged, refining Open Heaven pills while studying the mysteries of space-time strength. Behind him, a great sun and round moon rising and setting could be vaguely seen. Sun and Moon Divine Wheel was a divine ability that he had discovered only after advancing into the Open Heaven realm. In terms of raw power, it wasn't much stronger than his Golden Crow casts the sun, but the new space-time strength it exuded was extremely profound, and even he himself had barely scratched the surface of its mysteries. If the divine ability was compared to the divine armaments of the divine armament world, that Golden Crow casts the sun was undoubtedly a top-class divine armament, easily able to pierce a hole through one's body when stabbed. Sun and Moon Divine Will could similarly be compared to a divine armament, but unlike Golden Crow casts the sun and Moon Divine Wheel was laced with poison. Not only could it pierce a hole through someone, it would also corrode their vitality on contact, which made it that much more powerful. It had not been long since Xianxia advanced into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, and he had done so by using a world fruit. So, even though he gained great benefits from the wind spirits in the astral wind divine ability and from Yin Heaven's small source world, increasing his heritage and making him much more powerful than ordinary 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was still a long way from advancing into the 7th Order. Without advancing into the 7th Order, there was no way for him to compete head-on with Zuoquan Hui. The only weapon that Xianxia had against Zuoquan Hui right now was his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. This was something that Golden Crow casts the sun had no way of comparing to. When the war broke out in full with Zuoquan Hui, Xianxia would be the only one capable of dealing with him, which showed how crucial the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel's existence was. While stuffing Open Heaven pills into his mouth, Xianxia immersed himself in that space-time strength, unable to extricate himself. Right now, Void Land's resources and supplies were under strict rationing with the full allocation rights handed over to Bianyu Qing, who heavily skewed the flow of resources towards the cultivators who were nearing their advancement into the Open Heaven realm so that they could ensure that they would have more Open Heaven realm masters on their side when the Great War came. In the coming battle, only Open Heaven realm masters would be qualified to participate. If the Emperor realm cultivators went out, none of them would survive. That meant that the Open Heaven realm masters could only use Open Heaven realm pills to cultivate. Even Void Land's Lord, Xianxia, was no exception. Refining Open Heaven pills was the least efficient method for an Open Heaven realm master to cultivate, but it was also the simplest and most common. Basically, no Open Heaven realm master could avoid refining large amounts of Open Heaven pills during their lives. Inside the second manager's office, Bianyu Qing, who had already been working hard for more than half a month, was rushing back and forth. As the steward of the entire Void Land, Bianyu Qing was usually busy enough, but the situation now had become even more serious due to addition of both external and internal problems. Previously, in High Heaven Sect, there was Hua Qingxi to take charge of the overall situation, and all she had to do was pick up the slack here and there. Now that they had come to Void Land and with Hua Qingxi still back in the star boundary, the burden was on her shoulders alone. She had given a lot for the sake of Void Land, more than any other person. She could not even get any time for her own cultivation, which resulted in her seeing little growth despite all the time that had passed. She had not even been able to condense her Dao Seal yet. However, she was happy to take on this responsibility. If it was not for the support that Yang Kai gave her back then, she may have died long ago before even reaching the Emperor Realm. How could she even have the opportunity to see the sights of the Emperor Realm, much less gain such great power in her current status as second manager? After consulting with Yang Kai, she selected a few apprentices from among the lower disciples and nurtured them to the greatest extent of her abilities so that they could share the managerial pressure with her. Only, time was still short, and those few apprentices were not ready to take on real responsibilities yet. Whenever this happened, she would inevitably think of Ko Wu. She could barely remember his face after all these years, but she would never forget the way that disciple who had sacrificed himself to protect her when she was in mortal danger. If only Ko Wu were still alive, he would have become her greatest assistant. She had barely sat down to rest for a half cup of tea's time when a disciple rushed in, one of those that she had been training to become her right hand recently. What is it? Despite her exhaustion, Bian Yuqing still availed herself mentally. The situation in Void Land was very tense right now, and she could not afford to loosen up for even a moment. The disciple blurted in a panic, "Something unusual has happened within Sect Master's chambers." Bian Yuqing's exhaustion was tossed to the back of her mind and she rose with a start. What happened? This was a matter concerning Yang Kai, so her heart jumped to her throat in an instant. If anything were to happen to Yang Kai, the pillar that held Void Land up, then Void Land's foundation would truly be lost. The disciple shook his head, "I'm not sure. I just saw it from afar when I was passing by. Second manager should head over as soon as possible." Bian Yuqing moved out without dallying for a moment, transforming into a bolt of light that shot towards Yang Kai's chambers as quickly as possible. Before she could even get close though, Bian Yuqing saw the unusual situation witnessed by that disciple. With Yang Kai's room at the center, the space in the surrounding area spanning a couple dozen kilometers was in chaos. As if a mirror had been shattered and put back together by a child, light folded and interlaced, and everything inside of this warped region became distorted beyond recognition. She could vaguely feel a profound aura coming from inside this altered space. What is going on? Bian Yuqing was shocked. She could feel that the power fluctuations were extremely chaotic, but also extremely profound and mysterious. When she extended her divine sense to investigate, she simply could not probe into what was going on inside. Instead, she only felt dazed and confused. A number of disciples had already noticed the unusual scene and stopped to watch from afar, all of them with worried looks on their faces. Bian Yuqing did not dare to intrude, so she landed just outside the strange phenomenon. The chaotic void entered her vision clearly as pieces of space folded in on themselves, twisting and reassembling themselves. Her vision was so blurred that she could not even see what was happening inside this anomaly. *Schwa. *A figure suddenly landed beside her. Bian Yuqing turned her head to see Yuhi and quickly called out, "Left Protector." Yuhi's face was grave. Obviously, she had heard what was going on and had rushed over to investigate. Yuhi nodded lightly and asked urgently, "Second manager, what is going on?" Bian Yuqing shook her head, "I've only just arrived and I don't know what's going on either." "Didn't Sect Master say anything to you before going into retreat?" "Nothing." Yuhi frowned anxiously, "It must just be an unusual cultivation session." "Left Protector can't see anything either?" Bian Yuqing was slightly shocked. Right now, she was only in the Emperor realm, so it was normal for her to not be able to see what was going on inside. After all, she was lacking in insight and strength. However, if even the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm he could not see through the chaos, then the situation must be quite unusual. Could it be a cultivation dissonance? When that thought came up, Bian Yuqing's face went pale. Yuhi seemed to have realized her concern and comforted, "Don't worry too much, it's not what you think. Young Master is probably just comprehending something. Hurry off to Dragon Sun Peak and invite Senior Baishi to come. With his eyes, he should be able to see something." Bian Yuqing nodded, "I'll go at once." Two mature divine spirits resided in Voidland, Zhu Jiuyin and Bai Shi. The former always secluded herself, having little to no interactions even with Yang Kai. Second manager Bian Yuqing could only meet Zhu Jiuyin if the latter was in the mood. However, Bai Shi was different. Despite being a venerable divine spirit, he was very amiable. Bian Yuqing would also visit Bai Shi occasionally. Knowing his temperament, it should not be difficult to invite him over. After rushing to Dragon Sun's Peak, she found Bai Shi, who was currently occupied with teaching Xiao He and Xiao Hong. After informing him about the situation, Bai Shi did not dare to dally either and rushed over to the site with her. In just a few moments, Bai Shi arrived, dragged over by Xiao He and Xiao Hong. Senior. Yuhi bowed elegantly. Everyone in Voidland was very reverent and appreciative of this kind-hearted divine spirit. Bai Shi answered and looked up ahead. Please take a look, Senior. What is going on over there with our young master? No need to worry. Bai Shi waved his hand and looked on solemnly. After a while, he made an exclamation of surprise. Staring straight at a certain spot in the void, he revealed a look of astonishment and surprise. Yuhi and Bian Yuqing stood by, not knowing what he had seen, but not daring to speak up and interrupt him either. Another while passed and Bai Shi suddenly raised his hand, probing the area in front. In front of everyone's eyes, when Bai Shi reached out into the chaotic space, his hand actually disappeared from everyone's view out of nowhere. A moment later, Bai Shi pulled his hand back. Neither Yuhi nor Bian Yuqing could hold themselves back from gasping in amazement because when Bai Shi's hand reappeared, the old man's wrinkly hand was wrapped in a crystal-clear material similar to a layer of porcelain with a strange power surrounding it. Bai Shi observed his hand for a moment and suddenly laughed, interesting. With a shake of his hand, the porcelain-like shine quickly faded, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Senior, is young master in any danger? Yuhi asked nervously. Bai Shi mused, it's nothing you need to worry about. He is quite clearly comprehending some sort of divine ability or secret technique. And it is most likely related to the Tao of space and the Tao of time, which is why such a bizarre spectacle has appeared. Yuhi and Bian Yuqing exchanged glances, then both of them breathed sighs of relief. Keep an eye out on this situation and let me know if anything else unusual happens. After saying that, Bai Shi led the two children back. Let me see you off, Senior. Bian Yuqing quickly offered. After sending Bai Shi back, Bian Yuqing hurriedly returned, dispersing the disciples who had gathered to watch the sights and ordering them to clear the area within several dozen kilometers around Yang Kai's palace while she and Yuhi kept a close eye on the situation here. In the coming month or so, the space around Yang Kai's home remained in a chaotic state of flux, but subtle changes did appear over time. Yuhi and Bian Yuqing caught sight of very peculiar things in the chaotic space more than once. From time to time, visions of human figures would appear, and occasionally, it seemed like someone was fighting inside. However, since time and space were in such chaos, nobody could see anything clearly. The two were not even sure whether what they saw was real or an illusion. This situation continued for several more months. One day, the strange occurrences suddenly disappeared, as if they had never even existed, restoring the local space to its original state. Bian Yuqing and Yuhi, who had been keeping watch nearby all this time, exchanged glances before both of them made their way towards Yang Kai's chambers. Inside his room, Yang Kai opened his eyes, still deep in thought. He had managed to gain a lot during this retreat. Since creating the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, he had not had the time to properly look into the mysteries contained within it. However, now that he had some free time, it was just right for him to perfect this divine ability. However, Yang Kai discovered a problem when he reached this point. His understanding of the Tao of time lagged behind his understanding of the Tao of space. After all, the Tao of space was his foundation, and though he dared not say that his grasp of it was perfect, it was as good as it could be for his current realm. His Tao seal had been condensed. With the Tao of space as its foundation, which later became the foundation for his small universe. However, it was different for the Tao of time. Yang Kai had cultivated the Time Fly's seal divine ability many years ago, but only superficially understood the Tao of time. Later, when he arrived at the ruins of the ancient battlefield between flowing time Great Emperor and Great Demon God, he witnessed the reverberations left behind from their great battle, gaining much inspiration from it. After a successful advancement into the open heaven realm, the sun rose and the moon set in an endless cycle within his small universe. The passing of time became far more vivid and enabled him to take a great leap forward in his comprehension of the Tao of time. However, when all was said and done, his proficiency in it still could not compare with his mastery of the Tao of space. If he were to divide comprehension of the Taos he held into different categories, then from lowest to highest, it would be arranged something like superficial contact, peering through the doors, taking initial steps, traversing a familiar path, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary, standing above all others within sight, summiting the peak, transcending the mundane, and eventually shocking history and amazing the present. In comparison, Yang Kai had barely reached the 7th level of mastery in his Tao of space, possibly touching upon the 8th. However, he was only barely at the 4th level of master when it came to the Tao of time, and that was only thanks to the special good fortune of his small universe. Otherwise, he would likely be stuck in the 2nd level. Space-time strength was a mix of two different principal strengths, so the difference in Yang Kai's grasp on the Tao of space and Tao of time limited the power he could display. He could only exert space-time strength equal to his level of mastery over the Tao of time when he executed the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. This was similar to advancing into the open heaven realm. A barrel could only hold as much water as the shortest plank of wood it was made from. If Yang Kai was able to raise his grasp of the Tao of time, then the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel would definitely become even stronger. After months of study, Yang Kai finally saw the path extending towards the Grand Tao, and his eyes glowed. He had not been prepared to spend so much time on the Tao of time, as comprehending a Grand Tao relied on both quality and quantity. The Tao of space alone was enough for him to study for a lifetime, so if he wasted his time on studying and cultivating the Tao of time, it may not necessarily give him any benefits. However, now it seemed that he truly had to spend some effort on studying it. This was the only way he could increase his strength within a short amount of time. And it was not too difficult to cultivate the Tao of time. Flowing Time Great Emperor also made his name as a great emperor through his mastery over the Tao of time, and currently, his two legacy disciples lived in Void Land, as did the Flowing Time Temple which contained his inheritance. What was more, Yang Kai could loosely be described as an in-name disciple of Flowing Time Great Emperor. In fact, Flowing Time Great Emperor had split his mastery over the Tao of time that he passed on in his inheritance. Doing this would result in less immediate benefits to his disciples, but it would also allow them to better understand their own abilities and shortcomings, which would allow them to set their own course. Yang Kai had never encountered another master who had split their mastery over a Grand Tao with such detail before. Now enlightened, Yang Kai got up and slowly walked out. As soon as the door was open, he was greeted by the worried gazes of Yu He and Bian Yuqing. Yang Kai had long felt their presence, so he was not surprised to see them waiting outside and gently nodded. I managed to discover some things, but it seems I've made you worry. Young Master seems to have made good progress. Yu He smiled. She could feel subtle changes in Yang Kai's aura after not seeing him for the past few months, but she could not say what those changes were. It was decent. Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked, "How has Void Land been doing?" Bian Yuqing hurried forward to report to him. When he heard that everything was fine and that Suoquan Hui had not made any unusual moves, Yang Kai put his heart at ease. More than 10 months had passed since Suoquan Hui blocked off the territory gate, but he never mobilized his troops during this time, only making his presence known in Flying Smoke territory and putting pressure on Void Land. Yang Kai knew that this guy was wary of Zhu Jiuyin's presence, but Yang Kai was also happy that the other side remained idle. There are 2 things that I must tell Sect Master. Go ahead. Yang Kai nodded as he walked outside. Bian Yuqing hurried over to follow him and reported, "Firstly, someone called Xianxia has come from the Black Territory, saying that it was under Sect Master's instructions to deliver supplies here every 6 months." Yang Kai raised his brow. How did he get here? Where is he now? When he was returning from the Black Territory, Yang Kai himself had been stopped on his way back through Flying Smoke territory. If Xianxia managed to reach Void territory, then it was likely he came from a different route. Bian Yuqing said, "He has already returned. It seems like he came over from a different great territory, but he brought a lot of good things with him." Yang Kai glanced at her and smiled. If even second manager says they are good, then it must really be good. There were two sixth-order yin element materials and one yang element material. Besides that, there were 34 sixth-order materials of other elements, 262 fifth-order materials, and over 1,000 below the fifth order. So much. Yang Kai was visibly moved. Despite knowing that the ore star that he brought back from the Black Territory's depths was sure to hold great riches, he never thought that it would be so bountiful. It had only been half a year, so how much would they be able to obtain if the entire half of the ore star was mined out? And that was merely half of an ore star. What would happen if he could mine all of the ore stars in the Black Territory? There were even two seventh-order materials. Bian Yuqing added. Yang Kai's brow jumped up hearing that, but then he felt a twinge of regret. The half an ore star he had brought back from the Black Territory's depths had been ground down by a great amount when it was pushed into the killing array, and he had no idea how many of its resources were lost during that ordeal, especially the sixth-order and seventh-order ones. However, this was the only way things could be done if Yang Kai wanted to mine those black stones. Those ore slaves were simply unable to hold up for long in the depths of the Black Territory. With no way to deal with the strange aura permeating the depths of Black Prison, they would inevitably incur losses when mining the ore stars located there. The amount of resources that Xian Peng brought over on this trip could not be described as large, but the quality was excellent. Without even mentioning the two seventh-order materials, there were a total of 34 sixth-order materials alone, with two sixth-order yin and one yang element materials. The latter were exactly the materials that Void Land was most in need of right now. For the current Void Land, this was not exactly big news, but it was not small news either. However, knowledge about Xian Peng's visit was limited to only a few people. What else? Yang Kai gathered himself and asked. Gathering Yuan Union's young Union Master, Lu Jing came to visit a month ago, and has been waiting for Sect Master to exit retreat since his arrival. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. At this juncture, almost over 70% of the Star City's merchants had left. Even for those who chose to remain, a good many of them were still on the fence. The great forces with cooperative relationships with Void Land were all wishing they could cut off contact lest they draw unwanted fire to themselves. Why would Lu Jing rush over here to see me during this time? Is he acting in the Gathering Yuan Union's name or is he here by himself? Is he alone or with someone else? Yang Kai asked. Bian Yuqing responded, apart from a few guards, he is alone. Yang Kai nodded, now having an understanding of the situation. An hour later, inside the reception hall, Yang Kai met Lu Jing. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. Brother Lu, what can I help you with on this visit? Yang Kai looked at him curiously after taking a sip of tea. Lu Jing responded with some awkwardness, I have failed to make good on senior brother Yang's favor, and I originally did not have the face to return because of that, but I had to come regardless because I owe senior brother a life-saving grace. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, why are you talking about that? Lu Jing said, I have spoken to my father about senior brother's proposal. Originally, he seemed quite interested, but things changed. He sighed deeply with a helpless expression on his face. Yang Kai smiled, that's how business is. There is no need for it to sour our relationship just because the deal did not go through, so pay it no mind, brother Lu. Last time, when Lu Jing came by, Yang Kai tried using distribution rights for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill as a bargaining chip in order to negotiate a deal with Gathering Yuan Union. Originally, he figured that since Gathering Yuan Union's merchant ships were spread across the 3,000 worlds, it would surely not be difficult for them to gather up some rarer resources. If Gathering Yuan Union could truly help him acquire the sixth-order yin and yang element materials that he needed, then Void Land would not be at a disadvantage even if they exchanged some Heavenly Yuan stabilizing pills for them. At that time, Void Land and Zhuquanhui had not broken out into a full confrontation yet. Though less than a year had passed since then, things had changed greatly. Void Land fought a great battle against Zhuquanhui and his disciples, in which Zhou Ti was killed. Zhuquanhui subsequently became Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master, then spread word of his feud with Void Land far and wide. Anyone who was slightly well-informed would naturally have found out about what happened. Gathering Yuan Union was a mercantile-based sect, so it was only natural for them to be very well-informed, which explained why Lu Jing said that things had changed. Even though his father was interested in the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, he also had to watch out for the stance of Suquan Hui and Thousand Cranes Paradise behind him. So, how could he dare to work with Void Land at such a time? However, Xianxia did not care about that anymore. After heading to the Black Prison and bringing so many resources back, Void Land's immediate needs had already been satisfied, so they did not have to worry about cooperating with Gathering Yuan Union anymore. Lu Jing looked even more embarrassed now and hung his head low. Senior Brother Yang's generosity is admirable. Xianxia waved his hand and laughed. Brother Lu is exaggerating. Without the harvest from the Black Territory, he may have been slightly disappointed by how things turned out. However, with the Black Territory as a backup for resource production, the problem he had already been solved. Lu Jing raised his head and cupped his fist. Additionally, I have also come with a request. Xianxia sat up straight and gestured for him to continue. Pray tell, Brother Lu. Lu Jing said, I would like to rent some shops in Void Star City and open a trade company. Xianxia's face became serious. Is this Brother Lu's idea, your father's, or Gathering Yuan Union's? Moving into Void Star City was not a good choice in these times. There was no need to mention the merchants who stayed since they were originally established in Void Star City to begin with. Whether they left or stayed, Suquan Hui was in no position to question or rebuke them for their choice. However, to move in at this juncture would likely be interpreted by outsiders as a gesture of goodwill towards Void Land, which was no different than drawing fire upon oneself. There was no way that a business alliance as large as Gathering Yuan Union would not be able to see that. Lu Jing responded, this has nothing to do with my father or Gathering Yuan Union. I am solely responsible for this decision. Xianxia looked deeply at him, clearly not believing him. Despite being the young Union master, Lu Jing's cultivation was still only in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm. If his father had any objections to this idea, he had thousands of ways to keep Lu Jing from acting. How could he possibly have allowed his son to wade into these muddy waters? Since Lu Jing was here, then someone must be supporting him from behind. As a whole, Gathering Yuan Union likely would not support him in such a move. In which case, that must mean that as the Union Master of Gathering Yuan Union, his father had at least given his tacit agreement for Lu Jing to proceed. Doing things this way, however, meant that even if Void Land were to ultimately lose the war, Suquan Hui would have no reason or be in any position to give Gathering Yuan Union any trouble. It was not appropriate to speak about such matters openly, but it was fine as long as all involved understood the subtleties of the situation. As a result, Lu Jing was not deliberately trying to deceive Xianxia. After a short pause, Xianxia said, Brother Lu, you should know what the current situation is like in my Void Land. Coming to our Star City at a time like this is not the best choice. Lu Jing smiled, I understand what Senior Brother Yang is trying to say, but for a merchant, danger also signifies opportunity, does it not? He winked playfully at Xianxia as he said so. Well, as long as you've made up your mind. Xianxia nodded lightly. Lu Jing was no child. As a Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and the young Union Master of Gathering Yuan Union, he could make his own judgments and decisions. There was no need to coddle him with advice. Receiving Xianxia's agreement, Lu Jing perked up and asked, Senior Brother Yang, how many shops can you offer me here in Void Star City? Xianxia laughed, how many does Brother Lu want? Lu Jing said generously, the more the better, naturally. The best would be if you could offer me a whole street or two. Now, Xianxia was even more sure that Gathering Yuan Union's Union Master was behind this move, otherwise, Lu Jing would not have the guts to make such a big request. You really don't hold back. Xianxia laughed. After some thought, he continued, I will contact the governor's mansion about this matter later, then you can go there and discuss it with Governor Mo yourself. Right now, the Star City has many empty shops to offer, so we will definitely be able to satisfy your requests. Many thanks in that case, Senior Brother Yang. Overjoyed, Lu Jing stood up at once to bow, there's no time to lose, I will head to the governor's mansion at once. Clearly, he was also eager and impatient to start his own business. And Void Star City was a place with the opportunity for him to do so. I will send someone to go with you. Xianxia contacted Bian Yuqing and had her arrange for someone to take Lu Jing over to the Star City. Naturally, Lu Jing thanked him again. While waiting for his escort to arrive, Lu Jing added, "By the way, senior brother Yang. About the things you were looking for last time. Gathering Yuan Union is unable to provide you with them for now, but I do know of 2 places that are rich with 6th-order yin and yang element materials." Yang Kai asked with great interest, "Oh? Where?" Lu Jing casually blurted, "The first place is the Black Prison." Yang Kai should have met a woman named Luan Baifeng before, yes? Yang Kai burst out in laughter inwardly, but on the surface, he kept calm and nodded repeatedly, "Yes, more than once." "Then that makes things easy. The Black Prison produces something called black stone, and these black stones can contain cultivation materials of all different orders and elements. If senior brother Yang could take over the Black Prison, then you will naturally have no need to worry about cultivation materials anymore." Lu Jing looked at him only. There are many natural arrays all over the Black Prison. Even though Luan Baifeng is only in the 6th order, not even a 7th order master can best her inside of the Black Prison because of her mastery over the Tao of Spirit arrays. If senior brother Yang is truly interested, then you must be careful of Luan Baifeng. I know a thing or two about the Black Prison situation. Yang Kai nodded. Inside, he thought to himself, not only do I know about it, I just came back from the Black Prison recently after carrying out an star from its depths. After a pause, Yang Kai asked, "What about the other place?" Lu Jing's expression became a bit serious when he mentioned the Black Prison and Luan Baifeng. Clearly, he knew the oddities present within the Black Prison as well as Luan Baifeng's strength. However, his face turned even more serious when he continued, "Has senior brother Yang heard of the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer?" Yang Kai's face also turned solemn. "Chaos gives rise to yin and yang. Yin and yang give rise to the 4 symbols, ancestors of all divine spirits, burning light and serene glimmer. According to ancient legends, at the beginning of existence, there was only chaos, which later gave rise to yin and yang, which became the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer, the oldest divine spirits in the world. It was only after the 2 beasts transformed into the 4 symbols that divine spirits like the dragons and the phoenixes appeared. It could be said that the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer were the progenitors of all divine spirits. That was to say, they were the shared ancestors of all divine spirits. These 2 were terrifying existences that were highly likely to be even stronger than the giant spirit gods. Back then, Yang Kai obtained a divine spirit record which listed the ranking of all the divine spirits in the 3,000 worlds. The book listed the dragons and the phoenixes at the top, but the burning light and serene glimmer's introductions appeared at the very beginning of the manuscript. Only, the author of the book did not believe that these 2 beasts still existed in this world, and that was why the dragon and phoenix clans were ranked first. Yang Kai was surprised when he read this, but he did not think much of it. The one who really brought up the burning light and serene glimmer to him later was the proprietress. At that time, Yang Kai was looking to advance into the high-rank open heaven realm directly and was in search of a source of high-rank yin and yang element materials. That was when the proprietress brought out her universe chart for him to see. Inside of the universe chart, there were several great territories that were blank, without the markings of any great force. Not even universe worlds existed there. According to the proprietress, those great territories used to be thriving places, but the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer were naturally opposing forces. Since fire and water did not mix, the continuous clash between the 2 eventually tore those great territories apart. The great territories then became areas forbidden for all life, dead territories so to speak. Whether it be a 7th order or even 8th order open heaven realm master, none could survive after they entered that place, so nobody had any idea what the situation was inside of these dead territories. Even the proprietress herself had only heard others mention rumors about them, and there was simply no way of confirming whether the burning light and serene glimmer truly existed. Naturally, Yang Kai would not dare to provoke existences as terrifying as them. Even 7th order and 8th order open heaven realm masters went silent after entering the chaotic dead territory. He was only a trivial emperor realm master back then, so how could he dare to have any extravagant thoughts about them? However, he never thought that he would once again hear the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer's names, this time from Lu Jing. It was clear that though Lu Jing's cultivation was low, he was still well informed. As Yang Kai's thoughts began to drift, he heard Lu Jing say, "The burning light and serene glimmer were born of opposing attributes and fought incessantly, filling the void with the elements, yin and yang. It was said that yin and yang element materials condense in places where they have passed, and are of a very high quality at that. Is this news reliable? Yang Kai's brow furrowed. It was not that he did not trust Lu Jing, but how could Lu Jing know something that even the proprietress could not find out? Sure enough, Lu Jing laughed embarrassedly. I have only heard someone else mention it. Maybe it was just a rumor. After all, nobody has seen it for themselves. Yang Kai thought to himself, if you're not sure, then why say it? However, Lu Jing was clearly only trying to give Yang Kai a hint. It was up to Yang Kai to decide what he wanted to do with that information. Within a few moments, Bian Yuqing brought someone over, and Yang Kai sent Lu Jing out. There was no need for him to worry about anything happening at the Star City since Mo Mei was there to take care of it. For now, allowing Lu Jing to build up a new trade company in the Star City may not be of much use to Void Land, but in the long run, it could help with leveraging the power of those supporting Lu Jing from behind, gathering Yuan Union. After the fight here was over, the Star City would begin to develop again, and this would be of great benefit to both sides. After Lu Jing's side was settled, Yang Kai headed to Water Spirit Land without delay. A large number of people that were brought over from the Star Boundary were housed in Water Spirit Land, including members of the Dragon Clan. There was a huge lake in Water Spirit Land, and at the very center of that lake hovered a palace that was just like an island. Yang Kai moved to the front of the palace and looked up, where he saw the characters Flowing Time Temple shining brightly. A white shadow rushed out of the main entrance and ran circles around Yang Kai like a puppy, saying excitedly, "Adoptive father, what are you doing here?" Another beautiful figure appeared subsequently from the Flowing Time Temple, standing gracefully and smiling at Yang Kai, bowing, "Big brother." Two more rushed out of the Flowing Time Temple, one a beautiful girl, and the other, a fierce elderly man with an unkindly frown. It was Lu Yan and Xianxia. "Master." Lu Yan called out to him softly. "N." Yang Kai responded. Then, slapping his palm down, he stopped Yang Xiao who was turning circles around him, instantly freezing him in place. After rubbing Yang Xiao's head, his white hair became a mess. Yang Kai beckoned, "Let's talk inside." Then, grabbing Yang Xiao by the scruff, he carried him inside. Yang Xiao's calves trembled, and he looked to Yang Shui for help, but the latter stuck out her tongue at him. As the brightest star of the Dragon Clan's younger generation, Yang Xiao was afraid of next to nothing beneath the heavens. Even Great Elder Zhu Yan and Second Elder Fu Zhuan, his true parents, could do nothing about him. The Dragon Clan's two Great Elders had once thought their son could never be born, and had subsequently spent many, many years mourning their loss, so when he finally was born, they doted on him greatly. How could they even think of restraining him? The only one the boy feared was Yang Kai. Since arriving in the outer universe, Yang Kai had been busy all year round and had little time to spare, so the two did not see each other often. Yang Xiao had no idea what his adoptive father had come to do this time, but he could not think about what he had done wrong during this recent period either. At most, he pulled a single hair from Old Man Bai Shi's beard when he was receiving a lesson from him. That old man didn't tell on me, did he? Yang Xiao's heart was beating in fear. "Adoptive father, have some tea." Yang Xiao was very attentive after entering the Flowing Time Temple and offered up tea on his own initiative. Yang Kai glanced at him and took a seat without standing on ceremony while the other three stood in front of him. After accepting the tea and taking a sip, he put on the dignified air as an adoptive father and asked straightforwardly, "How has your cultivation been going?" Yang Xiao hurriedly answered, "I have been to Senior Bai Shi's home frequently, listening to his lectures about refining one's bloodline. It feels like I learned a lot." Yang Kai nodded and put down his teacup. "Then tell me more about this lesson." Yang Xiao was stunned for a moment, but then his mouth became like a tumbling river, blurting everything that he learned. Yang Kai listened for a while and nodded, "Good. Senior Bai Shi is an extremely old and wise divine spirit who carries a potent dragon vein. His experiences are extremely beneficial to the cultivation of the Dragon Clan. If you are free, then you should go to his place more often and pay your respects. Until the Dragon Altar is found, Senior Bai Shi will be the only guiding light for the Dragon Clan's rise." Yes, adoptive father is right. Senior Bai Shi is highly respectable. Father and mother also tell me to see him often. N. Next time I hear you disrespected Senior by Shi, I will send you back to the star boundary. Yang Zhao's eye twitched, but he still acted like a good boy. Your son won't dare to do it again. Shuer, how have you doing recently? What stage are you in right now? Yang Kai looked up at his biological younger sister. If possible, Yang Kai would have preferred to guide Yang Shui in her cultivation personally, but he had constantly been on the move recently. With so many matters requiring his attention, he simply had no time to spare. Yang Shui smiled. I was just able to condense my wood element. Yang Kai raised a brow. Where did you start from? The water element power. Water gives life to wood. Since coming over from the star boundary, you have condensed your own Dao seal and two powers, the water element and the wood element. That is quick progress. Let me see. Yang Shui had only been cultivating for a short time, after all. Even though her aptitude was outstanding, the progress of her cultivation was still not comparable to many of the great emperors and pseudo-great emperors. She could not even match Yang Kai's wives in certain aspects. After all, when Su Yan was still in the emperor realm, Yang Shui had not even been born for long. Saying so, Yang Kai reached a hand out to Yang Shui, who put her own hand onto his palm in a docile manner. After circulating his energy and doing a quick check, Yang Kai nodded. A stable Dao seal is the greatest safeguard one can have when advancing into the open heaven realm. Your foundation is solid, but still lacking when compared to others, so you must not advance recklessly. Strictly speaking, for those who came from the star boundary, apart from the great emperors who had remained at the peak of the emperor realm for a long time and whose Dao seals were stable enough for them to break through to the sixth order open heaven realm directly, were still a little lacking, even the pseudo-great emperors. There was no need to mention Su Yan and the others, unless they were willing to spend a lot of time solidifying their own Dao seals. However, this was no trouble with the divine Dao water and the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill in Yang Kai's possession. Of these two items, the first could strengthen one's Dao seal, allowing cultivators an even broader future. The second could then protect them during their advancement into the open heaven realm, greatly reducing the risks that could come with breaking through. Without these two items, there was no way that Void Land's heritage could be as strong as it was today. I will do as Big Brother says. Yang Shui nodded obediently. Also, the wood and water elements that you have condensed are the gentlest of the 5 elements. That is why it took little effort and little risk to condense them. However, wood stokes fire, and the fire element power that you will have to condense next will not be this simple. When that time comes, your Dao seal will have to withstand much greater impact than ever before, and if it can't hold up, the consequences will be dire. Yang Shui nodded and said, I will definitely prepare myself well before proceeding. Yang Kai then turned to Lu Yan and Xianxia. The cultivation of a divine spirit is mainly to develop one's bloodline, which is different from human cultivators, so you will have only yourselves to depend on. Xianxia nodded before commenting, even though Senior Bai Shi is a dragon kin, he said that the cultivation of a divine spirit's bloodline is similar in almost all circumstances, so we also often go to his home to listen to his lectures. Yang Kai nodded, that's for the best. Lu Yan asked, has Master come for something this time? Yes, just a small matter. Yang Kai looked at Xianxia, I need to study the Tao of Time, so I may need to use Senior Flowing Time's legacy inheritance. There's no problem with that, is there? Xianxia followed Flowing Time Great Emperor as his mount, and with the latter's passing, he was tasked with passing down Flowing Time Great Emperor's legacy inheritance, and was fortunate enough to find Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. However, the legacy inheritance was not something that could be borrowed lightly, so Xianxia had to be informed beforehand. Xianxia pondered for a moment before responding, naturally, others may not ask for it, but it is no problem for Sir. You can ask the 2 young masters about the inheritance. Yang Kai nodded, in that case, I will not hold back. Yang Kai spent the next few months in the Flowing Time Temple, discussing the Tao of Time with Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. The 2 of them had accepted the full legacy inheritance of Flowing Time Great Emperor, so their proficiency in the Tao of Time was not low, almost at the traversing a familiar path level, which was exactly where Yang Kai was as well. However, they had not been cultivating for as long as Yang Kai had, and Yang Kai had also taken a giant leap forward in his understanding thanks to the evolution of his small universe. The fact that they were now on equal footing with him was a testament to the 2 young ones' efforts. The Tao of time was as esoteric as the Tao of space, perhaps even more so it took a while for Xianxia and Xianxia to explain all of the mysteries they inherited from flowing time Great Emperor. Combined with the insight that he had gained from his own cultivation over the years, Yang Kai was naturally able to gain a lot of benefit. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui also benefited a lot from this discussion. Much of Yang Kai's insights and ideas were things he had discovered on his own through his personal experiences. He was now a sixth-order open heaven realm master, so his insight was generally more profound compared to Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. Standing at a higher realm allowed him to see a broader picture. Often, his thought-provoking words would cause Yang Xiao and Yang Shui to fall deep into thought. Time passed quickly as they cultivated and discussed with each other, and all three of them were able to make significant improvements in the Tao of time. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. If Yang Kai was said to merely be at the fourth level of master regarding the Tao of time when he arrived, then after his discussions with Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, he had now reached the fifth level, mastery through comprehensive study. The same went for the two younger ones. Yang Kai had no idea what level of mastery flowing time Great Emperor had reached. After all, he made the Tao of time the foundation of his cultivation. However, at the very most, he did not surpass the sixth level. Flowing time Great Emperor was certainly a great genius, but he was only a great emperor back then who did not even reach the open heaven realm, thus, his cultivation could not be compared to Yang Kai's. Yang Kai was pleased with this harvest while both Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were also pleasantly surprised by their gains. Gaining a deeper mastery over the Tao of time also solidified Yang Shui's Tao seal considerably, and naturally, the divine abilities that she performed through the use of time principles also became more powerful. Just the time flies seal had become twice as strong as it had ever been. Half a year later, Yang Kai returned to his chambers in order to improve his sun and moon divine wheel and spacetime strength. He had already thoroughly absorbed the legacy inheritance left behind by flowing time Great Emperor, and the rest was now up to him to study. It would be difficult to gain anything more now through external means. Even though he did not have the chance to use the sun and moon divine wheel again to see the results of his labor, Yang Kai felt that there would definitely be a significant improvement compared to the past. 3 years had passed since the territory gate between Void Land and Flying Smoke territory had been blockaded. Void Land had spent most of those 3 years in closed-door cultivation and consuming countless materials. Now, the results were clear for all to see. The most obvious result was that there were more than 500 new Open Heaven Realm Masters. On average, several or even up to a dozen people advanced into the Open Heaven Realm every month. The cultivators from the Star Boundary were naturally not as fast. Most of them were still building up their foundations to prepare for advancing into the Open Heaven Realm, while most had not even managed to break through to the Emperor Realm yet. The newly advanced Open Heaven Realm Masters all came from Blood Monster Cave Heaven's Abundance City. Back then, when Yang Kai brought a few thousand people back from Abundance City, their cultivations had been perpetually limited to the peak of the Emperor Realm due to the special environment and blood principle restriction of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, making it impossible for them to explore the mysteries of the Open Heaven Realm. Yang Kai brought them out and lifted the blood principle restriction, giving them the freedom to surpass that limit and providing them a favorable cultivation environment so that they no longer had to worry about anything. For those cultivators who had long gained the qualifications to advance into the Open Heaven Realm yet were unable to break through due to their circumstances, it was only natural that group after group of them suddenly shot through to the Open Heaven Realm. Mo Mei and the others were able to advance into the Open Heaven Realm very quickly, which added more than 300 new Open Heaven Realm Masters to Void Land in one go. However, the potential of Abundant City's cultivators had not been exhausted yet. Over the years, the cultivators who came from Abundant City advanced into the Open Heaven Realm one after another, constantly strengthening Void Land's heritage. The majority of those who broke through later did not reach high orders. Even those in the fifth order were few and far between. Most of them were either in the third order or the fourth order, but there were many of them, and there was still the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to guarantee their safety. For other great forces, even the cave heavens and paradises, it was impossible for them to guarantee that any of their disciples would succeed in breaking through into the Open Heaven Realm. But Void Land could. Even those who advanced into the Third Order Open Heaven Realm were able to obtain a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Advancing into the third or fourth order was not difficult to begin with, so where would there be any chance of failure with the help of the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill? So far, the total number of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land had already broken through to the 4-digit mark. It was foreseeable that more cultivators from Abundance City would be joining the ranks of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in the coming days. Xianxia had long expected this result, but when Bian Yuqing reported the figures to him, he was still unable to stop himself from beaming with joy. He remembered that when he first stepped into the 3,000 worlds and landed in Seven Wonders Land as a worker, he had to do so much meticulous planning and careful accounting for just a few to several dozen Open Heaven pills. How could he have imagined that he would one day have over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters under his command? To bring a force of this caliber out in the world, which great force in the 3,000, save for the major cave heavens and paradises, would be able to compete with them? Void Land was filled with great talents, and now had a mighty army equipped with the finest arms. No matter how much Void Land tried to hide this, with so many people advancing into the Open Heaven realm, traces would surely leak out. Heavenly Sword Union, under Zhuo Quanhui's command, had obviously planted some spies outside of Void Land, and they even had some henchmen planted in the Star City right now. Xianxia and Bian Yuqing knew this, but they had no way to pluck them all out and naturally had no way of getting rid of them. Perhaps stimulated by the constant appearance of newly advanced Open Heaven Realm Masters, though Heavenly Sword Union had been idle in the first year, they had begun making tentative moves starting from the second year. Every so often, ships bearing Heavenly Sword Union's banner would wander within Void territory. Even though they did not dare come too close to Void Land nor attack the universe worlds, they still scared the smaller forces under Void Land so much that they were all constantly trembling in fear. In addition to Void Land, Void territory housed 7 other third-class great forces, all of which could be described as subordinates of Void Land that survived by relying on their protection. Third-class great forces did not even have mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in their ranks, so when they saw Heavenly Sword Union ships loitering around their doorstep, they were naturally all distraught and rushed to Void Land for help. Void Land dispatched troops many times to support their subordinate forces, but by the time they arrived, Heavenly Sword Union ships had already disappeared from sight. After several repetitions of this behavior, Bian Yuqing was determined to set up a patrol of Open Heaven Realm Masters to monitor the situation in Void territory. With this, small skirmishes would break out eventually as both sides were bound to meet. Void Land had the home advantage in these fights, and the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters under them was also massive, so they naturally had the advantage that basically allowed them to win every fight. The tentacles that Heavenly Sword Union plunged into Void territory to probe the situation inside had all been cut off without bringing back any gains, but they still continued blocking the territory gate leading from Flying Smoke territory to Void territory, showing no intention of starting an all-out war. It was clear that they were still hoping to snuff Void Land out by dragging things out. In actuality, Heavenly Sword Union's decision couldn't be called a mistake. 3 years had passed and the resources accumulated by Void Land had been greatly reduced due to this chokehold. Now, there was also little income flowing in from the Star City, and with so many more Open Heaven Realm Masters to support, the rate at which their supplies depleted also increased. Void Land's resources wouldn't be able to last much longer. Even though a large shipment of supplies was sent over from the Black Prison every 6 months, it was still hard to make ends meet. Moreover, after 3 years had passed, the half of the ore star that Xianxia brought out from the Black Prison's depths back then would be depleted, and it would be impossible for them to obtain such a large quantity of supplies from the Black Territory again unless Xianxia made another trip to drag out another ore star. However, how could Xianxia leave without worry now that the situation was so unpredictable? Bian Yuqing had no choice but to try her best to make adjustments to try and make Void Land supplies last for as long as possible. Inside his chambers, Xianxia looked at Bian Yuqing with astonishment while holding his teacup. "Is what you say true?" Bian Yuqing nodded solemnly. "Sect Master, how could I joke about such a thing? Iron Blood Great Emperor has already sent someone over to contact us and says that he will need a 6th order Yang element material in 2 months. Xianxia could not stop his brows from rising in excitement. That means that Senior Iron Blood is about to advance into the Open Heaven realm. Bian Yuqing nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice. "I've checked the records of the taken supplies. Since coming to Void Land, Senior Iron Blood has taken one piece each of the materials of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, all in the 6th order. Less than half a year ago, another 6th order Yin element material was taken, so this 6th order Yang element material is the last one. Good. Yang Kai put down his tea and stood up, looking even more excited than if he himself were advancing. He then began pacing about the room. This is the first person from the star boundary to advance into the open heaven realm, and to advance straight into the 6th order at that. We must help Senior Iron Blood forge a clean path. Anne, did he say what we needed to prepare? Bian Yuqing shook her head. Senior Iron Blood has only sent someone to tell us that he needs a 6th order Yang element material in 2 months. He did not say anything besides that. Yang Kai pondered. We definitely have to prepare a heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill. Go and look for one, and find one of the best quality. Make sure nothing goes wrong in Senior Iron Blood's advancement into the open heaven realm. And also. After blurting out a bunch of instructions, he looked up to see Bian Yuqing staring at him with an astonished expression. Yang Kai blinked his eyes. Did you get all that? And what are you staring at me for? Bian Yuqing smiled. I have noted everything down, but if anyone unaware were to see Sect Master's reaction, then they would think that one of the madams was about to have a child. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry at that. Advancing into the open heaven realm is much tougher than giving birth to a baby, and for the first one at that. After some thought, he could not help but lament, how fast. It had not been very many years since he brought everyone from the star boundary to the outer universe, so he never expected Iron Blood Great Emperor to actually be able to advance into the open heaven realm so soon. That was even quicker than he himself. However, it did not seem strange after Yang Kai thought about it. He had to seek out every material by himself when he was trying to advance into the open heaven realm, which consumed a lot of time and effort. However, it was different for Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others. They only needed to worry about cultivating since Void Land had everything in store for them already. All they had to do was keep refining, and refining again. As long as their bodies were able to bear it, and as long as they could ensure that their foundation was firmly laid, there were simply no worries to be had for them. This was what it meant when one said, beneath a big tree, there is cool shade. In fact, Yang Kai's situation was far more commonly seen in the outer universe, and that was true even for the disciples of those cave heavens and paradises. They may not have to find materials for themselves, but if they wished to use the sect's resources, then they had to exchange for them with the appropriate contributions, which would still inevitably take time. And, of all the great emperors, Iron Blood was the first to advance into the open heaven realm, which was both unexpected and expected. Back then, Iron Blood Great Emperor was the strongest in terms of abilities, so it was not strange for him to have progressed so quickly. Besides Senior Iron Blood, what about the others? How are they doing? Yang Kai asked. Bian Yuqing answered, other than Senior Iron Blood, the ones improving the quickest right now is Senior Han Chen and Senior Martial Beast. Both of them have already begun refining their 6th material. Senior Serene Soul is also almost there. I believe he is about to complete the refinement of his 5th material. Then, there is Senior Flower Shadow and Senior Ice Feather. Lastly, there is Senior Wondrous Pill and Senior Heaven's Relations. Yang Kai nodded, that makes sense. Wondrous Pill and Heaven's Revelations are both not proficient in combat, so it is inevitable that they are slower than the rest. Though they were all great emperors, there were still differences between them. Despite all of them coming from the star boundary to Void Land, the speed at which they could advance into the open heaven realm was indicative of the differences between them. Yang Kai then asked about the pseudo-great emperors, to which Bian Yuqing responded one by one. These results were satisfactory to Yang Kai. There was no need to ask about Su Yan and the others, as he would personally visit his wives from time to investigate and give them pointers himself, so he naturally knew more about them than Bian Yuqing did. If I had to point out anything, it would be that Fang Yu and Xiang Ying are also about to advance into the open heaven realm. The same goes for a few of those who were recruited from the Grand Ancient Ruins shop. They are not lacking when compared to the great emperors. That is normal. Yang Kai nodded. They had already condensed various elements while they were in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and they also received the personal guidance of divine spirits, so it is only natural that their rate of refinement would not be slow. Other than Fang Yu and Xiang Ying, who else has requested 6th order materials? Fang Shui and Xiang Yin were both divine medicine owners with excellent potential and were keen on advancing into the 6th order. Yang Kai had also allowed them to do as they wished, and they had the full support of Void Land. The other bearers that were recruited from the Grand Ancient Ruins shop had all been forced to refine 6th order or even higher materials by the divine spirits supporting them, but most of their aptitudes were not good enough to directly advance into the 6th order open heaven realm. For the long term, it was best for them to take one step down and advance into the 5th order instead. The divine spirits of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary would not think about the long-term development and future of their bearers. They were merely helping their bearers to refine higher order elements just to strengthen them up and give them an advantage in the spirit-seizing war. As for whether or not there would be hidden dangers to these actions, why would the divine spirits care? However, in general, Fang Yu and Xiang Ying would both face more risk than the great emperors in their ascension to the 6th order. They did not possess the deep heritages of the great emperors, nor the divine Tao water to reinforce their Tao seals. Even if they were able to refine 6th order materials now, the dangers they would have to face in the future would only become greater. Otherwise, why would they join Void Land? There were so many great forces in the 3,000 worlds, and with their aptitude, it would not be difficult for any of them to enter any of those great forces, but they were attracted here by the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills. It was foreseeable that the barrier that they must break through in order to ascend into the 6th order open heaven realm would be a barrier of life or death. Success would mean life, and failure would result in death. They had no other choice. Apart from these two, the rest understood their limits and did not apply for any 6th order materials, but rather opted for materials of the 5th order. Bian Yuqing replied. We might not have much else in Void Land, but we do have plenty of 5th order materials. Yang Kai nodded. With the divine medicine, Gourd Vine, it would only take them a month to collect a complete set of 5th order materials. As long as they were given enough time, Void Land would definitely see no shortage in 5th order materials. However, in the short term, Void Land's resources would be scarce until the crisis forced upon them by Heavenly Sword Union was lifted. As the two were talking, Yang Kai suddenly saw two tiny figures rushing in from the outside. It was Xiaohong and Xiaohe. Just like in their original forms, Xiaohong had a fine appearance in human form like molded porcelain or well-cut jade, but Xiaohe looked as crooked and appalling as ever, drooling from time to time. Yang Kai smiled. What brings the two of you here? Has Senior sent you? Xiaohong said urgently, Young master, quickly go and take a look, something is not right with the young madam. Grandpa sent me to call you over. Yang Kai's face turned serious and he got up. Which young madam? Bian Yuqing's face also became serious. That is. The one with the red hair. Xiaohe added from the side while sucking up the drool that was dripping down his face. Red hair. It's Zhu Qing. Yang Kai had no idea what happened, but since Bai Shi called for him, then it must be serious. Not daring to delay, he manipulated space principles and disappeared from where he stood. By the time he reappeared, he had already arrived at a platform on Dragon Sun Peak. There were a large group of people gathered here, all of whom were from the Dragon clan, forming a circle. It was not known what they were looking at, but when they heard the noise, Great Elder Zhu Yan, Second Elder Fu Zhun, Third Elder Fu Xian, and Fourth Elder Zhu Kong all turned their heads to look at him. Adoptive father. Yang Xiao quickly shouted. Yang Kai, you're here. Zhu Yan nodded lightly at him. What happened? Heart hanging from his throat, Yang Kai moved through the crowd. Bai Shi, who was standing inside, did not turn around. He stood there, hunched over, reassuring him, no need to be nervous. It's nothing bad. In fact, it's good news. What do you mean? Yang Kai was confused. See for yourself. Bai Shi pointed. Yang Kai looked over and saw Zhu Qing sitting down cross-legged, surrounded by a blood mist. The blood mist was just like a living being that lingered around her. Inside, Zhu Qing had a peaceful expression on her face as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Yang Kai carefully observed the blood mist surrounding Zhu Qing's body and could feel the might of her dragon vein coming from it. You sense it, don't you? Bai Shi asked. Yang Kai answered tentatively, Qing'er's dragon vein is growing stronger? Exactly. Bai Shi nodded. Why is this happening? Yang Kai did not understand. Zhu Yan explained, just now, we were listening to Senior's lesson on refining our bloodline. Fifth Elder must have had an epiphany. That's a good thing, right? Yang Kai asked tentatively. Of course it is. Bai Shi nodded, the growth of a divine spirit is a constant metamorphosis, and each transformation brings about great improvements. The same is true for the Dragon Clan. Qing Girl is now in the process of that metamorphosis. Yang Kai finally put his worries aside and grinned, many thanks for your tireless guidance, Senior. Bai Shi waved his hand, I merely offered them directions. The reason this little girl was able to see a result so quickly is because of her pure bloodline. And, out of all of you young dragons, this girl has the purest bloodline. Young dragons. The Dragon Clan elders all had awkward looks on their faces, but since it was Bai Shi who said it, none of them dared to refute him and accepted it in silence. So, what makes one a mature dragon? Yang Kai asked. Bai Shi shook his head and laughed, there is no such thing as a mature dragon, only a grand dragon. After a pause, he added, to be able to evoke their original forms and take on a body over 10,000 meters long, that is the limit one must exceed to be called a grand dragon, and only a grand dragon can be as powerful as a high-rank open heaven realm master. 10,000 meters long. Zhu Yan was astonished. He was the great elder of the Dragon Clan, so it was reasonable to say that he was the strongest one. Not even Zhu Qing could compare, however, his body was currently only 1,000 meters or so in length. He was still far away from reaching 10,000 meters. Yang Kai was also secretly speechless. When he executed his dragon transformation secret art, he could reach a few thousand meters in length, which he thought was amazing enough. However, he never thought that he would still be thousands of meters away from becoming a grand dragon. But of course, his situation was not the same as a true dragon, so his size alone was not enough to tell how strong he was. Reaching 10,000 meters is just a basic requirement for one to become a grand dragon. As one's bloodline continues to evolve, even 100,000 meters is not be impossible. Bai Shi's words were astounding. The young dragons were all stunned by what they heard. In terms of age, which Dragon Clan member here had not lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years? But for the growth of a dragon, the depth of their bloodline had always been the greatest standard. This was true for not only the Dragon Clan, but for all divine spirits. While they were talking, the blood mist around the surface of Zhu Qing's body became denser and denser. Previously, they could still see Zhu Qing through the blood mist, but now, the red mist was so thick that they could no longer see the inside. This is quicker than expected. Bai Shi exclaimed. Is there something wrong with that? Yang Kai became nervous again. Not for now. Bai Shi shook his head, however, this old master has noticed a problem even before this. Among you young dragons, this girl has the densest bloodline. Reasonably speaking, since you all came from the same place, there should not be such a great difference. Has she taken some sort of precious treasure that can purify one's bloodline? The Dragon Clan elders all turned their heads to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was puzzled by their stares, what's wrong? Bai Shi was also confused. Zhu Yan lightly coughed. When he raised his hand, his dragon aura surged, isolating the inside from the outside and keeping the rest of the Dragon Clan members out, leaving only a few elders behind. There were not many members of the Dragon Clan to begin with, only around 20 or so in total. Apart from the elders, all the rest of the Dragon Clan members were looking over curiously, but they could not hear any sound, so they had no idea what the elders were talking about. Do you really have no idea, or are you just feigning ignorance? Zhu Yan glanced at Yang Kai. What am I supposed to know? Yang Kai was baffled. Fu Xian stood aside with a slight blush on her cheek, staring down at her toes. Zhu Kong, on the other hand, had raised his eyes to the sky as if there were a pretty little female dragon flirting with him. Fu Zhuan, on the other hand, was as blunt as usual. Amused, she looked at Yang Kai and asked, think about it, how did Zhu Qing become the fifth elder of the Dragon Clan? Yang Kai stroked his chin, is it because of me? Fu Zhuan sighed, of course it's because of you. Zhu Yan interrupted them, of course, it's not all because of you. To become an elder of our dragon clan, an exceptional bloodline is necessary. Strictly speaking, Zhu Qing was not the most outstanding dragon on my dragon island at the time, and the purity of her bloodline was nothing exceptional. However, since meeting you, the purity of her bloodline has been increasing at a rapid rate. That is the biggest reason why she had become the 5th elder of our dragon clan, even surpassing the old ones like us. I'm more than certain she told you why we sent so many of our female clan members to you at that time. After meeting me, Yang Kai pursed his lips, reminiscing about their past encounters and those female clan member attempts at him. He said a little embarrassedly, Great Elder means to say. Zhu Yan coughed lightly, you have the ability to purify the bloodline of the dragon clan. Otherwise, how would the 5th elder able to achieve so much so quickly? Yang Kai glanced at the other dragon clan elders and blushed a little. Zhu Yan said, we have discussed this issue before. Bai Shi was looking left and right. After listening for a while, he finally reacted and made a sound of realization. Yang Kai hurriedly said, don't listen to them, senior brother. It's just baseless nonsense. Qing'er was surely able to reach an epiphany because of your great guidance. Bai Shi waved his hand and laughed, that would only be possible if she had exceptional potential to begin with. Regardless, this is not something that is taboo for us to talk about. As far as I know, such practices are common in the dragon clan. The union between a dragon of a stronger bloodline and a dragon of a weaker bloodline will indeed be able to help the one with the weaker bloodline to purify theirs. Zhu Yan's eyes lit up, Senior, that also occurs in the outer universe? Bai Shi nodded, of course. Not only is this true for the dragon clan, but also the rest of the divine spirits. So, the purer one's bloodline, the higher their status. Only, no matter what divine spirit clan it may be, their numbers are extremely low, and there were even fewer of them to be found in one same group. The dragon clan's numbers are still quite numerous in comparison, and that is why it is more obvious. Zhu Yan's eyes were already glowing as he was staring at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Yang Kai could not help but feel goosebumps rising all over his skin as he asked nervously, what advice does Great Elder have for me? Sullivan, screw this. Why did the author forget about this? He literally wrote chapters about all of them already knowing. I'm just going to change the context to fit what we already know and tweak it. Just wanted to state this in case some wonder why this is a little different from the Ross. Voidland's current situation isn't good, Zhu Yan suddenly sighed. Yang Kai furrowed his brow, it still has not reached the point when life and death are at stake. Zhu Yan nodded, although that is true, being targeted by a high-rank open heaven master is still a terrible predicament. Yang Kai thought he was worried about Voidland's future, so he quickly consoled, Great Elder doesn't need to worry, I have a way to deal with this. I believe you. Zhu Yan nodded, the star boundaries situation was horrendous back then, but you let us out of it, we fought our way out. No matter how bad the current situation is, it's still less dangerous than the star boundaries situation back then. Though, Zhu Yan suddenly changed the subject, however, having more open heaven realm masters in Voidland is not a bad thing, right? Great Elder is right, we've already begun to move to increase our numbers, and things are progressing quite smoothly. In another 2 months, Iron Blood Great Emperor should be attempting to advance to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. This was exciting news. The more masters there are, the better. Especially my dragon clan, if we can grow, each of us will be comparable to a high-rank open heaven master. At that time, what can Emir's Waquan Hui amount to? Zhu Yan said proudly before turning to look at Yang Kai sincerely, however, you also know that the growth of a divine spirit is extremely slow, the same goes for those from the dragon clan. After following you from the star boundary to Voidland for so many years, only the 5th Elder has made some significant progress, while the others have basically been stagnant, so you'll have to spend more effort to assist them. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit uncomfortable as he asked hesitantly, what does Great Elder want me to do? Zhu Yan made a fist and coughed lightly, you're also a member of the dragon clan after all, so you can't favor one over the other. You have to treat everyone equally, am I right? Us men and married women won't count on you, but look over there, there are still a few young women who haven't married yet. The corners of Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help twitching slightly, while Fu Xian, who was standing to the side, blushed to the tips of her ears. Turning her head, she quickly stated, Xiaoqi is waiting for me, I'll go take a look at her. Saying so, she stomped her foot and soared into the sky. Zhu Yan's words were extremely clear, so how could those present not understand what he was saying? Fu Xian was simply too embarrassed to stay. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Great Elder, you're pushing me into a fire pit. The number of pure-blooded female dragon clan members is far fewer than the number of men, each of them is akin to a treasure. If the men hear what you said, they will chop me into 18 pieces. Zhu Yan added in a serious and righteous manner, when compared to the future of my dragon clan, what do personal sacrifices count for? If any of them dares to say anything, I'll rip their heads off. We have talked about this before. Furthermore, I'm sure these little girls will be happy to do this. Have they not already made their stances clear? No, this is not appropriate. Yang Kai quickly waved him off. Zhu Yan wanted him to become a dragon stud. How could he do such a thing? There were only a few unmarried women left in the dragon clan, 4 or 5, that's it. There's nothing inappropriate at all. Zhu Yan assumed the posture that he was the law and his word would be final. Everything else can be discussed, but this matter concerns the future of our dragon clan, so you'll have to listen to me. In any case, your wives are all cultivating in retreat right now, and you rarely get to meet them. You're also a young man with a strong physique, so don't you feel lonely? Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. You're the dragon clan's great elder, is it alright for you to speak like this? If your clansmen were to hear this, where would your prestige go? Fu Zhuan, who was standing to the side, interjected with a smile, if we can really allow the dragon clan to have a few grand dragons, even if its prestige goes down the drain, so what? Yang Kai stared at her in shock. Second elder, why are you saying such things? He turned to Zhu Kong, and asked, Fourth elder, don't you have anything to say? Zhu Kong muttered to himself for a moment before reaching out to pat Yang Kai's shoulder and sighing, many thanks in advance for your hard work. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He looked towards Bai Shi for help, however, the old man, who had been observing everything for a long time, just stroked his beard and encouraged, if you plant the crops and till the fields well, you'll definitely gain something. Yang Kai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, feeling like someone had just stabbed him in the back. Seeing Zhu Yan about to speak again, Yang Kai quickly raised his hand and stopped him. Great elder, the dragon clan's future cannot depend on me alone, but I can promise you that I will find the dragon altar as soon as possible. If I can find it, the dragon clan will no longer be trapped here, and its future will be bright. Zhu Yan was stunned for a moment before stating, the dragon altar is the dragon altar while you are you. We are not certain when we'll find it, or if we ever will. So let's talk about you first. How could Yang Kai be willing to continue this discussion? Putting on an act, he took out his communication bead and looked at it before raising his brow and saying, something happened in Star City, I'll go take a look. He turned to Bai Shi and requested, Senior, please look after Qing'er. Nodding, Bai Shi assured, rest assured, if there is any change, I will inform you right away. Yang Kai thanked him before escaping towards the Star City. Seeing him flee, Zhu Yan was also helpless, while Fu Zhuan heaved a sigh, we were too impatient. We've frightened him off. Zhu Yan grinned meaningfully, a man's heart always longs for spring sceneries, how could such a good thing scare him? This isn't the first time this has happened. Perhaps he's still just too happy to say it out loud. Fu Zhuan glanced at him casually, oh, is that so? Zhu Yan quickly coughed and replied, I'm an old man, so naturally I won't act like those young ones. Fu Zhuan coldly snorted, so, what do we do now? Zhu Yan thought about it for a moment, then waved his hand to remove the barrier and swept his eyes over the clan members in front of him, boys, leave, girls, stay. We have some things to tell you. The male members of the dragon clan looked at each other in dismay. Although they were all somewhat curious, since the great elder had spoken, they didn't dare to remain any longer and quickly left, leaving 5 female dragon clan members behind. Zhu Yan gave Fu Zhuan a look, and the latter immediately stepped forward and whispered to the 5 female dragons, occasionally pointing towards Zhu Qing. Some of the female dragons had their eyes shine brightly, seemingly eager to give it a try, while some had their faces flushed shyly. Meanwhile, the nearby Zhu Kong let out a long sigh. The Star City's popularity was low as nearly 80% of the merchants had left long ago, causing the situation to deteriorate. Even the Void Dock, which used to be extremely lively, was now deserted. Yang Kai drank a few pots of tea in the governor's mansion until his stomach was full. Mo Mei had no idea why Yang Kai had suddenly come to her place, but she just quietly accompanied him and didn't ask any questions, diligently reporting to him about the Star City's recent situation, whereas Yang Kai perfunctorily listened. Half a day later, Yang Kai thought that it was about time, so he finally stood up and stated, "Please take care of the Star City, I'll go back first." "Sect Master, rest assured, I will definitely take good care of the Star City, goodbye." After returning from the Star City, Yang Kai went to find Bian Yuqing to discuss the matter of Iron Blood Great Emperor breaking through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm in 2 months. Although they couldn't help much, this was not a small event, so they had to make some preparations. At the very least, he had to isolate the energy fluctuations during the breakthrough so that others would not be able to spy on him, otherwise, if Sui Hui found out about this, he might not be able to hold himself back and attack. Voidland's top priority now was time, and second was supplies. After settling some details with Bian Yuqing, Yang Kai returned to his palace. Just as he pushed open the door to his room though, Yang Kai frowned and looked towards the bed, only to see that there was something hidden inside it. He could clearly feel someone's aura and breathing. Frowning, Yang Kai walked over to the bed and looked down. Before he could see who was hiding here, 2 snow-white arms reached out from under the blanket and wrapped around his neck, pulling him down. Yang Kai quickly held on to the edge of the bed to steady himself. A pair of bright eyes stared straight at him, as if wanting to eat him alive. "Fu Ling? What are you doing here?" Yang Kai asked, staring at her. Yang Kai had a deep impression of this loose purple dragon. When he first entered Dragon Island in the Star Boundary, he had seen many things she was involved in that nearly blinded his eyes. Before then, he had only heard that those of the dragon race lived in an impure and obscene manner, but he thought that only applied to the males. It could be said that Fu Ling had opened a new window for him. "Brother-in-law." Fu Ling called out sweetly with eyes filled with affection, "The Great Elder sent me here to serve you." After she had raised her hands, Yang Kai found that the thin blanket couldn't cover her naked body at all. She wasn't wearing anything. "Great Elder asked you to come?" Yang Kai was both amused and annoyed. Zhu Yan really wanted to treat him like a dragon stud, and had sent Fu Ling over without any warning. Of course. Fu Ling blew her orchid breath at Yang Kai's face as she gently pursed her red lips, assuming a seductive look. "Brother-in-law, I also want to be like big sister Qing and grow into a grand dragon as soon as possible." "Brother-in-law, can you help me?" Yang Kai quickly nodded. "Let go of me first, I'll help you." Fu Ling's beautiful eyes lit up as she cheered in joy. "Brother-in-law is the best." A moment later, with an exasperated shout, Fu Ling, who was wrapped up in sheets like a dumpling, was tossed out of the palace. Before she could land on the ground, the enraged Fu Ling transformed into her true form, a giant purple dragon. Shaking her head and flicking her tail, she breathed out a purple dragon breath which caused the defensive array around the palace to flicker. After venting her anger, Fu Ling left in a huff. From that day on, whenever Yang Kai showed up in Voidland, there would always be a female dragon who would appear and follow him. Not every one of them was as unrestrained as Fu Ling. Some of them were bold and hot while others were shy and tender. Nonetheless, being entangled by so many female dragons made Yang Kai feel helpless. However, Yang Kai could never agree to being a dragon stud. Not in the past and not now. Zhu Qing's achievements today were not done in a day or two, but rather because he had been nourishing her for a long time. If he really went along with Zhu Yan's plans, Yang Kai would probably have no time for anything else and would be stuck pleasing those female dragon clan's members with his heart and body indefinitely. If Yu Rumeng and the others found out about this later, Yang Kai was certain that he would never have any good days ahead of him. So, although his heart wavered, he refused to give in. Thus, regarding this matter, even Zhu Yan and the others were rendered helpless. After all, one could not force an ox to bend its head to drink. Sullivan, in short, he wants to, but can't because of the consequence. I like how the author notes Yu Rumeng's name. Likewise, change a bit of the context to not make this the first time this has occurred. In Voidland's Wood Spirit Province, where there were endless mountain ranges with jagged rocks covered in lush forests. On a certain spirit peak, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged and staring at another spirit peak 100 kilometers away. He had been sitting here for more than 2 months now. With these two spirit peaks as the center, a radius of several hundred kilometers had been marked as a restricted area and no unauthorized personnel were allowed to approach. A streak of light flew over and landed beside Yang Kai as a sweet fragrance spread in the air. It was none other than Yuhi. As their eyes met, Yang Kai nodded slightly. Yuhi, standing quietly beside him, asked in a low voice, gazing into the distance, "Young master, how is the situation?" "For the time being, there shouldn't be any big issues. We just need to see when Senior Iron Blood will be able to completely refine the yang element material. As long as he completely refines it, he will be able to split heaven and earth apart and form his small universe." After a short pause, he asked again, "Has everything been arranged?" Yuhi replied, "Everything has been arranged. Second manager is bringing them over right now." Yang Kai nodded. 2 months ago, Iron Blood Great Emperor had received his 6th order yang element material and was preparing to break through to the open heaven realm. Yang Kai had also made many preparations for this and had specially found many open heaven realm masters to teach him about the things he needed to pay attention to in order to break through smoothly. This kind of experience was exactly what Iron Blood Great Emperor needed. With this guidance, he would be able to avoid many risks. It had been almost 2 months since Iron Blood Great Emperor began refining his final element material, so it should be about time for the results to be revealed. He was the first cultivator from the star boundary to ascend to the open heaven realm. This was extremely significant to the current void land and the people from the star boundary as a whole. Therefore, Yang Kai arranged for some people to attend the ceremony. These people were all preparing to break through to the 6th order, so being able to personally observe and emulate Iron Blood Great Emperor's breakthrough would be of great benefit to them in the future. When Old Bai was breaking through to the 5th order open heaven realm, the proprietress had specially brought Yang Kai to watch for precisely this reason. As the two were speaking, they saw a large group of people flying towards them. When they got close, all of them landed on the ground. There were more than 20 of them. The ones in front were naturally the great emperors from the star boundary: Hong Chen, Martial Beast, Serene Soul, Flower Shadow, Ice Feather, Heaven's Revelations, and Wondrous Pill. Next were Yang Yan, Li Wu Yi, Bing Yun, Xing Yu Zhu, and the other pseudo-great emperors. After them were Yang Kai's wives, Su Yan, Xia Ning Cheng, Shan Qing Luo, Shui Yu, Yu Ru Meng, and Ji Yao. Yang Shui, Mo Xiaoqi, Lin Yuner, Xiang Ying, and Fang Yu also came. Everyone greeted him one by one, but there was no time for small talk as everyone's eyes turned towards Iron Blood Great Emperor. After observing for a while, Duan Hongchen furrowed his brow and asked, "What's the situation over there?" Yang Kai replied honestly, "He should still be refining the last material, but it should be about time. We'll know in half a month at most." Duan Hongchen nodded slightly and suddenly smiled. "I didn't expect that we would also be able to break through to the open heaven realm." They were trapped in the star boundary and unable to see the vastness of the outer universe. Only by leaping out from there did they realize how small the world they lived in truly was. However, everyone understood that the greatest contributor to everyone's success today was undoubtedly Yang Kai. If he hadn't provided them with an unlimited amount of cultivation materials, even if they had jumped out to the outer universe, they might not have had a good result. Since their arrival from the star boundary, the great emperors rarely gathered together as they were usually busy with their own cultivation. If Yang Kai hadn't asked them to attend this event, they would still be in retreat. Now that they had gathered together, there was naturally a lot to talk about, so it didn't take long for them to start chatting. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to them and instead shot a glance at his wives before walking to the side. Seeing this, the several women quickly followed. Although Yang Kai would often find time to guide Su Yan and the others in their cultivation, most of the time, they would be in retreat so they rarely saw each other. As such, it was only natural for them to feel a little lovesick. There were many people gathered here, and since it was inappropriate to show too much affection in public, Yang Kai simply checked the cultivation progress of each of the women one by one, answering all of their questions in detail, allowing them to benefit greatly. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who was talking to his women, suddenly turned his head in the direction of Iron Blood Great Emperor and shouted, "It's starting." The muttering on the spirit peak suddenly quieted down as everyone turned their attention to the platform where Iron Blood Great Emperor was sitting cross-legged. Bit by bit, an extremely profound aura suddenly started rising. "Is the arrangement over at the Star City done?" Yongkai turned his head and asked. Yuhi quickly replied, everything has been arranged. Mo Mei will personally keep an eye on it, there won't be any mistakes. Yongkai nodded, start the array. Yuhi accepted the order and summoned the array jade. Immediately, her hands danced around as the 9 heavenly layers grand array was activated. The 9 heavenly layers grand array that enveloped void land was extremely powerful, but the more powerful the spirit array, the more energy it consumed to operate. Normally, the 9 heavenly layers grand array was not fully activated, especially now that void land was lacking in resources. At this moment, under the control of Yuhi, the 9 heavenly layers grand array's bewildering array, illusion array, and barrier were all activated. When Iron Blood Great Emperor broke through to the 6th order open heaven realm, there would inevitably be a great disturbance. If there was no grand array to isolate him, it was highly likely his breakthrough would be spied upon by outsiders. Heavenly Sword Union was like a tiger eyeing its prey right now. It was unknown how many spies they had planted in Void Territory and the Star City, but once news of someone breaking through to the 6th order open heaven realm spread, they would naturally hear about it. Yongkai didn't know what Zuoquan Hui's reaction would be, but just in case, he had to be careful. Void land still needed more time. In the blink of an eye, the entire void land was covered in a thick layer of mist. Looking from afar, it was impossible to see anything within. Inside void land, the movements of Iron Blood Great Emperor became more obvious, and a series of muffled thuds slowly and rhythmically rang out from the void, as if a giant invisible hand was beating a war drum. Everyone focused all of their attention on him, not missing a single detail. Watching others advance to the 6th order open heaven realm was extremely helpful to their future cultivation, so no one dared to relax. Advancing to the open heaven realm was a process of a cultivator splitting heaven and earth apart within their body to form a small universe. This process was extremely dangerous, because in order to break through to the open heaven realm, one needed to first shatter their Dao seal and melt it into their small universe. If the Dao seal was shattered and the small universe was unable to form, then their entire life of cultivation would be wasted. If one succeeded, they would be reborn and soar into the sky. If they failed, they would lose everything and would die without a corpse. There were only 2 endings when breaking through to the open heaven realm. One was to live, the other to die. There was no middle ground. As such, there were many Emperor Realm cultivators in these 3,000 worlds who already had the qualifications to break through to the open heaven realm, but did not dare to take that final step. The great emperors all wore solemn expressions. Compared to Iron Blood, their foundation was almost the same. Perhaps Iron Blood was slightly better, but not by much. Whether or not Iron Blood could successfully advance to the 6th order was the key. If he failed, it would be a great blow to the great emperors from the star boundary. If even the great emperors were like this, there was no need to mention the others. As such, everyone present was nervous. Seeing this, Yongkai consoled, Senior Iron Blood has a deep foundation and his Dao seal is firm. Now that he has the protection of the Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill, it shouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the open heaven realm. There's no need to be so nervous. Mo Huang shook his head and commented, who dares to say that nothing unexpected will happen on our path of cultivation? Even if someone had traveled 99% along the path, before he or she had reached his or her destination, the slightest carelessness may lead to unpredictable consequences. Yongkai had wanted them to not be so nervous, but after hearing Mo Huang's words, he could only nod and say, Senior Martial Beast is right. As time passed, the yin, yang, and 5 element powers gradually rose and fell, mutually reinforcing and suppressing one another. On the spirit peak, the atmosphere was heavy as everyone knew that Iron Blood had reached a critical juncture, so how could they be in the mood to speak? Yin, yang, and the 5 elements continued cycling without end, occasionally showing signs of disorder, causing everyone to be on edge. Fortunately, Iron Blood Great Emperor's foundation was quite deep, so although there were some twists and turns during his advancement, it wasn't to the point where he couldn't control it himself. Yongkai paid close attention and was prepared to step in at any time. He didn't know if he could help others when they encountered difficulties during their breakthrough to the open heaven realm, or if he could assist them in any way, but he could only prepare in advance. At a certain moment, the flaring aura suddenly disappeared, shocking everyone. They thought that something terrible had happened to Iron Blood Great Emperor, however, soon after, a strange feeling slowly spread out. When they probed, they sensed that the place where Iron Blood Great Emperor was standing was a chaotic mess, as if everything in this world had been turned into nothingness. Yang Kai's brow rose as he recalled the scene of him breaking through to the open heaven realm. How could he not know that Iron Blood Great Emperor had reached the final step? He couldn't help feeling excited. A fierce shout suddenly rang out from Iron Blood Great Emperor's side, "Open!" A violent rumbling sound rang out as chaos erupted and heaven and earth split apart. The aura of the newly born universe world spread out in all directions like a thunderstorm, spreading fierce gales and causing everyone's clothes to flutter. Success! Duan Hongchen exclaimed softly, his eyes glowing with envy. Ha 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 ha! Iron Blood Great Emperor laughed heartily, amazing. Martial Beast Great Emperor curled his lips, show off. Although he said so, there was still pride in his eyes. After all, they were all great emperors, and with Iron Blood reaching the open heaven realm, he would soon be able to catch up. Yang Kai's tense heart finally relaxed as he let out a long sigh and smiled, everyone, please come with me to congratulate him. Saying so, he took the lead and flew forward while the others followed closely behind. A distance of 100 kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. Iron Blood Great Emperor stood there, gently clenching his fists. His face filled with confidence as if he could grasp the entire world in his palm. Yang Kai could understand what he was feeling. On the martial Dao, the gap between the Emperor realm and the open heaven realm was a big leap, a qualitative change that was difficult to describe, especially with Iron Blood Great Emperor breaking through directly to the Sixth Order open heaven realm. At this moment, the strength he possessed was thousands of times greater than before. At the Star City's void dock, a small ship, after receiving a routine inspection, slowly sailed out before quickly disappearing into the void. After the ship left, Mo Mei slowly walked out from her hiding place and glanced in the ship's direction, asking, "Who does that ship belong to?" The disciple, who was responsible for inspecting the ship, reported, "It's the transport of Gathering Smoke Territory's Blizzard sect." Mo Mei immediately took out her universe chart and examined it for a moment before coldly snorting, Gathering Smoke Territory and Heavenly Sword Territory are adjacent to each other. They didn't leave sooner or later, but chose to leave at this time. What a loyal bunch. As she spoke, she turned her head in the direction of Voidland and saw that it was currently wrapped in a thick mist. She knew that Iron Blood Great Emperor from the star boundary was definitely preparing to break through to the open heaven realm, otherwise the 9 heavenly layers grand array would not have been activated. It was known that there were spies from Heavenly Sword Union in the Star City. She had discussed this matter with Yang Kai before. Just like how he had arranged for Luan Baifeng to join Heavenly Sword Union, Heavenly Sword Union would have certainly done the same. However, there were still many merchants and residents who remained in the Star City, so it was impossible to determine which ones were spies. Iron Blood Great Emperor breaking through to the open heaven realm had clearly alerted Voidland's enemies. When the 9 heavenly layers grand array was activated, the entire Voidland was covered by it, giving the impression they were trying to hide some kind of big secret. When the spies in the Star City saw this, they would definitely report it to Heavenly Sword Union, giving Voidland an opportunity to track them. What Mo Mei saw now was completely in line with Yang Kai's speculations. Not long after Voidland's 9 heavenly layers grand array was activated, Blizzard Sect's ship left the Star City. Why did they leave if it wasn't to send a message? It should be noted that the Star City's void dock had been completely deserted all this while, no one had come or gone. So Jin Yuan Lang and his group of disciples who were responsible for overseeing the void dock had grown quite idle and bored. Elder Fan. Mo Mei called out. Fan Wu Xian quickly stepped forward and cupped his fist, greeting, "Governor. Keep a close eye on this place, there's definitely more than one rat. If anyone wants to leave, you can detain them first. If they have any objection, tell them to come to the governor's mansion and talk to me." "Yes." Fan Wu Xian replied solemnly. Mo Mei glanced at the deep void again, wondering how much they could gain from tracking these people down. At the same time, in Voidland, a group of people gathered around Iron Blood Great Emperor and listened to him describe the feeling of breaking through to the open heaven realm. Although Yang Kai had previously asked many veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to teach them some things they needed to pay attention to in order to advance to the Open Heaven Realm, having someone who just broke through like Iron Blood Great Emperor teach them was naturally more effective. Perhaps one of them might encounter a similar situation as Iron Blood Great Emperor when they made their attempt. At that time, if they were well prepared, it would be easier to deal with. After a full day and night, everyone still hadn't had enough, so Yang Kai had no choice but to interrupt them. Senior Iron Blood just broke through and needs to consolidate his foundation. Let him rest for a while. Hearing this, everyone finally gave up. There was a huge leap in strength from the Emperor realm to the Open Heaven realm. The sudden increase in strength required some time to gradually adapt to, otherwise, it would be impossible for Iron Blood to display his full might when facing an enemy. Iron Blood Great Emperor's ascension to the Open Heaven realm was a good start, meaning that the cultivators from the star boundary had now finally stepped onto the stage of the 3,000 worlds. In 3 to 6 months, Yang Kai believed that Void Land would have at least 3 or 4 more 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Bustling World Great Emperor, Martial Beast Great Emperor, and even Fang Yu and Xianxia's advancement to Open Heaven Realm was only a hair's breadth behind Iron Blood Great Emperor. Perhaps it was because they had been stimulated by Iron Blood Great Emperor's breakthrough, but everyone returned to their respective rooms and immediately entered retreat. As expected, the 2 Great Emperors, Bustling World and Martial Beast, as well as Fan Yu and Xianxia, both requested Bian Yuqing to provide them with the last 6th Order Yang element material they needed soon after. Bian Yuqing naturally agreed. After everything was settled, Bian Yuqing came to Yang Kai's side and whispered a few words to him. Yang Kai slightly narrowed his eyes and nodded, "Let's go take a look." The two of them quickly arrived at a secret room. Jin Yuanlang immediately cupped his fist and greeted, "Sect Master, Second Manager." Yang Kai nodded slightly and swept his gaze across the crowd, only to see 3 people standing side by side in front of him, 2 men and 1 woman. They looked a little panicked, but they were trying very hard to appear calm. Jin Yuanlang took a few steps forward and gave a simple report. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly, "Gathering Smoke Territory, Blizzard Sect?" Jin Yuanlang continued, "Governor Mo has already checked. Gathering Smoke Territory is adjacent to Heavenly Sword Territory. I've been following their flying ship for a long distance, their destination should have been Flying Smoke Territory." Yang Kai nodded slightly. He then pulled up a chair before sitting down and lifting his head to look at the 3 people in front of him. The Blizzard Sect members were led by the elderly man in the middle. This man had good insight, as when he saw a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Jin Yuanlang acting so respectfully towards Yang Kai, he immediately guessed Yang Kai's identity and cupped his fist. "This must be Voidland's Lord, Sir Yang." Yang Kai agreed with a nod, "It is this Yang." The elderly man furrowed his brow and asked, "May I ask Sir Yang whether my Blizzard Sect has offended Voidland in any way that would cause you to detain us?" Yang Kai asked lightly, "You really don't know?" The elderly man maintained a calm and composed manner, "Please enlighten me." Yang Kai stared at him for a moment before replying, "Since you don't know, you don't need to know." With a flick of his finger, world force suddenly converged. "Pa!" The elderly man's head exploded as red and white matter sprayed out in all directions while blood spurted out from the neck like a fountain. Bian Yuqing, who was standing behind Yang Kai, suddenly trembled, obviously frightened. It wasn't that she had never seen a dead person before, but she hadn't expected Yang Kai to act so decisively and take the old man's life without any warning. Jin Yuanlang was also stunned for a moment, but soon a smile appeared on his lips, giving him a menacing look. Since Blizzard Sect was willing to act as Heavenly Sword Union's spy, they were enemies, so there was no need for them to show any mercy. Yang Kai's actions were to his liking. As the old man's small universe collapsed, the power of the 4th Order Open Heaven realm suddenly dissipated as the headless corpse staggered and fell to the ground. Yang Kai looked up at the remaining 2 and asked, "What do you know?" The remaining man and woman were only in the 3rd Order Open Heaven realm. Seeing their leader being killed so ruthlessly, their faces immediately went pale and their courage shattered. The man's legs started trembling as he begged for mercy, "Sir, please spare my life. If there's anything you need, please ask. I will tell you everything I know." As if he was afraid he would die if he spoke too late, he quickly replied. Yang Kai turned to look at the woman again. The woman's face turned pale as she quickly expressed her stance, "This mistress is the same, if sir has any questions, feel free to ask." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, "That's better." After pondering for a moment, he stated, "The one who tells me the most will live, the other will die. Elder Jean, take one of them away." "Yes." Jin Yuanlang accepted the order and reached out to grab the man, ignoring his pleas for mercy and resistance as he took him away. Yang Kai turned to the woman and calmly continued, "You should understand what I want to know." The woman nervously gulped as her breathing became erratic. Her chest heaved up and down and she put on the best flattering smile she could as she gently nodded, "This mistress knows." Without waiting for Yang Kai to ask any more questions, she began speaking. She was frightened out of her wits, which caused her words to be extremely disorganized. Moreover, she was afraid that she would reveal less than her companion, so she said whatever came to her mind. Yang Kai listened with an indifferent expression, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. The more he acted like this, the more panicked the woman became. After a long time, the woman finally stopped and looked at him with a timid expression. As expected, these people from the Blizzard sect were spies planted by Heavenly Sword Union in Void Star City. Blizzard sect originally had a shop in the Star City, so before Heavenly Sword Union sealed the territory gate, they had contacted them and asked them to monitor the movements of Void Land. They had ordered them to report every piece of news they found. Previously, when they saw Void Land's 9 heavenly layers grand array activate, they too were unable to see what was happening inside, so they thought that something big had occurred. As such, they prepared to go to Flying Smoke territory to report the situation, but they didn't expect to fall into Yang Kai's trap. "Is that all?" Yang Kai looked up at her. The woman quickly shook her head, "Yes sir. This mistress and the others also didn't want to do this, we were forced to do so. Gathering Smoke territory and Heavenly Sword territory are neighbors, if we didn't comply, Heavenly Sword Union would definitely not spare us. My Blizzard sect really has no intention of becoming enemies with Void Land." Yang Kai ignored her pleas and continued, "The people that Heavenly Sword Union planted in the Star City are definitely not just your Blizzard sect. Who else is there?" The woman thought about it carefully before shaking her head, "This mistress has no idea. Think carefully before you answer, otherwise, if your fellow brother says more than you won't have a chance to see tomorrow's sun." The woman's eyes immediately turned red, "Sir, this mistress really doesn't know. Please spare my life, this mistress is willing to do anything to repay sir's kindness. Please take pity on me." Saying so, she actually knelt down, crawled up to Yang Kai, and craned her snow-white neck to look at him. This immediately caused her deep ravine to be visible through her collar. Bian Yuqing couldn't stand her pathetic look and coldly snapped, "You may not know, but don't you have any suspects?" After hearing her reminder, the woman thought about it seriously for a moment before reporting the names of the 2 other forces. "This mistress doesn't know if they are or not, but I've heard that they have many connections with Heavenly Sword Union." Yang Kai nodded, "I see." Giving Bian Yuqing a look, she immediately turned around and called out. A short while later, Jin Yuanlang walked in with the man in his arms before carrying the woman away, ignoring her pleas. Half an hour later, Yang Kai walked out of the secret room with Bian Yuqing following closely behind him. The 2 Third Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Blizzard sect had already told him everything they knew, and after cross-referencing the information they had revealed, Yang Kai did not find anything suspicious. So, questioning them anymore would be pointless. "Sect Master, what should we deal with those forces?" Bian Yuqing asked softly. In order to survive, the 2 Blizzard sect members had mentioned several forces, but they couldn't be certain if these forces really had colluded with Heavenly Sword Union. Perhaps they were just speculating, or perhaps they were just spouting names in order to appear more useful. As such, dealing with these forces was quite troublesome. Send a message to Governor Mo to keep an eye on them, and if there's any sign of trouble, Yang Kai paused for a moment before coldly continuing, "We'd rather kill and be wrong than let them off." Bian Yuqing quickly responded, "Yes." She also knew that what Void Land lacked the most right now was time. As long as they had a little more time, the number of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters they had would grow. When the battle broke out with Heavenly Sword Union, every 6th Order Master would be an indispensable force. So, concealing information right now was the top priority. Otherwise, if Suoquan Hui found out about the situation here, he would definitely launch an all-out attack. Last time, Suoquan Hui's lineage alone had forced Void Land to send out all its top experts, so now, with Heavenly Sword Union's help, if Void Land didn't have more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, it would be difficult to resist. What should we do with those two? Bian Yuqing asked again. Detain them for now, Yang Kai replied casually. He didn't take the two Blizzard sect members seriously, but since they wanted to make an enemy out of Void Land, he would not show any mercy. After the war here was settled, he would just throw them into the Black Territory. Luan Baifeng would be more than happy to acquire more or slaves. After the order was passed down, the Star City also began to make arrangements. Sure enough, 3 days later, they caught another spy who wanted to leave Void Territory. After interrogating them and confirming that there was no mistake, they also detained them. Yang Kai didn't know how much longer Zhuo Quanhui could endure. He had led Heavenly Sword Union to seal off the territory gate for over 3 years now, which wasn't necessary a long time, but it wasn't short either. Theoretically, it was enough time for a newly established force to run out of supplies. Void Land had only risen recently, so unlike the cave heavens and paradises that possessed inheritances that spanned countless centuries, it did not have a rich stockpile of resources. Now, even the Star City income had been cut off, so the only reason it was able to persist until now was because of the benefits brought about by the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. From Zhuo Quanhui's perspective, he was in an invincible position. As long as he waited patiently, Void Land would one day be unable to hold back and rush out to seek a way out. At that time, he would be able to deal a heavy blow to Void Land. However, there was always a limit to his patience, and it was impossible to completely seal off news from Void Land. Although Yang Kai didn't need to worry too much about the Star City, there were still many people hidden in Void Territory who were observing Void Land. Once the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was activated frequently, it would definitely arouse Zhuo Quanhui's vigilance, and at that time, he would definitely try to probe the situation. As such, Yang Kai felt that Void Land would at most be safe for another year or so. But a year was enough. 3 months later, bustling World Great Emperor broke through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, and quite smoothly at that. Another month later, Martial Beast Great Emperor also did so, which came as no surprise. In another 2 months, Fang Yu and Xianxia both broke through, not facing too much danger. Immediately after Fang Yu and Xianxia, Flower Shadow and Ice Feather Great Emperors broke through. At this point, the number of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land had reached 16, not including Luan Baifeng in Heavenly Sword Union or Lan Yurua, who was in secluded retreat. Although 7 of these 16 had just advanced to the Open Heaven Realm and were unable to display their full strength for a short period of time due to the instability of their cultivation, they were still in the Sixth Order Masters. As the saying went, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. In addition, there were more than 100 cultivators who had advanced below the Sixth Order in Void Land during this time. It could be said that a wave of advancement to the Open Heaven Realm had been set off. Just as Yang Kai had expected, the frequent activation of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array had alerted Zhuo Quanhui. After the enemy scouts hiding in Void Territory sent word back, the peace that had been maintained for several years was finally broken. Sect Master, a large number of ships suddenly appeared from Flying Smoke Territory's territory gate leading to Void Territory. They were confirmed to be from Heavenly Sword Union, and Mountain Lord Mao, who was watching over things there, engaged in a brief clash with the enemy. On Dragon Sun's peak, Yang Kai was examining Zhu Qing's condition when Bian Yuqing suddenly rushed over and anxiously reported. Yang Kai turned his head and asked, "How is the situation?" After returning from the Black Territory to Void Territory that day, Yang Kai had Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, and Zhou Ye lead a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters to guard the territory gate. On one hand, it was to block spies from leaving towards Flying Smoke Territory, while on the other hand, it was to monitor the situation of Heavenly Sword Union. Over the past few years, Heavenly Sword Union had made quite a few attempts to check the situation in Void Territory, but all of them had been easily resolved by Mao Zhe and the others. Since Zhuo Quanhui had decided to starve Void Land to death, he naturally wouldn't start a war so easily before the time was right. This time, the situation was clearly different from the previous small-scale investigations. Bian Yuqing shook her head and replied, "The situation is serious but not critical." Heavenly Sword Union sent several Sixth Order Masters, forcing Mountain Lord Mao and the others to retreat. The territory gate fell into Heavenly Sword Union's hands. "Is everyone all right?" Yang Kai asked with concern. Although Void Land was now filled with powerful forces, every Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master was a rare and needed talent. A few low-order Open Heaven Realm Masters lost their lives in the clash, but not many. The other party seemed to only be probing the region, so Mountain Lord Mao and the others were able to retreat safely. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before commenting in a mournful tone, "In a battle between two armies, injuries and deaths are inevitable. When the Star Boundary united to fight against the Demon Realm, millions of cultivators and billions of innocents lost their lives. The entire Star Boundary had been plunged into misery and suffering during that time. Now that they were fighting against Heavenly Sword Union, Yang Kai was naturally prepared for such losses." "Did Suquan Hui show up?" Yang Kai asked again. Bian Yuqing slowly shook her head and rejoiced. If he showed up personally, Mountain Lord Mao and the others would definitely not have remained unharmed. Although Mao Zhe and the other two were veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they were definitely not Suquan Hui's match even if they were to fight together. Last time, they had been able to defend against Suquan Hui because Yang Kai had been the one to bear most of the pressure. "Coward!" Yang Kai sneered. Suquan Hui was obviously afraid of the divine spirits of Void Land, so he didn't dare show his face easily. However, this was also in line with Yang Kai's intentions. From this point alone, even if Zhu Jiaoyin didn't actively participate in the war, she would still be a great deterrent. "Sect Master," Bian Yuqing's voice was somewhat hoarse, "is the war about to begin?" Although she was mentally prepared, when this day really came, Bian Yuqing couldn't help but be nervous. As someone from the Star Boundary, she had never forgotten how tragic the Two Worlds' Great War had been. "It is." Yang Kai took a deep breath and turned his head. "Senior, I'll have to trouble you to look after Void Land and the Star City." Nodding, she replied, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of these two places for you. If you can't defeat the enemy, just come back. With this old master here, they won't dare act rashly." "Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai expressed his gratitude before turning to Zhu Qing. But before he could say anything, Zhu Qing stepped forward and stated, "I'll go with you." Yang Kai flatly refused, "No." Zhu Qing's bloodline had improved dramatically as a result of her dragon vein being greatly purified and condensed, allowing her to transform into a 3,000 to 4,000 meters long dragon. However, when Yang Kai checked her strength, she was only able to display the might of someone around the Third or Fourth Order Open Heaven realm. A true Grand Dragon was said to be at least 10,000 meters long, so although Zhu Qing's transformation this time had greatly increased her strength, there was still a big gap between her and a true powerhouse. It was likely that she would need to undergo another great transformation before she could truly become a Grand Dragon. On the other hand, in a battle between two armies, the situation was chaotic, and a Third or Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could die at any moment. How could Yang Kai allow her to enter the battlefield? Zhu Qing looked at him quietly. "I am the wife of Void Land's lord. If I didn't have the ability to participate, it would have been fine, but now that I have the necessary strength, if I still have to hide in the rear, what will others think? If those disciples who were desperately bleeding and dying for Void Land came to know about it, what would they think? They will definitely think that I'm a turtle." To the side, she couldn't help but shrink his neck. He wanted to say something, but decided to hold back. Zhu Qing continued, "All these years, we sisters have been cultivating hard, but have never been able to help you much when you were out roaming the world. Now that I have this opportunity, I want to do something. We can't live under your wings forever, always allowing you to shield us from the wind and storms. Big Sister and the others must be thinking the same and working hard for this goal." Yang Kai had a belly full of words but he couldn't say them. Even though he was still reluctant, his heart was filled with warmth. "In any case, if I want to go, even if you don't allow me to, I'll go myself unless you lock me up," Zhu Qing proclaimed angrily. Yang Kai stared at her for a moment before suddenly smiling and nodding. "If you want to go, you can go." Zhu Qing stared at Yang Kai in shock. "You're not lying?" She hadn't expected Yang Kai to agree to her request so easily. "I'm not lying," Yang Kai replied seriously before turning to look at the old man. "Senior, please take care." Saying so, he wrapped his arm around Zhu Qing's waist and flew off. A moment later, numerous large and small ships flew out from Void Land, transforming into streaks of light as they headed towards the territory gate. Void territory was vast, so it would take at least 10 days to half a month to reach the territory gate. If Xianxia was alone, it wouldn't have taken him so long, but now that there were a lot of open heaven realm masters from Voidland accompanying him, their speed was naturally slower. Inside a room aboard the Falling Lotus, Zhuqing was lying on the bed, her clothes in disarray and her hair disheveled as she was sweating profusely. Lifting her head, she rebuked with great difficulty, "Aren't we going to war? If others find out, what will we do?" Xianxia grinned and replied, "It will take some time to get there, so we can't waste time. Senior said that I can help you purify your bloodline, and with each transformation, your strength will grow, so I must work hard." Zhuqing was already in a daze, unable to speak, her entire body glowing with a faint red light. Xianxia suddenly felt a little annoyed. "If I had known this would happen, I would have worked much harder and not wasted so much time before." The enormous territory gate was stretched across the void, slowly rotating in an endless cycle. Outside the territory gate stood a grand palace. This palace was a combination of defensive, offensive, and flight-type artifacts. Both inside and outside the palace, one could see cultivators walking back and forth. Xianxia led the many Voidland Open Heaven Realm Masters to a nearby place and immediately spotted the palace. "Heavenly Sword Palace." Old Bai whistled and exclaimed, "They even brought this thing out. They really want to settle down in our void territory. Have you seen it before?" Xianxia tilted his head and asked. Although there were many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, and there were even 16 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, in terms of experience and knowledge, none of them could compare to those from the First Inn. For many years, they had followed the proprietress around, collecting all kinds of information about the 3,000 worlds. There were very few things they didn't know about in the outer universe. Old Bai replied with shake of his head, "I haven't seen it before, but I've heard of the famous Heavenly Sword Palace. Back then, in order to forge this artifact, Heavenly Sword Union nearly went bankrupt, yet it still took them nearly 100 years to complete it." Xianxia was slightly surprised. Heavenly Sword Union could be considered a top second-class force, yet they had almost gone bankrupt and spent so long to refine a single artifact. From this, it could be seen just how much Heavenly Sword Palace had cost them. The more they spent on it, the more it could not be underestimated. Although he had not personally witnessed the power of Heavenly Sword Palace, Xianxia could still feel that it had an impregnable defense and unstoppable offensive power. This kind of artifact had already exceeded the scope of an ordinary artifact. It was a weapon of war. With such a powerful weapon, Heavenly Sword Union's morale would definitely soar. In comparison, Voidland seemed somewhat shabby. Xianxia turned his head and looked around, noting that Voidland's forces had taken up position about 1 million kilometers away from the territory gate. This distance wasn't far, but it was definitely not close either. For Open Heaven Realm Masters, it would not take them long to cross such a distance. Moreover, there were no obstructions in the void, so if their eyesight was good enough, they could even see individual cultivators across this kind of gap. Ships of all sizes were scattered across the void. "If we get the opportunity, we should forge a palace artifact for ourselves. Otherwise, if we encountered such a situation again, our morale would be greatly reduced before the fighting even begins." Unfortunately, Voidland was currently short of resources, so now was not the time to consider such things. "You didn't seize Wuquanhui?" Xianxia turned to look at Mao Zhe. Mao Zhe slowly shook his head, "No." Xianxia focused his attention on the Heavenly Sword Palace. Since Wuquanhui hadn't shown up, either he hadn't come here and was still hiding in Flying Smoke territory, or he was inside the Heavenly Sword Palace. Xianxia estimated that the former was more likely to be the case. If he really came, he would not let Mao Zhe and the others leave so easily. Of course, he could have been hiding in Flying Smoke territory and had now come along with the Heavenly Sword Palace. Even though a great killing weapon like the Heavenly Sword Palace had been taken out, it was still standing guard near the territory gate. Obviously, they were only trying to probe the situation and weren't preparing to launch a large-scale attack, otherwise, they would have completely mobilized the Heavenly Sword Palace and directly attacked Voidland. Of course, directly attacking Voidland was something Wuquanhui definitely didn't have the courage to do. With Bai Shi and Zhu Jiuyin standing guard, how could he dare to act presumptuously? setting up the Heavenly Sword Palace near the territory gate, he could attack or retreat at will. This was exactly what Yongkai wanted, Zhuo Quanhui acting vigilant and cautious. After thinking about it for a long time, Yongkai stated in a low voice, "I'm afraid I won't be able to contribute much to the battle against Heavenly Sword Union. You can only rely on yourselves. Be careful." The group of Open Heaven Realm masters around him were stunned, most of them not understanding what Yongkai meant, but a few of them quickly reacted. Yongkai's strength had far exceeded an ordinary Sixth Order master's, so if he were to take action, no one from Heavenly Sword Union would be his opponent. At that time, he would definitely provoke Zhuo Quanhui to take action, and once Zhuo Quanhui appeared, the situation would become difficult to control. After all, no one on their side could restrain a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm master. Currently, Zhuo Quanhui was hiding, mainly because he was afraid of Zhu Jiuyin, who hadn't made an appearance yet. If Yongkai didn't show himself, Zhuo Quanhui also wouldn't show up easily, which would benefit Void Land greatly. Yuhi was the first to understand this point, so when she heard this, she nodded and declared, "Young master may rest assured, if Zhuo Quanhui doesn't take action, Heavenly Sword Union is nothing but trash." For the current Void Land, they indeed had the qualifications to evaluate Heavenly Sword Union as trash. "Let's set up camp first." "I don't know how long Zhuo Quanhui's probing will last," Yongkai ordered, and everyone readily agreed. Several figures flew out and disappeared into the void. Half a day later, a shattered spirit province from who knows where was brought over and set down before everyone landed on it. This shattered spirit province was a barren rock one could find floating about in great territory. Although it couldn't compare to the grandeur of the Heavenly Sword Palace, it was still a good place to temporarily establish a camp. After settling the necessary details, Yongkai immediately summoned all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters for a war council. Everyone expressed their own opinions, and soon determined the most important task at hand, which was to determine the strength of Heavenly Sword Union. "Know thyself, know thine enemy, and you will emerge victorious in 100 battles." It was a saying true in any circumstance. On the other side, Heavenly Sword Union's disciples were all holed up in and around the Heavenly Sword Palace, so it wasn't easy to identify or count them. Yongkai had arranged for Luan Baifeng to enter the enemy's ranks in advance, but in this situation, unless Luan Baifeng left the Heavenly Sword Palace, it was impossible for her to send out a message. The Heavenly Sword Palace's defensive array was active, isolating the outside world and making it impossible to send out any messages. In other words, to contact her, the battle had to reach a point where Luan Baifeng would be deployed. This matter wasn't actually difficult. As long as Yongkai put enough pressure on Heavenly Sword Union, Luan Baifeng would definitely have a chance to move out and make contact. Yongkai gazed at everyone and asked, "Who wants to lead the attack?" Iron Blood Great Emperor was the first to step forward and volunteer, "Let me." It had only been half a year since he had broken through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, and he had spent most of his time in retreat, consolidating his cultivation. It was an extremely boring process, so he longed for a good fight. Furthermore, fighting with others was far more efficient than cultivating in retreat to consolidate one's foundation. The dangers of wandering between life and death also often stimulated one's potential. Yongkai denied with a smile, "Senior Iron Blood, please don't make a move for now. After your breakthroughs, you are all hidden forces of Void Land. I'm preparing to give Heavenly Sword Union a pleasant surprise when the time is right, so unless it's absolutely necessary, I want you to remain hidden." Iron Blood Great Emperor snorted unhappily but still sat back down. Maoxia stood up and proposed, "Let us take the lead, after all, we should retrieve the face we lost ourselves." Previously, the three mountain lords had been forced to retreat by Heavenly Sword Union, not because their strength was necessarily inferior, but because they were heavily outnumbered. Now that all of Void Land's forces were ready to be deployed, Maoxia naturally wanted to avenge his previous humiliation. Yongkai agreed with a nod, "Then I'll lead the first team to the three mountain lords. Take 10 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 100 below the Fifth Order." Maoxia and the other two stood up and cupped their fists, "Yes." Turning around, they walked out. After they left, Yongkai continued, "Huigu, Huayong, Shumu Dan." Huigu and the couple stood up and responded, "Sir. The three of you will lead another 100 people and prepare to assist at any time." The three of them nodded and went out to prepare. Yu He, Mo Mei. Yang Kai called out again. The two women stepped forward. Ready 200 people as reserves, just in case. Yes. After issuing these orders, Yang Kai raised his head and looked outside. All 8 known Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Void Land had been mobilized, so Heavenly Sword Union would have to arrange for Luan Baifeng to fight. As long as Luan Baifeng had the opportunity to leave the Heavenly Sword Palace, she could find an opportunity to send a message. A moment later, streaks of light flew out from the shattered spirit province and headed straight for the Heavenly Sword Palace. Although there weren't many in this group, all of them were Open Heaven Realm Masters. This was a battlefield for the Open Heaven Realm, and those below it weren't qualified to participate. At the same time, in the main hall of the Heavenly Sword Palace, Suoquan Hui was sitting on his throne with a group of Sixth Order cultivators standing in front of him. There were old, young, men, and women, but all of them served Suoquan Hui. A disciple dressed in Heavenly Sword Union's uniform rushed in and cupped his fist, reporting to Union Master, a 100-man team from Void Land is heading straight for Heavenly Sword Palace, led by Maoxia, Gung Qing, and Zhou Ye. Hearing this, Suoquan Hui coldly snorted, "They sure are courageous, daring to take the initiative to attack." On his left, an old man stroked his beard and smiled, "A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, a young man's temper is too hot, but this is just what the Union Master wants." This old man was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Heavenly Sword Union, but because of his advanced age, he stopped caring about worldly affairs and dedicated most of his time to secluded cultivation. After Suoquan Hui had entered Heavenly Sword Union, Suoquan Hui didn't care if he was willing or not, and dragged the old man along to serve him. Suoquan Hui swept his gaze over the crowd majestically. Who will meet the enemy? The group of people below all looked at each other in dismay. Unlike Voidland's forces, who all volunteered to be the first to attack, no one here answered. Suoquan Hui had not hesitated to drag Heavenly Sword Union into this war in order to avenge his fallen disciples, so naturally, the higher-ups of Heavenly Sword Union were naturally not very motivated. Eventually, someone suggested, "Union Master, how about we let these weaklings come over and show them the power of the Heavenly Sword Palace?" The Heavenly Sword Palace was a treasure that excelled at defense, offense, and mobility. If the people of Voidland dared to approach within 10,000 kilometers of it, those inside wouldn't even need to take action personally. The Heavenly Sword Palace's various arrays were enough to deal with them. If the enemy was careless enough, they might even be killed. However, how could Suoquan Hui do such a thing? If he wanted to destroy Voidland and kill Yang Kai, he would first have to cut off their wings. If he really used the power of the Heavenly Sword Palace, it would only cause Voidland to retreat helplessly, which was not in line with his goals. Moreover, the people of Voidland weren't fools, so why would they purposely put themselves in danger? This was to be the first real confrontation between Heavenly Sword Union and Voidland, yet no one had taken the initiative to help him resolve his problems, causing Suoquan Hui to be quite annoyed. Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace's main hall, Suoquan Hui had a cold and gloomy look on his face. The oppressive pressure of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was filling the air, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. The one who spoke realized that he had said something wrong and couldn't help but feel a bit terrified. "Union Master, this mistress requests permission to lead our counterattack. I hope Union Master can grant my request." Just as Suoquan Hui was about to lose all face, Luan Baifeng stepped up and elegantly bowed. Suoquan Hui glanced at her warmly and nodded. "Warden Luan is quite considerate, but with 3 Sixth Order Masters attacking together, you alone will be outnumbered." Although his cultivation was an order higher than Luan Baifeng's, she had chosen to join him on her own, and now that she had taken the initiative to offer herself to save him some face, Suoquan Hui was naturally quite polite to her. Turning his head to the other side, he shouted, "Huang Quan, Jin Gang, Song Yen." Being called out, no matter how unwilling Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch's trio was, they could only brace themselves and step forward. They cupped their fists and responded, "This subordinate is here. I'll leave those 3 to you." Suoquan Hui looked at them indifferently. How could Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch and the others dare to refute? Since they had submitted to someone else, they had to act like lackeys. The trio respectfully agreed, "Rest assured, sir, we will make sure they never return." Turning around, they gathered their forces and left the Heavenly Sword Palace. A moment later, a great battle broke out in the void. This was not the first time the three Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Prison Star had fought with the three Mountain Lords of Profound Yang Mountain. When Heavenly Sword Union had emerged from Flying Smoke territory, these six had been the first to fight. The three Mountain Lords, who were standing guard in Void territory, were outnumbered and had no choice but to retreat until Xianxia arrived with reinforcements. Only then did they show their faces again. It could be said that both sides knew each other and were evenly matched. For a while, all kinds of large and small fights broke out in the Void as the cultivators released various divine abilities and artifact attacks. It was an extremely spectacular sight. However, whether it was Heavenly Sword Union or Void Land, everyone knew that this was not the time for a decisive battle, so both sides acted with a certain degree of restraint. The scene might look exceptionally spectacular, but its participants were all acting cautiously. After fighting for half an hour, with the exception of a few who were injured, not a single fatality had occurred. It had to be said that this was not a small miracle, but a tacit understanding between both parties. Xianxia, sitting in the Shattered Spirit Province, gazed at the distant battlefield. Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace, Zuoquan Hui's face turned livid. If he couldn't gain an advantage in this battle, how could he force Xianxia to take action? If Xianxia didn't take action, how could he have the chance to kill him? Just as Xianxia had planned to give Luan Baifeng a chance to participate in the battle so she could send him a message, Zuoquan Hui's planned something similar. As long as he could force Xianxia to show his face, his plan would be halfway there. Even if the Divine Spirit Heavenly Moon Demon Spider was protecting Xianxia, it was not impossible for Zuoquan Hui to kill him. The last time he had been injured by Xianxia was because he had been careless. This time, he would not lower his guard. As long as he could kill Xianxia, his revenge would be complete. As for the other residents of Void Land, he didn't care whether they lived or died. Seeing the state of the battle, Zuoquan Hui was unhappy and called out once more, Huang Mao, Liang Su, Qi Xian, Dan Yang. The four people below all stood up and accepted their orders. These four were all Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Heavenly Sword Union. Xianxia had once asked Luan Baifeng about the strength of Heavenly Sword Union, and she responded that there were 4 Sixth Order Masters that she and the public were aware of. 2 of them had been killed by Xianxia, leaving only 2 behind. However, she had no idea about those who were hiding in the dark. Huang Mao and Liang Su were the 2 who were known to the public, while Qi Xian and Dan Yang were the hidden masters of Heavenly Sword Union. Both of them were older generation's masters, and basically spent all their time in secluded retreat. If Zuoquan Hui hadn't taken over Heavenly Sword Union, how could they have appeared here? Then again, Heavenly Sword Union and Xianxia did have a kind of irreconcilable enmity between them. They wanted to use Zuoquan Hui's power to avenge the death of 2 of their Union masters, so they didn't have any objections to his orders. The 4 of you will lead more people to support Huang Quan and the other 2. You must gain the upper hand. Yes. The 4 quickly responded. Zuoquan Hui then turned to the remaining Sixth Order disciple from his lineage and ordered, Ziyan, you go too and act according to the situation. Master, don't worry, this disciple understands what she must do. Ziyan clenched her teeth and turned around, the hatred in her eyes threatened to burn the world. Zuoquan Hui currently had many Sixth Order subordinates, but he only had one true confidant, and that was Ziyan. After all, she was his direct disciple, so her loyalty was unquestionable. Furthermore, only Ziyan knew what Zuoquan Hui was planning. Does Martial Uncle Zhuo want to end this battle quickly? A voice suddenly rang out in the hall. As soon as the battle began, Zuoquan Hui had sent out almost all of his Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm subordinates, so his intentions were obvious. A smart person would naturally be able to guess what he wanted. Zuoquan Hui replied in a low voice, Martial Nephew is right, this monarch does have such intentions. Zuoquan Hui didn't show any trace of politeness towards others. He ordered them around as he liked, but towards this person, Zuoquan Hui was extremely amiable. He had no choice in the matter, as this person's background could not be underestimated, and just like Luan Baifeng, he had taken the initiative to join him. So, naturally Zuoquan Hui had to treat him with respect. The person took a short pause before continuing, according to the information we've gathered, there are a total of 8 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land besides Xianxia. On our side, there are 3 from the Prison Star, which are Huang Quan and his men, 4 from Heavenly Sword Union, making it a total of 8 if we include your disciple. This time, we've met a worthy opponent. It's going to be a good show. The man smiled slightly as he spoke, his eyes filled with anticipation. Zuoquan Hui added in an earnest manner, that's why we may need Marshal Nephew and Warden Luan to put pressure on them later. Only then will Yang Kai show himself. The man assured with a nod, of course, that's not a problem. Turning his head to look at Luan Baifeng, his eyes brazenly lingered on her towering chest for a moment before he smiled and added, Warden Luan, I hope we can cooperate well. Luan Baifeng covered her mouth and giggled, this mistress is a woman with a weak physique. I've never seen such a big scene before, so I'm quite anxious. I'll have to trouble junior brother to take care of me later. The man chuckled and stated, of course, of course. Luan Baifeng also smiled, but a trace of anxiety flashed across her beautiful eyes. She hadn't expected that she would be used by Zuoquan Hui as a last resort. In this situation, she wouldn't be able to inform Yang Kai in advance about the situation, and once Zuoquan Hui's plan succeeded, Yang Kai would really fall into great danger. Now that she and Yang Kai were riding the same boat, if anything happened to him, she would not be able to survive either. She turned her head to look outside, and when Luan Baifeng saw that the battlefield was becoming more and more chaotic, the anxiety in her eyes became even more intense. Heavenly Sword Union had sent out 8 6th-order Open Heaven Masters, so Void Land could only respond accordingly. Fortunately, Yang Kai had made arrangements long ago. After the 3 mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain, Hui Gu, Hua Yong, Yu He and Mo Mei also took action in an orderly manner. The 6th-order Open Heaven Realm battlefield was evenly matched. After all, everyone had the same number of people, so neither side could gain any advantage. Although they fought fiercely, whether it was the enemy or their allies, none of them were in any danger of dying. On the other hand, the battlefields below the 6th Order soon had distinct differences in strength. Although Heavenly Sword Union was also a peak second-class force with many Open Heaven Realm Masters, it was still slightly inferior to the current Void Land. The countless years of accumulation of the abundant city cultivators from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had finally borne fruit in Void Land. Furthermore, Yang Kai had brought a large number of Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Shadowless Cave Heaven as well. Now, the total number of Open Heaven Realm Masters below the 6th Order in Void Land had reached about a shocking 1,500. This was an extremely large number, and under the Cave Heavens and Paradises, there were very few forces who possessed so many Open Heaven Realm Masters. Naturally, Heavenly Sword Union was inferior. Void Land didn't even need to mobilize all its forces, sending just half was enough to crush the enemy. In a situation where the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't interfere, the cultivators below that order became the key to victory. What's more, Void Land had many 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai's eyes swept over the battlefield and clearly saw Heavenly Sword Union's Open Heaven Realm Masters being suppressed to the point where they couldn't even breathe. From time to time, a small universe would collapse and the world force would erupt, the phenomenon following the death of an Open Heaven Realm Master. As he was looking around, Yang Kai was suddenly shocked and his eyes fixed on a fiery red figure as his brow twitched violently. The fiery red figure was none other than Zhu Qing, who had just undergone a bloodline transformation. Although the power of her dragon vein had greatly increased, overall, she only possessed the strength of a 3rd or 4th Order Open Heaven Realm. In such a battlefield, she was at great risk of being hurt or even dying. Who brought her out? The veins on Yang Kai's forehead bulged. However, on second thought, he realized that no one would do such a thing and the most likely scenario was that she had run off on her own. Lu Shui, who had been standing next to Yang Kai, also saw this scene and leaned over to ask in a low voice, Sir, do we need to bring the madam back? On the battlefield, swords have no eyes. Lu Shui had consumed a mid-rank world fruit in the past, allowing her to advance from the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm directly. Moreover, she was one of the earliest Open Heaven Realm Masters to follow Yang Kai, so she could be considered a trusted aide. Now, she was staying by Yang Kai's side as a messenger. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before slowly shaking his head, no need. Since Zhu Qing was willing to fight, Yang Kai let her do as she pleased. Of course, what really reassured Yang Kai was that he could clearly see Old Bai, chef, and accountant sticking close to Zhu Qing's position, neither interfering with her battle. with her enemies nor allowing powerful opponents to approach. With the three of them taking care of her, Zhu Qing's life shouldn't be in danger, and such a battle would be good for her growth. Moving his eyes away, Yang Kai continued to observe the battlefield with a frown. He didn't see Luan Baifeng on the battlefield, which meant that there were still more Sixth-Order Masters on Heavenly Sword Union's side. It was just that he didn't know how much strength Sui Hui was concealing. No matter what, he had to take extra precautions. Turning his head, Yang Kai stated, "Everyone, prepare yourselves, we may need your help later." Originally, he had wanted to hide Iron Blood and the others so that he could give Sui Hui a big surprise, but now it seemed that he wouldn't be able to hide them for long. Once Luan Baifeng was sent out, he would need someone to deal with her. After Iron Blood Great Emperor had advanced, 6 more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had appeared in Void Land. Although all of them had just broken through and were unable to display the full strength of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, 2 of them would easily be able to suppress one opponent. As long as Sui Hui's side didn't send out more than 4 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai could deal with them without making an appearance, but it was impossible for him to keep hiding Void Land's strength. It was not easy to reach the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, so Yang Kai estimated that Sui Hui wouldn't have too many more at his disposal. In other words, with Void Land's current strength, they should be able to handle the situation. A moment later, another batch of streaks of light rushed out from the Heavenly Sword Palace and rushed towards the battlefield. The 2 leading people were obviously Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai looked over, and when he saw the face of one of them, he was stunned as this person's entire body was surrounded by demon qi. It was none other than Myriad Demons Heaven's Pei Wenxian. Why is he here? Is it on Myriad Demons Heaven's orders or of his own volition? If it's the former, then Void Land will really be in big trouble. Myriad Demons Heaven is one of the 36 cave heavens. How can Void Land resist such a massive force? If Myriad Demons Heaven really decided to interfere, Yang Kai decided that he would immediately gather everyone and return to Void Land to hide under Baishi's tortoise shell. However, Yang Kai didn't find too many Myriad Demons Heaven disciples in the new batch of Open Heaven Realm Masters, only 3 or 4 at most. This discovery made Yang Kai feel relieved. Apparently, Pei Wenxian's interference in Void Land's battle with Heavenly Sword Union wasn't ordered by Myriad Demons Heaven, otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so few people here. He should be acting alone. Naturally, Luan Baifeng was leading the group together with Pei Wenxian. At the same time Yang Kai saw her, his communication bead vibrated. Yang Kai took it out and immediately understood the message Luan Baifeng had sent him. All the elites had been deployed to lure the snake out of its hole, so they had to be careful. Yang Kai quietly put away the communication bead and turned his head to look at Iron Blood Great Emperor. Just as he was about to speak though, he suddenly felt 2 powerful auras appear seemingly out of thin air. Looking up, Yang Kai saw 2 streaks of light approaching from the distance at an astonishing speed. Feeling the aura of these 2 newcomers, Yang Kai's expression became strange and he swallowed his words. The 2 people who had suddenly appeared flew across the vast void like 2 sharp blades, directly charging towards the team led by Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng with astonishing momentum. Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng had received Sui Hui's orders. They were preparing to bring their people into the battlefield to pressure Void Land further and force Yang Kai to take action, thus creating an opportunity for Sui Hui to act. But who would have thought that 2 more Sixth Order Masters would suddenly appear and attack them? Feeling the strength of the approaching enemies, Pei Wenxian didn't even have time to think about where these 2 people had come from or what their identities were. He immediately used a divine ability together with Luan Baifeng to counterattack. The 2 attackers didn't try to dodge and instead seemed to perform a joint attack technique. The 2 figures quickly intertwined and their world forces fused together to form a Tai Yin-Yang chart which suddenly expanded and enveloped Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng. The next moment, the Tai Yin-Yang chart began rotating rapidly, like a giant millstone crushing the void. World force fluctuated wildly as miserable screams rang out. The people on the shattered spirit province were dumbfounded at this sight. Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others, who had been itching to fight, broke into a cold sweat as they stared at the sudden change in the battlefield, secretly wondering what would happen if they were enveloped by this kind of divine ability. They might not end up dead, but serious injuries would be inevitable. Who is that? Iron Blood Great Emperor turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai hesitated before replying, "It should be Yinyang Cave Heaven." "You invited them?" Bustling World Great Emperor asked. These two had suddenly appeared without any warning, and Yang Kai had never told them about this either. Yang Kai denied, shaking his head, "I don't know about this either." He really had no idea what was happening. If it weren't for those two taking the initiative to attack, he wouldn't have even known they were here. By the looks of it, Su Linggong didn't ignore him. His status as a Yinyang Cave Heaven son-in-law still seemed a little useful. "Then do we still attack?" Iron Blood Great Emperor stared at Yang Kai. "No need for now." Yang Kai waved his hand, "Just continue hiding." Some of the Great Emperors wore looks of disappointment on their faces. It had only been a short time since they had broken through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, so they hadn't had a chance to carefully test their strength yet. They had thought that this was an opportunity, but who would have thought that people from Yinyang Cave Heaven would suddenly appear and intercept the enemy? For a moment, they didn't know if they should thank or curse them. With a massive burst of energy, the Tai Yinyang chart that had been suppressing the entire region suddenly shattered as several figures flew out. Originally, Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng had brought some 40 or 50 Open Heaven Realm Masters below the Sixth Order from Heavenly Sword Palace, but now only half of them remained. The rest were all dead. Furthermore, almost everyone who was still alive was injured, with the exception of those at or above the Fifth Order. Although Pei Wenxian wasn't hurt, he was still in a sorry state. After breaking free, he roared, "Qing Kuei, Suing Shui, you court death." In the void, Qing Kuei and Suing Shui stood side by side. The former sneered when he heard this and snapped back, "Such impudence. It seems you need a good beating." Luan Baifeng stood to the side, not saying a word as she adjusted her messy clothes slightly, feeling a heavy weight lifting from her chest. She had been worried that Yang Kai would be forced to act and give Zhuo Quanhui a chance to kill him, but by the looks of it, the sudden appearance of Yinyang Cave Heaven had resolved this crisis. From her standpoint, she should be thanking Qing Kuei and Suing Shui, so she naturally wouldn't say anything, but neither would she let her expressions betray her thoughts. "You dare attack me?" Pei Wenxian stared coldly at Qing Kuei and Suing Shui. "I'm afraid you've forgotten what happened." To Chu Huashang. "I will definitely report this matter to Yinyang Cave Heaven and have you condemned as accomplices." Back then, Chu Huashang had only interfered with Yang Kai's affairs, nothing too serious, yet she was forced to become a prize for the Dao Theory Assembly and was sentenced to 100 years of confinement. Qing Kuei and Suing Shui's actions just now were much more serious than Chu Huashang's, as they had directly killed others. If they really followed the rules set by the Cave Heavens and Paradises, they would definitely be charged with the crime of creating internal strife. Qing Kuei, however, wasn't intimidated and sneered, "If you can't beat others, you whine and complain to your elders? Is this Myriad Demons Heaven's way of doing things? How eye-opening." Qing Kuei also didn't have a good impression of Myriad Demons Heaven. The reason why his little junior sister had encountered such a terrible situation was because of Myriad Demons Heaven's teasing, so how could he have any goodwill towards Pei Wenxian? Pei Wenxian coldly snorted, "Whatever you say, this matter will be decided by your Yinyang Cave Heaven." Qing Kuei wore an aloof expression while Suing Shui stated indifferently, "There's no need to worry about that. Senior brother and I are no longer Yinyang Cave Heaven disciples." "Huh?" Pei Wenxian gawked, wondering if he had misheard her. "Because the two of us defied our honored master's commands a few days ago, we were expelled from the sect, so we are no longer Yinyang Cave Heaven disciples." Suing Shui's expression remained flat, as if she was discussing the weather rather than their expulsion from their master's sect. Pei Wenxian's face was filled with shock. "The two of you were expelled from Yinyang Cave Heaven?" His first thought was that it was impossible. Su Linggong had taken in a total of 3 disciples in his life, and each of them was extremely precious to him. Even if they had committed a grave mistake, he would not be willing to expel them from the sect. Moreover, all Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were considered part of the elite forces of any Cave Heavens and Paradises and were more than capable of holding the position of an outer sect elder. How could they be casually expelled from the sect? Even if Su Linggong was willing, Yinyang Cave Heaven would not let them go so easily. At the very least, their cultivations would be crippled. However, on second thought, this explanation sounded somewhat familiar. Quan Hui's lineage could rebel against Thousand Crane Paradise, so why couldn't Qin Kuei and Suing Shui be expelled from Yinyang Heaven? Su Linggong was obviously trying to cheat. But thinking about the other party's character, it wasn't strange for him to act so shamelessly. Good, enough idle chatter. Boy, are you ready? Qin Kuei palmed his fist tightly as he looked towards Pei Wenxian with a grin. Ready for what? Pei Wenxian's brow twitched. Ready for a beating, of course. I hope your skin is thick enough so you don't get beaten to death by father here. As he finished speaking, Qin Kuei raised his fists and pushed his world force towards Pei Wenxian. Pei Wenxian cried out in alarm as the demon qi around his body surged, transforming into a black cloud that engulfed his body. Although it had been a few years since he had broken through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm and his foundation had somewhat stabilized, how could Pei Wenxian be a match for a veteran Sixth Order master like Qin Kuei? Although he knew that Qin Kuei couldn't really kill him, being beaten half to death was still quite embarrassing, not to mention painful. So, when he saw Qin Kuei charging straight at him, Pei Wenxian immediately used his divine ability to conceal himself while falling back and waiting for an opportunity to act. However, the cave heavens and paradises had interacted with each other for countless millennia, so even if they didn't know each other's techniques and divine abilities like the back of their hands, they had a certain understanding of them at the very least. Qin Kuei didn't even bat an eye as he rushed into the demonic cloud, and a moment later, Pei Wenxian's muffled grunts clearly rang out. On the other side, Suing Shui went straight to Luan Baifeng before the two women engaged in a fierce battle. Unlike how Qin Kuei had proclaimed that he would beat Pei Wenxian, he had to hold back a bit in order to avoid killing him. In the end, Pei Wenxian was still a core disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven, so if he were to die, it would definitely cause a huge stir. The current battle between Void Land and Heavenly Sword Union was all because of the death of a core disciple, and this was only possibly because of Yinyang Cave Heaven applying political pressure from the background. If it weren't for Yinyang Cave Heaven, Void Land wouldn't be facing Heavenly Sword Union, but Thousand Crane Paradise. Suing Shui, on the other hand, didn't need to worry too much about this. When she attacked, her killing intent surged and every move she made was deadly. However, Luan Baifeng didn't dare to say anything to her and could only try to resolve the situation on her own. Fortunately, Luan Baifeng was no pushover. Although her background wasn't as high as Suing Shui's, her Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm cultivator was extremely profound. For a time, the fight between the two as they exchanged moves one after another was quite a spectacular sight. Quan Hui had sent Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng as a last resort, but they were unable to finish their mission. Furthermore, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters he had sent out were also being preoccupied with different opponents, and were unable to extricate themselves. As for those below the Sixth Order, they were suffering heavy casualties because they were outnumbered. Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace, Quan Hui's face was so dark and gloomy that it looked as if it could blot out light from the entire world. This was the first official confrontation between Heavenly Sword Union and Void Land, and it was also a battle that was destined to be fruitless. For Heavenly Sword Union's side, as long as Yang Kai does not show up, Quan Hui's scheme would be impossible to achieve. As for Void Land, they could not reveal the hidden strength in their hand before they had a certain degree of confidence in killing Quan Hui. There were now 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters participating in the battle and over 1,000 Masters were below the Sixth Order. Across the million-kilometers-wide battlefield, everyone was locked in a heated melee and bathed in blood. Yang Kai, who was sitting on the shattered spirit province, gazed over the battlefield and issued a series of orders. More and more Open Heaven Realm Masters below the Sixth Order rushed to the front to solidify Void Land's advantage. Since Heavenly Sword Union had decided to follow Quan Hui's lead, they couldn't blame Void Land for not showing any mercy. If they could take advantage of this opportunity to kill all of Heavenly Sword Union Open Heaven Realm Masters below the Sixth Order, it would be a great victory. At that time, Quan Hui's group of Sixth Order Masters wouldn't be able to accomplish much. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes focused on a certain spot on the battlefield. After he observed carefully for a moment, he raised his hand and called out, "Lu Shui." Reporting. Lu Shui, who had been standing beside him as the messenger, came forward. "Go deal with that Myriad Demons Heaven disciple." Yang Kai directed her in a certain direction. Lu Shui followed the direction of his finger and soon caught sight of her target. Although she didn't know what was so special about this myriad demon's heaven disciple, since Yang Kai had personally ordered her to do so, she could only faithfully obey. "Yes, sir," she quickly replied, but just as she was about to head out, she suddenly received Yang Kai's voice transmission and nodded in response, "Rest assured, sir." Her figure flickered as she transformed into a streak of light and sped across the battlefield. A moment later, Lu Shui arrived in front of her target and slashed her sword towards the myriad demon's heaven disciple. The myriad demon's heaven disciple was a fifth-order open heaven realm master with extraordinary strength. He was currently locked in a fierce battle with Jin Yuanlang. Seeing Lu Shui join the battle, not only did he not become afraid, he even licked his lips as if he had seen some delicious food. Lu Shui couldn't help but shudder as an inexplicable sense of dread filled her heart. Still, she followed Yang Kai's instructions and sent him a message without a moment of hesitation. The myriad demon's heaven disciple's face, which was beaming with fighting spirit, suddenly went stiff. He pushed his demon chi madly as he retreated 100 kilometers before raising his eyes and looking towards the distant shattered spirit province. Lu Shui and Jin Yuanlang could care less about what he was thinking, and attacked from the left and right. But the myriad demon's heaven disciple only parried the attacks, seemingly no longer having any intention of fighting back. In a 2-against-1, with both of them being fifth-order masters, the myriad demon's heaven disciple quickly fell into a disadvantageous situation. However, no matter how dangerous the situation was, he was always able to find a way to survive. After fighting for a long time, Lu Shui and Jin Yuanlang both sighed in amazement. The two of them had almost killed this man several times, but he still managed to stay alive and kicking. If it weren't for the fact that he was clearly a fifth-order master, the two of them would have suspected that he was concealing his cultivation. Otherwise, how could he be so lucky every time? Lu Shui and Jin Yuanlang didn't fight with the myriad demon's heaven disciple for too long. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a streak of light suddenly shot out from the Heavenly Sword Palace, shooting towards the void. Seeing this, the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union all used their divine abilities to push back the enemies and then used this opportunity to quickly retreat. Many Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters fought while retreating, bringing up the rear for the retreating lower-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Void Land Masters chased after them, but they didn't pursue them too far. The deterrent force of the Heavenly Sword Palace was too strong, so no one dared to get too close. A cornered enemy should not be pressured. Yuhi was the first to stop, and only then did the people behind her come to a half, calmly watching Heavenly Sword Union disciples flee back to the Heavenly Sword Palace. After a brief period of silence, the Void Land Open Heaven Realm Masters broke into cheers. No matter what, Void Land had won this battle. Although they hadn't been able to kill any of the enemy's Sixth-Order Masters, they had killed many below the Sixth Order, greatly weakening Heavenly Sword Union's strength. Under Yuhi's orders, the cultivators below the Sixth Order began to clean up the battlefield. Void Land was currently lacking in supplies, and many people had died in this battle. Naturally, the spoils of war had to be collected to replenish their consumption. Under the leadership of Yuhi, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters flew towards Qing Kuei and Suing Shui. The sudden appearance of these two fearsome Sixth Order Masters had provided them with timely help. If they had not stopped Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng, a portion of Void Land's hidden power would have been exposed. "Greetings, Senior Sister Su." Yuhi respectfully bowed. Suing Shui had spent some time in charge of Yinyang Heaven's Dao Temple in Void Star City and was also the one who had told Yang Kai about the Dao Theory Assembly, so Yuhi naturally recognized her. "Junior Sister Yuhi." Suing Shui returned the greeting. "May I ask who this is?" Yuhi looked towards Qing Kuei curiously. Although she had some guesses in her heart, she couldn't be certain. After Suing Shui introduced the man, Yuhi finally smiled and thanked, "So it is senior brother Qing Kuei. Many thanks for taking care of young master when he was in Yinyang Cave Heaven." "It's nothing." Qing Kuei grinned. "Junior brother Yang is now a son-in-law of Yinyang Cave Heaven, so naturally we have to take care of our family." Is junior brother Yang on that spirit province?" Yuhi nodded her affirmation. "Yes, it's just that it's not convenient for him to show his face for the time being. I'm sure young master is very happy to see the two of you. Please follow me." While everyone was talking, the battlefield had been cleaned up and the Open Heaven Realm Masters returned victoriously. Inside an impromptu hall hurriedly built on the shattered spirit province, Yang Kai stood up and greeted everyone. Yang Kai introduced Qin Kuei and Xianxia to everyone, which immediately caused an uproar, but after exchanging greetings, both sides sat down calmly. "Senior brother Qing, senior sister Su, why are you here?" Yang Kai asked in confusion. Worry was clearly written on his brow. Furthermore, wouldn't stopping Pei Wenxian cause trouble for you? Will it implicate Martial Uncle Su? If everything went smooth, Pei Wenxian would be able to advance to the 8th Order. In any cave heaven or paradise, he would be a future pillar of the sect. Qin Kuei on the other hand was lost in shock as he wondered, where did these people come from? He was so shocked that he didn't even hear Yang Kai's question clearly. "Senior brother." Xianxia gently elbowed him. Qin Kuei was momentarily stunned, but he quickly came to his senses and calmly replied, "Oh, junior sister and I have already been expelled from the sect by honored master, so there's nothing to worry about." After he finished speaking, his eyes swept over Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others, as if he was trying to figure out what was going on. What? Now it was Yang Kai's turn to be shocked. Expelled? Being expelled from the sect was not a trivial matter. Generally speaking, only those who had committed grave mistakes would receive such a harsh punishment. The disciples who were expelled from the sect would be scorned, and they might even be hunted down. Qin Kuei and Xianxia were both in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm and could be considered Su Linggong's left and right arms. Even if they had made a terrible mistake, how could they be expelled from the sect? But soon, Yang Kai understood and smiled bitterly. Martial Uncle Su has put in a lot of effort. The so-called expulsion from this sect was definitely just an excuse to the outside world, just like Suquan Hui's rebellion from Thousand Crane Paradise. What's more, since Su Linggong could expel them from the sect, he could naturally find an excuse to have them return. Any ordinary high-rank Open Heaven Master would care a great deal about their face and reputation and might not be able to do this, but Su Linggong didn't care about such things. Xianxia indifferently stated, "Honored Master said that junior brother Yang was in trouble and we couldn't personally help, so he felt uneasy. Moreover, he also had a certain responsibility for this matter, so he sent senior brother and myself here to help." Yang Kai kept his fist and bowed his head. "Many thanks to Martial Uncle Su, many thanks, senior brother Qing and senior sister Su." Qin Kuei waved off and stated, "There's no need to be so polite with us. Originally, Honored Master wanted to come here personally, but the sect didn't agree." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "I wouldn't dare trouble Martial Uncle Su. Originally, he had some complaints about Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Although he was the one who killed Zhao Xing from Thousand Crane Paradise, since the rules of the Tao Theory Assembly had been set long ago, Yin Yang Cave Heaven should have helped him resolve this problem. Under the pressure of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, Thousand Crane Paradise was unable to publicly and justifiably target Void Land, but Suquan Hui, who had rebelled, had still caused Void Land to suffer greatly. Now though, Su Linggong had sent Qin Kuei and Xianxia to assist him. And if it weren't for Yin Yang Cave Heaven's disapproval, Su Linggong would have personally come to assist him. The resentment in Yang Kai's heart immediately disappeared. In the end, it was all because his strength was insufficient, and because Void Land's reputation was insufficient. If he was strong enough and had enough prestige, Thousand Cranes Paradise would not have dared to say anything for the death of Emir Zhao Xing. "We can achieve great things with your assistance," Yang Kai said excitedly. Qin Kuei smiled bitterly. "I thought the two of us were delivering charcoal in a frigid winter, but who would have thought that we were just adding flowers to a brocade? Even if we didn't appear today, with your Void Land's foundation, it should be enough to deal with Heavenly Sword Union." As far as they knew, Void Land had 9 6th Order Masters, including Yang Kai, so when they saw Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng appear, they immediately appeared to intercept them. But apparently, Void Land still had 7 newly advanced 6th Order Masters in reserve, so they could have handled it with or without them. When Qin Kuei saw the entire hall filled with 6th Order Open Heaven Masters, especially the 7 who had just broken through to the 6th Order directly, he could almost picture another cave heaven or paradise rising within the next few 10,000 years. "Senior brother Qing, senior sister Su, you have provided my Void Land a great help by coming here. If not for you appearing, when we fought Suquan Hui, we wouldn't have been able to catch him off guard. Qin Kuei's eyes flashed as realization dawned upon him. So, that's your plan. Even suing Shui, and he didn't know that Void Land had so many sixth-order masters, so it was likely that Zuoquan Hui didn't know about this either. This point was also clear from the ways Zuoquan Hui had arranged his forces today. According to the original intelligence, Void Land had 8 available sixth-order Open Heaven Realm masters apart from Yang Kai, whereas Heavenly Sword Union had a total of 10. Heavenly Sword Union had first sent out 8 sixth-order masters to deal with Void Land's 8 sixth-order masters, then sent out the last 2 to exert pressure. If Yang Kai wanted to stabilize the situation, he would have no choice but to show himself. Once Yang Kai appeared, Zuoquan Hui would have a chance to act. This was probably Zuoquan Hui's original plan. The battle between the two sides was not only a life-and-death struggle between their Open Heaven Realm subordinates, but also a psychological contest. Unfortunately, Zuoquan Hui's luck seemed to be bad. Qin Kuei and Suing Shui, who had appeared out of nowhere, had foiled his plans. Who knows how he might be venting off his anger in Heavenly Sword Palace right now. Senior brother Qin, I only have one question right now. Yang Kai leaned forward slightly. Qin Kuei stretched out his hand and stated, Junior brother, if there's anything you want to ask, just ask. If I know it, I won't conceal anything from you. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a low voice, can Zuoquan Hui be killed or not? Hearing this, Qin Kuei's pupils immediately shrank. He was taken aback by Yang Kai's courage and appetite and was suddenly at a loss for words. Although he and Suing Shui had received orders from their master to assist Yang Kai, they had never harbored any hope of killing a high-rank Open Heaven master. From the start, their plan was to protect Yang Kai and retreat to Void Land. After all, they were from Yinyang Cave Heaven, so Zuoquan Hui would have some scruples more or less, so he couldn't just kill them. As long as they could retreat to Void Land, Zuoquan Hui wouldn't be able to do anything to Yang Kai with Baishi's protection. Pondering for a moment, Qin Kuei asked, is junior brother Yang worried about Thousand Cranes Paradise? Yang Kai indifferently replied, I killed Zhao Xing and Zuoquan Hui jumped out. If I kill Zuoquan Hui, who knows if Thousand Cranes Paradise will jump out? Qin Kuei's scalp went numb. He could not figure out why he had started discussing the topic of killing a high-rank Open Heaven master with Yang Kai, but he felt like he was dreaming. After all, how could a high-rank Open Heaven master be so easy to kill? Although the number of 6th-order Open Heaven masters on Void Land's side was massive, if they were to fight against a veteran 7th-order master, things would not end well for Void Land. Still, Qin Kuei lightly nodded in response, that's true, but Zuoquan Hui's situation is different from Zhao Xing's. Yang Kai humbly requested, Senior brother Qin, please enlighten me. Qin Kuei waved off and continued with a wry smile, it's nothing so profound. Zhao Xing was a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise and had a chance to break through to the 8th Order in the future. After being killed on the prison star, Thousand Cranes Paradise needed to regain its face, otherwise, they would become the laughingstock across the 3,000 worlds. However, with my Yinyang Cave Heaven pressuring them, they can't make a big fuss about it. As Zhao Xing's honored master, Zuoquan Hui had no choice but to take a different approach. The public news from Thousand Cranes Paradise is that Zuoquan Hui's faction betrayed the sect. Since they have betrayed the sect, they are rebels and now have nothing to do with Thousand Cranes Paradise, similar to us as we were expelled from the sect by our honored master, but also quite different. Qin Kuei smiled, let's put it this way, after this matter is settled, honored master can take us back into the sect, but no matter what, Zuoquan Hui will never be able to return to Thousand Cranes Paradise, otherwise, Thousand Cranes Paradise will lose all face. This is the price he must pay for his rebellion. Yang Kai raised his brow and added, if that's the case, if I can kill Zuoquan Hui, it would be the same as helping Thousand Cranes Paradise clean up its sect. They should thank me instead. Qin Kuei opened his mouth and wryly smiled, that would be so, if all parties were acting in earnest. In fact, everyone was aware of the true story behind Zuoquan Hui's betrayal. If Void Land really killed him, Thousand Cranes Paradise naturally wouldn't show any gratitude, but they also had no right to seek revenge. Yang Kai nodded, I understand. All of a sudden, Yang Kai felt refreshed. All the troubles that had been haunting him regarding this war were now swept away. Ever since Suquan Hui began targeting Void Land, Yang Kai had been somewhat worried about Thousand Cranes Paradise interfering. If he was alone, he wouldn't have to think too much about it. After so many years of painstaking cultivation, if he was all on his own, all he would have to worry about is killing Suquan Hui and clearing away their grudge. Alternatively, he could be killed by Suquan Hui and be freed of all troubles. However, as the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai had no choice but to worry about the lives of the hundreds of thousands of Voidland disciples. Now, he had no more concerns after hearing everything from Qin Kuei. Suquan Hui could be killed. After letting Qin Kuei and Xianxia withdraw to rest, Yang Kai finally had time to check the casualties. In this battle, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters didn't suffer much of an effect, but those below the Sixth Order had killed nearly 100 enemies. Although this didn't sound like a lot, everyone who participated in this battle was an Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai didn't know how many Open Heaven Realm Masters there were in Heavenly Sword Union, but today's battle was enough to make the hearts of the higher-ups of Heavenly Sword Union bleed. There were also casualties on Voidland's side, but they weren't nearly as high. Less than 20 had been killed, so it was a significant victory. After the great battle, everyone diligently cultivated and recuperated. Yang Kai also began strategizing. Heavenly Sword Union had 10 Sixth Order Masters, Voidland originally had 16, and with the arrival of Qin Kuei and Xianxia, the number had increased to 18. They had 8 more Masters than the enemy, and if Luan Baifeng was included, the gap would grow even larger. However, because Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others had just broken through to the Sixth Order, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage against the veteran Sixth Order Masters on the enemy's side, so once they showed themselves and participated in the battle, they would have to fight 2 against 1 to be of any use. In other words, the 7 who had just advanced could at most restrain 3 or 4 opponents in the same realm. If Yang Kai wanted to kill Suquan Hui, he estimated that he would need 6 or 7 veteran Sixth Order Masters to cooperate with him to have a chance. Voidland's strength was still somewhat lacking. After all, once the power of Voidland was completely exposed, if they couldn't kill the snake, it would become impossible to threaten Suquan Hui again. They only had one chance. As such, Yang Kai needed to be fully prepared and possess decisive strength. Moreover, the most important problem was that the Heavenly Sword Palace was too close to the territory gate. Once Suquan Hui noticed that something was wrong, there was a high chance he would retreat to Flying Smoke territory. At that time, the question would be whether to give chase or not. If they pursued, Suquan Hui would definitely ambush them at the territory gate, and who among them could resist the sneak attack of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Master? If they didn't pursue, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Yang Kai was now having a headache. Suquan Hui's cautiousness had given Voidland some breathing room, but it also made killing him extremely difficult. Now that things had reached this point, Yang Kai could only take things one step at a time. The situation on the battlefield was ever-changing, so perhaps he could find a suitable opportunity to act. Perhaps he could send a message to Luan Baifeng to find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Suquan Hui. After the first confrontation, Heavenly Sword Palace's side remained calm for a full 2 months. 2 months later, great waves rose again as a large number of lights flew out, heading straight for Voidland's encampment. Voidland had long since taken precautions, so when they saw this scene, they naturally charged forward to meet the enemy. The two sides once again engaged in a fierce battle in the void, leaving behind dismembered corpses and broken limbs as they retreated. In the main hall, after taking inventory of the casualties, Yang Kai looked out at the crowd and stated, Suquan Hui used his connections to gather a number of second- and third-class forces. Although it didn't affect the number of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, there were quite a few more Open Heaven Realm Masters below the Sixth Order. Not only did they supplement the losses they suffered during the last battle, their numbers even grew quite a bit. Most of the people in the hall were shocked when they heard this. Right now, Voidland's greatest advantage was the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters they had below the Sixth Order. If they didn't even have this advantage, the situation would definitely deteriorate. Qin Kuei hesitated for a moment before asking, "Has this been confirmed?" During this time, he had been staying in this small shattered spirit province, preparing for battle at any time, but he had not seen Yang Kai send anyone out to inquire about the situation, so he was naturally curious. Yang Kai nodded, and, "It has been confirmed." The news had come from Luan Baifeng, and she naturally understood the complete situation inside the Heavenly Sword Palace. Qin Kuei's eyes flashed as he quickly realized something and began suspecting Yang Kai must have some kind of spy in Heavenly Sword Palace, so he didn't ask any further. Then what is Zuoquan Hui trying to do? Huigu frowned. Many of them died today. Yang Kai explained, no matter how many casualties there are, it means nothing to Zuoquan Hui. All the forces under his command are outsiders with the exception of his last personal disciple, a sixth-order woman named Ziyan. As long as Ziyan doesn't die, why would he care about the lives of others? The battles in the future will only become more frequent, so everyone should be prepared. If he remains hiding and has his subordinates fight to the death, what does he want? Emome was puzzled. Yang Kai took a deep breath. He's following the same plan as before, trying to wear us down. Zuoquan Hui had sealed the territory gate and spread the news that he had an irreconcilable feud with Void Land. As a result, the Star City's popularity had plummeted and Void Land's revenue stream had basically disappeared. With so many people cultivating and needing resources, it was natural to begin running short of supplies. Once Void Land's resources ran out, Yang Kai would inevitably come out, giving Zuoquan Hui a chance to act. If it weren't for the frequent activation of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array, which made Zuoquan Hui realize something was wrong, he wouldn't have led Heavenly Sword Union into Void territory so quickly. More importantly, Zuoquan Hui's plan to lure the snake out of its hole had become hopeless after the arrival of Qin Kuei and Suing Shui. Since he couldn't bring out any more Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, he could only use his connections, force, or enticement to bolster his numbers. And when a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master gave an order, how could mere second- or third-class forces resist? Whether they wanted to or not, they had to submit and obey his commands. Currently, all of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in the nearby Great Territories, with the exception of a few with powerful backgrounds, had been recruited by Zuoquan Hui, greatly increasing the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters he had under his command. For the time being, they were still inferior to Void Land, but it was difficult to say if this would remain the case as time passed. Although every battle ended in Void Land's victory, there were inevitably some casualties, and the surviving Open Heaven Realm Masters were quite exhausted, requiring them to expend a great deal of resources to restore their strength. It had become a battle of attrition and resources. Without enough resources to restore themselves, Open Heaven Realm Masters would not be able to maintain their full strength at all times, and if they were to fight again, it would be harder for them to hold on. If this continued for a long time, Void Land would eventually be unable to hold on, and at that time, it would become a decisive battle. When Luan Baifeng sent this message over, even though Yang Kai was already mentally prepared, he couldn't help cursing the old dog's cunning. Before this, Void Land had been sealed off for 3 or 4 years and had already used up countless supplies. Now that the war had broken out, the consumption of resources had become even more severe. If it weren't for the rich accumulation of the Star City's resources in the early years, they would not have been able to hold on for this long. Even so, they wouldn't be able to last much longer. In order to coordinate with this strategy, from the second battle onwards, the Open Heaven Realm Masters dispatched by Heavenly Sword Union did not even wear space rings. Obviously, it was to prevent Void Land from having the chance to collect spoils of war from the corpses. After more than a dozen large and small battles, Void Land still held the decisive advantage thanks to their numbers, but they had not been able to collect any supplies from the enemy corpses all this time. Zuoquan Hui's intentions were obvious, and he was not even trying to hide them anymore. He kept sending out his Open Heaven Realm subordinates one after another, leaving Void Land no choice but to fight back. Usually, every battle was followed by a few days of peace, which was ultimately followed by another battle. While voices of discontent rose on Heavenly Sword Union's side, the Open Heaven Realm Masters on Void Land's side were exhausted. Both sides had fought countless times in a short span of a year. The number of Open Heaven Realm Masters Void Land had lost had almost broken through the 200 mark. Although the numbers were replenished steadily by the headquarters, it was still not enough to make up for their losses. Heavenly Sword Union's losses were even greater. Their losses were at least 3 times their enemies'. The void was filled with blood of Open Heaven Realm Masters within 1,000,000 kilometers of the territory gate. Such heavy losses had angered Yang Kai. Several times, he wished he could lead all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to fight Quan Hui to the death, but after having personally experienced the might of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had no choice but to give up on this idea. Any rash action on his part without absolute confidence could lead to even worse consequences. Meanwhile, Quan Hui on Heavenly Sword Union's side was also extremely annoyed. Such a long battle had almost exhausted his patience, and Yang Kai hadn't even shown up once, denying him the slightest opportunity to exact his revenge. Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace's main hall, many Sixth Order Masters were gathered, while Quan Hui sat above with a gloomy expression. An Open Heaven Realm Master dressed in Heavenly Sword Union's uniform rushed in and cupped his fist, reporting to Union Master, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch's forces have been surrounded by Void Land and are outnumbered. Heavenly Monarch requests to withdraw and reorganize. This kind of battle report would appear almost every time a fight broke out. Although Heavenly Sword Union had gathered a large number of Open Heaven Realm Masters below the Sixth Order because of Quan Hui's prestige, their numbers were still inferior to Void Land. And since the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to determine the victor, the side with the greatest number of Open Heaven Realm Master below Sixth Order naturally held the absolute advantage. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters present couldn't understand one thing. Void Land was clearly a newly rising force, so where did so many Open Heaven Realm Masters come from? Quan Hui picked up a nearby teacup and threw it at the messenger. The cultivator who had sent the message did not dare to move and was hit in the head, which caused him to bleed. Wastes. Retreating at the slightest setback? Tell Quan that anyone who dares to retreat without my command will suffer a fate worse than death. The messenger trembled with fear and quickly replied, "Yes, sir." He quickly left the hall to relay the message to Quan. Not to mention how Quan angrily cursed when he heard this order, the group of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the hall were also angry, they just didn't dare to even breathe loudly. After a long silence, Wan Baifeng stood up, picked up the teacup, and placed it next to Quan Hui's hand, gently consoling him, "Sir, please calm your anger. Void Land's forces are strong, and senior brother Quan is not a timid person. I'm afraid that the situation must be truly difficult to handle, so he requested to withdraw." How could Quan Hui not know this? Only, he had not been able to avenge his two disciples for such a long time and was now trapped in a fierce battle with Void Land. He had nowhere to vent his anger, which was very frustrating for him. He let out a cold snort and shouted, "A bunch of trash, you can't take down a mere Void Land even after such a long time?" Luan Baifeng took the initiative to volunteer. "This mistress is willing to lead a group of people to assist senior brother Quan. I hope sir will agree." As Yang Kai's spy in Heavenly Sword Union, Luan Baifeng had done a good job of secretly sending messages to the former about Heavenly Sword Union's situation. With her inside intelligence, Yang Kai knew Heavenly Sword Union's forces like the back of his hand. She had even led the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union to fight against Void Land many times, allowing for many of them to be killed. Quan Hui's expression relaxed slightly. "Warden Luan is too thoughtful." Then, before he could finish speaking, Pei Wenxian stood up and added, "Marshal Uncle Zhua, the momentum of Void Land's forces is overwhelming. Even if Warden Luan goes to support them, I'm afraid she won't be able to gain any advantage, rather it will cause more casualties. Why don't we call back Quan and preserve our strength and deliberate over what to do next?" Quan Hui looked up at him and knew he was right. In his anger just now, he had not thought things through properly, so he immediately nodded and agreed, "Do as you suggested." Once Quan Hui's order was relayed, Quan troops who were fighting at the front retreated, one by one. Inside the main hall, Pei Wenxian smiled warmly at Luan Baifeng, who smiled back while cursing in her heart that this brat had ruined her good deed. Otherwise, if she brought her people out, Heavenly Sword Union would definitely suffer even more casualties. Quan returned not long after, though he was completely unharmed. The one who had fought with him just now was Profound Yang Mountain's head mountain lord, Mao Zhe. The two of them had fought countless battles and were completely familiar with each other's tactics by now. Neither of them could do anything to the other unless someone interfered. However, after having fought for over a year, both sides had formed a tacit understanding. Each of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had their own opponent, so no matter how many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters one side sent out, the other side would send out their corresponding foe. After returning, Huang Quan begged for forgiveness and received a scolding from Sui Hui. After cursing for a while, Sui Hui calmed down and swept his gaze around. The situation is quite tense right now. Do any of you have any good ideas on how to defeat them? The 10 Sixth Order Masters in the hall glanced at each other blankly. Although everyone knew that as long as Sui Hui personally took action, he would definitely be able to break this stalemate and even salvage the situation, yet he never did. He had only been sitting in the Heavenly Sword Palace with the territory gate at his back. Everyone knew that he was afraid of the divine spirit of Voidland. By remaining here, he could retreat to Flying Smoke territory to hide the moment anything went wrong. If he really went out and was targeted by the divine spirit, Sui Hui couldn't guarantee he could escape unscathed. Everyone understood this, but none of them said anything, lest Sui Hui lose face. Are you all mute? Seeing everyone fall silent, Sui Hui coldly snorted, clearly displeased. Pei Wenxian coughed lightly. Martial Uncle Zhua, it's actually quite simple to break the current situation. Hearing this, Sui Hui raised his brow. What does nephew Pei have in mind? Pei Wenxian smiled lightly. At the end of the day, Void territory is still the enemy's home ground. As foreigners, it is natural we suffer losses when we fight. If we can move the battlefield out of Void territory, it will naturally be easier to deal with Void land. Sui Hui stroked his beard and nodded slightly in agreement. You're right. The reason why he hadn't made a move yet was because he was afraid of Zhu Jiuyin, who could be hiding in the shadows. If he could move the battlefield out of Void territory, although he couldn't guarantee that Zhu Jiuyin wouldn't follow him, at the very least, when they passed through the territory gate, Zhu Jiuyin wouldn't be able to hide and would be exposed. He could be prepared then. However, if they wanted to move the battlefield out of Voidland, it was easier said than done. Although they could retreat to Flying Smoke territory, if Voidland's people didn't follow them, there was nothing they could do. What is nephew's plan? Sui Hui asked. Pei Wenxian shook his head. I just had this idea, but no way to implement it. Sui Hui couldn't help but have a look of disappointment appear on his face. Pei Wenxian added, but other than that, there is another way. Oh? Sui Hui raised his brow. Pei Wenxian continued with a smile. Right now, both sides are on par when it comes to Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, while Void Land holds the absolute advantage when it comes to Masters below Sixth Order. If we want to break this stalemate, we must start with the Sixth Order Masters. Sui Hui's expression changed slightly. Nephew Pei means, if we could obtain more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, even if it's just one, it would be enough to make Void Land suffer. They would be able to fight 2 against 1 with one more Sixth Order Master. If they cooperated well, they might even be able to kill a Sixth Order Void Land Master, increasing their advantage further. How could Sui Hui not know this? His heart ached even more for his dead disciple Zhou Ti just thinking about it. If Zhou Ti were still alive, how could he have so many troubles now? He would have killed Yang Kai and retreated ages ago. It's easier said than done. It's not so simple to find a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Sui Hui sighed. Although he had used his prestige and connections to recruit many helpers, none of them were Sixth Order Masters. There were many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Thousand Cranes Paradise, but it was impossible for them to support him openly. Pei Wenxian smiled calmly. If Martial Uncle Zhua trusts me, you can leave this matter to me. Sui Hui was stunned for a moment before asking, Martial Nephew, are you thinking of getting support from your sect? If Myriad Demons Heaven was willing to intervene, that would naturally be for the best, but Myriad Demons Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens, so how could it interfere in the struggle between lower sects? Pei Wenxian had come here because he had a personal grudge with Yang Kai, giving him a reasonable excuse, but if Myriad Demons Heaven really interfered, Yinyang Cave Heaven's side would definitely not sit back and do nothing. At that time, it might lead to the 2 cave heavens engaging in battle, blowing the situation up multiple times over. Pei Wenxian replied with a smile, it's just a mere void land, why bother the sect? Does Martial Uncle Zhua still remember Xianyuan Cave Heavens in Xianxia? Sui Hui pondered for a moment as a young man's appearance flashed in his mind before he nodded and agreed, of course I remember. Every youth who was able to directly advance to the Sixth Order became famous overnight, so Sui Hui was naturally not unfamiliar with them. Moreover, In Xianxiao had also been to Yinyang Cave Heaven last time, so he had indeed seen him. Xianyuan Cave Heaven's brother Yin has a close relationship with me, and has some grievances with Yang Kai. If you send a message to him, I'm sure brother Yin will be happy to join in the fun. Suoquan Hui's eyes lit up, is that true? Pei Wenxian didn't comment on it, I'll have someone send a message over to try. Whether brother Yin comes or not will be up to him. Good. Suoquan Hui slapped the armrest of his chair, then I'll leave this matter to you, Marshal Nephew Pei. If Marshal Nephew Yin can really come, he will be of great help to me. A strange sense of bitterness rose in Suoquan Hui's heart once he said this. After all, he had to place all his hopes on a newly promoted 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but now that the situation was in a deadlock, the help of any 6th Order Master was extremely difficult to obtain. Xianyuan Cave Heaven isn't too far from here, just a 3 to 6 months long journey. Brother Yin will have replied by then, Pei Wenxian added before getting up to send a message to Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Suoquan Hui reprimanded the crowd a few more times before finally dispersing everyone. In Void Territory, although there were no big battles, there was no shortage of small skirmishes. Almost every 3 or 5 days, the Heavenly Sword Palace would launch an attack and Void Land would have no choice but to respond in kind. In the entire 3,000 worlds, a battle of this scale was quite rare. Both sides had over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters involved, including 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and even a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. This was enough to attract a lot of attention. Time passed quickly, and soon several months had gone by. In White Light Territory's Universe Temple, a group of people walked out of the hall in a file, looking a bit tired and travel-worn. The Universe Temples were jointly operated by the various Cave Heavens and Paradises. Basically, every great territory had one. Many cultivators used the Universe Temples as mediums to travel, saving them a lot of time. At this moment, several people walked out from White Light Territory's Universe Temple wearing the same blue and white robes. Their leader was a handsome young man. His aura was not obvious, but his clothes were slightly different from those of his peers, having a few conspicuous golden lines on the sleeves. After walking out of the Universe Temple, the young man looked around before walking straight ahead as the others followed behind him. When the surrounding crowd saw this, looks of awe and respect showed on their faces as they quickly gave way, some even started whispering amongst themselves. They are Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciples. How do you know? They're wearing Xianyuan Cave Heaven's robes, I've seen them before. What are Xianyuan Cave Heaven's people doing here, in this poor and backwater place? The actions of the Cave Heaven's people are not something you or I can fathom. Shoo, don't speak anymore, the one leading them is Xianyuan Cave Heaven's Outer Sect Elder. Outer Sect Elder? Doesn't that mean he's a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Naturally, in all the Cave Heavens and Paradises only the 6th Order Masters are qualified to be Outer Sect Elders. If one is a 7th Order, then he or she would be an Inner Sect Elder. Look at the golden thread on his sleeve, that is the symbol of an outer sect. Elder. I see. The surrounding discussions made the young man in the lead look extremely pleased, and as he walked, his eyes became more focused. The few of them simply traversed through the Universe Temple without any intention of stopping. After walking a few streets, they headed straight for the exit. Suddenly, the young leader's eyes shone brightly as he turned his head towards a side of the street. Inside a tea house, a man and a woman were sitting facing each other. The man was small and thin, and had a cold expression on his face, making him appear taciturn. On the other hand, the woman seemed to be quite curious about everything, constantly glancing around. When their eyes met, the woman was stunned for a moment before quickly looking away. Interesting. The corner of the young man's lips leading the group rose and withdrew his gaze before continuing forward. A moment later, he left the Universe Temple and disappeared into the void with his followers. Half an hour later, in the tea house, the thin man stated, "It's time to set out." The woman quickly got up and followed behind the thin man. A moment later, the two of them left the Universe Temple. The thin man took out a small boat and the two of them entered it. Next, the thin man injected his world force as the boat transformed into a streak of light and sped off. Inside the ship, the woman asked, "Senior, you haven't told me how far we are from Void Land." The thin man indifferently replied, "There are still a few great territories between us. It's about a month away." "Is Void Land very powerful now?" The woman asked again. The thin man shook his head. I don't know either, you'll naturally know when we get there. Before he could finish speaking, the man's expression suddenly changed as he formed a set of hand seals and the flying ship rapidly moved to the side. The woman was caught off guard and almost fell to the ground, quickly prompting her to circulate her strength to stabilize herself. What happened? The woman asked in surprise. However, the man's expression was cold as he stared at a certain spot in the sky and asked in a grim voice, which friend is pulling such a foul prank on me? Please show yourself. The woman looked in the direction he was looking, but she didn't see anything. However, she also had a faint feeling that something wasn't right. Someone had clearly attacked their ship just now. In the next moment, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of the flying ship, all wearing the same blue and white robes. The leader was a young man with a shadow of a smile on his face. The man on the ship stared fixedly at their clothes, as if trying to determine something. After a long time, his face sank. People from Xianxia Cave Heaven? The woman beside him immediately revealed a look of shock as she covered her mouth and whispered, Xianxia Cave Heaven? One of the 36 cave heavens? Although she had just broken free of her universe world's shackles and entered the 3,000 worlds, she was no stranger to the information about the outer universe. It was not surprising either, as she had often sought out this senior beside her to ask him about things over the years, so she had some basic knowledge. However, she couldn't understand why Xianxia Cave Heaven, one of the 36 cave heavens, would attack them. You don't need to say anything, I'll handle this. The man hurriedly sent a voice transmission, instinctively feeling that something wasn't right. The 36 cave heaven were such huge forces that there was no reason for them to target them. Furthermore, from the looks of it, these people were clearly waiting here to ambush them. The woman nodded heavily. The man then appeared on the deck and cupped his fist, greeting, Hey, he greets Xianxia Cave Heaven senior brothers, may I ask what advice you have? The leading man smiled at him and asked, You're called Hey He. Hey He responded with a nod, yes. You're a Voidland disciple? Hey He shook his head. The man who asked and furrowed his brow, If you're not a Voidland disciple, why are you going to Voidland? Hearing this, Hey He's heart trembled. Just as he was wondering why this man knew he was going to Voidland, he suddenly remembered a question his companion had asked him in the tea house at the Universe Temple. They must have overheard it at that time. Senior brother misunderstands, we are not going to Voidland, Hey He replied calmly. After all, he had not reached the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm for nothing. His many years of experience told him that these Xianxia Cave Heaven disciples in front of him probably had some kind of grudge with Voidland, otherwise they would not have acted like this. The leading Xianxia Cave Heaven elder slightly smiled, You're not going to Voidland? Do you know Xianxia then? When the young man spoke this name, Hey He was able to remain calm, but the heartbeat of the woman skipped slightly. Although her reaction was very weak, how could she hide it from a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master? The Xianxia Cave Heaven elder immediately looked towards the direction of the cabin, smiling, It seems you know each other. While the young man was still speaking, Hey He quickly stamped his foot as his world force erupted, causing the flying ship to turn into a streak of light that flew towards the Universe Temple. His reaction couldn't be said to be slow. He had already been vigilant to begin with, so now that he noticed something was wrong, he immediately wanted to flee back to the Universe Temple. As long as he returned to the Universe Temple, no matter what these people wanted to do, they would be safe. Fighting was absolutely prohibited in the Universe Temple, even for the disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises. His movements were fast, but the Xianxia Cave Heaven elder's movements were even faster as he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the ship. Under the world force of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the ship suddenly froze in place. He then let out a cold snort and clenched his fist as the ship's defensive array began to glow. Capture them! The Xianxia Cave Heaven elder shouted as his subordinates immediately rushed out, each of them using their own secret techniques and artifacts to attack the ship. Hey He turned pale at the sight of the might of these people's attacks. He was just an ordinary Fifth Order master, but these people who had jumped out were all Fifth Order masters, and there was even a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master leading them, so how could he resist? He used all his strength to activate the spirit arrays on his ship, but they were destroyed in less than a dozen breaths of time. The next moment, a few divine abilities shot towards him. Hey, he struggled to resist them before flying backward, coughing up blood. Only then did the Xianyuan Cave Heaven Elder stretch out his hand and grab the woman who had been hiding in the ship. The woman's face was pale from the series of events that had transpired, but she was still someone who had weathered all kinds of great storms, so she didn't show too much fear. She grit her teeth, staring at the young man in front of her angrily. "You really know Xianxia, right?" the young man asked coldly. The woman refused to answer. The young man scanned her from head to toe and clearly saw her cultivation. A frown appeared on his face as he muttered, "Strange, you just formed your Dao seal, yet you have a fifth-order open heaven realm master to escort you. It seems your identity is extraordinary. Tell me, what is your relationship with Xianxia?" The sixth-order open heaven realm pressure was extremely powerful, and the woman had just formed her Dao seal, so she was unable to resist at all. She could feel that her Dao seal was showing signs of collapsing under this terrifying pressure. Her blood and energy kept surging, but it was still impossible to suppress. "Pooey!" She spat out a mouthful of blood towards the young man. The young man didn't move at all, but the arrow of blood disappeared under the pressure emanating from him. He immediately slapped the woman with the back of his hand, instantly knocking her unconscious. "Let her go. If you want to ask something, ask me. Leave her out of this. She's just in the Emperor realm, she doesn't know anything." Hey, he quickly rushed over and fiercely shouted, coughing blood and gritting his teeth. Xianyuan Heaven's fifth-order open heaven realm masters promptly surrounded him. Hey, he was outnumbered and was easily taken down in a few exchanges. His cultivation was sealed and he was left in a sorry state. "I gave you an easy way out, but you just had to take the hard way." Xianyuan Heaven's sixth-order elder coldly snorted. He looked at He, and then at the unconscious woman in his hand before indifferently stating, "There's no need to trouble yourself, this elder will investigate it himself." Saying so, his spiritual energy madly surged towards the woman's knowledge sea. Hei's eyes shrank at the sight of this as he cried out in horror, "How could you use such despicable methods as an elder of Xianyuan Heaven?" The young man in front of him was actually using soul search. Soul-searching techniques were extremely vicious. One needed to have absolutely superiority in terms of soul strength to use this kind of method. However, once a soul-searching technique was used, the subject of the technique would either have his or her soul destroyed, or suffer serious damage to their soul, so no one would do so casually. He had never imagined that this young man in front of him, who was a prestigious Xianyuan Heaven elder, would so brazenly use a soul search on an Emperor Realm Jr. The difference between a sixth-order open heaven realm and Emperor Realm cultivator who had just formed their Dao seal was like the difference between the heavens and earth. When this outer elder used his soul-searching technique, the woman was unable to resist. Her frail and delicate body suddenly started uncontrollably trembling as her beautiful eyes widened in pain. Blood immediately started gushing out of her mouth, staining her clothes red. At the same time, Xianyuan Heaven Elder's expression changed from curiosity to surprise and then to excitement. A moment later, Xianyuan Heaven's Elder's spiritual energy calmed down and his eyes shone brightly as a sinister grin appeared on his face. "So you came from such a place. Ha 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 ha, what a surprise. We were really wearing out our iron shoes while seeking our own feet." He casually threw the woman in his hand aside. The woman's eyes were dull and lifeless. Although she had not died, it was clear that her soul had been severely damaged. Even if she was not dead, she was crippled. "You'll die a horrible death for this." He roared in anger, thinking how his master had handed over the Star Boundaries people to him to take care of. He had never thought that the first time he had brought someone out, such an accident would occur. If his master were to find out about this, he didn't know what kind of fate he would suffer. How could a Xianyuan Cave Heaven Elder and so many fifth-order masters tolerate Hei's outburst? They immediately launched their punches and kicks, causing the latter to vomit blood. "Bring them along, they'll make a good present for Brother Pei and Martial Uncle Zwa." Void Territory, a month later. The constant struggle between the two sides had left both exhausted, but since a blood feud had already been formed, no one would back down. Another fierce confrontation came to a close as both sides withdrew their forces. A short time later, inside the main hall, Xianxia was checking the number of casualties when a terrifying pressure suddenly spread from afar. Xianxia's expression promptly changed as he stood up and looked towards the source of this pressure. shouting, "Suoquan Hui!" Could it be that he couldn't bear any more and has decided to take action personally? Many of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Masters in the hall also wore solemn looks on their faces. Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others, who had remained hidden until now, were all palming their fists in anticipation. If Suoquan Hui were to act, they would no longer have to remain hiding. However, before Yang Kai could figure out what was happening, Chen Tianfei rolled in like a ball and reported in a panic, "Sir, there's something wrong on Heavenly Sword Palace's side. Suoquan Hui is personally pursuing someone." "Who is it?" Yang Kai was stunned. Chen Tianfei shook his head, the fat on his face rippling as he replied, "This subordinate doesn't know, it's too far to see." Yang Kai's brow furrowed as his figure flickered and he appeared outside the hall the next moment. He focused his gaze towards the distance before exclaiming, "Luan Baifeng has been exposed." Luan Baifeng had been hiding well ever since she had joined Suoquan Hui's side, but this time she had been exposed somehow. At this moment, she was fleeing in their direction, leaving a long trail of light behind her. Whereas Suoquan Hui and a large group of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was hot on her tail. Did she attack Suoquan Hui? He had previously given Luan Baifeng an order to find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Suoquan Hui. Although there was a gap of an entire order between them, if Luan Baifeng was careful and meticulous, it was not impossible for her to succeed. But why did she choose to make a move now? Yang Kai was unable to understand this, but he didn't have time to think about it and shouted right away, "Senior Iron Blood, please remain here for the time being with the other newly promoted Sixth Orders, the rest will follow me." Since Suoquan Hui had made his move, it was only natural that he would not be able to sit still. In his camp, Yang Kai was the only one who could fight Suoquan Hui and not immediately die. Since Luan Baifeng had been exposed, if he didn't go to her aid, she would most likely die. Space Principles surged as he brought 10 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with him and rushed forward. As the distance between them shortened, Yang Kai could clearly see the shadow of a huge hand behind Luan Baifeng grabbing towards her. Luan Baifeng was fleeing with great difficulty. She seemed to be injured as her snow-white dress was dyed red. What surprised Yang Kai was that Luan Baifeng didn't seem to be alone. She was holding a figure in each hand, but it was difficult to tell whether they were alive or dead. "Who is it?" Yang Kai slightly frowned. However, as they got closer, Yang Kai felt a faint connection. This connection was something only those who had left their names on the loyalty list could have. His loyalty list was now filled with the names of 9 people, among which was Luan Baifeng's, who was before, Maoxia, Geng Qing, Zhouya, Huigu were beside him, and Chen Tianfei, and Yin Xinghua were stationed at Void Land headquarters. Only He He and Xianpeng remained. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart clenched as an uneasy feeling gripped him. Space Principles fluctuated even more violently as his figure flickered, rapidly approaching Luan Baifeng. The giant hand behind Luan Baifeng was getting closer, and seeing that she could no longer dodge, Yang Kai could only grit his teeth and take out his Azure Dragon Spear, thrusting it forward. A huge black ball suddenly appeared on the tip of the spear as World Force burst forth, sending out a terrifying shockwave. A giant black hole suddenly appeared on the huge illusory phantom of a hand that was grabbing towards Luan Baifeng, sending out a powerful suction force. The giant hand collapsed. Although it was still able to grab towards Luan Baifeng, she barely managed to dodge. At long last, Yang Kai met up with her. His figure flickered as he directly arrived beside Luan Baifeng, asking in concern, "Are you all right?" Luan Baifeng nodded, her face was slightly pale. "Many thanks, sir." If it weren't for Yang Kai's timely assistance just now, it would have been impossible for her to escape the pursuit of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai gently nodded and looked towards the 2 people in her hand, meeting the gaze of one of them. The man's face was covered in blood and his aura was extremely weak. He looked up at Yang Kai with great difficulty and weakly called out, "Sir." "Hey he." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he looked to the other side, only to meet a pair of blank eyes. Lan Sun. Of the 2 people Luan Baifeng was carrying, one was He He, the other was the daughter of Bright Moon Great Emperor, the sect master of Star Soul Palace, Lan Sun. How did Lan Sun and He He appear in the Heavenly Sword Palace? What did they encounter? In an instant, Yang Kai's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts. His heart was burning with rage at the sight of their miserable state. "Sir, this humble subordinate has failed you, please punish me." He clearly only had half his life left, yet he was still thinking about the task Xianxia had given him. "Now is not the time to talk about these things, take Lan Xun to our Void Lands encampment first," Xianxia suppressed the fire in his heart and quietly ordered. He nodded hard as he struggled to stand up. He covered Lan Xun with his energy before quickly retreating. "Are you still able to fight?" Xianxia looked towards Luan Baifeng. Luan Baifeng brushed her hair behind her ear. "I won't die." Xianxia nodded and coldly looked ahead. The Sixth Order masters with him stood in a straight line, their auras surging. 10,000 kilometers away, the group of Heavenly Sword Union's Sixth Order masters who were pursuing them suddenly stopped. There were a total of 10 of them. Xianxia's eyes swept over them one by one before suddenly fixing on one of them. "In Xianzhao." Xianxia's face sank slightly. The nearby Luan Baifeng reported, "He just arrived. I didn't have time to send you a message. He was the one who brought He and Lan Xun here. I escaped with them, using the excuse of imprisoning them." However, escaping from the Heavenly Sword Palace was not an easy task. Even though Luan Baifeng was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she was still severely injured by Zhuo Quanhui's palm. If it weren't for Zhuo Quanhui's trust in her and his lack of vigilance, she probably wouldn't have had a chance to leave the Heavenly Sword Palace at all. "Many thanks." Xianxia took a deep breath. Although there was no air in the void, Xianxia still felt a gust of chill blowing over him. Fortunately, he had arranged for Luan Baifeng to join Zhuo Quanhui's side, otherwise, He and Lan Xun would have died today. It was also thanks to Luan Baifeng's decisiveness that she had been able to save He and Lan Xun, albeit at the expense of her identity being exposed. Xianxia didn't know why He and Lan Xun had fallen into Xianzhao's hands. He could only ask He about this matter later. Moreover, Lan Xun's condition made him a bit worried. It was obvious from her appearance that she was unconscious and listless. He had no idea what kind of horrid things she had gone through. Back then, Bright Moon Great Emperor had sacrificed his life for the star boundary. Without the Bright Moon Great Emperor, the current star boundary would have ceased to exist. Lan Xun was his only blood-related descendant left, so Xianxia couldn't allow anything to happen to her. Xianxia couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. When he brought those 600,000 people from the star boundary to Void Land, many from Star Soul Palace had also come with him, but Lan Xun refused. To her, the star boundary was the home of Bright Moon Great Emperor who had used his life to protect it, so she was extremely attached to it. That was why she had chosen to remain in the star boundary and Star Soul Palace. Xianxia didn't force her. After all, there were many people who had stayed behind to guard the star boundary, including Yang Yingfeng, Dong Suzhu, and High Heaven Sect's head manager, Hua Qingxi. Xianxia had also ordered He to guard the star boundary, so he thought nothing would happen. However, something unexpected had happened. If he had known such a situation would occur, he would have brought Lan Xun along. But thinking about it carefully, if it wasn't Lan Xun this time, it could have been Hua Qingxi, or someone else. Suppressing the roiling emotions in his heart, Xianxia looked ahead again, but he failed to see Zhuo Quanhui's figure. Zhuo Quanhui was clearly chasing them, but he was nowhere to be seen. That old dog is still as timid as a mouse. In the void, over 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood over 10,000 meters apart, confronting each other. A distance of 10,000 kilometers was akin to a few steps away to a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Any divine ability could easily cross this 10,000 kilometers gap instantly. However, neither side had any intention of being the first to attack. Xianxia's divine sense surged as he scanned his surroundings, searching for Zhuo Quanhui's aura. Being observed in the dark by a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Xianxia felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. If he couldn't find any trace of Zhuo Quanhui, he wouldn't be able to easily act. A faintly discernible murderous intent lingered all around, and it did not originate from any of the 6th Order Masters in front of him, so it had to be from Zhuo Quanhui, who had concealed himself. Xianxia's body tensed up as his muscles went taut. His eyes were filled with determination. If Zhuo Quanhui dared to make an entrance, he would have no choice but to call out Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others to fight to the death. After a long and torturous wait, the murderous intent that had been lingering around him suddenly disappeared into thin air. The 10 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters confronting the Void Land cultivators 10,000 kilometers away, suddenly had a change in their expressions at the same time, as if they had received some kind of instruction. The next moment, all of them turned into streaks of light and withdrew. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing that it was Sui Hui who had ordered them to retreat, and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. After watching everyone from Heavenly Sword Union retreat more than 100,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai ordered, raising his hand, "Let's return." He still had many questions that remained unanswered, and now was not the right time for a decisive battle. It would be better to ask He what happened first before deciding their next move. Everyone turned around and flew towards the Shattered Spirit Province where Void Land's encampment was located, returning a short while later. "Go and recuperate first," Yang Kai ordered Luan Baifeng before striding towards the main hall. He, who was the first to return, had already brought Lan Sun into the main hall. She happened to be surrounded by a group of people, while Serene Soul Great Emperor was investigating her situation. When everyone heard some commotion behind them, they promptly turned. And when they saw that it was none other than Yang Kai, they promptly stepped aside, giving him way. "How is she?" Yang Kai asked as he grabbed Lan Sun's wrist and looked down at her. As their eyes met, Yang Kai's heart sank. Lan Sun's eyes were open, but while they should have been lively and bright, they were now dull and lifeless. Serene Soul Great Emperor replied in a grim and serious voice, "It's not good, her soul has suffered a great injury. I can't repair it." "Even you can't do anything about it?" Iron Blood Great Emperor asked. Among all the great emperors, the one with the highest attainments in the soul was undoubtedly Serene Soul. His grand Tao was that of the soul, so his authority when it came to such matters was unparalleled. From the first battle with Heavenly Sword Union until now, all the great emperors had broken through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm apart from Wondrous Pill and Heaven's Revelation. Hearing this, the other great emperors' expressions became extremely ugly. Naturally, they didn't feel good seeing their old friend's daughter in such a state. Their hatred for the person who had caused Lan Sun to suffer was even greater. Serene Soul pondered for a moment before replying, "Perhaps we can try, but first we need to figure out why her soul suffered such serious injuries." Everyone turned their heads, looking at He. When He had brought Lan Sun here, all the great emperors had gathered around to investigate her condition, but none of them had had time to ask. He replied honestly, "Someone used a soul-searching technique on her." Soul-searching technique? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. No matter where, soul-searching techniques were considered extremely vicious. Lan Sun was fortunate to make it out alive with only damage done to her soul after being subjected to a soul search. If she had been unlucky, she would have lost her life right then and there. Serene Soul's expression became solemn. "If the damage was the result of a soul-searching technique, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. I'll give it a try." Yang Kai suddenly picked up Lan Sun and rushed to the room at the back of the hall. He then activated the restrictions before placing her on the bed and sitting down cross-legged next to her head. Lan Sun's soul was severely damaged from the soul-searching technique, and even Serene Soul Great Emperor had raised his hands in resignation, but it was not that Yang Kai was also powerless. The soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure and had the effect of constantly nourishing and repairing one's soul. Yang Kai had fought many powerful enemies and suffered heavy damage to his soul numerous times over the course of his life. If it was anyone else, his or her soul would have been torn apart, rendering them either crippled or dead, but every time Yang Kai suffered injuries to his soul, the soul-warming lotus quickly mended it. His powerful soul was all thanks to the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus over the years. Yang Kai took a deep breath and bent down, putting his forehead against Lan Sun's. His divine sense congealed into a soul avatar before he enveloped the soul-warming lotus with it and rushed into Lan Sun's knowledge sea. Under normal circumstances, if Yang Kai wanted to enter another person's knowledge sea, he would definitely encounter some obstruction or resistance, but Lan Sun's soul had been damaged and she was currently unconscious, so Yang Kai didn't encounter any difficulty entering her knowledge sea with the soul-warming lotus. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that the world inside her knowledge sea was in tatters, like the scene of the apocalypse. The ground was scorched and torn apart, causing Yang Kai's heart to ache at the sight. He could almost feel the pain Lan Sun had suffered that day. Having one's soul searched forcibly by someone was definitely not a pleasant experience. It was as if someone was picking apart every part of your life, every scene and every incident. One had to endure the pain of their soul being torn asunder. Xianxia noticed a faint glow in a certain part of her knowledge sea. Xianxia immediately flew over and saw a hazy human figure curled up inside like a baby, sleeping. He could vaguely make out Lan Sun's outline, but it was indistinct. The dim light was also flickering constantly, as if it would disappear at any moment, but was stubbornly maintaining itself. Xianxia didn't dare to delay and quickly released the soul-warming lotus, which lifted up the hazy figure. A seven-colored light blossomed in Lan Sun's knowledge sea as the petals slowly closed, wrapping the hazy human figure in the center of the flower while an invisible force nourished her damaged soul, causing her shattered knowledge sea to suddenly calm down. Xianxia heaved a light sigh of relief. With the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, it was only a matter of time before Lan Sun's soul was restored. Just as he was about to withdraw from Lan Sun's knowledge sea, an image suddenly appeared in Xianxia's mind. It was a picture of Xianxia's hideous appearance, followed by an indescribable sense of panic and helplessness, causing Xianxia to feel like he was drowning. But soon, this scene shattered and the inexplicable emotions that had filled Xianxia also disappeared. Xianxia's face immediately turned dark and menacing, his eyes burning with fury. Obviously, the scene he saw just now was one of Lan Sun's memory fragments. Furthermore, he was able to see this nightmare-like memory and experience everything Lan Sun had experienced because his soul avatar had entered her knowledge sea. This panic and helplessness were a kind of trauma to Lan Sun. Because she was so traumatized by the incident, it had turned into a nightmare that was tormenting her even though she was in a deep coma. Luan Baifeng had said that he and Lan Sun were brought here by Xianxia, so the one who had used the soul-searching technique on Lan Sun was undoubtedly Xianxia. That bastard deserves to die. However, these nightmare-like memories should no longer be haunting her after the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus. Xianxia took one last look at the soul-warming lotus wrapping Lan Sun's soul avatar before slowly withdrawing. He then returned to the main hall, where everyone anxiously waited. "She's fine, but it may take some time for her to wake up," Xianxia waved his hand and stopped everyone from asking. When everyone heard this, they all accepted it as a matter of course. Even Serene Soul Great Emperor didn't ask any questions. Xianxia had created too many miracles in his life for them to start questioning him now. Yao Jun may not have been able to do anything for Lan Sun's severely damaged soul, but that didn't mean that Xianxia couldn't. "What happened? How did you get caught by Xianxia?" Xianxia turned to look at He. He quickly replied, reporting to Sir, "Ever since Sir left back then, this subordinate has been staying at the border of the star boundary, safeguarding the tranquility of both it and the demon territory without slacking off. Over the years, the cultivation of the cultivators living in the star boundary has been improving at an astonishing pace. Young Lady Lan Sun long ago broke through to the peak of the Third Order Emperor realm and successfully condensed her Dao seal. The same is true for head manager Hua, as well as Sir's honored father and mother. Thinking that there would be no future for them with the current cultivation limit in the star boundary, head manager Hua came to me and asked me to escort young Lady Lan Sun to Void Land and report the situation to you while asking you to return to take a look." Hearing this, Xianxia asked in surprise, "My father and mother have also formed their Dao seals?" The great emperors were also stunned. It wasn't surprising that Lan Sun was able to form her Dao seal. After all, she was the daughter of Bright Moon Great Emperor and had inherited the Bright Moon physique of the Great Emperor. She was also Star Soul Palace's palace master and had an outstanding aptitude. Even before Xianxia first left the star boundary, Lan Sun had reached the Third Order Emperor realm. Although she had congealed her Dao seal a bit quickly, it wasn't impossible. Head manager Hua Qingxi congealing her Dao seal was also somewhat acceptable. However, Xianxia was well aware of his father and mother's aptitudes. The reason why his parents hadn't followed him to Void Land back then was because they considered their own aptitudes to be lacking. Even if they had come to the outer universe, it wouldn't have benefited them much, so they decided it was better for them to remain in the star boundary and guard Xianxia's homeland. Although the First Order Emperor realm wasn't high, it was still quite good in the current star boundary. Yang Kai had spent countless resources and effort to achieve even this, so, it was quite hard to believe that his father and mother had grown so tremendously in such a short time. It was not like it was impossible for Yang Yifeng and Dong Suzhu to condense their Dao seals eventually, but it was absolutely impossible for them to have done so in such a short time. The great emperors naturally understood this, which was why they and Yang Kai were so surprised. This speed was too fast. Hey, he continued, it's not just young Lady Lan's son and Sir's honored parents. Over the years, many Emperor Realm Masters had appeared in the star boundary. I've never seen anyone's cultivation rise so quickly, and it's not just one person, but essentially everyone in the star boundary. Why is that? Yang Kai asked with a puzzled expression. Could it be that there was something special about the star boundary that I hadn't noticed? What's more, the star boundary was ruined by Mo Xing, and the great battle had nearly caused the entire star boundary to collapse, leaving it in an essentially desolate state. Hey, he looked around and hesitated. Yang Kai stated, if you have something to say, just say it. No one here is an outsider. Hey, he replied with a nod, this subordinate once went to the star boundary to investigate, and I believe the reason why it has undergone such a dramatic change is related to the tree Sir planted there all those years ago. The World Tree. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. If the changes in the star boundary were related to the World Tree he had planted, then it was not impossible. The World Tree was simply too mysterious. At the very least, Yang Kai had never seen anything like the World Fruits that could allow the Open Heaven Realm Masters to advance an entire order simply by consuming them. Small source worlds were already quite impressive. Yang Kai had gone to Yinyang Cave Heaven's Divine Armament World for life experience. There, his foundation in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm was greatly strengthened. However, if he could obtain a high-rank World Fruit, he could directly advance from the Sixth Order to the Seventh Order. The effects of the two were incomparable. If the World Fruit had such a heaven-defying effect, the World Tree that gave birth to those World Fruits could surely create mind-blowing miracles. The World Tree planted in the star boundary was a root Yang Kai had brought from the great ancient ruins boundary's primordial land. Because of the war between the human and demon race, the star boundary had nearly been destroyed. Even if they obtained the final victory and killed Mo Xing, the star boundary was so severely damaged that it could not last for too long. The reason why Yang Kai went to the outer universe was firstly to pursue a higher martial Dao, and secondly to find the World Tree to save the star boundary. Fortunately, he found the World Tree and brought back one of its roots from the great ancient ruins boundary. On the day he returned to the star boundary and planted the root, Yang Kai faintly felt that there would be some changes to his homeland, and that the cultivators who remained in the star boundary would grow together with the star boundary as it recovered, perhaps gaining some unexpected benefits. This kind of opportunity to grow and recover together with the entire universe world was extremely rare. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only the star boundary which had a World Tree root planted could have such a chance. It was just that Yang Kai had not expected this change to occur so quickly. Moreover, the effects were so obvious that even his parents had condensed their Dao seals. No wonder head manager Hua Qingxi, who stayed in the star boundary, had asked He to come to Void Land to find him. Such a huge change in the star boundary was indeed not something that could be ignored. The hall sunk into silence for a moment before He pondered and added, Sir, head manager Hua did an extensive investigation of all the cultivators in the star boundary. Basically, everyone's cultivation speed is faster than before. What's more, many newborns have outstanding aptitudes. All the great sects have now taken in many good seedlings, and with time, they will surely become powerful masters. Yang Kai nodded his understanding. I understand. Tell me how you were captured. He let out a bitter laugh. When we were passing through White Light Territory's Universe Temple, young Lady Lan Sun accidentally mentioned Void Land. Xianxia must have overheard her and waited in ambush for us outside the Universe Temple, and then, He's face became gloomy, he was unable to continue anymore. He was only a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although Xianxia had broken through recently, he was still a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was a simple matter for Xianxia to overpower a 5th Order Master like He. After using a soul-searching technique on Lan Sun, Xianxia came to the Heavenly Sword Palace with He and Lan Sun through Flying Smoke Territory. Naturally, Zhuquan Hui welcomed Xianxia's arrival, not to mention the fact that he brought 2 gifts along with him. After learning that He and Lan Sun were actually from Yang Kai's homeland, Luan Baifeng took the opportunity to escape with them by pretending to take them to be imprisoned. Fortunately, Luan Baifeng was proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays and had many array plates on hand, otherwise, she would not have been able to escape from Zhuo Quanhui's pursuit. Be that as it may, she had still suffered injuries, and what happened next was clearly witnessed by Yang Kai. After learning the whole story, Yang Kai was filled with fear. Thankfully, Luan Baifeng had acted decisively, otherwise, he would have been pushed into an absolute passive position. With He and Lan Sun in Zhuo Quanhui's hands, it would be quite difficult for Void Land to handle the situation. If it weren't for the current predicament, Yang Kai would have immediately rushed to the star boundary to investigate whether the changes there were caused by the world tree he had planted or not. However, now that Heavenly Sword Union was occupying the entrance to Void territory and was eyeing him like a tiger eyeing its prey, how could he possibly escape? Why don't I go back and take a look? Flower Shadow Great Emperor suggested. The star boundary was also her homeland, and every resident of the star boundary felt a unique connection to it. Although judging by He's report, the change in the star boundary was truly good news, how could they be assured without checking it out completely? Flower Shadow Great Emperor was also a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now, so it wasn't a problem for her to investigate the changes in the star boundary. Yang Kai was just about to nod in agreement when Jin Yuan Lang rushed in and reported, cupping his fist, Sect Master, there are some movements on the Heavenly Sword Palace's side. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately ran outside the hall and looked up. The next moment, he saw the Heavenly Sword Palace, which had been occupying the territory gate for over a year, slowly retreating and disappearing into it. Zhuo Quanhui is retreating? Seeing this, Yang Kai instinctively had a bad premonition. After a slight pause, he snapped, damn it, Zhuo Quanhui is going to the star boundary. Xianxia had used a soul-searching technique on Lan Sun. Regardless of how much information he obtained from Lan Sun's memories, the location of the star boundary and the world tree could not remain hidden at the very least. The star boundary was Yang Kai's and other great emperors' homeland, furthermore, High Heaven Palace and his parents were also there. If Zhuo Quanhui were to attack the star boundary, it would be impossible for the latter to resist. After all, it was not protected by a divine spirit like Void Land was. More importantly, the world tree alone was enough to incite Zhuo Quanhui's greed. Yang Kai didn't know if the roots he brought back could grow into another world tree, or if they could bear world fruits, but something that could change an entire universe world was definitely far from ordinary. The act of Heavenly Sword Palace's sudden retreat to Flying Smoke territory undoubtedly indicated that Zhuo Quanhui had some kind of plan for the star boundary, otherwise he would not have acted in such a manner. No wonder Zhuo Quanhui had not taken any action just now. A year ago, this old dog had been trying all kinds of means to force Yang Kai to show himself so that he could launch a sneak attack and kill him. But when Yang Kai finally appeared, Zhuo Quanhui had not made a move. It wasn't that Zhuo Quanhui was being kind, but rather that he had a better choice before him. The great emperors who had followed Yang Kai out of the hall turned to him. Yang Kai hurriedly shouted, all forces, assemble immediately. ****************** All the Open Heaven Realm Masters in the temporary base began to gather around. Yang Kai swept his gaze over them and ordered, don't try to resist, I want to take you all into my small universe. Old Bai was shocked after hearing this, take us into your small universe? Yang Kai, only a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe can materialize and contain living beings. You're just in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm right now, how can you do that? Yang Kai replied, glancing at him, my small universe has already become corporeal. When he had broken through to the Open Heaven Realm, Yang Kai had integrated the sealed world bead into his small universe, resulting in a rather unique phenomenon. If not for this, it was impossible for his foundation to be so robust, and neither would he have been able to suppress his opponent in the same order so easily. It was just that this fact was not worth discussing with others. If it weren't for the pressing situation and the lack of a large-scale flight-type artifact like the Heavenly Sword Palace in Void Land, Yang Kai wouldn't have made such a desperate move. He was bearing risks by taking other Open Heaven Realm Masters into his small universe, even if they were his disciples, friends, and family. Old Bai was stunned. Yang Kai had already begun taking everyone in. As the open heaven realm masters below the sixth order gave up resisting, they felt a pull enveloping their bodies. By the time they regained their senses, they had already arrived in another world. Batches of open heaven realm masters disappeared into thin air one after another, pulled into Yang Kai's small universe. But very soon, Yang Kai noticed a feeling of fullness coming from his small universe, a feeling he had never felt before. It was strange and new. As if she noticed the change in Yang Kai's expression, He nervously stated, "Young master, if you sense something is wrong, you should stop immediately." High-rank open heaven realm masters can indeed store living creatures into their small universe, but there is also a limit to their capacity, especially since everyone you are taking in is an open heaven realm master with their own small universe. Although it is not a real universe world, it is still quite a burden for you. If you fight with anyone at this moment, you will be in a really tough spot and will be at great disadvantage. Yang Kai nodded, "I understand." Having said that, the number of open heaven realm masters that Yang Kai's small universe could take in continued to decrease, and the feeling of fullness became more obvious. Over the past year, many open heaven realm masters had died in the war, but even so, there were still over 1,300 remaining. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai finally managed to collect all 1,300 cultivators into his small universe. At this moment, Yang Kai could clearly feel that his small universe was completely stuffed. He felt as if he had accidentally eaten too much and couldn't even circulate his world force smoothly. He understood that it was just as he had said, if he were to fight in this condition, he would definitely be at a grave disadvantage. What's more, if anything were to happen to him and his small universe collapsed, all 1,300 people residing inside would be buried along with him. For this reason, a high-rank open heaven master would almost never be willing to accept another open heaven realm master into their small universe, and lower-rank open heaven masters would not want to enter a high-rank open heaven master's small universe under normal circumstances. Both sides were at a risk. Yang Kai turned his head and stated, turning his head towards the sixth order masters, "I can't take you in." Yang Kai had secretly experimented with He before, and although they were both sixth order masters and he was able to take He into his small universe, the feeling of fullness and discomfort her presence created was far greater than those below the sixth order. Perhaps only when Yang Kai had advanced to the seventh order open heaven realm would he be able to take sixth order open heaven realm masters into his small universe without immediately becoming discomfort. "Hey he!" Yang Kai shouted again. "Reporting." Hey, he quickly cupped his fist, respectfully greeting. "I leave Lan Sun to you. Take her to Void Land and hand her over to Senior Bai Shi where she can focus on recuperating. Sir, please rest assured, this subordinate will protect young Lady Lan Sun to the death." Hey, he nodded repeatedly. He was secretly shocked that his master had actually advanced to the sixth order open heaven realm. Some time ago, he had been forced to leave his name on the loyalty list. Yang Kai was just a mere Emperor Realm Master at that time. "Let's go." Yang Kai pushed his space principles as he wrapped everyone with his energy before disappearing. He didn't pursue the Heavenly Sword Palace because he couldn't guarantee that Zuoquan Hui wouldn't have set up an ambush in Flying Smoke territory. Although this possibility wasn't high, he still had to be prepared for even that remote possibility. If he were to rush into Flying Smoke territory and be blocked by Zuoquan Hui, he would definitely be thrown into panic and have his hands tied, especially since his current state was not suitable for fighting. Fortunately, if he wanted to go to the Star Boundary, Flying Smoke territory was not the only route. Furthermore, Yang Kai might not be able to circulate his world force smoothly, making intense combat impossible, but simply bringing people along with him as he traveled wasn't an issue. Unfortunately, the people around him were all sixth order open heaven realm masters, so even if they weren't resisting, his consumption was quite high. Yang Kai took out his universe chart, checked it, and quickly found a route. Although this route to the Star Boundary was 2 great territories farther than the one that passed through Flying Smoke territory, Yang Kai's space secret techniques allowed him to travel much faster than the Heavenly Sword Palace. If everything went smoothly, they would be able to return to the Star Boundary's great territory before Zuoquan Hui arrived. At that time, he would lead the Open Heaven Realm Masters to block the territory gate and wait for Zuoquan Hui to fall into their trap. Yang Kai kept traveling without stopping, passing through one territory gate after another. After crossing 3 great territories, Yang Kai's face had already become pale and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He was almost like a lamp that had run out of oil. Continuously using space principles while bringing nearly 26th order open heaven realm masters with him was extremely taxing on him. Left with no choice, all he could do was let everyone lead him forward while he slowly and silently recovered. Fortunately, the speed of 6th order open heaven realm masters wasn't slow and wouldn't cause them to fall too far behind. When Yang had recovered, he used space principles once more to lead everyone along. This cycle thus continued. It was rare to see so many 6th order open heaven realm masters traveling together. So, when they occasionally ran into passing cultivators, others all became terrified and immediately made way for them. Yang Kai couldn't remember how long it had taken him to return to the star boundary from Void Land last time, but it took him only 3 months this time. In the distance, a territory gate that stretched across the void appeared before everyone's eyes. It was the territory gate that led to the great territory where the star boundary was located. The closer he got, the more nervous Yang Kai became. Although he hadn't wasted any time along the way, he couldn't guarantee that he would be faster than the Heavenly Sword Palace. After all, his group had taken a long detour, so it was possible that the Heavenly Sword Palace had arrived before them. He was afraid that what he would see after passing through the territory gate would be a scene of misery and suffering. In a flash, the territory gate was right in front of him. Yang Kai took a long and deep breath before shouting, "Everyone, be on guard." Everyone nodded in unison as they circulated their world force, ready to attack or defend themselves at any moment. Yang Kai enveloped the cultivators around him with his energy and plunged into the territory gate. After a moment of disorientation, Yang Kai's group passed through and arrived at their great territory destination. The 20 cultivators promptly spread out, vigilant of their surroundings. But soon, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. The ambush and attack they were expecting did not arrive, so it was highly likely that the Heavenly Sword Palace had not arrived yet. "Is this the great territory where Sir's homeland is located?" Huigu asked, whispering to Bustling World Great Emperor. Bustling World Great Emperor looked in a certain direction but he saw nothing. Nonetheless, he could faintly sense something was calling out to him. Naturally, this was the connection between a great emperor and their universe world, a result of being recognized by the star boundary's will. Being in the same great territory, Duan Hongchen immediately sensed the location of the star boundary. "Yes, this is our home." Bustling World Great Emperor smiled. "It's a bit desolate," Huigu honestly voiced his opinion. Along the way here, the closer he got to this great territory, the more desolate it became. This great territory was lacking all the usual signs of prosperity. As he spoke, Huigu took out his universe chart and examined it. He found that even the universe chart didn't have a clear description of this great territory, only a generic identification. There were actually a large number of great territories in the universe chart that were simply marked with designations like A1 or B6, and each of them was a forgotten backwater that open heaven realm masters never visited because there was nothing of value to be found. Every great territory was vast and boundless, so if one had the time to explore a barren nameless territory in hopes of getting lucky, he or she might as well refine open heaven pills instead to strengthen their foundation. Bustling World smiled. "If it weren't for this, we would have long since broken free from our universe's shackles. Why would we have been suppressed for so many years?" Fortunately, this great territory was a forgotten corner of the outer universe, allowing many great emperors to slowly consolidate their foundations over the years, which gave them the capital to directly break through to the 6th order. There were great emperors in other universe worlds who had been recognized by their world's will. In fact, each mature universe world had their own great emperors, but how many of them could directly break through to the 6th order? Most great emperors quickly broke free from their universe world's shackles and didn't spend a great deal of time consolidating their cultivation, so their Dao Seal stability was naturally inferior to that of the star boundaries people and their achievements were slightly worse. However, even if they knew this, how many great emperors would be willing to spend tens of thousands of years to slowly reinforce their Dao Seal? Even if they were great emperors, they would not be able to resist the temptation to achieve the open heaven realm as soon as possible, reaching a far greater height of power and status. The current achievements of the star boundary's great emperors were due to chance and coincidences, and had been achieved without much difficulty. While the two of them were speaking, Yang Kai looked in the direction of the star boundary as his eyes glimmered brightly. He still remembered the last time he had returned to this great territory to search for the star boundary. Although he had come to this great territory back then, he had to spend a lot of time and effort searching for the location of the star boundary because he had been unable to determine if it was even in this great territory or not. In fact, he had already searched several great territories before arriving here. But now, he could actually feel the connection between the star boundary and himself the moment he crossed the territory gate. He was also a great emperor recognized by the star boundary's will and had the title Void. So, it wasn't strange for him to have such a connection. But why? If I had this kind of connection the last time, why would I waste so much time searching for the star boundary? I could feel it the moment I entered this great territory. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai faintly felt that this matter was related to the changes in the star boundary. The last time he had returned, the star boundary was unstable and on the verge of collapsing. Its will was about to disappear and the connection between them was extremely faint. So naturally, he was unable to sense it from afar. However, after he had planted the world tree's root in the star boundary had undergone a tremendous change. Even the living beings in the star boundary had benefited greatly from this change. The average rate of cultivation had increased, and the world's will had been restored, which immediately strengthened this connection. Yang Kai even had a feeling that though he was trillions of kilometers away from the star boundary, as long as he was in this great territory, he could instantly return to it. When he turned his head to look at the other great emperors, Zhang Wuhan also looked over and asked in surprise, "You felt it?" Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Ice. Feather Great Emperor sighed, "It seems that the star boundary has indeed undergone a tremendous change. I don't care about the changes in the star boundary, what I need to confirm now is whether Zhuquan Hui has arrived here or not." Yang Kai's expression became serious. Serene Soul slowly voiced his opinion, "Probably not, no matter how fast they couldn't have been faster than us." He had deeply experienced the advantages of the Tao of space on their journey here. It's always better to be safe than sorry. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before continuing, "How about this, everyone will stand guard here for now while I'll return to the star boundary to take a look. It would be best if Zhuquan Hui hasn't arrived as we can take this opportunity to ambush him at the territory gate, but if he has, I'll send you a message." Iron Blood Great Emperor, Zhang Wuhan nodded and agreed, "Good, it's always best to take precautions." Yang Kai immediately took out a space beacon and handed it over to Yu for safekeeping before spending some time to release the 1,000+ open heaven realm masters he had stored in his small universe. Carrying so many people in his small universe along the way, Yang Kai felt like he was carrying a huge mountain on his back, so he was quite refreshed after he had gotten rid of this burden. Zhuquan Hui is a 7th order open heaven realm master, everyone must not be careless. Yang Kai warned again. Although there were twice as many 6th order open heaven realm masters on their side compared to their enemy, and the number of people below the 6th order open heaven realm far exceeded their opponents, a 7th order open heaven realm was enough to fill that gap. "Don't worry." Zhang Wuhan nodded, "You also need to be careful." "I know." Yang Kai nodded before mobilizing his space principles, following the connection between his body and the star boundary. The next moment, his figure disappeared all of a sudden. Everyone was used to this already. After Yang Kai left, the 1,300 open heaven realm masters spread out in all directions under the leadership of the many 6th order masters. Meanwhile, a look of surprise appeared on Yang Kai's face. This time, when he used his space principles, he had a completely different feeling from before. Generally, when he mobilized his space principles, he was able to ignore the barriers of space and instantly teleport from one place to another within a certain range. Although it seemed mysterious to outsiders, everything was under his control. But this time, he felt that things were somewhat out of his control. When he followed the connection between himself and the star boundary and mobilized his space principles, he clearly felt a powerful pull from the star boundary, causing his body to involuntarily break through the void. This was a completely bizarre sensation for him. Furthermore, he was unable to recover for a long time. He felt as if he was crossing through the void and falling into an endless abyss, even his soul and small universe began to shake. After an unknown period of time, the strange sight before him disappeared into thin air and a half-moon-shaped universe world appeared in his vision. A familiar aura blew towards him. The star boundary. As expected, Xianxia was able to return to the star boundary directly. Although he had already guessed it would be possible, he still couldn't help but feel excited. This time, the distance he teleported was far too great, far exceeding his own limits. This was definitely not his doing alone. The star boundary also had a great part in it, otherwise, he would not have been able to accomplish this. After calming himself, Xianxia noticed that nearby the half-moon-shaped universe world, there was another universe world with a thick demonic qi. The demon realm. Xianxia could clearly feel the familiar aura of the star boundary's will, as well as the aura of Gungun and his embodiment from the demon realm. The demon realm had originally shattered, but Xianxia had used his embodiment to activate the heaven-devouring battle law, guiding the sealed world bee to swallow and merge the broken pieces before separating the new whole. Gungun was the demon realm, and the demon realm was Gungun, but because the heaven-devouring battle law was mobilized by the embodiment, he became inseparable from the demon realm. Sylvan changed heavenly way to will since that was what we used in the past. The last time he returned to the star boundary, Xianxia had taken 600,000 people with him and left embodiment in the demon realm. Embodiment possessed the body of a stone spirit clansman and had the ability to refine all kinds of impurities, making him the perfect candidate to cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law. It could be said that Wuquang's heaven-devouring battle law was made just for the stone spirit clan, so Xianxia had long since imparted this heaven-defying evil art to him. Xianxia had no idea how Wuquang had managed to resolve the various drawbacks brought about by cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. He had tried cultivating it in the divine armament world, and although his cultivation had improved at a rapid pace, the higher his cultivation, the harder it became for him to control his temperament. Fortunately, his powerful dragon vein was able to somewhat suppress the side effects, otherwise Xianxia would have long since suffered from cultivation dissonance. After leaving the divine armament world, Xianxia no longer dared to touch the heaven-devouring battle law, lest his mind and temperament become warped. The two universe worlds, the star boundary and demon realm, were neighbors and quite harmonious. Looking around, the demon realm didn't seem to have changed much, but Xianxia could feel a vigorous vitality from the star boundary. He even saw a huge tree canopy that covered a vast swath of sky on the top of a tall mountain. Naturally, this was the location where he had planted the world tree root. Over the years, the world tree's root had grown to an astonishing height. Xianxia was completely speechless. The world tree he had seen in the great ancient ruins boundaries primordial land wasn't nearly this big, so he didn't know how it grew this large. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar aura rapidly approached him. Xianxia turned to look and saw a black light shooting through the void and appearing in front of him the next instant. When the light dissipated, the figure revealed was that of embodiment. When their eyes met, Xianxia grinned and greeted, "Long time no see. You're back?" Embodiment also smiled and greeted in an echoing voice. "I'm back." Xianxia took a deep breath. The feeling of chatting with his soul clone was quite strange. Embodiment checked him out from top to bottom before raising his brow slightly. "The things you've experienced over the years are truly fascinating." Embodiment was formed from a wisp of Xianxia's soul that had entered the body of the dead stone spirit, so he could be considered his soul clone. As long as the distance between them wasn't too far, they could naturally communicate with each other. Thus, as long as Xianxia opened his mind, Embodiment could see everything he had experienced over the years. "There are many dangers in the outer universe. Without any foundation, I could only put my life on the line and compete," Xianxia replied with a smile. "Is someone pursuing you?" Embodiment looked deep into the void. Xianxia nodded. "I don't know if they have already entered this great territory, but you must be careful." His expression became solemn as he asked, "When did the star boundary begin to change?" Embodiment replied, "See for yourself." Xianxia nodded and probed his soul clone's memories without a trace of politeness, quickly understanding everything. As the main body, Xianxia was naturally able to spy on the experiences Embodiment had gone through. Although Embodiment had always been stationed in the demon realm and the star boundary were neighbors now, so the changes in the star boundary naturally came under his attention. The changes in the star boundary could be described as silent and invisible. After Xianxia planted the world tree's root, confirmed that the world principles had stabilized, and that the star boundary was no longer in danger of being destroyed, he left with several hundreds of thousands of people. The survival and growth of the world tree had consumed a great deal of the star boundary's world energy, so in the years after Yang Kai's departure, the ambient world energy in the star boundary was extremely thin and the rate at which cultivators cultivated was extremely slow. In fact, in those years, no cultivator had been able to break through and advance to a higher realm. However, after several years, the world tree began nurturing the star boundary which had fed it, causing the world energy to gradually become denser. The damaged universe world became firmer and more stable. As a result, not only did the cultivation become faster, even making breakthroughs became easier. As time passed, this situation became more obvious, and when people discovered this change, the entire star boundary celebrated. The world tree had already become the divine tree of the star boundary. Countless people traveled across the mountains and rivers just to pay their respects to the world tree, even giving it offerings as thanks. Recently in particular, many cultivators who had poor aptitude had broken through to the Emperor realm, and those who had formerly been in the First Order Emperor realm had all broken through to the Third Order, many even comprehending their own grand Tao and condensing their Tao seals. The situation of the newly born babies was especially noteworthy. In the past, when the various great sects took in disciples, it was normal for 1 in every 100, or even 1,000 to be considered. After all, there weren't many children suitable for cultivation. Even if those with poor aptitudes were taken in, it would not yield any results after spending a great deal of resources on them. But now, half of the newly born babies were suitable for cultivation, 1 in 100 was a talent, and 1 in 1,000 was a prodigy. When he had previously said that the various great sects had taken in many good seedlings, this was what he was referring to. All of this was thanks to the nurturing of the world tree. Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he directed his eyes towards the world tree. The world tree's nurturing couldn't possibly be water without roots. It had consumed a large amount of world energy when it was growing, so where did the energy it produced come from? He hadn't looked carefully just now, but now that he was scrutinizing the world tree pointedly, he did see some traces, though they weren't very clear. With a thought, his left eye flashed and a golden vertical pupil appeared. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Under this Demon Eye of Annihilation, Yang Kai's vision suddenly became clear. He saw countless inexplicable energies being absorbed by the world tree, becoming nutrients for its growth. Furthermore, there were specks of light above the huge world tree's canopy, transforming into pure world energy and spreading into the star boundary below. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood. The energy fed back by the world tree was actually coming from the outer universe itself. The void of the outer universe wasn't completely empty and desolate, however, even a powerful open heaven realm master would find it difficult to refine and use this ambient energy. This wasn't a problem for the world tree though. Another example of this was the 9 heavenly layers grand array in void land, which was constantly absorbing the power of the stars and transforming it into the energy for its regular operation and later use. However, the efficiency of the 9 heavenly layers grand array when it came to absorbing the energy of the universe was pitiful compared to the world tree. Yang Kai could clearly see that under the world tree's influence, the power of the stars was actively being drawn towards its canopy from all directions, regardless of distance. In other words, the energy of this entire great territory was being influenced by the world tree. Embodiment, who was nearby, also gasped in shock. Yang Kai had not blocked his senses, so Embodiment could see what his Demon Eye of Annihilation was seeing. He couldn't help but mutter, so that's how it is. If this continues, I wonder what would become of the star boundary? Yang Kai dismissed the Demon Eye of Annihilation and shook his head. I don't know, but it shouldn't be anything bad. Not only would it not be bad, in the future, every corner of the star boundary would be a true cultivation paradise. Cultivating here would be countless times faster than in any other universe world or spirit province. Calming himself down, Yang Kai added, we'll discuss the matter of the world tree later. Right now, we don't have much time, so I'll go back to High Heaven Palace first to see my parents. I'm afraid there will be a great battle soon. Although the territory gate is quite far from here, it's better to be safe than sorry. Go find Xianxia and explain this situation to her so that she can make preparations. Embodiment nodded. Yang Kai utilized space principles again as his figure flickered as he disappeared from the spot. The next moment, the pair had already arrived at the depths of High Heaven Palace. Without any further communication, Embodiment immediately flew out and sent a message to Xianxia to discuss important matters. Xianxia went straight to the spirit peak where his parents lived. There was a forest of bamboo at the peak of a spirit peak, and a dense spiritual mist filled the air. Some intermittent sounds were coming from the forest. When Xianxia arrived here, he happened to see a group of young children sitting cross-legged in a clearing in the middle of the sea of bamboo, all of them wearing High Heaven Palace uniforms. These little children had their eyes open wide as they stared at a middle-aged man in front of them, listening attentively. From time to time, one of the little kids seemed to hear something incredible and shook his or her head, as if they had received some kind of inspiration. Yang Yingfeng was currently preaching the Tao. Seeing this scene, Xianxia failed to stifle his laughter. Since when did his father become so interested in such things? In the past, Xianxia had never seen him preach the Tao to High Heaven Palace's disciples. But then again, his father used to only be a first-order Emperor Realm Master while many in High Heaven Palace had higher attainments in cultivation than him, so there was no need for him to spend his time on such endeavors. Now that he had formed his Tao seal and his cultivation had reached the limit of the universe world's capacity, Yang Yingfeng was more than qualified to pass on his Tao to these young disciples. Xianxia didn't disturb him and chose to watch quietly. The anxiety he had felt from facing a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master for so long was now completely swept away and his mind became calm. With a sudden bang, the loft behind Yang Yingfeng had its door shoved open as a figure rushed out, looking around with wide-open eyes. "Is our son back?" After being interrupted, Yang Yingfeng frowned unhappily, but understanding the power dynamics in his relationship with his wife, he wisely decided to swallow his anger and grumpily rebuked, "That smelly brat is roaming around the outer universe doing who knows what with who knows who. How could he be back?" Dong Suju frowned and looked around. Strange, I clearly felt. Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly stared in a certain direction. Xianxia was utterly speechless. He was currently a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and he had come here while concealing his presence. Not to mention Dong Suju, a mere Emperor Realm cultivator, even a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master might not be able to discover him here. However, Dong Suju had sensed him. Was this the bond between a mother and son? The kind of connection that had nothing to do with one's cultivation, nor with their strength, but one that was innately formed after spending 10 months in the most intimate contact possible between one life and another? With a thought, Xianxia appeared and stared at Dong Suju, smiling even more brilliantly than a flower in morning glory. Dong Suju was stunned and her beautiful eyes quickly became wet. She let out a cry of joy and rushed towards Xianxia as swiftly as a gale wind, hugging him tightly. She was a petite woman, shorter than Xianxia by a full head, but at this moment, Xianxia felt an unprecedented sense of care and safety, as if he had returned to the time when he was still in his mother's womb. Whether it was the wind or the rain, she would always be there to shelter and protect him from the storm. Yang Yingfeng also slowly stood up and looked over, rubbing his eyes as if he was afraid he was seeing things. The group of little kids below had no idea what was happening, so all of them followed Yang Yingfeng's gaze and turned their heads back to look curiously. "He's back, you're back, my son is really back." After a long time, Dong Suju finally let go of Xianxia and grabbed him by his arm, jumping up and down like a little girl, crying and laughing at the same time. After carefully observing him for a while, she suddenly pulled him into her embrace. "Mother!" Xianxia called out softly as he felt his clothes quickly become wet. He slightly raised his hand and gently patted Dong Suju's trembling shoulder. Dong Suju finally recovered from her great surprise after a while and raised her head to dry her eyes. She looked lovingly at Xianxia as she patted his arms and legs to make sure he was unharmed before heaving a long sigh. Yang Yingfeng also walked over and sized up Xianxia before coughing lightly. "You're back?" Xianxia quickly greeted, "Father." Yang Yingfeng nodded lightly and glanced behind him. "Alone?" Xianxia stated with a smile, "Su Yan and the others are all cultivating in Void Land." Yang Yingfeng waved off, "I'm not asking about your wives." Xianxia was a little puzzled. If he wasn't asking Su Yan and the others, then who was he asking? After a moment of realization, he replied, "Shuer is also in secluded meditation in Void Land right now, her cultivation is improving at a rapid pace. Father doesn't need to worry." Yang Yingfeng glared at him resentfully before asking in a dignified tone, "Do I have grandchildren after so many years or not?" So that's what he was asking about. As soon as her husband said this, even Dong Suju, who had been crying just now, perked up her ears and stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Yang Kai's face was guilt-ridden as he awkwardly replied, "Your son has been trying his best." Yang Yingfeng was furious, "You impotent little bastard, you've so many wives yet you can't even sire an heir for us? What can I count on you for? Do you want me and your mother to give birth to a younger brother or sister to strengthen our Yang family?" Dong Suju slapped Yang Yingfeng's back, causing a loud sound as she rebuked with a blush, "What nonsense are you spouting? There are children here." When Yang Yingfeng turned around, he saw a group of little children staring at him, so he couldn't continue. He waved off to the group of little chicks, stating, "That's the end of today's lesson. When you return to your room, you should review what you learned. Don't slack off." The children all stood up and under the direction of one of the bigger ones who seemed to be their leader, and gave a proper bow, "Many thanks, Master Ancestor." Although the group of kids was young, their manners were excellent. They lined up in 2 rows and walked down the mountain. When they passed by Yang Kai, they all bowed to Yang Kai too. Yang Kai, watching them leave, raised his brow and praised, "They really are good seedlings." Just now, he had secretly investigated the aptitudes of these children. Although he didn't perform a complete examination, when he swept his divine sense over them, he found that each of them had a clear mind and outstanding aptitude. If nothing went wrong, all of them would be able to easily reach the Emperor realm. Yang Yingfeng glanced at him, "If you can sire one, I'm sure it will be better than any of them." Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything. Fortunately, his mother's heart felt bad for him and she slapped Yang Yingfeng again, "Our son hardly has the chance to return, why are you spouting so much nonsense?" Saying so, she turned to Yang Kai and comforted, "Ignore him and come with mother. You must have suffered outside. Why have you lost so much weight?" Having been left outside, alone, Yang Yingfeng's face was filled with regret. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, "A doting mother makes a wastrel." A moment later, the family of 3 started chatting happily for a while inside the bamboo house before Yang Kai finally stated, "I came back this time mainly to check on your situation." "Hey, he said that both of you managed to condense your Dao seals." Dong Suju replied, nodding, "That's true. Speaking of which, I must thank Senior Heihe. If it weren't for his careful guidance all these years, we wouldn't know how to form our Dao seals." In the inner universe, the Emperor realm was the limit. Only by breaking free from the universe world's shackles would one be able to reach a higher martial Dao. Yang Kai had undoubtedly made the right choice when he chose to leave Heihe to guard the star boundary and the demon realm. At the very least, under his guidance, his parents had successfully condensed their Dao seals. "Let me take a look." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed Dong Suju's wrist, immersing his consciousness and carefully examining it. A moment later, a look of surprise flashed across Yang Kai's face. Dong Suju asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Yang Kai honestly replied, "There is something wrong, but it's not bad, but rather a good thing. I'll talk after taking a look at father's as well." Using the same method, Yang Kai examined Yang Yingfeng's Dao seal and the surprise on his face became even more apparent. "Since this is a good thing, speak up then." Yang Yingfeng flicked his sleeves. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying, "Hey, he must have told you about some things, so you must know about the different orders of the open heaven realm." Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju both nodded, naturally. Yang Kai continued, "The order of an open heaven realm master determines their strength, while their initial order is determined by the orders of element powers they condense. The element powers are condensed through the refinement of a complete set of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. The higher the order of the elements condensed, the higher the order one will be in when they break through to the open heaven realm. Of course, the higher order of the material you wish to refine, the firmer your Dao seal must be." Yang Yingfeng summarized, "The Dao seal is the foundation to reach the open heaven realm." "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded solemnly, "In simpler terms, after an Emperor realm cultivator condenses their Dao seal, their future path is basically set. From that point on, what order in the open heaven realm they can reach depends entirely on how high the order of the elements their Dao seal can withstand." Hey, he said that your father and I can reach the fourth order open heaven realm with certainty, while the fifth order is possible but carries some risks, so he asked us to ask for your opinion. Dong Suju looked at Yang Kai somewhat uneasily. The fourth order open heaven realm was not a high order. Yang Kai nodded. This is what surprises me. He was well aware of his father and mother's aptitude. When they first became Emperor Realm cultivators, he had spent a great deal of effort and resources to help them. In his opinion, even if his father and mother's cultivation had progressed at a rapid pace because of the world tree, and they had even successfully condensed their own Dao seals, it would be good if they could reach the third order. Although the third order open heaven realm was in the low rank, it was still in the open heaven realm, nonetheless. Unexpectedly though, his parents were completely capable of reaching the fourth or fifth order. This was a huge pleasant surprise. Is the world tree's nourishment really so miraculous? After informing his parents of his thoughts, they finally understood what this so-called good thing was. What order are you now? Yang Yingfeng asked curiously. Although he could feel that Yang Kai had advanced to the open heaven realm, he couldn't tell his order. After all, the difference in their cultivation was too great. Sixth order. Dong Suju was immediately overjoyed. I told you that your son's order will definitely not be low. With the sixth order open heaven realm, he could even become an eighth order master in the future. Furthermore, if he can obtain open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace, it's not impossible to reach the very peak and become a ninth order master. Yang Kai was surprised. Mother, you even know about the universe furnace? Dong Suju stated proudly, we haven't wasted our time all these years. Senior he has told us a lot about the outside world. Yang Yingfeng waved his hand causally and interjected, enough of that, first take a look at me and your mother. Do you think we should break through to the fourth order, or should we try for the fifth order? Yang Kai replied with a smile, the limit of the fourth order is the sixth order while the limit of the fifth order is the seventh order. One ends in the mid-rank, while the other reaches the high rank, and there is a massive gap between the two. Since there is hope, you should naturally try to break through to the fifth order. Father, mother, don't worry, there may be some risks if others try to break through like this, but my void land has the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill, so there's no need to be afraid. Unfortunately, he no longer had any divine Dao water in his possession, otherwise if he gave it to his parents, there would be no risk for them to break through to the fifth order at all. His father and mother's Dao seals were quite stable, and what he said was basically correct. They were indeed a bit lacking in trying for the fifth order, but it wasn't too far off. Of course, if they wanted to break through to the sixth order, it would be impossible even if they had the Dao divine water. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju may not have any idea what the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill was, but since Yang Kai had said so, they naturally wouldn't doubt it. Yang Yingfeng immediately decided, good, just as you said, your mother and I will try to break through to the fifth order. In the future, if anyone dares to bully us, we'll beat them up. I'll prepare the materials for you too, please wait a moment. Dong Suju seemed to have sensed something and furrowed her brow. You just returned, but you want to leave right away? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before deciding to explain truthfully. When he brought Lan Sun to find me this time, he encountered an accident. A powerful enemy has learned the location of the star boundary and he covets the world tree, so he is rushing over as we speak, wanting to harm the star boundary. I have to stop him. Even if this matter could be concealed for a while, it couldn't be concealed forever. If they could stop the Heavenly Sword Palace at the territory gate, it would be fine, but if they couldn't, Sui Hui would kill his way to the star boundary. If a great battle broke out without any forewarning, it would only make Dong Suju more worried. Dong Suju immediately asked nervously, how is this enemy's cultivation compared to yours? He's stronger than me, but we have more people than him, so mother doesn't need to worry, Yang Kai comforted. Dong Suju's expression became even more worried. You're already in the sixth order, if he's stronger than you, doesn't that mean he's a seventh order master? Yang Yingfeng stated, since a powerful enemy has come, there is no use worrying about it. That great demon god was so powerful back then, but he was still killed. I and your mother only hate that our strength is too low right now, so we can't help you much. You can go and face the enemy without worry. Your mother and I will take care of the star boundary. Thank you, father. Yang Kai stood up. Time is of the essence, so your son cannot serve you anymore, please take care. Saying so, he knelt down and kowtowed. Dong Suju quickly helped him up and reminded him with tearful eyes, "Be careful." Yang Yingfeng coldly snorted, "If he hasn't left an heir for my Yang family, how could he dare to die? Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth." Dong Suju glared at him fiercely. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fist, "Your son will take his leave now." With a surge of space principles, he disappeared from the spot. Dong Suju stretched out her hand and grabbed nothing but air. She felt as if a piece of her heart was missing, and it filled with melancholy. The next moment, Yang Kai suddenly appeared inside High Heaven Palace's main hall. Hua Qingxi was startled for a moment before she quickly stood up happily. "Palace Master." Hua Qingxi elegantly bowed. Yang Kai nodded, "Do you know about the situation?" Hua Qingxi nodded in acknowledgement, "Sir Embodiment has already informed me. If Palace Master needs High Heaven Palace's cooperation, please ask." Yang Kai shook his head, "In this war, everyone participating is an Open Heaven Realm Master, so the Star Boundary won't be able to help. You just have to take care of yourself." Hua Qingxi stated solemnly, "I understand, then please be careful. And, let me check your Dao seal." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and placed it on her forehead. Hua Qingxi quickly relaxed her mind and body, allowing Yang Kai to examine her. A moment later, Yang Kai withdrew his hand and smiled at Hua Qingxi, "Wonderful, you can advance directly to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm in the future." Although he had a speculation in his mind after investigating the situation of his parents' Dao seals, it was finally confirmed after examining Hua Qingxi's Dao seal. Hua Qingxi's aptitude was undoubtedly better than his parents'. His parents' Dao seals were stable enough to condense fourth-order elements, or even fifth-order elements, so there was no reason for Hua Qingxi to not be able to. As expected, Hua Qingxi's Dao seal was stabler than his parents'. In other words, the risk of breaking through to the fifth-order Open Heaven realm was basically non-existent for her. "Is there anyone else in the Star Boundary who has condensed their Dao seals?" Yang Kai asked. Hua Qingxi shook her head, "Right now, there is. Only your parents, myself, and Palace Master Lan Sun, just us four." When Yang Kai had last left the Star Boundary, he basically took all the Emperor Realm Masters with him in one fell swoop, and the ones who remained weren't very strong. Although the cultivation of the Star Boundary's cultivators had quickly risen all these years with the World Tree's nourishment and the recovery of the Star Boundary, cultivation still required some time. The Star Boundary cultivators could only condense their Dao seals by raising their cultivation to the peak of the Emperor Realm. As for Lan Sun's condition, Yang Kai didn't have time to carefully investigate it at the time, but after thinking about it, compared to Hua Qingxi, her aptitude was already top-notch. This matter, Yang Kai wanted to say that this matter should be kept under wraps for now, but then he remembered that Heavenly Sword Union was nearly upon them, and if he couldn't stop this formidable enemy, he would be doomed. At that time even the Star Boundary would find it difficult to survive, so he quickly changed his mind and stated, "Wait for my return." Hua Qingxi nodded her understanding. Yang Kai gave embodiment a few more instructions before taking out a space beacon and testing it out. As expected, he was unable to directly return to the territory gate. Although the space beacon allowed people to instantly teleport from one beacon to another it was paired with, there was still a limit to their range. The territory gate was trillions of kilometers away from the Star Boundary, a distance far beyond its limit. The reason he was able to instantly return to the Star Boundary from the territory gate was undoubtedly because of his connection with the Star Boundary itself. It was equivalent to the power of the Star Boundary pulling him back, but it was impossible to use this process in reverse. There was no place for him to borrow strength on the territory gate's side after all. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Although Heavenly Sword Union shouldn't have been able to arrive at the Star Boundary's great territory before him, Yang Kai had to take precautions to be on the safe side. While returning to the territory gate, he could also investigate the route. In a flash, Yang Kai left High Heaven Palace and arrived in the depths of the void, rushing towards the territory gate. Every once in a while, Yang Kai would place a space beacon for emergencies. Along the way, everything was calm and peaceful, and there was no sign of any Heavenly Sword Union cultivators, causing Yang Kai to slowly relax. After leaving behind a dozen or so space beacons, Yang Kai finally returned to the territory gate. Void Land's open heaven realm masters waiting by the territory gate immediately noticed Yang Kai's return, so Zhang Wuhen and the others surrounded him and asked with concern, "Is everything alright on the star boundaries side?" Yang Kai sorted out his thoughts and told them everything he was able to learn. Many of the great emperors were shocked. "That's great." Mo Huang smiled with relief. "The world tree is actually so amazing. Not only can it swallow the power of the stars and void to nourish the world energy of the star boundary, it can even allow one to cultivate more easily and condense a stronger Dao seal." Duan Hongchen also wore a look of fascination. "If that's the case, wouldn't the star boundary give birth to many open heaven realm seedlings in the future?" Zhang Wuhen, on the other hand, was a bit worried. "Both fortune and misfortune lie together. If we don't handle it well, great wealth can sometimes turn into disaster. Don't forget wise Wuquan Hui is coming to the star boundary." All of the great emperors were quick-witted, so when they heard Zhang Wuhen's words, how could they not know what he was worried about? It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured all over the excitement in their hearts, calming everyone down. "We have to keep the changes of the star boundary under wraps." Zhang Wuhen looked at Yang Kai solemnly. "Otherwise, I'm afraid even the cave heavens and paradises will become greedy." Even with Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu's rather poor aptitudes, they now had the qualifications to break through to the fourth order or even fifth order open heaven realm. If a true top talent were to grow up in the star boundary, it would be extremely easy for him or her to advance to the sixth order, and it might even be possible for a heaven-defying genius to reach the seventh order. The current star boundary could simply be called a cradle for open heaven realm masters. It could easily produce a large number of open heaven realm seedlings, and this was only the beginning. Who knew what could become of the star boundary given more time? What Zhang Wuhen said was definitely not an exaggeration. If the cave heavens and paradises came to know about the situation of the star boundary, everyone would probably want to take a share of it. At that time, would the star boundary still be the star boundary? Not to mention, there was still the world tree in the star boundary. Although the world tree did not show any signs of fruiting, who could guarantee that it would not produce world fruits after countless years? This was the only heaven-defying treasure in the world that could allow an open heaven realm master to advance an order directly without any side effects, as well as increase their natural limit. Who would not covet such a treasure? As Zhang Wuhen spoke, he unconsciously glanced towards Qin Kuei and Suing Shui. Void Land's forces were comprised entirely of their own people, so they would keep all the secrets to themselves if there were any. The only two outsiders were Qin Kuei and Suing Shui from Yinyang Cave Heaven. Senior brother Qing and senior sister Su are both trustworthy people, I'll remind them later, Yang Kai stated. Zhang Wuhen shook his head. I'm afraid this matter won't be as simple as you think. After all, they are disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven. Although they have some friendship with you and are willing to keep some secrets for you, there are always exceptions. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Then what should we do? Senior brother Qing and senior sister Su came to help Void Land in its time of need. We can't just kill them to silence them. Zhang Wuhen shook his head and stated, naturally, I'm not asking you to do such an ungrateful thing. What I want to say is that instead of letting them hide the situation of the star boundary from Yinyang Cave Heaven, it would be better to let them know the truth and use the Yinyang Cave Heaven's power to protect the star boundary. Mo Huang quickly interrupted, no. Zhang Wuhen turned to look at him, whereupon Mo Huang explained, Yinyang Cave Heaven is one of the 36 cave heavens. Such a huge entity must have its own factions. Qin Kuei and Suing Shui are part of Su Linggong's lineage, and with the status of a Yinyang Cave Heaven son-in-law, Su Linggong naturally views Yang Kai in a favorable light. For small matters, everything is easy to discuss, but I'm afraid that Yinyang Cave Heaven's other high-rank open heaven masters will have some other intentions. What if the person sent by Yinyang Cave Heaven to investigate is not Su Linggong? This was also a problem, causing everyone to fall into contemplation. Yang Kai clapped his hands and diverted the topic. Let's talk about this later. Right now, the ones we need to deal with are Heavenly Sword Union and Zhuquan Hui. If my guess is right, they should be arriving soon. All the great emperors nodded slightly. Good. 26th Order Masters and 1,300 cultivators below the 6th Order. Almost all the Open Heaven Realm Masters from Void Land were quietly waiting in ambush outside the territory gate for Heavenly Sword Union. Now that things had reached this point, there was no need to conceal their strength anymore. Yang Kai had hidden Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others for this long to catch Sui Hui off guard. However, while man plans, the heavens laugh. He and Lan Sun had met with an accident, and Sui Hui had learned of the location of the star boundary and the world tree. The battlefield inevitably shifted from void territory to the star boundary's territory. In this battle, they would definitely give it their all. In this battle, one side would die. The newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master naturally couldn't be hidden any longer. Waiting was the greatest torture. For half a month, the territory gate remained still and calm. Yang Kai almost suspected that his judgment was wrong and that Sui Hui had no intention of coming to the star boundary, or else why would he have not seen his shadow even after such a long time? However, there was a violent surge of energy a few days later. When Yang Kai opened his eyes, he saw the territory gate glowing and a colossal illusory phantom slowly emerging from it. "They're here." Yang Kai's eyes went wide as he raised his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. At the same time, all the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Void Land also noticed the changes of the territory gate and began circulating their world force. In a flash, the void began to tremble and distort. What everyone saw was Heavenly Sword Union's Heavenly Sword Palace emerging from the territory gate. A moment later, the Heavenly Sword Palace rushed out, entering the great territory where the star boundary was located. Yang Kai raised his spear and pushed his world force madly while shouting, "Kill!" A golden crow let out a cry as a great sun rose into the sky from behind Yang Kai's back. In this sun, a three-legged exotic bird could vaguely be seen flying about. Facing such a large artifact like the Heavenly Sword Palace, Yang Kai did not hesitate to use his golden crow casts the sun divine manifestation in the opening salvo. The great sun took its spot on the Azure Dragon Spear as Yang Kai thrust it forward, ignoring the barriers of space as it crashed towards the enemy fortress. At the same time, rays of light from various divine abilities and artifacts shot towards the Heavenly Sword Palace like meteors. In that instant, the entire void lit up as if it was daytime as waves of world forces surged and crashed out. When the Heavenly Sword Palace was shuttling through the territory gate, they had naturally activated a protective barrier, but under the might of the countless divine abilities and artifacts, this barrier didn't even last for a breath before it shattered like a bubble. The people from Heavenly Sword Palace seemed to panic for a moment. Although they had guessed that they would be ambushed after crossing through the territory gate, no one had expected this ambush to be so ruthless. As far as the eye could see, there were nothing but enemies around them, and all of them asked the same question: how did so many people arrive here ahead of them? Sui Hui, who was sitting in the Heavenly Sword Palace's main hall, wore a gloomy expression as he quickly formed a series of hand seals to control the Heavenly Sword Palace's grand array. He knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space and could travel extremely fast. If Yang Kai insisted on pursuing him, the Heavenly Sword Palace would definitely be unable to escape. However, he didn't see any signs of Yang Kai chasing after him along the way, so he guessed that the latter had chosen another route to return to the star boundary to set up defenses. And facts proved that it was indeed the case. The Heavenly Sword Palace had just arrived in this great territory when it was ambushed. He had already expected that Yang Kai would bring some helpers, but he hadn't expected there to be so many. Over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even if they were ants in his eyes, they were Open Heaven Realm Masters, nonetheless. How did these people get here? Even if Yang Kai is a master of the Tao of space, he couldn't bring so many people with him. With a series of hand seals, the Heavenly Sword Palace's defensive arrays began to activate layer by layer, but they shattered and collapsed one by one. The entire Heavenly Sword Palace surroundings were crazily flashing, and it was violently shaking, causing everyone to lose their footing. "Meet the enemy!" Sui Hui shouted, issuing a command. Although the Heavenly Sword Palace was extraordinary, in the end, it was still just a large-scale palace artifact. While it could defend, attack, and fly, there were limits to everything. Right now, Sui Hui was still a bit wary and didn't dare to appear, so he could only rely on his subordinates to defend. Suddenly, a golden light flashed across his eyes. Sui Hui looked up, and saw a great sun at the tip of a spear smashing towards the Heavenly Sword Palace. It even left scorched marks in the void everywhere it passed through, which remained for a very long time. Divine manifestation. Sui Hui coldly snorted before raising his hand and pointing towards the approaching sun. The pressure of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master spread out as a streak of light shot from his fingertip. In the next instant, the sun collapsed as a wave of violent energy spread outward. Sui Hui, who was sitting in the main hall, swayed slightly and his brow twitched. Although they were enemies, Sui Hui had to admit that Yang Kai was a once-in-10,000 years genius, actually able to use a divine manifestation when he was just in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Sui Hui himself had yet to comprehend his own divine manifestation. To a certain extent, he was actually inferior to a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master. Furthermore, rumor had it that Yang Kai had comprehended this divine manifestation when he was still in the Emperor realm, which was simply unbelievable. With Yang Kai being in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm and having his divine manifestation, he was able to unleash an attack comparable to a 7th Order Open Heaven realm master. Although Sui Hui managed to block this attack fairly easily, he couldn't help but feel his blood and energy roil slightly. He is already so powerful when he is just in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. If that brat were to break through to the 7th Order, I would not be his opponent. Thinking so, Sui Hui's killing intent became even stronger. I have to kill him before he breaks through to the 7th Order no matter what, otherwise, I will really die without a burial. Multicolored lights flashed as an overwhelming barrage of attacks flew towards the Heavenly Sword Palace. Heavenly Sword Union naturally wouldn't sit back and wait for death, so after Sui Hui gave the order, they immediately began to counterattack. In a flash, both sides started exchanging attacks as world force flowed out in all directions, churning up the void and warping space as a result. However, not a single person was injured or killed despite it being such an intense battlefield. Needless to say, whether it was 6th Order Masters or those below that realm, Void Land had more people than the other party. The divine abilities and secret arts from Heavenly Sword Palace were intercepted before they could even approach. The Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union also had their own advantages, which was that they could hide inside the Heavenly Sword Palace. As long as the Heavenly Sword Palace was not destroyed, they would have a layer of impregnable protection and would not need to worry about being killed. However, how could the Heavenly Sword Palace, which had a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master assuming command, be so easily destroyed? This massive artifact was the fruit of unimaginable resources and manpower of Heavenly Sword Union. Most of the divine abilities and secret arts aimed at the Heavenly Sword Palace were intercepted, and only a few of them actually managed to hit the palace itself. However, due to the spirit array barriers, it was difficult for Void Land to cause much damage in a short time. On the battlefield, Void Land had the absolute advantage, but the Heavenly Sword Palace was like a hedgehog, making it difficult for anyone to swallow. If this continued for a long time, Void Land would be pushed into a great disadvantage. The Azure Dragon Spear in Yang Kai's hand danced as he used his limitless spear techniques freely. Each spear strike was powerful enough to shatter a star and break through a layer of the Heavenly Sword Palace's defenses, but the Heavenly Sword Palace's arrays kept regenerating, annoying him greatly. At the same time, inside Heavenly Sword Palace, Ziyan and the others also noticed that something was wrong. After fighting each other for more than a year, they had long known that Void Land had both strength and numbers on their side, but the previous Void Land forces were not strong to this extent. After observing for a while, they finally discovered that there were some 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on Void Land's side they had never seen before. And there were not just 1 or 2, but there were as many as 8. These 8 were 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, not 8 cabbages one could find in a local market. Where did they come from? After a quick count, there were actually 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land's side. All of Heavenly Sword Union members were shocked. They only had 10 such masters on their side, so the other party had twice their number. If it weren't for Sui Hui presiding over this place, everyone would have fled long ago. Master! Ziyan called out to Sui Hui, while defending and attacking. I know. Sui Hui sat still, but his eyes were scanning the surroundings as they shone brightly, astonishing, simply astonishing. All of them have just advanced to the 6th Order. That star boundary really does carry great fortune with it. As the situation was quite tense, the others failed to pay much attention to the details, but Sui Hui, on the other hand, could tell with a single glance that the 8 new 6th Order auras were unstable, meaning all of them had just advanced to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm recently. However, Suoquanhui didn't think that these people had advanced straight to the sixth order. After all, that would make them core disciples if they were placed in any of the cave heavens and paradises with such aptitude. How could there be so many genius-level talents in Voidland? The only explanation he could think of was the world fruit. Perhaps these people had advanced to the fifth order and consumed a mid-rank world fruit before reaching the sixth order. Suddenly, he remembered something. Rumor had it that Xianxia had achieved the fifth order open heaven realm outside the shadowless cave heaven. It was impossible for him to fake this in front of so many masters, but he had actually reached the sixth order open heaven realm when he participated in the Tao Theory Assembly. Previously, Suoquanhui had been unable to understand what was going on, but now everything was clear to him, or so he thought. So it turns out that Xianxia consumed a world fruit a long time ago to raise his cultivation to the sixth order open heaven realm. Marshal Nephew Yin, according to your investigation, has the world tree and the star boundary borne fruits? Suoquanhui asked. Yin Xianxiao pondered for a moment before replying, I don't know. Although I used a soul-searching technique on that woman, the information I obtained was incomplete. I only know that there is a world tree in the star boundary. Suoquanhui gently nodded his understanding. If that's the case, then it must be true. The world tree has indeed borne fruits. I really didn't expect for such a miracle to occur in this remote backwater. In his opinion, since the world tree had already bloomed and borne fruits, the people of Voidland must have benefited from it. Since that was the case, it was not impossible for him to obtain a high-rank world fruit here. If he could obtain a high-rank world fruit, he would be able to instantly advance to the eighth order. At that time, he would be able to destroy Voidland with a flick of his finger. Even if he were to face off against the divine spirit Zhu Jiuyin and Bai Shi, he would still have the strength to fight back. The temptation of a high-rank world fruit was incomparably great. Originally, he had been somewhat afraid that Zhu Jiuyin would follow Xianxia here and ambush him, but now he couldn't care about that. No matter what, he was an elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise. He might be branded as a traitor by Thousand Crane Paradise now, but everyone knew what was going on behind the scenes. Zhu Jiuyin might not even have the courage to kill him. Thinking along the lines, Suoquanhui made up his mind and changed his hand seal. The next moment, the Heavenly Sword Palace let out a thrumming sound as it flew straight towards the star boundary, forcefully resisting the bombardment of the many open heaven realm masters in the void. Stop him! Xianxia shouted at the sight of this. The shockwaves from the battle between open heaven realm masters were too great, so if the Heavenly Sword Palace really rushed to the vicinity of the star boundary, Voidland would be forced to be in a passive situation. At that time, Voidland's hands would be tied while Heavenly Sword Union would be able to fight without fear. Stronger and more fearsome attacks rained down on the Heavenly Sword Palace from everywhere. Even though Heavenly Sword Union's numerous open heaven realm masters tried their best to stop them, they were still unable to do so completely. Divine abilities and secret arts landed on the Heavenly Sword Palace one after another, causing its barriers to flicker and shatter. However, new barriers were erected in the next moment, spreading out layer by layer and protecting everyone inside the Heavenly Sword Palace from the oncoming attacks. Seeing this, Xianxia's eyes cracked wide open. He instantly teleported to the front of the Heavenly Sword Palace before shouting, "Dragon transformation!" The next moment, a deafening dragon roar resounded as a huge golden dragon head appeared behind Xianxia before it plunged into his body. Suddenly, a series of explosions rang out as Xianxia's figure swelled under the stunned gazes of Heaven Sword Union's open heaven realm masters, soon becoming a several thousand meters long colossal half-dragon in the blink of an eye. His entire body was covered in dragon scales, and his hands had transformed into dragon claws. The dragon tail on his back swung back and forth, and dragon horns grew on his forehead. And when he shook his head, his dragon beard fluttered about. The next moment, a rich dragon pressure spread into the surroundings. What was even more shocking was that the azure dragon spear in Xianxia's hand had also grown bigger. The massive Heavenly Sword Palace was actually shorter than Xianxia, who had assumed his half-dragon form. Seemingly affected by Xianxia's dragon pressure, another loud and sonorous dragon roar reverberated as Zhu Qing suddenly transformed into a dragon that was several thousand meters long as well. This dragon was crimson red, giving the impression as if it was covered in raging flames. Compared to Xianxia's half-dragon form, Zhu Qing's dragon form was clearly that of a pureblood. Zhu Qing soared straight up before unleashing a flaming dragon breath. Straight at the Heavenly Sword Palace. At the same time, Yang Kai thrust his spear out. The huge azure dragon spear crashed into the Heavenly Sword Palace's defensive arrays without any fancy moves. The azure dragon spear was already a peerless weapon, and coupled with Yang Kai's fearsome strength that could shake the sun and moon, the defensive arrays were pierced through like paper. The people in the Heavenly Sword Palace were thrown into panic as the enormous spear's shadows rapidly filled their vision and an imminent threat of death gripped their minds. At the critical moment, a cold snort rang out from within the Heavenly Sword Palace as the dragon pressure collapsed. Zuoquan Hui, who was in the main hall, promptly lifted his sword before swinging it down. His movements were graceful and elegant. A 1-meter-long sword wave cut through the air, directly slicing into Yang Kai's half-dragon form. The next moment, a fountain of blood gushed out. A gaping wound so deep that even his bones could be seen appeared on Yang Kai's shoulder as a rain of golden dragon blood spluttered across the void. Zuoquan Hui's attack was clearly extraordinary despite its simplicity. It would have been disastrous for Yang Kai had he not tilted his head at the last moment. Nonetheless, he did not retreat. He thrust the azure dragon spear forward as if he was unable to feel any pain. Hong hong hong, one after another, the Heavenly Sword Palace's defenses were broken through, even its walls were pierced through. Over a dozen open heaven realm masters who couldn't dodge in time were swept up by the spear's power and exploded into a blood mist before they could even make a sound. When their small universes collapsed, world force dissipated and flowed out into the void. Before Yang Kai could even pull out his spear, he saw the Heavenly Sword Palace suddenly light up, shooting a beam straight at his face. This beam of light came out of nowhere, but its power was extremely terrifying, comparable to an attack from a high-rank open heaven master. Yang Kai couldn't even figure out whether this beam of light had been shot by Zuoquan Hui or if it had been launched using the Heavenly Sword Palace's arrays. Yang Kai instinctively raised his spear to block, and the next moment, he let out a suppressed grunt as he was sent flying out. At the same time, countless beams of light shot out from the interior of the Heavenly Sword Palace. Although they were not as terrifying as the one that attacked Yang Kai, each one was still comparable to an attack from a fifth-order open heaven realm master. There were more than 1,000 such beams of light. Such an attack was obviously not something mere Heavenly Sword Union disciples could release, so it was definitely the power of the palace's grand array. At the sight of this, Void Land's disciples, who had been attacking from the periphery of the Heavenly Sword Palace, didn't dare hesitate and quickly used their defensive divine abilities and artifacts to protect themselves. However, there would always be some flaws. Blood splashed as dozens of Void Land disciples were pierced through. Most of them instantly lost their lives, while a few with tenacious will managed to hang on. Their fellow disciples quickly responded and hurriedly retreated from the battlefield with them to find a place for them to recover. Even Zhu Qing, who had revealed her dragon form, had suffered a blow. Fortunately, Flower Shadow Great Emperor had protected her at the last moment, so she was only slightly injured. For a moment, Void Land's open heaven realm masters no longer dared to approach the Heavenly Sword Palace and retreated one after another. This was the terrifying aspect of a large-scale palace artifact. This kind of artifact was like a moving fortress, with both offensive and defensive capabilities, making it extremely difficult to deal with. This was the first time the people from Void Land had come into contact with such a weapon, so they were not experienced enough to deal with it, resulting in some unnecessary damage. The next moment, a dragon roar reverberated across the void as Yang Kai, who had been sent flying, returned in a flash. When he saw the casualties among his forces, he immediately shouted, "Everyone below the Fifth Order, retreat and coordinate from afar, the rest of you, follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and raised his massive azure dragon spear before smashing it down. Immediately, a transparent barrier appeared above the Heavenly Sword Palace, but it was unable to block the fearsome might of the blow. The barrier shattered as the fearsome force slammed into the Heavenly Sword Palace like a meteor, causing it to sink slightly. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he appeared directly below the Heavenly Sword Palace and swept out with his spear again. A blinding flash of light surged as the Heavenly Sword Palace was knocked back again. After a few rounds, several small universes collapsed and the aura of world force dissipating came from inside the Heavenly Sword Palace. Obviously, some people had been killed. Meanwhile, Void Land's open heaven realm masters never stopped attacking. However, those below the fifth order open heaven realm could only support them from a distance, and their usefulness was limited. The only ones who could pose a real threat to the Heavenly Sword Palace were the sixth order open heaven realm masters other than Yang Kai, and the dozens of fifth order open heaven realm masters. Even after the original advantage in numbers had been leveled, Heavenly Sword Union's cultivators were able to resist the oncoming attacks and defended themselves. With the exception of a few unlucky fools who had died due to carelessness, the number of casualties for the time being remained mostly unchanged. Previously, Void Land was able to pose a certain degree of threat to the Heavenly Sword Palace's occupants by relying on their numerical advantage, but now that most had to attack from a distance, very few of them were able to achieve anything. Basically, all of them were intercepted halfway. Furthermore, Suoquan Hui attacked from time to time as well, forcing Yang Kai to be cautious in making moves lest innocents get hurt. Although Yang Kai could pose some level of threat to the Heavenly Sword Palace, it was still difficult for him to stop it from advancing towards the star boundary. If this situation continued, if they were unable to destroy the Heavenly Sword Palace, the star boundary would certainly face a great catastrophe. Yang Kai flew into a rage and shouted, "Old dog, if you have the guts, come out and fight. What kind of coward hides away inside his palace when the enemy is before him?" Suoquan Hui's response was an even fiercer attack, forcing Yang Kai to dodge. As they clashed and cursed, both sides fought in the void for half a month, but neither side was able to do anything to the other. On the contrary, they were getting closer to the star boundary. Yang Kai's heart was gripped with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. He was now a sixth order open heaven realm, but he still felt powerless. All of the great emperors were feeling the same. They communicated with each other via their divine senses, discussing how to deal with the enemy, but in this situation, none of their plans could be used. The star boundary was in danger. After a few more days, Yang Kai could already see the star boundary and demon realm, the two universe worlds in the distance. In the periphery of the Heavenly Sword Palace, Yang Kai was no longer able to maintain his dragon form and had reverted back to his human form. Maintaining his dragon transformation for a long time was quite taxing on him. After more than half a month of fierce fighting, Yang Kai's entire body was covered in blood and his murderous intent seemingly tangible as it lingered around his body, turning his surroundings as cold as ice. Is that the star boundary? Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace's main hall, Suoquan Hui raised his brow slightly as he gazed ahead. When the star boundary entered his eyes, he couldn't spot anything special about it and couldn't understand why a world tree would appear here. Although Xianxia had managed to obtain some information from Lan Sun, soul-searching techniques had drawbacks. Even if his strength greatly surpassed hers, Xianxia had no way of knowing what kind of information he could obtain from Lan Sun as the process was quite violent and destructive. In other words, what he could obtain from Lan Sun with a soul-searching technique was entirely up to luck. Just like how he did not know if the world tree had blossomed and borne fruit or not, he also did not know that this world tree was planted by Yang Kai, causing Suoquan Hui to think that it was naturally bred. The world tree was undoubtedly extremely eye-catching, so when Suoquan Hui laid eyes on the giant tree standing in the middle of the star boundary, his eyes gleamed with joy. It really is a world tree. He had never seen a real world tree before and had only read about it in a few ancient books, but when he laid eyes on it, he saw that the entire star boundary was filled with thick vitality. Looking at the star boundary from the distance, it actually looked completely green. If this divine tree was not a world tree, then what could it be? After taking a closer look, Suoquan Hui furrowed his brow a little. He actually didn't see any world fruits. Perhaps it's because I'm too far away that I can't spot them, or maybe they have been harvested by someone. In any case, as long as I can get my hands on this star boundary, the world tree and its world fruits will all be mine. At the same time, Pei Wenxian, who was fending off an enemy at some place in the Heavenly Sword Palace, stared at a different spot. Unlike Suoquan Hui who was looking at the star boundary, he was looking at the demon realm. For some reason, he felt an extremely familiar aura from the demon realm, as if there was something there that was connected to him. On top of that, the demonic chi of this universe world was obviously extremely compatible with his small universe. In other words, he could directly devour the demon realm's world force to strengthen his foundation. If he could do so, it would definitely advance his cultivation, saving him a great amount of time. He had come to help Suquan Hui this time mainly because he had some personal grievances with Yang Kai and wanted to use Suquan Hui's strength to deal with Yang Kai to vent his anger. But much to his surprise, he actually encountered this kind of opportunity. The energy of an entire universe world was enough to save him several hundred, or even 1,000 years of hard cultivation. He believed that after Suquan Hui had destroyed Void Land and captured the star boundary, he would not be stingy about giving this demon realm to him. I managed to get a hold of a treasure this time. While Pei Wenxian was secretly excited, a streak of light suddenly shot over from the side. It was the diving ability cast by a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Void Land called Hua Yong. He waved his hand as his demon chi surged, canceling the oncoming attack. How did the star boundary become like this? And what's going on with the world tree? While he was trying his best to block the Heavenly Sword Palace's advance, when Yang Kai glanced towards the star boundary, his heart was filled with shock. He had returned to the star boundary a month ago, but it had undergone a massive change since then. While things were different the previous time he returned, it was certainly not to this extent. The star boundary was currently covered in extremely rich vitality, causing the entire universe world to appear warm and inviting. Everyone gasped in amazement at the sight of this. Even from hundreds of millions of kilometers away, Yang Kai could still feel the vitality of the star boundary. And the world tree. Although it was already tens of thousands of meters tall back then, it was obviously taller than before, almost twice the size it was compared to just a month ago. It was now nearly 100,000 meters tall, truly making it an existence that held up the heavens themselves. The changes in the star boundary are definitely related to the world tree's growth and nourishment. But why has the world tree's feedback become so much stronger in this 1 month, even allowing it to grow to such a height? Yang Kai couldn't understand. At that moment, fluctuations of a small universe collapsing came from the Heavenly Sword Palace, indicating the death of another Open Heaven Realm Master. Although the Heavenly Sword Palace's defenses were strong, the joint attack of 26th Order and dozens of 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was no joke. Along the way, at least 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union had lost their lives. On the other hand, because the Void Land Open Heaven Realm Masters below the 5th Order were all helping from a distance, their side hadn't suffered many losses, with the exception of the couple dozen people who had died in the initial clash. However, the 6th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were all injured and exhausted at this point. The next moment, Yang Kai suddenly looked towards the Heavenly Sword Palace in shock before his gaze shifted back to the star boundary. When the unknown Open Heaven Realm Master from Heavenly Sword Union died, his small universe collapsed and his world force dispersed. Almost immediately after, Yang Kai could clearly feel this free world force being drawn straight towards the star boundary, pouring into the world tree where it was cleanly absorbed. In a flash, realization dawned upon Yang Kai. When Heavenly Sword Union's Open Heaven Realm Masters died previously, Yang Kai had vaguely sensed the dispersion of their world force, but he hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. Now, when he observed more closely, he realized that this free world force was clearly flowing towards the star boundary. He was able to feel it so easily this time because they were now much closer to the star boundary. In the past, the growth of the world tree was mainly fueled by the energy absorbed from the stars and void in the great territory where the star boundary was located. Its growth had been slow because such energy wasn't very rich. However, during this month-long battle, over 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Heavenly Sword Union and several dozen from Void Land had died. After their deaths, their small universes had collapsed and their world force had dispersed into the void before being drawn in and absorbed by the world tree. Naturally, the world tree would be able to rapidly grow with nourishment like this. And owing to the corresponding feedback, the star boundary had also reaped great advantages. This was why the world tree and the star boundary had undergone such massive changes. This was what Yang Kai believed, otherwise, there was no way he could explain what he was seeing. This kind of change would undoubtedly bring unimaginable benefits to the world tree and the star boundary, but with such a powerful enemy in front of him, Yang Kai did not have the time to consider such things. In a flash, Yang Kai instantly moved right before the Heavenly Sword Palace and pointed his spear forward. A determined and serious look could be seen on his face. They were only 10 million kilometers away from the star boundary now, so if he allowed the Heavenly Sword Palace to continue advancing, the star boundary would definitely fall into enemy hands. They had to stop the Heavenly Sword Palace from advancing any further no matter what. The only option they had left was to fight to the death. Shwa shwa shwa, one figure after another flew over and stood beside Yang Kai, as if they sensed his determination. Iron Blood, Bustling World, Martial Beast, Serene Soul, Flower Shadow, and Ice Feather Great Emperors all arrived together without a word. Immediately after, Yuhi, Mo Mei, Maozhe, Dongqing, Zhouya, Huayong, Shu Dan, Huigu, Qin Kuei, Suing Shui, Fang Yu, and Xiangying also appeared in a flash. 26th Order Masters stood in a line in the void, blocking the path between Heavenly Sword Palace and the star boundary like an impregnable wall. Behind these 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood dozens of 5th Order Masters. The next moment, streaks of light shot over as more than 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters who were below the 5th Order flew over to help. As the army assembled, their momentum soared. This scene seems familiar. Iron Blood Great Emperor smiled. Martial Beast Great Emperor Mo Huang clenched his fists as a series of popping sounds rang out. Reminds me of the Great War. When they had fought against Great Demon God in the past, the Great Emperors had joined forces to fight the enemy. This was the first time that the strongest masters of the star boundary had all gathered together, and fortunately they achieved their goal. Although the ones attacking today were Heavenly Sword Union and Zhuoquan Hui, the situation was quite similar. In the past, they had joined forces to kill Great Demon God, and today, they had joined forces to destroy the Heavenly Sword Palace and kill Zhuoquan Hui. The situation of facing a strong enemy with weaker forces had stirred up the pride and sentiments in their hearts. Yang boy, don't die this time. Bustling World Great Emperor turned his head and warned Yang Kai. Yang Kai had died during the battle against Great Demon God. Fortunately, by refining the immortal tree, he was able to reconstruct his body and return to life, allowing him to continue battling Great Demon God. Yang Kai grinned, "Don't worry, I won't die." Then, he shouted, "Kill." Using his dragon transformation secret technique, Yang Kai's figure reached the height of several thousand meters once more. A great sun appeared on the tip of the enormous azure dragon spear as he thrusted towards the Heavenly Sword Palace. At the same time, all the Voidland Open Heaven Realm Masters used their respective divine abilities and artifacts to launch attacks against the Heavenly Sword Palace. After nearly a month of fierce fighting, although a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Zhuoquan Hui had personally defended it, the Heavenly Sword Palace had still suffered some damage. Be that as it may, this artifact's defensive capabilities were quite impressive and it was still holding up relatively well. With a dazzling flash, the Heavenly Sword Palace launched another wave of attacks to intercept the incoming barrage. Countless divine abilities collided in the void and cancelled each other out as void cracks appeared before quickly closing one after another. Most of the attacks were blocked, but a small number of them still made it through and struck the Heavenly Sword Palace, causing layers of protective barriers to shatter and disappear. But before Voidland could launch a second wave of attacks, the Heavenly Sword Palace burst with another blinding flash as thousands of sword lights shone. The next moment, another barrage of attacks headed straight towards Voidland's cultivators like a storm, drowning everyone in its path. Yang Kai immediately stood at the forefront. With a flash of thought, a giant towering tree appeared behind him, covering the void as its branches drooped down to form a protective shield, blocking the countless sword beams. Ripples appeared on the protective shield one after another as the towering evergreen divine manifestation became much dimmer. The towering evergreen was powered by his wood element power, condensed from the immortal tree, so not only could this divine ability heal injuries, it also had an extremely sturdy defensive ability. However, the towering evergreen was not all-powerful and was unable to shield all the Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland. Although it was able to block most of the attacks, there were still some that managed to slip through. Even though the many Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland had been prepared for this counterattack, every single sword light from the Heavenly Sword Palace was comparable to an attack launched by a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Blood splashed as dozens died on the spot the next moment. With a deafening crash, Yang Kai's spear smashed into the Heavenly Sword Palace, causing its advance to slow as it shook violently. Hong hong hong, Yang Kai kept smashing his spear out again and again, releasing a massive amount of violent energy. The enormous Heavenly Sword Palace was actually stopped in place. Furthermore, under the continuous barrage of attacks, the aura of several small universes collapsing could be felt coming from inside the palace. But before Yang Kai could rejoice, a dazzling sword light slashed towards him. Sui Qianhui had personally made a move. The might of a seventh-order open heaven realm was like a mountain pressing down on them, making it difficult for everyone to breathe and sending their vitality tumbling. When this sword light struck the protective barrier of the towering evergreen divine manifestation, it became even dimmer. After another sword attack from Sui Qianhui, the towering evergreen was instantly destroyed, turning into specks of light that dissipated into the void. Yang Kai's heart shook and his small universe became agitated, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Just like Yang Kai's continuous attacks, Sui Qianhui didn't stop at all, swinging his sword again and again. At this moment, Yang Kai's ears were ringing and his head was spinning. He shook his head to regain his bearing but still staggered back, unable to defend himself. However, after his small universe was shaken, he felt a strange connection with the star boundary for some reason. At this critical moment of life and death, the great emperors joined forces and stood in front of Yang Kai. Each of them used their own divine abilities to resist the oncoming sword lights. With a dazzling flash, the great emperors were forced back. All of them were vomiting blood and bleeding from their 7 orifices. Even with the combined strength of all the great emperors present, they were unable to resist Sui Qianhui's assault and were instantly injured. But the silver lining was that the sword light shooting at Yang Kai was intercepted. Overconfident brat. Inside Heavenly Sword Palace, Sui Qianhui sneered as another sword light slashed out. Yang Kai vigorously shook his head before he finally stabilized himself. He then promptly raised his spear to meet the oncoming attack. At the same time, the injured great emperors also gathered their strength and joined forces to resist. Yuhi and Mo Mei also rushed over at that moment. With everyone's strength combined, they were finally able to barely resist Sui Qianhui's sword strike. However, the situation had grown worse. The Heavenly Sword Palace, which had finally been stopped by Yang Kai, had once again started moving forward. Even if the Void Land Masters refused to back down as they made their last stand, they were still unable to stop the enemy from closing in. 10 million kilometers, 9 million, 8 million. A long road paved with blood was floating in the void. Mangled and mutilated corpses of open heaven realm masters were scattered all over. Every time the Heavenly Sword Palace's arrays erupted, a few cultivators from Voidland would lose their lives. Although the Heavenly Sword Palace was also on the verge of collapsing under the relentless bombardment of Voidland's open heaven realm masters, it was still a hair's breadth away from being completely destroyed. Had there not been so many 6th Order open heaven realm masters on Voidland's side, the outcome of this battle would have already been decided. Be that as it may, everyone from Voidland was on their last leg. Yang Kai was already fighting like he had lost his mind. He had simply stopped caring about saving his strength as he continued to pour his world force into every attack. He had already used Golden Crow casts the sun several times, and each time he chipped away at the Heavenly Sword Palace, but he was still unable to break it. His small universe had long been shaken to the point that it was already unstable. Yang Kai didn't have time to investigate right now, but he knew that his small universe would definitely crash if he did not stop. But the more turbulent his small universe became, the clearer Yang Kai could feel the strange connection between himself and the star boundary become. He was Void Great Emperor, recognized by the star boundary's will, so it was not surprising for him to have such a connection. Yang Kai had used this very connection to instantly return to the star boundary a month ago. At first, Yang Kai had not paid much attention to it, but as the battle proceeded and he displayed his stalwart determination to protect the star boundary, the connection grew stronger and stronger. The connection became so strong that it was difficult for Yang Kai to ignore now. He didn't know why, but for some reason, he even felt a faint calling, or expression of intent was about to surface from the mist. So, Zhu Jiuyin isn't here. Sui Qianhui's calm voice suddenly came from Heavenly Sword Palace. Sui Qianhui was always holed up inside the Heavenly Sword Palace when he was in Void territory, and did not dare to show his face. Even though the Heavenly Sword Palace was situated right outside the territory gate, he was afraid that Zhu Jiuyin would suddenly appear and catch him off guard if he went outside. Even when he had come to this backwater great territory, he had always been on guard against hidden murderous intent even though he was tempted by the World Tree to take a risk. But even when the battle had reached this point, he hadn't sensed Zhu Jiuyin's aura at all. Seeing that the people from Void Land could no longer resist his advance, he finally understood that his fears were needless. The one person he was afraid of was not even here in the first place. If that wasn't the case, why would Zhu Jiuyin have been hiding all the while? Why hadn't she taken action yet? She was not going to take action after everyone from Void Land died, right? Realizing this, Zhu Quanhui couldn't help but become angry out of shame. He felt that his cautious actions had made him look like a coward. However, he was most pleasantly surprised and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Without Zhu Jiuyin, how can you resist this monarch? This monarch will occupy the star boundary and then destroy all you weaklings. Although he had confirmed that Zhu Jiuyin was not here, he still had no intention of showing his face. He simply continued to activate the power of the Heavenly Sword Palace's Grand Array, throwing Void Land's masters into panic. Just as Yang Kai feared, once Wu Quanhui reached the star boundary, he would have everything under his control. Void Land's Open Heaven Realm masters would definitely not dare to start a war in the star boundary, so at that time, everyone would be at his mercy. The only option was to end things in the void. Suddenly, the Heavenly Sword Palace shot straight towards the star boundary, as Wu Quanhui no longer had any scruples. Over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm masters of Void Land desperately tried to resist, but were still forced back. Suddenly, a glimmer of light cut through the fog as the feeling that Yang Kai had been unable to understand for so long finally became clear like the rising sun. Yang Kai quickly dispelled any doubts he had and cleared his mind before understanding the epiphany. So that was how it is. So that was how it is. I have actually neglected my greatest reliance, my greatest foundation. The world lives. Yang Kai lowered his head and mumbled to himself in a low voice. The next moment, he shouted as his long hair fell over his forehead, "You want the star boundary, but have you asked the star boundary's will?" Sitting in the main hall of the Heavenly Sword Palace, Zhu Quanhui scoffed, "When this monarch occupies that place, this monarch will become its will." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, "Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Zhu Quanhui's face sank as he suddenly had a bad feeling. It was inexplicable, as if something terrible was about to happen. Yang Kai grabbed his spear with one hand and suddenly formed a series of hand seals with the other, muttering in a low voice, "Heavens and earth, lend me your strength." Wang, the void trembled at that moment as everything came to a halt. In the next moment, the world tree, which had reached the height of 100,000 meters, began to sway violently. Its giant canopy rustled as a beam of green light shot out from the star boundary and struck Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained still, but his aura, which had become incredibly weak due to overexhaustion, started rapidly rising, soaring upwards seemingly without limit. His turbulent small universe calmed, reaching a state of tranquility that he had never felt before. Furthermore, his small universe's foundation was also rapidly strengthening. A terrifying pressure erupted from Yang Kai, spreading out in all directions, causing space itself to tremble. The Open Heaven Realm masters of Heavenly Sword Union inside the Heavenly Sword Palace were dumbstruck at the sight of this. In the void, 1,000 Open Heaven Realm masters of Void Land also wore looks of amazement. Yang Kai's aura rapidly reached a peak, one far higher than his original. Although he had yet to reach the seventh order, he was just a hair-breadth away from it now. The corner of Zhu Quanhui's eyes twitched as he stared at this scene in disbelief. Borrowing the world's strength, so that's how it is. Zhang Wuhen's eyes flickered with realization. The great emperors also quickly understood what just happened. Yang Kai was borrowing the power of the star boundary. Any great emperor who was recognized by the will of his universe world could borrow its strength, but this time, Yang Kai was borrowing power far beyond their imagination. In general, there was a vast difference between the Emperor Realm and the Open Heaven Realm. Any Open Heaven Realm master, even of the lowest order, could easily kill an Emperor Realm cultivator. But at certain times, in certain special circumstances, an Emperor Realm cultivator could display the strength comparable to a low-rank Open Heaven Realm master. Just like how the great emperors had fought against Great Demon God in the past. Great Demon God definitely had the strength of the Open Heaven Realm at that time, but in the end, he was killed by the combined forces of the Star Boundary's great emperors. The fundamental reason for this was because the great emperors had borrowed the world strength of the Star Boundary to display enough power to kill Great Demon God. Back then, when the star boundary had been nearly destroyed and the people had fallen into misery, the great emperor still had the strength to fight against great demon god by taking advantage of the star boundary's remaining strength. Now that the star boundary had received the world tree's nourishment, and its foundation had become many times stronger, the world strength Xianxia could borrow from it was naturally far greater than before. At this moment, it was as if he had the support of the entire star boundary's world force. Quan Hui was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with rich experience, so it wasn't that he didn't know about the secrets of universe worlds and great emperors, but under normal circumstances, how much strength could a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Xianxia borrow from a mere universe world? It was a little better than nothing, that's all. However, the situation in the star boundary was completely different from that of ordinary universe worlds. Its foundation was extremely rich due to the world tree's feedback. Furthermore, the world tree had also absorbed the world force of all the Open Heaven Realm Masters from both sides who had lost their lives in this battle, allowing its heritage to become even stronger. The world was alive. When Xianxia was giving his all to defend the star boundary, even willing to put his life on the line to protect it from danger, the star boundary itself had sensed it. The feeling lingering in Xianxia's heart was a sign of acknowledgement from the star boundary will. Xianxia understood a bit too late, but he still managed to deduce it in time. Quan Hui, you made your biggest mistake by making things difficult for my star boundary in this great territory. Xianxia's world force surged as he felt an indescribable power coursing through his body. Borrowing the power of the star boundary, not only had he recovered, but his strength was also only a step away from the 7th Order. You're still only a 6th Order ant, how dare you boast so shamelessly? When you have broken through to the 7th Order, then you can act presumptuously before this monarch. Quan Hui was extremely angry. As he finished speaking, sword waves once again shot out from the Heavenly Sword Palace. Furthermore, he had also launched a divine ability personally at Xianxia. Xianxia promptly raised his spear to block the incoming assault. Although he was forced back tens of thousands of kilometers again, he was no longer incapable of resisting. The gap between him and Quan Hui had been greatly reduced. This scene was witnessed by everyone present. Void Land's morale immediately soared as they all took action to block the Heavenly Sword Palace's attack. The great emperors glanced at each other but didn't say anything. Nonetheless, all of them could tell what the other was thinking. Young boy, I'll leave this place to you. Iron Blood Great Emperor suddenly shouted. Xianxia turned his head in surprise and saw Iron Blood Great Emperor's figure instantly disappear from his spot. When he looked back at the others, he saw that bustling world, Martial Beast, Serene Soul, Flower Shadow, Ice Feather, and the other great emperors were also nodding at him expectantly. Xianxia instantly understood and shouted, "Everyone, don't worry, I'll definitely kill this old dog at our doorstep." The next moment, several figures suddenly appeared atop the world tree's crown in the star boundary. They were none other than the great emperors who had disappeared from the battlefield. They had never cultivated the Tao of space, so under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for them to travel millions of kilometers in an instant, but the star boundary was their homeland, and since Xianxia was able to return from the territory gate with the help of the star boundary, it was naturally possible for them to do something similar. Traversing a few million kilometers was as easy as stepping through their front door for them. They were old friends who had known each other for over 10,000 years, so with just a glance at each other, all of them smiled and sat down cross-legged, opened their small universes, and poured their world force into the star boundary. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's assistance caused the entire star boundary to tremble slightly, as if it was welcoming their return. In the void, Xianxia's aura that was slowly stabilizing suddenly shot up again. Naturally, this was due to the support of the great emperors, carrying with it the hope of countless living beings in the star boundary. Nonetheless, Xianxia was still unable to break through the shackles of the 6th Order. Although he was now just half a step away from the 7th Order, there was still a thin barrier blocking his path. If he could not break through this barrier, he would not be able to glimpse the broad horizons of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. The 6th Order was in the mid-rank, while the 7th Order was the beginning of the high rank. The gap between them was simply too great. Just a little more, just as Xianxia thought he had reached his limit, another wave of energy suddenly surged through his body. This wave of energy came at just the right moment, shattering the already cracking shackles. Hong, an invisible shockwave burst out from Yang Kai as the prestige of a high-rank open heaven realm master filled the void. Atop the world tree, two figures slowly descended. One of them wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he muttered, "Luckily, we were not too late." The other person stated, "What a pity, I thought that after advancing to the Sixth Order, I would be able to enjoy a good fight with old friends, but I didn't expect I wouldn't have such an opportunity." Iron Blood Great Emperor opened his eyes and gently smiled, "The two of you aren't good at fighting anyway, so it's best if you don't cause trouble." Wondrous Pill and Heaven's Revelations looked at each other and had no choice but to agree, fair enough. The two of them had been cultivating in Void Land all this time, attempting to break through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Just when they somehow broke through and were preparing to head to the territory gate to assist, he happened to bring Lan Sun to Void Land. When the two of them learned of the situation, they anxiously rushed to the star boundary, but they were still a step behind Heavenly Sword Union. By the time the two of them finally returned to the star boundary's great territory, Heavenly Sword Union and Void Land had already fought for a long time. When they finally caught up with the Heavenly Sword Palace and arrived at the edge of the battlefield, they happened to see Yang Kai borrowing the star boundary's world force and their old friends returning to the star boundary to support him. Seeing that Yang Kai was still only at the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, just half a step away from breaking through to the Seventh Order, the two of them didn't hesitate to return to the star boundary. "I wonder if Yang Boy has reached the Seventh Order yet," Wondrous Pill Great Emperor looked up into the void and muttered. "Old dog, next year today will be the anniversary of your death." In the void, Yang Kai was in high spirits. The world force around him surged as he thrust out his spear, transforming it into a barrage of spear shadows that filled the sky and rained down towards Heavenly Sword Palace. How could he lose this battle, carrying the hopes and expectations of all the great emperors and countless living beings in the star boundary on his shoulders? Dazzling lights flashed across the Heavenly Sword Palace as its defensive arrays shattered and collapsed. Multiple small universes collapsed one after another at the same time. Although Zhou Quanhui was desperately repairing the arrays, he could not catch up with the storm of attacks. His greatest reliance was that he was an order higher than Yang Kai's cultivation, but now he had even lost that advantage, which had immediately pushed him into a corner. Attacks rained down at the Heavenly Sword Palace from every direction. Heavenly Sword Union disciples tried their best to resist, but it was impossible for them to keep up. In less than a dozen breaths of time, the Heavenly Sword Palace suddenly cracked with a blinding flash as an inexplicable and fearsome aura surged from it. "Everyone, dodge!" Yang Kai promptly realized that something was not right and shouted aloud, immediately using his space principles to wrap up those around him and quickly retreating. Not only were Void Land's cultivators retreating, but countless figures fled from the Heavenly Sword Palace as well. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying shockwave suddenly swept out, as if the sun in the sky had exploded. Some of the slower Heavenly Sword Union cultivators didn't even have time to make a sound before they were enveloped by this blinding flash and instantly lost their lives. The fallout from this explosion crashed into everyone, causing them to feel as if they were standing in the middle of a vast ocean, unable to even stand firm. Everyone promptly used their defensive divine abilities and artifacts to protect themselves as stray bolts of energy and rubble flew out randomly. Yang Kai stabilized his footing and stared straight ahead. The Heavenly Sword Palace had exploded. After defending for over a month, crossing trillions of kilometers, they had finally managed to crack this hard nut. Void Land's cultivators had evacuated in time, so apart from some minor injuries suffered by a few low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, no one had lost their life. On the other hand, Heavenly Sword Union's Open Heaven Realm Masters had suffered heavy casualties. Heavenly Sword Union had spent unimaginable resources and effort to build the Heavenly Sword Palace, so the instant it was destroyed, the resulting explosion was not inferior to a full-powered attack launched by a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. When the dust settled, only about 400 Open Heaven Realm Masters remained on Heavenly Sword Union's side, and all of them were in a sorry state. A giant black hole had appeared where the Heavenly Sword Palace had exploded. It was surrounded by thousands of cracks that extended to the depths of the void. Space had shattered, making it look like the end of the world. Zhou Quanhui stood somewhere in the void, surrounded by a group of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. His face was twitching, as if he had yet to recover from the series of events just now. The Heavenly Sword Palace occupied an absolute advantage. Just a few million more kilometers and it would have reached the star boundary. At that time, Void Land would have been at his mercy. But much to his dismay, Xianxia had borrowed the power of heaven and earth to instantly break through from the 6th order to the 7th order, destroying the Heavenly Sword Palace, shattering his greatest reliance, and dragging him down into the dirt. Xianxia raised his spear and sneered, "Old dog, you're finally willing to come out?" Sui Qianhui narrowed his eyes as he looked at Xianxia. When their gazes met, it seemed as if sparks were flickering. "Kill!" Xianxia shouted as his enormous dragon form wrapped in a supreme dragon pressure appeared before the Heavenly Sword Union masters in a single move. The next moment, Xianxia swept his massive azure dragon spear that seemed to hold up the sky as a rich world force burst out, wantonly releasing the power of the 7th order open heaven realm. Even Sui Qianhui did not dare to casually take such an attack. Although Xianxia had acquired the strength of the 7th order open heaven realm, he did not obtain it by cultivating himself, but because he had borrowed the world force from the star boundary, an external aid. Even so, when Xianxia attacked with the azure dragon spear using his several thousand meters tall half-dragon form, Sui Qianhui had no choice but to cherish his own life. Facing this attack, he used a divine ability to block as a feint before pulling back. Seeing this, the 10 6th order open heaven realm masters around him quickly dispersed. Heavenly Sword Union's formation collapsed in the wake of this attack. Behind Xianxia, a tide of open heaven realm masters swarmed towards him. Having been under extreme pressure for so long, it was now their turn to vent, which they did without holding back in the slightest. Everyone used their respective divine abilities and artifacts to their heart's content to attack the enemy. The few hundred open heaven realm masters on Heavenly Sword Union's side were nearly frightened to death. Heavenly Sword Union's cultivators had suffered heavy casualties thanks to the Heavenly Sword Palace's explosion. Now, there were less than 400 of them left. On the other hand, Void Land still had over 1,000 open heaven realm masters on their side. With almost 3 times the difference in number, there was no need for any kind of battle formation, just charging forward was enough to crush the enemy. Not to mention, Void Land had a huge advantage when it came to the 6th order open heaven realm masters. Including Xianxia, Void Land had a total of 22 6th order open heaven realm masters. With the 8 great emperors having returned to the star boundary, 14 still remained. Even if Xianxia wasn't included, there were still 13 on their side. On the other hand, Heavenly Sword Union only had 10. So, Void Land had a 3-person advantage. Back then, during a meeting with Sui Qianhui in the Heavenly Sword Palace, Pei Wenxian had proposed to send a message to Xianxia, inviting him to come and help. He had said that as long as they had one more 6th order open heaven realm master on their side, they could completely turn around the situation. With one more, they would be able to gain an advantage of 2 against 1 in a battle, which would become the key to victory. If just one more 6th order master could be the difference between victory and stalemate, what more need be said if one side had 3 more? 26th order masters from both sides were engaged in a fierce battle, and for the moment, they were evenly matched. Meanwhile, the 3 mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain, Maoxia, Gengqing, and Zhouya quietly blended into the 1,000-plus open heaven realm masters from Void Land's side and rushed into Heavenly Sword Union's army, leaving bloody carnage in their wake. With 3 6th order open heaven realm masters joining forces, how could Heavenly Sword Union's army, who were at most 5th order masters, be a match for them? In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the number of Heavenly Sword Union cultivators had been reduced by half, and the remaining people were now surrounded by Void Land's forces. There was no way for them to escape, and it was only a matter of time before they were defeated and killed. After settling the overall situation, Maoxia and the others rushed back to the battlefield of the 6th order open heaven realm masters. Huangquan suddenly had his hair stand on end, as if he had fallen into an icehouse. A chill ran up from the tip of his toes to the crown of his head. At that moment, Huangquan was fighting none other than his old nemesis, Huigu. Both were from Yinyang Cave Heaven's prison star and had developed a loose friendship during their hundreds of years of imprisonment. However, Huigu had infiltrated the prison league under Xianxia's orders after being subdued by the latter, only to be exposed in the end. As a result, Huangquan killed Huigu's only loyal servant, Biamo, right in front of him. That day, Huigu swore that one day he would kill Huangquan and avenge Biamo. By some coincidence, when Huigu returned to Void Land with Yang Kai, Huang Quan had fallen in with Sui Quan Hui. Both sides had fought several times in Void territory, but neither of them had been able to gain the upper hand. In fact, Huigu's strength was actually slightly inferior. After all, Huang Quan was the League Master while Huigu was just one of its protectors in the Prison League. There was a difference between their status and strength as well. After exchanging several blows several times over the past year, both of them knew each other's techniques like the back of their hands. Huang Quan naturally wouldn't be afraid if he was only facing Huigu. However, the three mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain were now rushing over. Huang Quan was extremely unlucky. Maoxia and the others didn't intentionally target him, rather they were just providing support to the closest battlefield. Huang Quan and Huigu just happened to be on that battlefield. Seeing these three rushing towards him, Huang Quan didn't hesitate to escape as he knew that he couldn't remain. Not to mention a sixth order master like him, even someone in the seventh order like Sui Quan Hui might not be able to escape this debacle. After Yang Kai had borrowed the Star Boundaries world force, strengthening himself to the point where he reached the seventh order, he had destroyed the Heavenly Sword Palace and stopped Heavenly Sword Union's momentum. If Huang Quan did not flee now, when would he? As for whether Sui Quan Hui would settle the score with him later or not, he could worry about it after he had escaped. However, Huigu kept desperately hounding him, which was very annoying. A fierce gleam flashed across Huang Quan's eyes as he ignored Huigu's incoming palm strike and ruthlessly launched a divine ability towards him, seemingly wanting to trade a life for a life. In truth, Huang Quan had no intention to fight to the death with Huigu. It wasn't easy for him to escape from the prison star and regain his freedom, so he valued his life more than anything. With his sixth order open heaven realm cultivation and a long life ahead of him, he still had many good days to look forward to. He was simply doing this to force Huigu to stop and back off so he could escape. But much to his dismay, when faced with this divine ability, Huigu didn't even try to dodge or block. His eyes burned with unquenchable hatred as he appeared completely ready to sacrifice his life if it meant killing his enemy. Huang Quan turned pale in shock as he cursed, "Madman!" In a panic, he hastily withdrew some of his strength to defend himself. The next instant, both of them shook and threw up a mouthful of blood each, their auras weakening as their world force unstably fluctuated. Maoxia, Gung Qing, and Zhouya arrived just in the nick of time. The three of them formed a triangle and rushed towards Huang Quan. Their world force surged as they fired their divine abilities before even reaching him. "My destined time has come." Huang Quan's face turned ashen. Even if he was at his peak, he would most likely die if he was facing these three, not to mention the fact that he had been forced into a dead end by Huigu. A blinding flash of light appeared before Huang Quan's body flew out like a rag sack as it was struck by three divine abilities. In the blink of an eye, he was left in a sorry state, his hair was a mess and he was covered in blood. Suddenly, an angry and gnashing face appeared right in front of him like a ghost, almost touching his nose. Its eyes were burning with flames of hatred and blood was flowing from its 7 orifices, making it look like a real devil. Huang Quan's heart almost burst in fright as he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Huigu transformed into a streak of light as he brushed past Huang Quan. About 1,000 meters behind Huang Quan, Huigu looked up into the void and smiled, "Rest in peace, Mo, I've avenged you." He raised his hand, holding a bloody head in it as 1,000 meters behind him stood the headless corpse of Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch. Huang Quan hadn't died yet, as the vitality of a sixth order open heaven realm master was extremely tenacious. He would not immediately die even if his head was twisted off, but he obviously knew what kind of situation he was in right now. Blinking his eyes, he also looked up into the sky and heaved a sigh. Why, back when he left the prison star, if he hadn't sought refuge with Sui Quan Hui, he would have been living a happy life right now. He didn't hold a grudge against Huigu for killing him. From the day he started cultivating, he knew that when one walked the martial Tao, even if he did not kill others, he would be killed by them one day. The martial Tao was long, and there was no one whose hands weren't dyed in blood. How many people were there who did not take life and death lightly? Such a day was bound to come, sooner or later. Be that as it may, he named himself Huang Quan, meaning Yellow Spring. He might receive some kind of preferential treatment in the underworld, but King Yama was not someone to be trifled with. He slowly closed his eyes as his vitality rapidly dissipated. 1,000 meters away, the small universe of a sixth-order open heaven realm master collapsed, releasing a massive amount of world force that transformed into a violent wave of energy which was visible to the naked eye. The violent energy was immediately pulled in by the world tree that was still a few million kilometers away. Huigu's hand trembled and he shattered the head in his hand before keeling over and coughing, spitting out pieces of his internal organs. Xianxia flashed over, "Are you all right?" Huigu shook his head, "I'll survive." Although he had taken Huang Quan's divine ability head-on and was seriously injured, he would live. Furthermore, a weight had been lifted off his heart after he had killed Huang Quan, allowing his mind to become much clearer. "Retreat and heal yourself first," Xianxia urged before following Xianxia and Gengqing to the next battlefield. Although many of the sixth-order masters were fighting their own life or death battles, Huang Quan's fall could not escape their senses. The commotion caused by the collapse of a sixth-order open heaven realm master's small universe and subsequent dissipation of his world force was not small, even the dullest of people could sense it. A sixth-order master on their side had died in such a short period of time, naturally causing great fear among the remaining Heavenly Sword Union masters. Some of the smart ones immediately began to flee, but how could Voidland allow them to escape? Naturally, they tried their best to stop and suppress them, so the enemy's efforts wielded little result. Under normal circumstances, when two masters with the same cultivation fought, if one of them insisted on escaping, the other would have no way to stop him. Let alone one, even if two of the same cultivation tried to stop someone together, they still might not be able to. This was why the higher one's cultivation was, the easier it was to determine victory or defeat, but the harder it was to determine life or death. If they couldn't beat the enemy, they still could run, unless one cultivated the Tao of space like Yang Kai and had unmatched speed, or they had arranged a heaven-sealing earth-locking array in advance, making escape impossible. Yang Kai was currently locked in a fierce battle with Suoquanhui. Even though he had obtained the strength of a seventh-order open heaven realm master by borrowing world force from the star boundary, he was unable to divert his attention. Fortunately, there happened to be an array master on Voidland's side. Sylvan, official title, Huang Quan's death somewhere in the void. When Luan Baifeng saw Heavenly Sword Union's sixth-order masters wanting to flee, she immediately sent a transmission to Mao She. The three mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain had originally planned to assist Yu He to capture that sixth-order open heaven realm female cultivator named Ziyan, but after receiving Luan Baifeng's transmission, they immediately changed directions and flew towards her. A moment later, Luan Bai Feng withdrew from the battlefield and the three mountain lords joined forces to fight her original opponent, Heavenly Sword Union's Seven Mysteries Heavenly Monarch, Qi Xian. Qi Xian was originally an older generation sixth-order master of Heavenly Sword Union. He spent most of his time in secluded cultivation in order to break through to the seventh order. Even most of Heavenly Sword Union's disciples didn't know that they had an old ancestor like him. Only a few of the higher-ups knew of his existence. Besides Seven Mysteries Heavenly Monarch, Heavenly Sword Union also had another sixth-order Red Sun Heavenly Monarch, Dan Yang. Suoquanhui had forcefully taken over Heavenly Sword Union with his seventh-order cultivation, so he naturally wouldn't allow these two to freely do as they wished. Qi Xian and Dan Yang had no choice but to come out of seclusion. Originally, although Qi Xian was shocked by Luan Baifeng's unpredictable methods when he fought her, he was still able to gain a slight advantage. He even had the room to ask Luan Baifeng why she had betrayed Suoquanhui and joined Voidland instead. When Luan Baifeng left and Mao She, Gengqing, and Xianxia took her place though, Qi Xian couldn't help complaining bitterly. 1 against 3, and with all of them being sixth-order masters, forget about fighting, it would be difficult to even escape. From the start, Mao She's cultivation was about the same as his at the peak of the sixth order. As for Gengqing and Xianxia, although they were slightly weaker, they weren't too far off. I guess things are not looking good for us today, unless Suoquanhui manages to take down Yang Kai. Qi Xian was barely able to deal with the three mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain and was forced to only defend under their combined attacks while secretly praying for a miracle. On the other side, after Luan Baifeng broke away from her opponent, her figure shuttled through the void, wandering the various battlefields as she sent out her array plates one after another, instantly activating the arrays engraved on them. She had quite a number of array plates in her possession and of various types, but because masters on both sides were fighting, Luan Baifeng had chosen to only use trapping arrays or illusion arrays. Basically, All the array plates she had thrown out were non-lethal. Although the arrays activated from these array plates could not kill or injure the enemy, and might even disturb the judgment of her own allies, they could temporarily trap these Sixth-Order masters in place and prevent them from escaping. A moment later, 8 arrays took shape in the void. Although no figure could be seen inside these arrays, the cultivators outside were able to clearly sense the shockwaves and fallout coming from inside. Obviously, the masters of both sides trapped inside were fighting fiercely. After having done all this, Luan Baifeng took a break and turned her head to look at Yang Kai and Zhuo Quanhui, and saw the two of them exchanging blows, constantly releasing their divine abilities and secret techniques. Although Yang Kai was at a disadvantage, he was still able to hold on. After seeing this, Luan Baifeng could finally feel relieved. She then rushed into the array in front of her to help her companion kill his opponent. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were locked in a heated battle with their respective opponents, but the Heavenly Sword Union cultivators below the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm were getting slaughtered one-sidedly. The original 300 or so Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union had suffered great casualties under the hands of the 3 mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain. Now, less than half the original number remained. On Voidland's side, over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters formed a huge encirclement, surrounding all of Heavenly Sword Union's cultivators and steadily pushing inward. As the encirclement continued to shrink, the Heavenly Sword Union's cultivators suffered more and more casualties. Under the constant barrage of the divine abilities and secret techniques, the Heavenly Sword Union cultivators would explode into blood mists at a steady pace. The huge gap in numbers made it impossible for Heavenly Sword Union to turn the tide. No matter what the outcome of this battle ultimately was, Heavenly Sword Union, a peak second-class force that had enjoyed countless years of glory, would cease to exist. On another side of the void, Yang Kai and Zhuo Quanhui were locked in a heated confrontation. It was a battle between high-rank Open Heaven Masters. The void would shatter every time they clashed and their battlefield spanned millions of kilometers. Their world force kept constantly clashing, causing the space to crack like a broken mirror. This was especially true for the place where the Heavenly Sword Palace had exploded. A black hole had appeared there after the explosion. This black hole should have slowly closed under the self-repairing properties of the world principles if it was not subjected to any external forces. However, under the influence of the intense battle between the two, not only did this black hole not show any signs of closing, it even grew larger instead. A chaotic aura of nihility was coming from inside the black hole. This wasn't the first time Yang Kai had fought Zhuo Quanhui. The last time they had fought was in void territory, but that time, he had still been beaten miserably by Zhuo Quanhui even with the support of the 3 mountain lords. Yang Kai would have been killed on the spot if it weren't for the fact that his strength far exceeded an ordinary Sixth Order Master's. Although he had managed to force Zhuo Quanhui back in the end, he had suffered significant damage and had even exposed his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. When they fought again after several years, the disparity between the first and this time was obvious. A high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was indeed on a completely different level from a mid-rank one. Even if he had reached the high rank by borrowing world force, Yang Kai was still able to exert the might of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master nonetheless. On the surface, Yang Kai was still at a disadvantage. After all, Zhuo Quanhui was a veteran 7th Order Master, so he had better command of his strength and skills. However, Yang Kai was confident that it was next to impossible for Zhuo Quanhui to kill him with his current strength. Moreover, he could feel his strength growing with every passing breath. His current strength came from the Star Boundary's world force, thus, his strength was directly related to the foundation of the Star Boundary. Previously, Yang Kai gained the might of the 7th Order and instantly destroyed the Heavenly Sword Palace with the help of the various great emperors who had entered the Star Boundary, causing countless Heavenly Sword Union cultivators to die. It had to be known that the world force released by every Open Heaven Realm Master who died would fuel the world tree's growth, which in turn would strengthen the Star Boundary's foundation. The more Heavenly Sword Union Open Heaven Realm Masters that died, the more energy the world tree could feed back to the Star Boundary, thereby further strengthening its foundation. This was the main reason why Yang Kai became more confident as he fought. With the Star Boundary as his backer, he had an endless supply of energy, unless the Star Boundary exploded and collapsed. Obviously, this had not gone unnoticed by Zhuo Quanhui. In the beginning, Yang Kai was obviously much weaker than him, but as time passed, Yang Kai became stronger, soon almost equaling him in strength. The world force colliding with each other's divine abilities and secret techniques was the best indication of this change. Quan Hui's confidence slowly sank to the bottom. He thought that since Zhu Jiuyin wasn't here, victory was in his grasp, but it never crossed his mind that something like this would happen. Quan Hui could feel his small universe shake every time they clashed. Although it wasn't a big deal, it meant that Yang Kai had the strength to threaten him. The only thing Quan Hui could rejoice about right now was that Yang Kai had not reached this realm through painstakingly cultivating himself, so his control wasn't perfect. It was akin to a child holding a huge blade that weighed several dozen kilograms. Although the blade was sharp and deadly, the child could not wield it properly. However, he was having a really hard time dealing with Yang Kai's space principles. Quan Hui did not find them that troublesome when Yang Kai was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but now that Yang Kai's had reached the might equivalent to that of a 7th Order Master, he truly found the Tao of space difficult to handle. Yang Kai would appear and disappear without a trace, often appearing right at his most defenseless corner and then thrusting his spear out without a shred of mercy. These attacks were simply impossible to guard against. Occasionally, he would be able to determine Yang Kai's position in advance and launch a divine ability to attack him, but Yang Kai would simply disappear like a ghost. Yang Kai's usage of space principles had almost reached perfection. Quan Hui's expression became solemn as Yang Kai's world force became stronger and stronger. And with the continuous increase in his strength, he couldn't help but feel an urge to retreat pop up in his mind. I have no choice but to admit that I have grossly underestimated the Lord of Voidland. It's just as he had said, it was a wrong choice to make enemies of him in this great territory. But if he wasn't here, where could he fight with Yang Kai? He couldn't fight in Void territory, as that was even more disadvantageous for him with 2 divine spirits lurking in the shadows. What's more, Yang Kai had still not used his Sun and Moon divine wheel. It was a divine ability that had injured him before, so its power was immense. The battle is already as good as lost. It would be unwise to stay here any longer. It would be better to retreat for now and plan what to do next. Although Quan Hui had decided so, it was extremely difficult to escape from someone who was proficient in the Tao of space. While the two of them fought, Yang Kai also exerted his space principles to turn the surrounding space viscous, making it feel as if they were trapped in a swamp. Had it been any other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, even if the opposite party's cultivation was much higher than his, Quan Hui was confident he could escape, but facing Yang Kai, he really didn't have that kind of confidence. Suddenly, fluctuations of another small universe collapsing spread out. It was 7 Mysteries Heavenly Monarch from Heavenly Sword Union, who had perished under the siege of the 3 Mountain Lords. Quan Hui's face became dark and gloomy. The situation would only become more dire as his 6th Order Open Heaven Realm subordinates fell one after another. And once the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland were to join forces with Yang Kai, he would be doomed. Not daring to hesitate any longer, Quan Hui turned his head towards the direction of the black hole. Since things have come to this, I can only take the risk. Knowingly or unknowingly, his body began to move towards the black hole. Yang Kai followed him like a shadow as his azure dragon spear thrust out, releasing world force in bursts all over the void. The shockwaves from the battle between the two caused the black hole to expand further as the chaotic energy became even denser. Quan Hui, you will die today. As Yang Kai shouted, he felt his strength sharply rise. This increment was far bigger than before, allowing him to feel as if he was now on par with Quan Hui. Without a moment of hesitation, a golden crow's cry reverberated as a great sun leapt out, lighting up the void. Golden Crow casts the sun. In that instant, Quan Hui's figure seemed to freeze for a moment. Yang Kai's eyes immediately lit up at the sight of this. He promptly thrust the spear with the great sun on its tip straight towards Quan Hui without a moment of pause. Space shattered under this attack, and so did Quan Hui's figure. As the great sun exploded, Yang Kai vaguely felt as if he had broken something, but he couldn't figure out what it was. And before he could think about it, a mighty sword wave shot towards him. He promptly raised his spear to block the incoming attack. The next moment, a violent energy drowned Yang Kai, sending him flying 10,000 kilometers back. Yang Kai's vitality was in turmoil as his small universe trembled. Zuoquan Hui's all-out counterattack was truly terrifying. Yang Kai didn't even see how Zuoquan Hui had managed to avoid his first spear strike. It could only be said that a high-rank open heaven realm master was truly beyond common sense. After quickly stabilizing himself, Yang Kai looked up again before his pupils shrank. Zuoquan Hui's figure stood straight as a sword in front of the giant black hole, and beside him were several other figures. They were Ziyan, Xianxia and Zhao, and several other sixth-order masters. After repelling him, old dog Zuoquan Hui still had the strength to spare to save his trusted subordinates. At this moment, Ziyan and the others were still in a state of shock. They had expended a great deal of their strength during their respective battles. Furthermore, they had been trapped by Luan Baifeng's array plates. If Zuoquan Hui hadn't broken the arrays and rescued them, they would have died here, their remains scattered across the void. Now that they were standing beside Zuoquan Hui, they finally felt a sense of security. When they looked around, their eyes filled with sorrow. The Heavenly Sword Palace had long since been destroyed, and the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union had suffered countless casualties. Although there were still over 100 people left who were tenaciously holding on, it was only a matter of time before they would be defeated and killed. Red Sun Heavenly Monarch's lips trembled violently as his face turned ashen. Heavenly Sword Union was done for. Heavenly Sword Union, which had been gloriously standing for countless generations, was completely destroyed after this battle. Dan Yang felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Although he was resentful over the fact that Zuoquan Hui had dragged Heavenly Sword Union into this mess, he didn't dare say anything. For better or worse, he and Huang Mao had been saved by Zuoquan Hui, so as long as they could escape with their lives this time, with their sixth-order cultivation, they might still have a chance to make a comeback in the future. Honored Master. Ziyan suddenly looked towards Zuoquan Hui's waist with a look of horror on his face. Much to her shock and dismay, there was a bloody hole in Zuoquan Hui's body which was surrounded by raging golden crow's true fire. Master was actually injured. Ziyan couldn't believe her eyes. Yang Kai had injured her honored master the last time they fought in Void territory, but that was because Zuoquan Hui had been too careless, and Yang Kai had joined forces with two other sixth-order masters. The situation was much different compared to now when he was injured in a one-on-one fight. It was shocking to think Yang Kai was actually this strong. Zuoquan Hui didn't seem to have heard Ziyan's concern as he simply stared indifferently at Yang Kai from a few thousands of kilometers away. Yang Kai was also looking at him, his gaze slowly shifting down to the bloody wound as a big grin appeared on his face. It turned out Zuoquan Hui did not come out completely unscathed from their last clash. Just now, Zuoquan Hui had used some kind of unknown technique to avoid his fearsome strike, while simultaneously repelling him and rescuing Ziyan and the others. Yang Kai thought that there was still a big gap between him and Zuoquan Hui, but by the looks of it, Zuoquan Hui had paid a great price to achieve this. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Although he hadn't been able to kill Zuoquan Hui with that blow, if he could seriously injure him, he was not that far from killing him. Raising his azure dragon spear, Yang Kai looked at Zuoquan Hui with a defiant expression on his face. Zuoquan Hui took a deep breath and indifferently stated, "This monarch will pay you back 100-fold for the gift you have given me today." Yang Kai sneered, "You don't need to wait, let's settle this grudge now. Let us see if you die or I perish." Zuoquan Hui slowly shook his head in response, "The time has yet to come." Having said so, he turned around and slashed his sword towards the black hole behind him. Yang Kai was dumbfounded at the sight of this. He was completely unable to understand what Zuoquan Hui was doing, but he instinctively felt that something was not right. The next moment, the black hole suddenly expanded under the influence of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm World Force pouring out from this sword strike. Zuoquan Hui summoned his strength without a moment of hesitation, wrapping it around the few Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters beside him before diving in. Yang Kai's eyes widened in shock. Is he courting death? That black hole is filled with nihility and chaos. Even if he's a Seventh Order Master, it's impossible for him to find his way out once he's inside. Sooner or later, he would be lost in the void crack and suffer a fate worse than death. But right then, Yang Kai felt a strange aura from the black hole. It wasn't an aura of nihility and chaos, but rather a trace of the power of the stars. He's trying to escape. Yang Kai shouted in anger, "Where do you think you're going?" Pushing his space principles madly, he thrust his spear forward, straight into the black hole. Yang Kai heard a muffled groan as he withdrew his spear and could see blood dripping from the tip of his spear. Be that as it may, Sui Quan Hui and the others were nowhere to be found, and it was unknown who had been injured by that spear. Standing in front of the black hole, Yang Kai's gaze turned serious as he carefully examined it for a moment. The next moment, he ground his teeth in anger and shouted, "A territory gate." This black hole had formed due to the explosion of the Heavenly Sword Palace, and along with constant barrage of attacks, the void in this region was completely shattered, which actually resulted in the formation of a territory gate that was connected to another great territory. Yang Kai's face turned extremely dark and gloomy. He actually let Sui Quan Hui escape, even when he had such a good opportunity before him. Earlier, Sui Quan Hui deliberately stood in front of this black hole to lure him into attacking with his spear even at the expense of being seriously injured. At that time, Yang Kai clearly felt that his spear had broken something. However, Sui Quan Hui's quick counterattack sent him flying thousands of kilometers away, so Yang Kai didn't have time to carefully investigate it. "I guess I broke the territory barrier at that time. He lured me into attacking him at the risk of his own life so that he could borrow my space principles." Although Sui Quan Hui was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was not proficient in the Tao of Space, so even if he personally took action, he might not be able to achieve this. On the other hand, Yang Kai could. He knew that he could not escape from Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of Space, so the only way out was to borrow Yang Kai's strength to shatter the territory barrier and create a new territory gate to another great territory. If it was the past Yang Kai, he might not have been able to do this. After all, his cultivation wasn't high enough. However, the explosion of the Heavenly Sword Palace resulted in the formation of a weak spot in the territory barrier, which should have closed up soon after, but due to the fierce battle between the two, not only did it not seal itself, it expanded, which made it possible for this to happen. The right conditions and the right person with the right timing made this possible. If even a single factor was missing, this would not have been possible. The fact that Sui Quan Hui was able to come up with such a plan and find a lifeline even in such a desperate situation was a testament to his rich knowledge and experience. He really was an old fox. Yang Kai's teeth were about to break from all the gnashing. He gripped the Azure Dragon spear so tightly that the veins on his hand were bulging. Although he was filled with unwillingness, he was unable to launch a pursuit. His current cultivation was thanks to the world force borrowed from the star boundary, so once he chased after them and left this great territory, he would lose that boost. At that time, not to mention the sudden loss of his 7th Order might, his original 6th Order cultivation would be too exhausted to be utilized. Yang Kai had consumed a great deal of his energy before borrowing the world strength and had yet to recover. "Mercy, please. I'm willing to surrender, I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to follow Void Land's orders from now on." Amidst the chaos, Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch's begging could be heard from nearby. After Sui Quan Hui repelled Yang Kai, although he had managed to rescue a few of his subordinates, he did not get them all. Apart from Zi Yan, Pei Wenxian, and Xianxia, he only took Heavenly Sword Union's Red Sun Heavenly Monarch and Huang Mao with him. Zi Yan was his only remaining disciple, so no matter what, he couldn't ignore her. Pei Wenxian and Xianxia were both Cave Heaven disciples, so he couldn't leave them behind either. Otherwise, even if he managed to escape today, Myriad Demons Heaven and Xianyuan Cave Heaven wouldn't let him go. He only helped Heavenly Sword Union's Dan Yang and Huang Mao because it was convenient. As for the remaining Jin Gang, Song Yan, and Heavenly Sword Union's Liang Su, Sui Quan Hui, he couldn't do anything about them and had no choice but to abandon them. Now that Sui Quan Hui had escaped and Heavenly Sword Union had almost been completely wiped out, how could Jin Gang and the others still have the courage to fight? Hearing his request, Mao Zhe and the others who were surrounding them couldn't help but slow down their attacks. Mao Zhe even retreated and turned his head towards Yang Kai with a look of inquiry. A 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was considered a powerful force in the 3,000 worlds. Although there were currently over 20 such masters in Void Land, no one was going to complain about having a few more. The more masters a force had, the stronger their foundation would be. Mao Zhe could not tell what Yang Kai was thinking, but he faintly felt that Yang Kai should not refuse such a good opportunity. To his surprise, Yang Kai just coldly glanced over and shouted, without a moment of hesitation or mercy, kill them. Mao's heart clenched, but he joined the battle once more without any delay, unleashing his divine abilities and attacking Jin Gang with everyone else, causing the latter to curse and complain incessantly. Luan Baifeng rushed over and stood next to Yang Kai, asking in a low voice, "No matter what, those three are sixth-order masters. Isn't it a pity to just kill them?" Yang Kai let out a cold snort. Anyone who only knows how to bully the weak while currying favor with the strong can only have the courage of a mouse. What's the point of keeping such trash alive? What's more, if a sixth-order open heaven realm master tries to rebel, who can suppress them? If I still had pages in my loyalty list, I wouldn't mind keeping them alive, but now that all 9 pages have been completely filled, there is no place to write their names, unless I remove someone else's, of course. Luan Baifeng's face twitched. "I was just making a suggestion. If you want to kill them, it's your choice." Luan Baifeng could tell that Yang Kai was in a particularly foul mood, so she didn't say anything else, lest she offended him somehow. However, she still found it a bit regretful. Those three are sixth-order open heaven realm masters. It would be better to throw them into the Black Territory as her slaves than to just kill them here. She had been in charge of the Black Territory for many years and was always interested in acquiring all kinds of open heaven realm masters who had been pushed to the end of their ropes. She was not trying to plead for leniency for Jin Gang and the others, it was just her instinct to acquire manpower. Any open heaven realm master she could use was just an or slave in her eyes. However, if Yang Kai wanted her to give up her position in the loyalty list, it would be impossible. Once someone had entered the loyalty list, he or she would forever be a slave, unless her name was erased. And having her name crossed out meant her death. However, after she gave it another thought, she realized that the current situation of the Black Territory was very different from before. Yang Kai could go deep into the Black Territory and bring back or stars to mine, so it didn't matter if she had sixth-order open heaven realm masters or not. What about those guys over there? We don't need to kill all of them, do we? Luan Baifeng turned to look at the remaining Heavenly Sword Union forces. They're all below the sixth order. If we train them a little, they'll be good at mining and will be easy to control. Yang Kai waved his hand. "I'll leave them to you." In any case, there weren't many open heaven realm masters left from Heavenly Sword Union, so whether they killed them or not didn't matter. If Luan Baifeng wanted them, he could just give them to her. She had made many great contributions in this war, and if she hadn't risked her life to save He and Lan Sun, Sui Quan Hui would have definitely gained an absolute advantage over Void Land. A bright smile immediately bloomed on Luan Baifeng's face. "Many thanks, sir." Luan Baifeng was just about to take over the remaining Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union when suddenly, the aura of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm burst out from inside the huge encirclement formed by the 1,000 Void Land Open Heaven Realm Masters. Immediately after, a figure shrouded in demon chi broke through the layers of blockade and rushed out, sending many Open Heaven Realm Masters tumbling in the process. Luan Baifeng's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of this breakthrough during a battle. Luan Baifeng knew exactly how many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters there were in Heavenly Sword Union. After all, she had been there for several years and knew all of them like the back of her hand. But at this moment, someone had broken through to the Sixth Order during this fierce battle. Luan Baifeng was shaken, and a storm blew through her heart. On the martial Dao, aptitude, opportunities, and destiny were all indispensable. Below the Open Heaven realm, cultivators would often be able to break through to a higher realm under great pressure, allowing them to turn around desperate situations by killing enemies originally stronger than themselves. This was known as breaking through in battle. Forget about others, Luan Baifeng herself had experienced this once before. She couldn't remember how many years ago it was, but at that time, she was only in the Saint King realm. A man who lusted after her beauty and wanted to do something heinous to her had chased after her relentlessly. Luan Baifeng was still unable to escape from that man even after fleeing for a month. However, during a cruel battle, she suddenly broke through to the origin returning realm in a moment of life and death and defeated that sadistic bastard. She clearly remembered that she cut off all that bastard's limbs, severed his manhood, peeled his skin from his muscles and tortured him for 3 days and 3 nights before he finally died. From the beginning to the end, she didn't know the name of that bastard, she only remembered his cries and pleads before he died. His pitiful begging was music to her ears and truly unforgettable. However, she had broken through like this only once on her own path of growth, and she was a proud daughter of the heavens, otherwise, she wouldn't have reached the sixth order open heaven realm. Yet, someone with aptitude like her had only broken through like this once in a much, much lower realm, so one could only imagine how rare such an experience was. This was also just for the realms below the open heaven realm. Once someone's cultivation had broken through to the open heaven realm, he or she would need time and accumulation above all else to advance further. It was practically impossible for any open heaven realm master to break through due to a life or death battle, because even if they did gain some insights during that moment of crisis, it would only advance their state of mind or comprehension, not their order. But now, she had personally witnessed a fifth order open heaven realm master advance to the sixth order in such a crisis. This came as a huge surprise to her. It's that myriad demon's heaven's disciple. Luan Baifeng's beautiful eyes lit up as she developed a strong interest in this person. If such a man was captured and carefully examined, she might be able to gain some benefits. I'll go capture him, Luan Baifeng stated before rushing forward. Impatience was clearly written on her face, as if she would miss out on something good if she was a moment late. But right then, a spear suddenly appeared in front of her. Luan Baifeng turned her head in shock and saw Yang Kai staring at the myriad demon's heaven disciple who had just broken through to the sixth order open heaven realm, silently. Even when the man rushed into the newly formed territory gate and disappeared, Yang Kai showed no sign of stopping him. Although he could easily stop this man with his current strength of the high-rank open heaven realm and his proficiency in the Tao of space, he still didn't make any moves. Luan Baifeng blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion, unable to understand what Yang Kai was up to. Nonetheless, Yang Kai's intention to let this man live was extremely obvious, so how could she not see it? An extremely audacious idea suddenly popped up in Luan Baifeng's mind as she narrowed her eyes. If you don't go now, none of Heavenly Sword Union's disciples will be left, Yang Kai indifferently stated, withdrawing his azure dragon spear. Luan Baifeng promptly turned her head and saw that the open heaven realm masters of Heavenly Sword Union were all on their last legs. She could not delay any longer, so she immediately rushed over and shouted to stop Voidland's people. Yang Kai turned his head and looked towards the 3 sixth order open heaven realm masters before his figure left a long streak of light as he shot towards them, thrusting his spear out. The eyes of Jin Gang, who was still struggling at death's door, suddenly bulged as he stood there in a daze. He looked down and noticed that a giant hole had appeared in his chest at some point. His heart had been eviscerated and his vitality was now leaking out. Before he could recover from his shock, a series of divine abilities came crashing down on him from all sides, instantly reducing him to mist. The other 2 battlefields did not fare any better. Song Yan and the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master named Liang Su were already exhausted, so how could they possibly withstand the might of Yang Kai's spear? Not to mention, they were besieged by 4 or 5 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters each by now. The 3 enemy 6th Order Masters died one after another, and their massive world force instantly dispersed into the void. With their deaths, the shockwaves of the fierce battle slowly subsided. On the other side, Luan Baifeng had also taken over the battlefield of the cultivators below the 6th Order. There weren't many Heavenly Sword Union cultivators left, just 70 or 80. In this battle, Heavenly Sword Union's Open Heaven Realm Masters had suffered overwhelming casualties. 5 6th Order Masters had lost their lives, while the casualties below the 6th Order were in the hundreds. The death of so many Open Heaven Realm Masters had caused the world tree's growth to reach unimaginable levels. In the star boundary, the massive canopy over 100,000 meters tall now blocked out the sun over a vast swath of land. One could even see the towering giant tree clearly from millions and millions of kilometers away in the void. Recover as much as you can. 2 hours later, follow me to pursue the enemy, Yang Kai ordered before immediately sitting down cross-legged and cutting off his connection with the star boundary. He knew to hit a dead snake to avoid any future trouble. He had managed to injure Zhuquan Hui with great difficulty, so if he let him escape again, it would only be more difficult for him to kill him next time. The last time he escaped, Zhuquan Hui returned with Heavenly Sword Union under his command. Who knows if he would return with some earthly sword union or something next time. It didn't matter which great territory this territory gate led to, or what kind of dangers they might encounter on their way there, Yang Kai was determined to kill Zhuquan Hui. Yang Kai's 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation rapidly started receding like a deflated balloon. Even though he was mentally prepared and knew that his cultivation would fall back once he cut off his connection with the star boundary, he still could not bear the backlash entirely. Only after coughing a mouthful of blood did he feel any better. His cultivation returned to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, and even his small universe was completely barren as his world force had hit rock bottom. He secretly rejoiced that he had not chased after Zhuquan Hui immediately, as he would not have been able to defeat any Open Heaven Realm master in his current state. How could someone in the Open Heaven Realm without world force be called an Open Heaven Realm master? After consuming a large number of Open Heaven Realm pills, Yang Kai's dry small universe finally received some nourishment and slowly recovered its world force. A short 2 hours was not nearly enough for Yang Kai to restore his strength to its peak, but time was not on his side. Zhuquan Hui already had a head start, so if he didn't chase after him now, he would not even be able to catch sight of his shadow. Yang Kai slowly stood up and took a long, deep breath as he looked up. 22 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Void Land had gathered around him, including Heaven's Revelation and Wondrous Pill. Yang Kai had already sensed their auras when he was borrowing the world force from the star boundary, so he wasn't surprised by their appearance here. However, since the 8 great emperors had previously poured their world force into the star boundary to allow Yang Kai to borrow more power, their current condition was quite similar to his. Their auras were weak and they were probably at less than 40% of their peak. Yang Kai nodded slightly to the 2. Iron Blood Great Emperor, Zhang Wuhen, on the other hand, sized up Yang Kai from top to bottom. When he spotted Yang Kai's gleaming eyes, he could not help but ask in surprise, "Did you gain something?" Yang Kai gently nodded, "It saved me at least 500 years of cultivation." Yang Kai was able to reach the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm for a short period of time by borrowing the strength of the star boundary. Although his connection with the star boundary was cut off and his cultivation had receded back to the 6th Order now, it wasn't like he had gained nothing. His 6th Order Open Heaven Realm foundation had been greatly strengthened because of this, but because his small universe still had not recovered its world force, he was unable to display too much strength right now. Once he did recover his world force, Yang Kai believed he would be much stronger than before. This kind of gain was not inferior to when he entered the Divine Armament world. Furthermore, he had experienced the strength of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm firsthand, which would be of great help to him when he advanced to the 7th Order in the future. That's wonderful. Zhang Wuhen nodded his acknowledgement, though he felt a little envious. Bustling World Great Emperor asked in surprise, "If you can borrow some strength a few more times, wouldn't you be able to step into the 7th Order directly?" Yang Kai waved his hand and explained, "Don't speak about it so lightly. I had to consume a great deal of the star boundary's foundation when I borrowed its strength. The star boundary has not shown any signs of degradation because many Open Heaven Realm masters died in this battle, and the world tree has received a great deal of nourishment from their collapsing small universes, which is why its foundation has strengthened instead of weakening. If I were to do this a few more times though, the star boundary's foundation would be damaged, and the consequences will be unpredictable." Bustling World Great Emperor nodded lightly, "That's true." Since Yang Kai was able to borrow the world strength of the star boundary, the other great emperors of the star boundary could naturally do the same. Originally, Bustling World Great Emperor was considering whether he should use the same method to rapidly increase their strength, but by the looks of it, although this method was feasible, it would damage the star boundary. No one was willing to do this. Yang Kai turned to Qing Kuei and asked in a low voice, "Is there something wrong?" Qing Kuei had been observing the newly appeared territory gate all this while. Unlike a normal territory gates, this new territory gate was constantly twisting and distorting for some reason, giving off an extremely uneasy feeling. "It's not very stable." Qing Kuei frowned, "I don't know what we'll encounter if we enter it rashly. We might end up torn apart by the void if we aren't careful." "Ah, right, never mind, if you lead the way, we don't need to worry about that." Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so he naturally had a method to deal with this situation. How did he create a territory gate? Yang Kai couldn't understand this, but Zhuquan Hui seemed to have anticipated this development, otherwise, he wouldn't have lured him to attack the black hole in the first place. Qing Kuei pondered for a moment before explaining, "Rumor has it that the great territories were not connected with each other in ancient times. Each great territory existed independent of the others. Everyone thought that the great territory they were in was the entire universe. However, the great experts of ancient times saw through the mysteries of the world and were somehow able to open passageways to other great territories, which was how the original territory gates came to be, similar to the one in front of us. As more and more territory gates appeared, the number of great territories they could explore increased, eventually forming the current 3,000 worlds. Xianxia added, if one is strong enough, they can break through the territory barrier between the two great territories and open a new territory gate. Xianxia's expression became ugly. I knew it. I fell into that old dog's trap. Under normal circumstances, even a fight between high-rank open heaven realm masters might not be able to break through a territory barrier, but Xianxia happened to be proficient in the Tao of space. Along with the previous explosion of the Heavenly Sword Palace and various chances and coincidences, Zuoquanhui was able to borrow his strength to open a passageway between the two great territories, which ultimately gave him a chance to escape. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Zuoquanhui to escape from Xianxia's grasp even if he was an experienced 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If Xianxia could pin him down until Voidland's 6th Order Masters had taken care of all their opponents, Zuoquanhui would not be able to resist once they had also joined and besieged him. Unfortunately, Xianxia had missed such a great opportunity. Who knows whether the old dog's time had not arrived or the heavens just did not want to side with Xianxia. I have no idea which great territory is on the other side. Xianxia frowned. I'll go in and take a look, Xianxia stated as he took a step forward. Allow me. Huigu arrived in front of Xianxia in a flash and rushed towards the territory gate without giving the latter a chance to say anything. After having personally killed Huang Quan and obtaining his revenge, Huigu had no regrets in this life. No one knew if there would be an ambush waiting for them on the other side of the territory gate or not, so the first one to rush in would be at a disadvantage. Xianxia hadn't fully recovered yet, so it wasn't appropriate for him to lead the way. From this point alone, one could see the difference between Huigu and Mao's group. Both of them had left their names on the loyalty list, but Huigu was far more loyal. Xianxia could not let him enter the territory gate alone though. Although this territory gate had been formed by his piercing through the territory barrier, it had just been formed and wasn't stable yet. With his proficiency in the Tao of space, Xianxia didn't need to fear the void turbulence. Huigu, on the other hand, was different. He might even lose his way in the void if he was unlucky. Xianxia followed behind Huigu like a shadow while the others quickly chased after them. The territory gate really was very unstable. It gave everyone a feeling of distortion as everyone passed through it. The void turbulence around them churned wildly with the air of chaos and nihility, causing everyone's heart to clench. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and in the blink of an eye, all of them passed through the territory gate and arrived at the great territory on the other side. Everyone immediately circulated their world force as they secretly raised their guards. But much to their surprise, there was no ambush waiting for them. Zuoquanhui probably didn't have the courage to remain here and wait for Voidland to pursue him. He had lost more than half of his 6th Order Open Heaven Realm subordinates in the previous battle, and all those below the 6th Order had been killed or captured. If he remained here, he would just be waiting for his death. He might as well escape as soon as possible and find a place to recuperate, then look for an opportunity to make a comeback. When everyone came to their senses, all they saw dazzling nebulas and stars all around them. It was quite a beautiful sight. Everyone was stunned by this gorgeous and stunning scene. Even Xianxia raised his brow slightly. Although he had seen many great territories, a beautiful great territory like this was still extremely rare. No great territory could compare to this place. There were many stars in the sky, indicating that there were many universe worlds in this great territory. There was also a sun star just a few million kilometers away, shining brightly while the occasional golden flare would arc up around it. Xianxia turned his head and looked around, silently investigating. To his side, Xianxia took out his universe chart and checked his location, trying to determine their position. A moment later, his eyes went wide in shock. Xianxia, who was standing next to him, curiously turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Xianxia raised his eyes and stared at her in a daze, muttering, "This great territory is not marked on the universe chart." Xianxia was stunned for a moment before asking in astonishment, "Really?" Yuhi, Huigu, and the others also turned to look at him, their eyes filled with shock. What do you mean? Duan Hongchen didn't understand, and the other great emperors also wore similar expressions. They could not understand why the others were so shocked. Although the various great emperors of the star boundary had been brought to Void Land by Yang Kai many years ago, they had been cultivating in seclusion almost the entire time and had only recently advanced to the Sixth Order. They didn't know much about the outer universe, so naturally, they didn't know what a great territory that was not marked on the map represented. Even Yang Kai didn't dare to be certain and could only make some speculations. Yu He and the others also took out their universe charts and checked to confirm it themselves. They discovered that Qin Kuei was not lying to them. This great territory was not marked on the universe chart. Which also meant that they were unable to determine their current location on the universe chart. It had to be known that even the great territory where the star boundary was located was marked on the universe chart. However, it was given a generic identification code as it was too remote and desolate, showing just how comprehensive the universe chart was. The universe chart contained all of the great territories that had been discovered and explored, not a single one was left out. But now, the great territory they were in was not marked on the universe chart, which left only one possibility. This is a great territory that has not yet been discovered, Qin Kuei excitedly stated. Bustling World Great Emperor and the others were stunned for a moment before understanding the meaning behind Qin Kuei's words. A new great territory? Qin Kuei repeatedly nodded, and, a new great territory. A new great territory meant unimaginable resources and wealth that could be obtained. Presumably, if news of this new great territory were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. How could there be a new great territory? Martial Beast Great Emperor furrowed his brow. He had just heard from Qin Kuei that in ancient times, every great territory existed on its own, and everyone thought that the great territory they were in was the entire world. It was only after the great experts of ancient times created many territory gates, connecting many great territories, that the current 3,000 worlds was formed. But after so many years of exploration, all of the great territories had been discovered. There should not be any new great territories. Qin Kuei replied, shaking his head, I don't know, perhaps some ancient great expert did not mark it when they were developing the territory gates, or perhaps it's a newborn great territory. Suddenly, Yang Kai, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, this great territory is very young. Using the word young to describe a great territory was undoubtedly strange, but everyone immediately understood what Yang Kai meant. The mysteries of a universe world's life and death were difficult to comprehend even for those with extraordinary cultivation at the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. The annihilation and rebirth of a great territory was even more out of their reach and definitely not something they could comprehend with their current cultivation. No one knew when this great territory was born, but Yang Kai could sense the young and tender age of the nearby sun star. Just like how he felt that the sun in the black territory was getting old thanks to his golden crow's true fire having a special connection with sun stars. In contrast to the sun of the black territory, which was like an old man with one foot in the grave, the sun star in front of him was a newborn baby. I must lay full claim to this place. If it were any other time, such a great discovery would have made all of them ecstatic. However, everyone was chasing after Zhuquan Hui now, and their futures would be fraught with worries and dangers if they couldn't find him. Yang Kai was originally a bit worried that Zhuquan Hui would escape completely. After all, he was already 2 hours behind him. 2 hours for a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was plenty of time to do many things and travel a great deal of distance. However, since they had confirmed that this was a new great territory, there was no need to worry about that. Zhuquan Hui had borrowed Yang Kai's strength to break through the territory barrier and escape to this place. Before, it seemed like he had managed to find a slim chance of survival by some stroke of luck, but by the looks of it, it was a stroke of bad luck and he had fallen into a hopeless situation. There was only one territory gate, so Zhuquan Hui had nowhere to run. He was like a turtle hiding in his own shell. Let's leave the matter of this new great territory for later, pursuing Zhuquan Hui comes first. Yang Kai shouted as he headed in a certain direction without giving anyone an explanation, following some traces which were left behind. Everyone quickly restrained their excitement and followed closely behind him. Along the way, they all did their best to recover their strength and energy. Yang Kai was not using space principles. First of all, doing so would consume a lot of his strength, and he was trying to conserve every bit of his energy now to increase his chances of winning against Zhuquan Hui. Second of all, it would be inconvenient for him to track the traces left behind while using instantaneous movement. Luan Baifeng was right behind Yang Kai, so she was both shocked and impressed. If she had just made a guess when she saw Yang Kai let that sixth order open heaven realm myriad demons heaven disciple go, she was dead certain now. The man who had broken through to the sixth order from the fifth order must be Yang Kai's spy. But how is that possible? That guy was obviously a myriad demons heaven's disciple, so when did Yang Kai get involved with him? She vaguely remembered that when she was in Heavenly Sword Palace, Pei Wenxian had addressed that guy as junior brother Imo Xing. There were almost undetectable traces of demon chi left in the void, so it was obvious that this guy named Imo Xing had deliberately left a trail for Yang Kai to follow. If not for this, Yang Kai might not have been able to find Zhuo Quanhui in this vast void no matter how much he wanted to find the latter. Luan Baifeng couldn't help but admire him. The more she looked at Yang Kai, the more she felt that this guy was even more scheming than Zhuo Quanhui. What kind of sly and scheming mind is hidden behind this young man's face? It's one thing to send me into Heavenly Sword Union, but to think he can even put his nose into Myriad Demons Heaven is another thing altogether. It's Myriad Demons Heaven. One of the famous 36 cave heavens. What is it? Yang Kai turned his head to look, sensing Luan Baifeng's strange gaze. Luan Baifeng shook her head and failed to hold her laughter. This mistress is thinking that her losing to you back then was not undeserved, sir. Yang Kai snorted lightly. If you have something to say, just say it. Luan Baifeng slowly shook her head, not saying anything. Yang Kai looked at her with a perplexed look on his face. After seeing that she really had nothing to say, he couldn't be bothered with her and focused on chasing after the enemy. Although Zhuo Quanhui only had a head start of 2 hours, a 7th order open heaven realm master was not slow. It was not easy to catch up to him. Fortunately, Yang Kai and the others also needed to recover, so they were not in a rush. After 5 days, a rich universe world aura blew on their faces as a star appeared in front of them. It was an azure world and should have been peaceful and tranquil, but looking at it from the void, they could clearly see that the weather on the surface of the universe world was rapidly degrading. Thunderstorms could be seen everywhere. Over there. Yang Kai stopped in his tracks as he looked towards that universe world, narrowing his eyes. Wu Kuang's trail pointed directly towards the universe world in front of him. Qin Kuei frowned for a moment before his expression suddenly changed. Damn it, Zhuo Quanhui is trying to refine the world force of that universe world to recover. Su Yingshue's pretty face sank, to think that someone from Thousand Crane Paradise would actually use such despicable methods. Refining the world force of a universe world was a despicable act that went against the heavenly way. After all, doing so would damage the foundation of a universe world which in turn would bring calamity to the trillions of living beings. What great demon god had done back then was more or less the same. Only the lawless and wicked would do something so disgraceful. No matter what else, Zhuo Quanhui was from Thousand Crane Paradise. Before he was labeled as a traitor by Thousand Crane Paradise, he was an inner sect elder, so it really was unthinkable for him to do something like this. However, when everyone remembered how he had not hesitated to have Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch wreak havoc in Void Territory's 3 Brilliance world in order to lure Yang Kai out, killing countless people in the process, it became apparent that there was nothing he would not do. Zhuo Quanhui had resorted to unscrupulous means before in order to avenge his disciple, so he would naturally do so again. Supplementing your own energy by refining a universe world's foundation was not something that could be done so easily, however. It was only possible if the universe world's foundation was compatible with one's own small universe. Otherwise, if their energies conflicted with each other, the cons would outweigh the pros. Since Zhuo Quanhui was doing something like this, it meant that the foundation of this universe world was compatible with his small universe. Nonetheless, even if he could refine it successfully, Zhuo Quanhui would still need to spend a great deal of time and effort to eliminate the sequelae caused by this. There was no doubt that the foundation of the universe world here was beneficial to him, but if he failed to remove the harmful energy, it would damage his foundation instead. It was not as safe as painstakingly refining open heaven realm pills and cultivation materials of different orders, but it won in speed. Apparently, Zhuo Quanhui's condition wasn't very good, otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. Let's go. Yang Kai shouted as he took the lead and rushed towards the universe world. Since he knew what Zhuo Quanhui was scheming, how could he let him have his way? On the Blue Clouds continent, Lu Baiyang was leaning against a large tree with his body drenched in blood, his hair disheveled, and his face completely pale. He was the strongest master in the Blue Clouds continent. He had gained some insights into the heavenly way and had gone into retreat for hundreds of years just to comprehend his own Tao. He didn't know what kind of mysteries lay further ahead on the martial Tao, but he could faintly feel that his path had not yet reached its end and that there was still a vast future ahead of him. He could not prove this point, nor could anyone tell him about this. No one on the entire continent had this. Qualification. After being invincible in this world for so many years, he longed for an even stronger master to guide him. He had once fantasized about a wider world outside the continent, where cultivators stronger than him existed. He even once thought that it would be great if a stronger master really came to the Blue Clouds continent. No matter if the other party was someone good or evil, he could at least ask for some advice from them. Even if he had to pay a steep price, it was still acceptable to him. And such a day had really come. When the world shook, it shook Lu Baiyang wide awake. He immediately came out of retreat and looked around. The next moment, he spotted 7 figures descending from the sky and landing on Tranquil Heaven's peak where he lived. This was the sacred peak of the Blue Clouds continent, the holy land of the martial Tao that everyone on the continent yearned for, because this was where Lu Baiyang lived. Tranquil Heaven's peak was the source of all earth veins of this world, and Lu Baiyang was its protector. The auras of these 7 people were as deep as the sea, and Lu Baiyang could tell each of them had a cultivation far greater than his own with a single glance. Even someone like Lu Baiyang didn't know how to face them. He had longed for a stronger cultivator to guide him, but he hadn't expected that when such a cultivator arrived, their cultivation would be so high that he couldn't even see the opposite party's back. Just a casual attack from the other party had left him severely injured. His foundation almost collapsed and his cultivation had nearly been crippled because of this. He hadn't even been able to clearly see how the other party had attacked. In the eyes of the other party, Lu Baiyang's title of strongest under the heavens was no different than a scrap of paper. What caused Lu Baiyang to be bitterly disappointed even more was the fact that after attacking him, the other party no longer paid any attention to him. They did not even care if he was dead or alive. They let him lie on the ground, barely breathing, not even showing the slightest bit of vigilance. Only if the disparity between them was too great would they ignore their opponent like this. Lu Baiyang coughed up a mouthful of blood, leaning against the tallest tree on Tranquil Heaven's peak. He didn't know what these uninvited guests had done, but half a day ago, the heavenly way roared and the wind and clouds changed color. Immediately, Lu Baiyang noticed that the Blue Clouds continent was losing something very important at a rapid rate. He had been able to comprehend a trace of the heavenly way after painstakingly cultivating for so many years in the retreat, so he was able to faintly perceive the changes in the world. It was not just world energy that was being drained away, but something far more important. This was the foundation of the entire world. Hong long long, deafening rumbles came from the ground as it cracked and the sky shook to no end. Lu Baiyang felt as if he was hearing the wails of all living beings in the world. Each and every one of the heart-wrenching cries were so real that they seemed to echo in his ears. He shook his head vigorously, but he was unable to shake off the noise. He heard countless prayers and pleas. He saw the world collapsing, volcanoes erupting, and living beings fleeing in a desperate attempt to seek shelter. The world was ending. Lu Baiyang's eyes went wide. He didn't know why he was hearing these strange noises and seeing these strange scenes, but he knew that they were real and were happening all over the Blue Clouds continent. This was the home where he was born and raised, yet these invaders wanted to destroy it. Lu Baiyang actually broke into a fit of coughing as he braced himself and slowly stood up. Not far away, Ziyan, who was recovering, opened her eyes and glanced at him. Her eyes flickered with a cold gleam as she indifferently stated, "If you don't want to die, just lie there." I actually failed to kill him. This guy is quite tenacious. Lu Baiyang coughed violently again, spitting out pieces of his internal organs before lowering his head and mumbling in a low voice, "This is Blue Clouds continent. I, Lu Baiyang, am the strongest master of the Blue Clouds continent. Everyone in the world knows that even if the sky collapses, someone will always appear to hold it up. If I, Lu Baiyang, don't stand now that it is collapsing, who will?" He stated his inner thoughts word by word, taking a step with each one he spoke, leaving behind clear bloody footprints. After a few steps, his dispirited face slowly brightened as his hunched back straightened. The world hummed. The next moment, a cracking sound rang out. Lu Baiyang stopped in his tracks. He felt as if something had appeared in his body. The grand Tao that had always eluded him, like it was covered in a layer of fog even after having been in a retreat for so many years, suddenly became as bright as day at this moment as a seal appeared in his body. A steady stream of energy was flowing out from the seal, causing Lu Baiyang to feel as if he possessed the same power as the heavens and the earth, and that he was able to control this omnipresent might of the world. Oh? You obtained the acknowledgement of the world's will and became a great emperor, allowing you to form a Tao seal? Xianxia looked towards Lu Baiyang with interest. Red Sun Heavenly Monarch indifferently stated, "This world is sentient, it doesn't want to be destroyed. So naturally, it will strive to find a chance to survive, but unfortunately, what if Lu Baiyang had become a great emperor? In front of several 6th Order, and a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, he was still nothing more than an ant. If he had found such a genius in the past, Dan Yang might have been interested in taking him under his wing and meticulously nurturing him. However, after the battle with Void Land, Heavenly Sword Union had almost been wiped out, with only him and Huang Mao surviving until now. There would be no Heavenly Sword Union in the future. Dan Yang even didn't have the heart to take in disciples and teach them at this point. While Lu Baiyang was still in a daze, Ziyan had already lifted her hand. The next moment, she sent a burst of energy towards Lu Baiyang's heart with a flick of her wrist. In the moment of crisis, Lu Baiyang instinctively dodged to the side, borrowing the might of the world to instantly teleport to another location, but the energy followed after him like it was alive. This time, Lu Baiyang was unable to dodge and his chest was pierced through, causing a fountain of blood to spurt. Lu Baiyang was shocked and fell into despair. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to fight against these invaders after his strength had greatly increased. He would be able to take a few of them down along with him even if he lost his life. However, he now finally realized that the gap between him and these people was simply too great. The woman had heavily injured him with a flick of her wrist, so it would obviously be a simple matter for her to kill him. Lu Baiyang looked up in anger and roared, grounding his teeth, "You will surely suffer the heaven's judgment for committing such vile acts. The trillions of dead souls of my Blue Clouds continent will haunt you day and night, we will not let you rest in peace." Hearing this, Xianxia sneered, "Haunt us? The heaven's judgment? Ignorant fool." Mid-speech, Xianxia looked up and a look of fear appeared on his face as he shouted, "How did they find us?" The others also felt that something was wrong and all of them looked up as if they were facing a great enemy. Even Zhuo Quanhui, who was refining the foundation of the Blue Clouds continent, suddenly opened his eyes as a dark and malicious gleam flashed across his eyes. Lu Baiyang finally realized what was happening and also looked up as well. He then saw an upheaval in the void as a giant crack appeared in the sky. From the crack, a group of more than 20 people appeared, descending upon the world like divine soldiers from the heavens. The person in the middle was a young man who looked even more youthful than himself. He wore a tight-fitting outfit and had a majestic and dignified expression. In an instant, everyone became tense. The invaders who were ridiculing Lu Baiyang just now wore ugly expressions, as if their parents had just been murdered. Although Lu Baiyang didn't know where this second group of guests came from, it was clear that these two groups were enemies. More importantly, the first group was obviously afraid of the newcomers. Lu Baiyang's heart was filled with joy as he burst into loud laughter. "Those who act unjustly will die, the heaven's judgment has arrived." No one was in the mood to pay attention to this fellow who had just become a great emperor. Xianxia and the others became extremely focused as they began circulating their world force. Up in the sky, Yang Kai stated in a calm and composed manner, coldly staring down, "Zhuo Quanhui, you won't escape this time." Zhuo Quanhui clenched his teeth and coldly snorted, "And how are you going to fight me exactly? You can't borrow the world's strength after leaving that great territory, can you?" Previously, Yang Kai had advanced to the 7th Order by borrowing world force from the star boundary, obtaining the qualifications to fight him. Now that he had left the great territory, his cultivation had reverted to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Although he only had 6 6th Order masters beside him, including one more who had just broken through, a 7th order master like him alone was enough to bridge the gap between them, so the current situation was not necessarily worse than before. As long as he could take down Yang Kai, he would be victorious. Looking down at the blue clouds continent, Yang Kai let out a soft sigh and sympathetically mumbled, "Many people are going to die today. If so many open heaven realm masters were to fight here, it would definitely have a huge impact on the entire universe world. If the fight went on for too long, this universe world might even be torn to pieces." However, they could not remain still either. Once Quan Hui had refined this universe world's foundation, he could do as he pleased and this continent would plunge into misery anyway. All Yang Kai could do was quickly end this battle to reduce the losses. Yang Kai's gaze turned to the nearby Great Emperor, who was lying in a pool of blood. Lu Baiyang also happened to have noticed him. As their eyes met, Lu Baiyang requested in a low voice, "Blue Clouds Continent's Lu Baiyang begs for your excellency's assistance in slaying these evil people and returning peace to this world." "I won't disappoint you." Yang Kai nodded slightly before raising his spear and pointing it towards Quan Hui. "Today, either he dies or I perish." Seeing this, Lu Baiyang's figure flickered and he instantly disappeared from his spot. After having obtained the acknowledgement of the world's will and becoming a great emperor, he was able to travel freely on the Blue Clouds continent. Even if he had never cultivated the Tao of space, he could still travel to any corner of this world with its assistance. A great battle was about to break out. Although he had no way of speculating what kind of profound cultivation both sides had, he knew that the gap between him and them was too great. If he stayed here, not only would he not be of any help, but he might even be accidentally injured. Since that was the case, the better choice was to quickly evacuate everyone in the vicinity. Regardless of how many he could actually save, he had to at least try. Quan Hui and the others had no intention of stopping him. The life and death of an indigenous great emperor did not matter to them. The next moment, the aura of 22 6th order open heaven realm masters slowly spread out, causing the entire world to freeze. Ziyan and the others couldn't help but let out muffled grunts as they felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard to even properly breathe. They had no choice but to use their full strength to resist the pressure. At the same time, they quickly moved towards Quan Hui. The gap in their numbers was simply too great, with Yang Kai's group being almost 3 times bigger than theirs. They had no choice but to rely on Quan Hui, a high-rank open heaven realm, to even the odds. The atmosphere instantly became tense as both sides unleashed their auras, seemingly wanting to seize the initiative in this silent battle, but neither of them actually took the initiative to attack. Immediately after, void cracks began to appear right in the middle of the two groups, distorting the surrounding space. They were evenly matched. Surprisingly, they were able to block the invisible pressure emanated by Void Land's masters under Quan Hui's leadership. Ziyan and the others were ecstatic, and they pushed their auras even harder. Void Land was losing ground. Among the 22 people who stood in midair, a few of them suddenly stumbled and their faces went slightly pale. They looked like they were about to collapse. Heavenly Sword Union's masters became even more excited at the sight of this. They immediately wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to push further and crush the arrogance of Void Land. If they could achieve this, Void Land would be at a disadvantage in the actual battle. With such a huge disparity in numbers, Heavenly Sword Union's side should have been at a disadvantage even if they had a 7th order open heaven realm master, but the fact was that Void Land were the ones losing momentum. They appeared to have the upper hand, but actually didn't. Ziyan failed to understand why they were gaining the upper hand and could only guess that Void Land's side had consumed too much energy in the last battle and had yet to recover. This was great news for Heavenly Sword Union's group. Xian Zhao, Pei Wenxian, Dan Yang, and Huang Mao also had similar thoughts. Perhaps this time, they would be able to turn defeat into victory. But the next moment, something happened that took everyone by surprise. Palm shadows filled the sky as they rained down on Quan Hui's back like a violent storm. Then, the fearsome world force of someone in the 6th order open heaven realm suddenly erupted. Quan Hui fell victim to this sneak attack even though he was a 7th order open heaven realm master. His eyes widened in anger as he slashed his sword behind him without a moment of hesitation. This sword light seemed to be able to cut through space, leaving only the brilliance of the attack behind. A figure quickly retreated, but it was still unable to avoid that sharp attack and was slashed from head to toe, almost splitting in two as a result. Fortunately, the figure immediately retreated after launching their sneak attack. Its quick escape saved its life, but it was still seriously injured. This attack left a huge gaping wound spanning from the middle of its brow to its abdomen. Red-hot blood immediately gushed out of the wound as the figure was sent flying, crashing into tranquil heaven's peak. The 10,000 meters tall mountain split and collapsed into rubble. This sneak attack came out of nowhere, and Zhuo Quanhui's counterattack was not slow either, so everything was over in a flash. It wasn't until this moment that Ziyan and the others came to their senses. When they turned their heads, they recognized the attacker to be the myriad demon's heaven disciple named Mo Xing, who claimed to have broken through at the last moment and fought his way out. Pei Wen. Xian's mind went blank as he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He could not believe his junior brother Mo Xing launched a sneak attack on Zhuo Quanhui. Why would he do that? As impossible as it seemed, the truth was right in front of him. Mo Xing had already been sent flying, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive, so Pei Wen Xian had to accept the reality before his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a cold gaze focused on him, filled with murderous intent. Pei Wen Xian was startled and quickly turned his head, explaining himself in horror. "Martial Uncle Zhua, I don't know." Before he could finish his sentence, an incomparably terrifying pressure descended from the sky. It was none other than Voidland's cultivators who had been forced to retreat previously and were now counterattacking. The pressure emanating from the Voidland masters was tremendous, completely opposite to the weakness they showed before. The pressure felt like it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, sweeping away the world as it passed. They were feigning weakness? In an instant, Pei Wen Xian understood everything. No wonder they didn't attack just after they arrived and deliberately used their pressure to suppress us instead. They wanted to distract us so that Zhuo Quanhui would have no choice but to exert his pressure to resist, giving Mo Xing an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Once Zhuo Quanhui fell into this trap and used his pressure to counterattack, he could not stop. Their every step was meticulous and carefully planned. Those from Voidland were too cunning. Pei Wen Xian also finally understood how those from Voidland had found them so quickly. This great territory was vast, and they had not left any trail behind on their way here. Furthermore, it was just a coincidence that they found this continent. However, those from Voidland had arrived here less than half a day later. It was simply too quick. Since Mo Xing was a traitor though, it was naturally not difficult for him to secretly leave behind some clues. Mo Xing was a myriad demon's heaven disciple like him, so after Zhuo Quanhui was ambushed, one did not need to be a genius to understand why he was showing such murderous intent towards him. However, Pei Wen Xian couldn't come up with anything to prove his innocence. He had no intention of betraying Zhuo Quanhui, but he had been implicated by Mo Xing. The only thing he couldn't figure out was why Mo Xing had betrayed Zhuo Quanhui and when he had teamed up with Yang Kai. Now, after he gave it another thought though, he found Mo Xing's breakthrough to the Sixth Order extremely suspicious. However, when Mo Xing had rushed over, no one had had the time to look deeper into this matter. In addition, he was also a myriad demon's heaven disciple, so asking too much would inevitably cause the other party to feel some displeasure, which could lead to a conflict they couldn't afford right now. In their situation, even one more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master meant better chances of survival. At this moment, none of them had the time to think about these things. Everyone, including Zhuo Quanhui, a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, buckled under the fearsome wave of pressure. Their energy was sent into turmoil as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. "Kill!" Yang Kai angrily roared as he raised his spear. Immediately after, the 22 people on his side, who had been suppressing their auras since they appeared, rushed down like a tiger hunting its prey as they each went looking for their opponent. Iron Blood Great Emperor and Bustling World Great Emperor headed straight towards Pei Wen Xian together. Martial Beast and Serene Soul charged straight at Yin Xi and Zhao. Flower Shadow and Ice Feather attacked Dan Yang together. Wondrous Pill and Heaven's Revelation fought Huang Mao together. Fang Yu and Xiang Ying were thus left with no choice but to go after Ziyan. As men, they really did not want to gang up on a lone woman, but since everyone had already decided on this strategy, they had no choice but to accept it. The 8 Great Emperors, as well as Fang Yu and Xiang Ying, were Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had advanced in recent years. Their foundations were shallow, and could not compare with veteran 6th Order heavenly monarchs like Dan Yang and Huang Mao, or even Zi Yan, Pei Wenxian, and Xianxia. In a one-on-one fight, they were definitely not their opponent. But 2 against 1 was naturally not a problem. They were also in desperate need of a fierce battle to consolidate their cultivations and adapt to the battles between Open Heaven Realm Masters. In the Star Boundary's great territory, the Great Emperors had not had a chance to act because they had all gone to the Star Boundary to support Yang Kai. Now, their wish had finally come true. Although the Void Land cultivators weren't at their peak because of the last battle, the same was true for Xianxia, Pei Wenxian and the others. Everyone's situation was similar and neither was better off than the other. On top of that, Xianxia and the others had just suffered under the joint pressure exerted by those from Void Land just now, which had put them at a disadvantage. For the moment, Void Land had the absolute upper hand in their respective battlefields, leaving Xianxia and the others bruised and battered. The peaks in the vicinity collapsed one after another as the heavens were torn asunder and the earth was split apart. The fallout from a battle between 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely terrifying. Liu Baiyang would have lost his life had he not left, even if he was a great emperor. On the other side, the 3 mountain lords, Huayong and Shu Mudan, Qing Kuei, Suing Shui, Yu He, Mo Mei, Hui Gu, Wan Baifeng, and Yang Kai as the leader together fought the 7th Order Master, Suoquan Hui in a 12 versus 1 battle. To be honest, even 12 ordinary 6th Order Masters might not be able to defeat a 7th Order Master. Even if they somehow won by putting their lives on the line, the price they had to pay would be quite steep, and they might even be dragged down with them. Fortunately, Yang Kai was no ordinary 6th Order Master. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely precious to Void Land, so how could Yang Kai bear to let Suoquan Hui kill anyone? Wuquang's sneak attack had played an important role here. Suoquan Hui had not expected that a myriad demon's heaven disciple would attack him from behind. When he had lured Yang Kai into attacking and piercing through the territory barrier, he had suffered serious injuries at Yang Kai's Azure Dragon Spear. On his way here, he did not have the time to heal himself and had only thought of a way to disperse the Golden Crow's true fire lingering around his wound. And the sneak attack had only made his injuries worse. At this moment, Suoquan Hui could only exert about 70% of his peak strength. Perhaps even worse. If Suoquan Hui escaped even in these conditions, Yang Kai would simply stab himself to death with his own spear. As soon as they began fighting, Suoquan Hui was forced to retreat again and again. Although he was recklessly waving his sword and spending his world force, he was still unable to withstand the combined onslaught of 12 6th Order Masters. Yang Kai's spear struck his shoulder and sent him flying in just a few breaths of time as a dozen or so divine abilities and secret techniques followed closely behind. It immediately caused Suoquan Hui's eyes to widen in anger as he drew a circle with his sword, barely managing to block the oncoming attacks. Even so, his vitality was sent into turmoil from the impact. Void Land's group launched another salvo without giving Suoquan Hui even a moment to catch his breath. One after another, multicolored flashes of their divine abilities and secret techniques glimmered before bursting into dazzling halos, destroying everything in their path. With a loud crash, dust and pieces of rocks flew into the air, as a figure draped in demon chi flew out from the cloud of dust and smoke. It just so happened that Suoquan Hui's back was towards the figure. The demon chi in the figure's hands transformed into 2 demon dragons as they flew straight towards Suoquan Hui, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Close behind the demon dragons was the figure, heading straight at Suoquan Hui. Suoquan Hui let out a cold snort and slashed out with his sword, blasting the demon dragons into smithereens. Afterward, the long sword that was wrapped in intense world force continued moving straight towards the figure's head. With a deranged smile on its face, the figure wrapped in demon chi didn't even try to dodge. Its body was covered in blood as if it didn't seem to care about its life and was ready to die with Suoquan Hui. Just when the sword wave was 100 meters away from the figure, the Azure Dragon Spear broke through the barrier of space and shot straight towards Suoquan Hui's back. There was a fist-sized black ball on the tip of the spear, releasing the aura of nihility and chaos. Suoquan Hui furrowed his brow and he flicked his wrist, sending his sword flying towards the spear. The black ball instantly exploded, transforming into a black hole that swallowed everything around it. Yang Kai was also sent back flying by the violent blast of energy. From the left, Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, and Zhou Ye left 3 long streaks of light as they brushed past Yang Kai, while from the right, Luan Baifeng, Hui Gu, and Hua Yong swooped in, filling the gap in their defenses. The 7 of them used their divine abilities to bombard Zuoquan Hui, not giving him a single moment to regain his balance. At the same time, Yu He and Mo Mei flew over, supporting Yang Kai's tumbling body and stabilizing him in midair. Yang Kai, taking a deep breath, rejoined the attack with the 2 women as their momentum soared. In this chaotic confrontation, the 12 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland were like a wheel, attacking Zuoquan Hui in turn without rest. Even though Zuoquan Hui was a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, he was struggling to defend himself. Not dead yet? Yang Kai glanced over at Wu Kuang, taking a moment away from the intense fight. The figure clad in demon chi was none other than Wu Kuang. He had been sent flying by the sword strike when he tried to sneak attack Zuoquan Hui. The sword attack left a gaping cut on his face, as well as on his chest and abdomen. However, he didn't seem to feel any pain. Rather, the more he fought, the more berserk he became. Wu Kuang laughed loudly. A good man does not live long, but a scourge lives 1,000 years. This king is destined to exist for as long as the universe does. Yang Kai curled his lips and stated, "At least you have some self-awareness." Wu Kuang's expression suddenly became serious. "You owe me this time. I expect to be compensated fairly." Yang Kai replied, "Good, if you have any requests, feel free to ask. Whether or not I'll fulfill them will depend on my mood though." Wu Kuang moved to Zuoquan Hui's flank, waiting for an opportunity to unleash a series of divine abilities as he shouted, "I want this old dog." As he stated his request, his eyes lit up as he stretched out his tongue, licking his lips as an evil aura started emanating from him. Yu He and Mo Mei beside Yang Kai suddenly shivered at the sight of this. They still didn't know what kind of friendship Yang Kai had with this myriad demon's heaven disciple for him to be willing to cooperate with them and ambush Zuoquan Hui, a 7th Order Master, but they instinctively felt that this guy wasn't a good person. Wu Kuang's request further caused Yu He and Mo Mei's brows to inexplicably furrow. Yang Kai's face twitched as he resolutely declared, "Ask for something else." Others might not know what Wu Kuang meant, but Yang Kai did. Wu Kuang cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law, so it was obvious he was interested in Zuoquan Hui's 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation. No. Wu Kuang firmly refused. The last time he had devoured a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with his heaven-devouring battle law, his cultivation had soared tremendously. After having tasted such sweetness, Wu Kuang simply found anyone in the 3rd, 4th, or even 5th Order bland now. How could he be willing to give up such a big pie like the 7th Order Open Heaven Master before them? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he was willing to risk his life. Arrogant brat! Zuoquan Hui roared in anger. Yang Kai and Wu Kuang were talking like he was already a fish on the chopping board, completely at their mercy. As a 7th Order Master, how could he not be angry? He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. However, no matter how angry he was, he could not reverse this situation. The last time he was in void territory, Yang Kai and the 3 mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain had been able to barely match him. Although they had been at a disadvantage in every aspect, they were already qualified to fight him. Now, there were 12 Sixth Order Masters of Voidland fighting him, 3 times more than previously. He had also suffered multiple injuries and was no longer at his peak, so how could he be their opponent? With a dazzling strike, Zuoquan Hui split the ground and the sky before putting a distance from his attackers. The next moment, his figure flickered and actually transformed into 3 clones. Everyone promptly spread their divine sense, but the next moment, all of them looked surprised. The 3 figures were exactly the same. They were unable to differentiate which one was real and which one was a decoy. They had never heard or seen such divine ability before. The 3 Zuoquan Huis wore the same expression and even their movements were fluid and lifelike. As soon as they appeared, they rushed forward in 3 different directions. As everyone worked together to block the 3 Zuoquan Huis, they were shocked to discover that these 3 Zuoquan Huis possessed the full strength of his true body. For a moment, everyone was thrown into confusion. The power of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was really frightening. Suddenly, 2 of 3 Zuoquan Huis distorted and collapsed, leaving behind only one of them who had broken through everyone's encirclement and was now less than 1,000 meters away from Xianxia. He wore a grim and serious look on his face. The sword in his hand thrummed as he poured his world force into it and swung it towards Xianxia. Immediately after, a shocking sword wave shot out, shattering space wherever it passed. An indescribable sense of crisis engulfed Xianxia, causing his heart to clench tight. He realized that Xuequanhui knew that it would be difficult for him to fight everyone at once, so he had decided to attack him. Everyone understood the principle of killing a general to subdue his men. Yu He and Mo Mei, who had been standing together with Xianxia, transformed into two streaks of light as they fearlessly rushed forward. They released their divine abilities, but were still unable to slow the sword wave even a bit. Muffled grunts escaped from their mouths as the sword intent struck them. Under the unbearable pressure of the world force, both of them spat out a mouthful of blood and were thrown back. Xianxia promptly put his azure dragon spear aside and quickly formed a series of hand seals. The next moment, the golden crow cried out and a great sun rose, brightly illuminating the world. After the sun, a cold, round moon also rose up as frigid moonlight slowly spread out. The sight of the sun and moon shining together was a wondrous sight. Xianxia pushed both his space principles and time principles to their limit. The golden sun and the silver moon began rotating, transforming into a golden and silver wheel that seemed to cut through thousands of years of time. Everything else in this world seemed to have come to a standstill at that moment, with only the lone high-rank open heaven realm master remaining unaffected. The sun and moon divine will had appeared again. Xuequanhui's pupils instantly shrank. Last time, he had been injured by Xianxia's sun and moon divine wheel in a moment of carelessness, which forced him to retreat from void territory and head to heavenly sword territory to recuperate. He still remembered the strange power that gnawed at him like maggots on rotting bones. He had never seen such a strange power in his entire life. It was a mixture of time and space principles, a might that transcended anything he had comprehended or experienced before. He had spent a great deal of effort to disperse the space-time strength which had invaded his body and had lost hundreds of years of his lifespan as a result. He knew better than anyone how difficult and terrifying this strange power was. Originally, Xuequanhui thought that Xianxia wouldn't be able to grow much in just a few years, but now when Xianxia's sun and moon divine wheel appeared before him again, he realized he was wrong. In just a few short years, Xianxia's comprehension of this divine ability had clearly risen to a whole new level. Compared to when he had used it that day, the sun and moon divine wheel today was far more powerful. The sun and moon divine wheel's foundation was its composite spacetime strength. It contained both time and space principles. The Tao of space was Xianxia's grand Tao, and Xianxia had already reached the 7th level, summiting the peak, in his comprehension of it, bordering on transcending the mundane. However, his comprehension of the Tao of time was vastly inferior to that of his Tao of space. Fortunately, Void Land had the legacy inheritance of Flowing Time Great Emperor. Flowing Time Great Emperor was the true master of the Tao of time. Entering retreat in the Flowing Time Temple while engaging in discussion with Yan Xiao and Yang Shui had allowed Xianxia to make a breakthrough in his mastery over the Tao of time. Although it still wasn't as good as his own Tao of space, it was more than enough for him to improve the might of his sun and moon divine wheel. The current sun and moon divine wheel was more than 20% stronger than the past. Xianxia had specially kept this as a surprise for Xuequanhui. Originally, he had wanted to use this move to end everything, but the situation on the battlefield had completely changed. Since Xuequanhui wanted to consign him to death, regardless of the cost, Xianxia had no choice but to reveal this card. At this moment, each passing breath felt like a million years had passed. A loud bang reverberated through the sky as a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. The shocking sword wave shattered and transformed into countless thin strands of sword chi, causing the surrounding space to be riddled with cracks. Even the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland were unable to withstand this fallout and were all covered in blood. Xianxia was also struck in the chest by the remnants of the sword chi and was sent flying with wounds so deep that even his bones were visible. Xuequanhui didn't fare any better. Although the sun and moon divine wheel's power had been reduced by more than half by his sword wave, the remaining spacetime strength still continued to head towards him. Even with his cultivation, he was unable to avoid this blow. Just like last time, when the golden and silver divine will crashed into his body, a terrifying power burst out and strangely seeped into his body, directly attacking his small universe. In an instant, Quan Hui's footing became unstable and everything went white before his eyes. His small universe became even more unstable and at the same time, his exposed skin began to wrinkle and crack. A dragon swimming in the shallows could be toyed with by a shrimp, a tiger could be bullied by a dog if it left its mountain. Quan Hui was livid. In order to lure Yang Kai into breaking the territory barrier, he had taken a great risk. Although he had successfully forced Yang Kai to open a territory gate, he had not been able to completely avoid the blow at that time and was seriously injured. If not for this, he wouldn't have come to this Blue Clouds continent to refine its foundation to supplement his energy. On top of that, he had been caught off guard by the sneak attack of the myriad demons Heaven Disciple, making a bad situation worse. If that wasn't the case, how could he be at such a disadvantage? After a while, the shockwaves from the collision gradually subsided. Yang Kai's figure left a trail in the air as he struggled to stabilize his retreating figure. When he finally stood firm and looked up, he saw a streak of light flying towards the horizon. "You want to run?" Yang Kai fiercely shouted as he raised his azure dragon spear, and chased after him. The sun and moon divine will had exhausted him greatly and he had not fully recovered to begin with, so now he was even more exhausted. However, Yang Kai could not miss this opportunity. If he did not eliminate Quan Hui this time, he might not have such a good opportunity next time. Pushing his space principles, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from his original position. When he reappeared, he turned around and thrust his spear out. He happened to be standing right before Quan Hui, who was fleeing straight towards him. Quan Hui was obviously prepared for this, as escaping in front of someone who was proficient in Tao of space was simply too unrealistic. As a result, this spear strike didn't do anything to him and instead, he managed to hit Yang Kai several times until the latter was coughing up blood. In a one-on-one fight, Yang Kai was no match for Quan Hui. Fortunately, Void Land's Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had caught up in this brief delay, unleashing their respective divine abilities as their world force surged violently, pushing Quan Hui back down to the ground. A strong wind blew and his clothes fluttered. Next to tranquil Heaven's Peak, Quan Hui stood with disheveled hair, his long robe stained with blood. It was unclear whether this blood belonged to him or his enemies, but he no longer possessed the aloof air of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. With Yang Kai in the lead, a total of 13 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounded Quan Hui from every direction, firmly locking him in place. He could not escape, not to the sky, nor towards the ground. He had never imagined that he would one day fall into such a predicament. Be that as it may, Quan Hui didn't show any sign of anger or frustration. His expression remained the same as he swept his eyes over everyone present, seemingly trying to imprint their faces into the depths of his soul. His indifferent gaze was like a sharp blade, and when it swept across them, even these masters felt their skin being pricked. Yang Kai took out a handful of Open Heaven pills and tossed them into his mouth and started chewing them, taking this opportunity to restore some of his energy. He then pointed his azure dragon spear at Quan Hui and stated, "The sooner you die, the sooner you can be reborn. You're already so old, why bother making things difficult for yourself?" Quan Hui turned his eyes towards Yang Kai as he indifferently replied, "This monarch has underestimated you. This monarch has only himself to blame for falling into such a state today." Yang Kai praised, "It's good to know one's own limits. Since you have realized this, just obediently stand still. Don't worry, I'll end this in one thrust so you won't feel any pain." Quan Hui slowly shook his head, "It won't be that easy to kill this monarch." "Yang Kai, how about this monarch makes a deal with you?" "A deal?" Yang Kai looked at him with an arrogant look on his face. "Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate a deal with me in this situation? If I give the order, do you believe you'll immediately be reduced into a pile of mud?" As he spoke, he kept tossing the Open Heaven pills into his mouth, and at the same time, signaled the others with his eyes, making sure they were ready to respond. Although Quan Hui seemed to be at his wit's end, if a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master were to lash out without regard for his own life, Yang Kai couldn't predict what kind of methods he could use. It was impossible for Quan Hui to escape, but Yang Kai had to be on guard against him dragging some of them down with him before he died. Thus, even though he had the upper hand, Yang Kai didn't dare to lower his guard in the slightest. On the contrary, he became even more vigilant than before, madly urging his divine sense. The moment he noticed Sui Hui doing anything suspicious, he would instantly go for the kill. "You can give it a try," Sui Hui calmly stated, showing a fearless expression. Yang Kai instinctively felt that this guy was purposefully trying to mystify things, but he didn't dare to take the risk, so he could only follow up, "Then tell me, what kind of deal do you want to make with me?" Yang Kai threw bunches of open heaven pills into his mouth like he was eating candy. He was more than happy to delay things so he could restore more of his strength. In this short time, he had already consumed more than 100 open heaven pills. Munch munch munch. Those from Void Land followed suit and began chewing on open heaven pills loudly, annoying Sui Hui. They could take this opportunity to recover, but he could not. He could guarantee that once he tried, he would be swarmed with attacks from every direction. "Put today's matter to rest right here and now and let me leave with Ziyin. Everything that happened in the past will be written off." Sui Hui earnestly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai quietly looked at him for a while, and when he realized that there was nothing else Sui Hui had to add, he mumbled incoherently, "Just like that?" Sui Hui nodded his agreement, "Yes." Yang Kai mumbled to himself. His throat bobbed as he swallowed before he took out a spirit fruit from somewhere. He then lowered his head and carefully wiped it after finding a clean spot on his clothes. "I need to think about it. Your request is a bit excessive, it's not something I can easily agree to." Sui Hui sneered in his heart. Yang Kai was clearly stalling and using this opportunity to recover. How could he not see through this little trick? But even though this kind of recovery could have some effect, it wasn't very useful. However, when Yang Kai took out the spirit fruit, Sui Hui furrowed his brow. Because even with his knowledge and experience, he couldn't tell what kind of spirit fruit it was. Under his watchful gaze, Yang Kai opened his mouth wide and stuffed the entire fruit into his mouth, chewing it a few times before swallowing it whole. His throat bobbed up and down once more, clearly showing him swallowing something. The next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed as he reached out and covered his mouth before sealing his 7 orifices. Immediately after, loud rumbles came from inside Yang Kai's body as if thunder was rolling inside him. His clothes even started fluttering on their own as rich world force escaped from his pores. "What did you just eat?" Sui Hui suddenly felt that something was not right as he could clearly see Yang Kai's aura rising rapidly. Yang Kai still had his mouth covered as he madly refined the spirit fruit's pulp. He narrowed his eyes and smiled at Sui Hui as if he was looking at prey trapped in a cage. Sui Hui's eyes narrowed as he finally reacted, "A world fruit?" Burp, Yang Kai loudly belched, burping up a gush of world force visible to the naked eye. At the same time, he waved his other hand like a rattle drum. No, you are mistaken." How could Sui Hui listen to his explanation? He angrily shouted, "You cunning brat, you forced me to do this. Let's see who dies today, whether it will be you or me." Yang Kai also shouted at the same time, "Attack." From beginning to end, Yang Kai had no intention of letting Sui Hui off. Without even mentioning his ridiculous request to negotiate, even if he had proposed a feasible offer, Yang Kai wouldn't have listened to it. After having paid such a huge price to force this old bastard into a desperate situation, how could he let him escape so easily? Allowing a tiger to return to the mountain would only lead to disaster, as it would surely return to bite him in the future. The only reason Yang Kai even bothered talking just now was to allow his side to recover slightly, hopefully allowing them to use just one more divine ability at the critical moment to save themselves. Be that as it may, using open heaven pills to recover was simply too slow. It was while Yang Kai was grumbling to himself about this that he suddenly remembered he had a number of world fruits on him. In the great ancient ruins boundaries primordial land, Yang Kai had obtained a total of 16 world fruits from the world tree, 3 mid-rank, and 13 low-rank. The 3 mid-rank fruits had already been used up. He had used one to advance from 5th order to 6th order, one had been used by Yu He, and one was used to help Lu Shui advance from the 4th order to the 5th order. On the other hand, Yang Kai had only used one of the 13 low-rank world fruits, giving it to Gui Ziyin, which helped him advance from the 2nd order to the 3rd order open heaven realm. Yang Kai still had 12 low-rank world fruits left. Although world fruits were rare and valuable treasures, a low-rank world fruit was quite useless to him now, strictly speaking. This fruit could at most allow a second-order open heaven realm master to advance to the third order directly, but it was not enough to allow someone in the third order to advance to the fourth order. Only a mid-rank world fruit could do that. Therefore, Xianxia had simply held on to the remaining 12 world fruits. It wasn't until this moment that he had a flash of inspiration. He had personally consumed a mid-rank world fruit before and knew that it was filled with extremely rich world force. And to top it off, it had no impurities, it could easily be refined, it just would not help an open heaven realm master advance by an order. A low-rank world fruit naturally couldn't allow him to break through to the 7th order, but it shouldn't be a problem to supplement his consumption. Figuring it was worth a try, he ate one. The effect was immediate. The world force in his small universe was rapidly growing and he swiftly regained his strength. Although he had not recovered completely, Xianxia still recovered about half of his energy. Furthermore, he was slowly recovering the rest of his energy as he refined the rest of the world fruit. Suoquanhui had obviously noticed this as well, so he could not hesitate anymore. The trapped beast immediately began fighting back. At Xianxia's command, the 6th Order Masters had already prepared their divine abilities in advance and fired them straight towards Suoquanhui like a storm at this moment. This time, Suoquanhui did not dodge though, and instead, a universe world illusory phantom suddenly expanded with him at its center. The next moment, Suoquanhui's resolute voice rang out in Xianxia's ear, "Manifest my universe and eliminate my foes." Heaven and earth started spinning, and by the time Xianxia thrust his spear out, the sight before him had completely changed. Suoquanhui was nowhere to be seen, and even the 12 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had disappeared. Even the environment around him had changed dramatically. Originally, they were above Tranquil Heaven's peak. The picturesque scenery of the Blue Clouds continent's sacred peak had been shattered by their battle, the sky had cracked and the ground was split apart, flipping the mountains and rivers. The entire site looked quite apocalyptic. But at this moment, Xianxia found himself standing in a green field. The sky was blue and there was vast wilderness around him. There was nothing else in sight. Xianxia's face turned pale. He instinctively thought that he had fallen into some kind of illusion and promptly used the demon eye of annihilation, but he found nothing strange. Suoquanhui was nowhere to be seen, but his aura was all around Xianxia, making Xianxia feel as if Suoquanhui was everywhere. Realization suddenly dawned upon Xianxia as he shouted, "His small universe." Xianxia was not taken aback after realizing this, rather he burst into laughter. "Oh, Suoquanhui, are you out of tricks? You even manifested your small universe." Had he not been at the end of his rope, why would Suoquanhui have taken such a risk? A high-rank open heaven realm master's small universe had already transformed from ethereal to corporeal and was capable of accommodating living beings. It could even be said that if one were to raise some living beings in their own small universe, its foundation would be constantly enhanced as they multiplied, which was equivalent to constantly cultivating. Inside Blood Monster Cave Heaven, the ancestors of Abundant City's cultivators were the ones who had been raised by Blood Monster Divine Monarch in his small universe in the past. Blood Monster Divine Monarch had fallen, but his small universe had not collapsed. Instead, it transformed into a universe Cave Heaven and survived. This allowed Xianxia to bring Mo Mei and the others out of Abundance City. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but even though Suoquanhui was just a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he too was able to accomplish this. Basically no 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would do this, however, because it was extremely taxing to raise living beings in one small universe. The environment of their small universe was not necessarily suitable for living beings to live and reproduce, and if they did not take care of this population well enough, all their efforts would wind up being fruitless. End of chapter 4604. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.